Under Yi Qingyun's encouragement, the soldiers' expressions gradually became excited. At this time, Yi Qingyun shouted, "Capture Jinling City. Go, kill." The soldiers shouted and advanced towards Jinling City. Yi Qingyun wiped the sweat from his forehead, hoping that the double act he and Yue Yun performed would allow the soldiers to fight to the death. Boom, boom, booms. The sound of artillery fire suddenly rang out when the sun was above the treetops. Facing the most important city in Wei, Yi Qingyun launched an attack while commanding his army to surround it on 3 sides. He didn't need to say anything to the king of Wei, nor did he need to persuade him to surrender, because for the king of Wei and the powerful families in Jinling City, this war was a fight to the death. Fire. Following Yi Qingyun's order, solid artillery shells and lime bullets fell on the city gate and the city wall respectively, and suddenly a wailing sound was heard from the top of the city. Jinling City was a place of prosperity and peace. The soldiers within had never known what war was like. When solid shells blasted their artillery away, when their companions' heads, arms, and legs were smashed by shells, and when blood flowed on the city walls, they began to sink into fear. Yi Qingyun watched the battle situation calmly. If he wanted the soldiers to believe him, he had to deceive himself first. Now he was in a mentality of fighting with his back against the wall. So before entering the city, he decided to continue bombarding the city walls and gates. "Hit the walls on both sides of the city gate hard," Yi Qingyun shouted to the artillery. Having learned from the lesson of the siege, Yi Qingyun did not plan to enter directly through the city gate this time, because the narrow city gate would cause too many losses to the early troops, and he could not afford such losses now. So he planned to blow up the city wall to create more places to break into. Boom, boom, booms. The 12-pound siege guns continued to bombard the city gates and walls, while some of the artillery was used to deal with the Wei army artillery on the city walls. Upon learning that their artillery pieces were being repeatedly deflected by the long-range Dengzhou artillery, the king of Wei flew into a rage. "Zhao Ming, you bastards are harming me." Just as he was shouting and cursing, there was suddenly a loud noise of collapse. The wall of the south gate collapsed completely from the middle under the continued bombardment of artillery. Seeing this, King Wei's face turned from pale to black. Among the princes of Zhao Wengshuan's generation, he was the only one who had never been to the battlefield. At this moment, he was also at a loss. But he at least understood one thing, that if the city gate was broken, it would mean that Jinling City would be lost soon. He himself did not believe that he could defeat the Dengzhou army. Boom! Soon the city wall on the other side of the south gate also collapsed. Soldiers charge at this time. Yi Qingyun rushed forward first with a long sword in his hand, followed closely by soldiers holding flintlock rifles, rushing towards Jinling City through the city gates and gaps in the city walls like a vicious tiger descending from the mountain. The Wei army soldiers in the city were awakened as if from a dream, and then they saw a green torrent rushing into the city, and they were facing soldiers holding spears. Before he could make any shouts, he felt a chill in his chest, and then he watched his blood gushing out of his chest. Before he died, extreme fear made him let out a last scream. After entering the city, the soldiers of Dengzhou army were like a tiger among a flock of sheep. They were very skilled in long-range shooting and short-range bayoneting, and the coordination between long and short weapons was very skillful. The Wei army that came to stop them from entering the city was usually defeated with just a few rounds of shooting and bayonet charges. The chaos in South City quickly spread throughout Jinling, and the entire city was filled with the aura of death. King Wei, flanked by his personal guards, summoned his troops. What he saw was beyond his imagination. He watched the elite Wei army's continuous defeat. His body felt colder than a winter's blade. A voice told him that all was lost. The Dengzhou army slaughtered cattle and sheep wherever they went, leaving only cold corpses in their wake. Although he shouted at the top of his lungs to attack, the terrified soldiers offered no resistance and were quickly overwhelmed. "Your Highness, let's go. It will be too late if we don't leave now. The east and west gates have been breached by the Dengzhou army. Our city walls can't withstand the artillery bombardment." A group of officials prayed behind the king of Wei. They had thought that numbers were an advantage, but they were wrong. Now they fully understood that firearms were the advantage. The Wei army soldiers were shot and killed before they even came into contact with the Dengzhou army. How sad it was. Faced with this kind of combat method that they had never encountered before, the soldiers collapsed very quickly. In addition, many soldiers already had some criticisms of the king of Wei in their hearts, so the soldiers fled even faster. Yes, Your Highness, as long as there is Green Hill, there is no fear of running out of firewood, the official advised. King Wei shook his head and said, You all should leave. I cannot leave. Xiao Ming has won and I have lost. He knew in his heart that all his direct troops were gone, and even if he fled to other states, he would only be at the mercy of other powerful families. At this time, many officials no longer cared about the King of Wei. The situation was hopeless, and the monkeys scatter when the tree falls. For the officials and generals, they were just changing their masters, and there was no need to be buried with the King of Wei. According to the plan, Yi Qingyun led the musket team to capture the city gate of Jinling City. After defeating King Wei's army, Yi Qingyun felt a sense of emotion. Although he already knew the power of firearms, he did not expect that such weapons could produce such huge destructive power in war. There were at least 6,000 soldiers from the King of Wei's army guarding the city gate, but the musketeers killed them all with just a few rounds of shooting. Not even a single soldier from the King of Wei's army came within 10 meters of the musketeers. After capturing the city gate of Jinling City, Yi Qingyun lit the fireworks as agreed. The purpose of these fireworks was simple, which was to notify Yue Yun that the city had been captured, and to let the soldiers at the east and west gates attack at the same time. Boom, the fuse burned to the bottom, and then a bright object shot up into the sky, exploding a colorful circular pattern in the sky, which was extremely gorgeous. Yue Yun's warship actually didn't go very far. When he saw the fireworks in Jinling City, he smiled and knew that Yi Qingyun had succeeded. From morning till afternoon, we have finally made progress. After taking the city gate, Yi Qingyun did not stop. He wanted to continue to expand his victory, so he shouted, Soldiers, it's time to harvest the enemy's heads. Charge, kill. The soldiers were full of fighting spirit. They had fought a desperate battle to capture the city. Now that they were about to enter the city, they didn't want to escape with the high bounty, especially the wealthy and powerful people in the city. The rumbling sound of footsteps was heard one after another. Upon hearing this sound, the soldiers of King Wei completely lost the will to fight and fled in droves. Most of them laid down their weapons and surrendered to the Dengzhou army. The following battle became very easy. Yi Qingyun encountered almost no resistance all the way from south to north. Soldiers of King Wei's army were kneeling on the ground everywhere. Commander-in-Chief, this is the Prince of Wei's palace, said a soldier, pointing to a house not far away. Yi Qingyun looked at this and immediately laughed happily. He said, Soldiers, surround the Prince of Wei's mansion and don't let anyone inside escape. There might be some important person inside. The artillery fire and beacon smoke all over the city were the last elegy of King Wei's rule over Jinling City. Yi Qingyun led the soldiers into the Prince of Wei's mansion, but in the end they only found some slaves and servants who had not had time to escape. The King of Wei must have escaped. Yi Qingyun frowned. This was within his expectations. After all, it was the same strategy as last time. They adopted the method of besieging the city on 3 sides and letting the enemy escape on 1 side. Now it is a fight to the death, and the most important goal is to occupy the city of Jinling. As long as the city of Jinling is captured, the south and north of Wei will fall into their hands, and Wei will be in a situation where it is attacked from both the north and the south. A few of you stay here to guard the Prince of Wei's mansion, and the rest of the soldiers come with me to take over the Jinling treasury. Yi Qingyun looked solemn. The land of Wei was famous for its wealth, and if the treasury was taken over, it would greatly solve the financial problems of the feudal state, and it would also be a great achievement for him. After saying this, he continued to lead his soldiers past the Prince of Wei's palace and attack southward. The city of Jinling is still in chaos. The Wei army soldiers have no intention of fighting. They either surrender or take the opportunity to rob the city and flee. Along the way, Yi Qingyun rarely encounters any decent resistance. The war went extremely smoothly after entering the city. Soldiers from Dengzhou poured into the city from 3 sides. By the evening, they had basically occupied Jinling City and taken over the government offices, treasuries, granaries, barracks, and other facilities in the city. When night fell, Yi Qingyun wiped the blood off his sword. He could no longer remember how many soldiers had fallen under his sword today, but fortunately, the war was over. Commander-in-Chief, a man who calls himself Zhang Yi, came from outside the city. He said that the King of Wei is in his hands. A captain bowed and said. Yi Qingyun paused while wiping the accessories and asked, Zhang Yi, who is this? The Zhang family that Zhang Yi belongs to is the largest family in Jinling City, and his daughter is the concubine of King Wei. At this time a voice sounded, and Li San walked in from outside the tent. The Zhang family, Yi Qing sneered. They are really smart. This is not surprising. Even a fool can see that the situation in Wei is hopeless. If we don't surrender to a new master now, when will we surrender? Li San said calmly. He had arrived outside Jinling City when the siege began. Now, secret guards would be stationed in every city that was captured. On the one hand, it was for publicity purposes, and on the other hand, it was to eliminate the local powerful families. This purge included two aspects. One was to provide intelligence to strangle the powerful families who had disloyalty. The other was to supervise the powerful families who disbanded their troops, handed over their property, and completely became ordinary people. In order to reduce the casualties of soldiers and undermine the will of the powerful families to resist, Xiao Ming did not adopt a policy of annihilation. It is precisely because of this policy that many powerful families still have illusions, hoping to preserve their foundation by making meritorious deeds. There have been similar examples in the wars attacking the prefectures and counties near Pengzhou City. Another new master, Humph, it's better to kill them all. After experiencing what happened in Yangzhou City, Yi Qingyan now has great hatred towards the powerful families. That's unacceptable. If your highness hadn't allowed the nobles to surrender, how could your 30 men have so easily captured Jinling City? The Yangzhou massacre was supposedly revenge, but in reality, it was simply to allow you to collect military rations. Furthermore, among the nobles in Qingzhou, only the main culprit has died. The others have been relocated to various places to farm, and now they're all behaving themselves to the letter. Yi Qingyan nodded. Your Highness, are you still planning to do this time? That's not the case. Your Highness said that this time the nobles of Wei will be handed over to the local people for trial. Those guilty of heinous crimes will be beheaded, their followers will be forced into hard labor, and the innocent will become commoners, and their property will be confiscated. Haha, as expected of His Highness, this method is much more tragic than dealing with the powerful families in the feudal states. In this way, the powerful families in Wei will be wiped out. Li San nodded. His duty this time was to establish militias and production teams in various counties and prefectures. After the city of Jinling was stabilized, he would try the powerful families. However, before that, even the surrendered powerful families would be temporarily detained. The two chatted for a while, and then Yi Qingyan signaled to his guards to let Zhang Yi in. After a while, Zhang Yi walked in wearing a patched shirt, and behind him was the embarrassed King Wei. Greetings, Governor. I am Zhang Yi, the head of the Zhang family in Jinling City, and I would like to present the King of Wei to you, Zhang Yi said nervously. Yi Qingyan took a look at Zhang Yi. The man was 50 years old, with gray hair and a thin body. With his patched clothes, he looked like a beggar. Li San and Yi Qingyan were both a little surprised to see Zhang Yi's appearance. Then the two looked at the King of Wei. Yi Qingyan had never met the King of Wei, but Li San had. He said, Your Highness, the King of Wei, if you had known this would happen, you wouldn't have agreed to the alliance. You wouldn't be a prisoner now. You bastards, I am not someone you dogs can bully. Even if I am defeated, I am still Xiao Ming's uncle. He will still treat me well when I arrive in Qingzhou City, the King of Wei cursed. Then he turned to Zhang Yi and said, You are such a heartless wretch. You were so greedy for your family's wealth that you didn't escape in time. Instead, you captured me and came here to claim credit for it. I really regret not having your entire family executed. Zhang Yi's face turned pale and blue. Just as the King of Wei said, after the Dengzhou army entered the Jinling City, he ordered his servants to pack up the gold and silver valuables, but when he was ready to leave, the Dengzhou army had already completely occupied the Jinling City. Just when he was in despair, he found the King of Wei mixed in the crowd. It turned out that under the persuasion of the officials, the King of Wei was finally ready to escape, but it was too late. So a plan came to his mind, which was to capture the King of Wei and atone for his sins. Li San was unfazed by the King of Wei's scolding. He said calmly, Your Highness the King of Qi has always been thinking about how Your Highness the King of Wei colluded with the Qingzhou nobles to murder him. Whether you can serve him well in the future depends on your luck. Upon hearing this, King Wei's expression suddenly became extremely ugly. Yi Qingyan said, You ordered your soldiers to plunder and massacre, and more than 100 innocent people in Yangzhou City died tragically. How can His Highness let you, a foolish king, off? After that, he said to the soldiers in the tent, Imprison Zhang Yi and the King of Wei and wait for His Highness's orders. Yes, upon hearing this, the soldiers immediately raised their bayonets and pointed them at Zhang Yi and King Wei. Zhang Yi was horrified. He shouted, The commander-in-chief must have made a mistake. Even if I have not achieved anything by capturing the King of Wei, I have not done anything wrong either. HMPH, you are the head of the Zhang family in Jinling City, and your daughter is the concubine of King Wei. Do you think I am stupid? What's more, you betrayed your master. You are so shameless, Yi Qingyan said angrily. Zhang Yi felt devastated when he heard this, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. As the two were taken away, Li San said, "The fall of Jinling City is inevitable. King Wei's son Xiao Han is now trapped in Chuzhou. It's only a matter of time. The few remaining state soldiers and generals are not worth mentioning at all." Yi Qingyun nodded. The Battle of Jinling City could be said to be a decisive battle. Kengzhou. A sudden spring rain heralds the end of the long winter. Sitting at the door of the bedroom, Xiao Ming and Fei Yue were eating melon seeds and chatting. Since he ordered the attack on Jinling City, he has been nervous every day, fearing that the battle for Jinling City would result in a disastrous defeat. "Your Highness has been frowning these days. Are you still worried about the things in Jinling City?" Fei Yue cracked some melon seeds and put them on the plate. When there were too many, she would eat them together with Xiao Ming. The same goes for Xiao Ming. The couple has a very good understanding of each other. Yes, it has been 12 days since Yi Qingyun set out. Regardless of success or failure, the news should have come back. Xiao Ming sighed slightly. The war with Wei has been going on intermittently for a year. Now is the time for him to completely occupy Wei. According to the news Wang Xuan brought back half a month ago, King Zhao finally broke through Jiang Pass with the support of the barbarians, fire, and artillery. Since then, the gateway to Bashu has been wide open. Facing King Zhao and the barbarian cavalry, he believes that King Shu will not be able to hold on for long and will lose this granary of the world. From then on, King Zhao would occupy Chang'an City and use Bashu as his granary, allowing him to advance and retreat freely. Wang Xuan also mentioned that King Zhao used a musket team this time. Since the Chang'an rebellion, King Zhao has been producing matchlock guns. This time he used a musket team of 15 people to attack Jiang Pass. Although these muskets were some of the ones Xiao Ming had sold to him, this number was enough to show that King Zhao had imitated quite a few matchlock muskets. What worried him most was that King Zhao would hand over the matchlock musket technology to the barbarians. After all, a person will abandon all bottom lines for the sake of royal power. King Zhao has already surrendered to the barbarians, so what can't he do now? As the two were talking, a voice suddenly came. "Your Highness, Jinling City has been conquered. Yi Qingyun has sent someone to deliver the seal of King Wei." The sound came from a distance, drowning out the sound of the falling rain. Then Niu Ben came towards the main hall in the drizzle. When he got closer, Niu Ben bowed and said, "Greetings, Princess and Your Highness." "General Niu, please don't be so polite," Xiao Ming said, and Fei Yue nodded and walked into the hall. She always chose not to interfere in government affairs. Niu Ben bowed and said, "Your Highness, I have just received a report of victory from Jinling City. Yi Qingyun has taken Jinling City, and the King of Wei has been imprisoned in the Jinling City prison." Really, Xiao Ming stood up from his chair. This time he couldn't help but be excited, because the defeat of Jinling City basically meant that the war in Wei was about to end. Absolutely true. Niu Ben smiled and handed the royal seal in his hand to Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming took the jade-carved royal seal, on the bottom of which was engraved the word Wei. He burst out laughing. Today was the happiest day of his year. Although his fiefdom had developed in the past 3 years, its overall wealth was still not as good as that of Wei. Moreover, Wei has many cities and a large population, which in itself is a huge wealth. As long as he could take over Wei, not only would the sales of his goods expand, but the financial problems of the fiefdom would also be solved. Although Wei was not as big a granary as the world, it could still be compared to most of the granaries. In that case, immediately order Lu Fei to attack Chuzhou. The King of Wei has been captured, and Xiao Han is trapped in Chuzhou City. If we capture Xiao Han, Wei will be completely leaderless. This time we will take down the remaining cities in Wei in one fell swoop. Xiao Ming said, "Yes, Your Highness." Niu Ben nodded heavily. Turning around and leaving, Niu Ben asked the scouts to deliver the news to the Chuzhou front in the rain. After receiving Niu Ben's order, Lu Fei officially prepared to launch an attack on Chuzhou City. "General, do you want to continue starving the soldiers in the city for a few days?" Luo Hong said to Lu Fei. Lu Fei held the military order in his hand. He looked at the listless soldiers on the Chuzhou City wall and said, "No need for that. The soldiers inside the city are probably starving. Have the logistics staff at the front of the camp make porridge. At the same time, send someone to tell the soldiers inside the city that they will have porridge if they surrender." "Yes," Luo Hong nodded. "Yi Qingyun is a really capable kid, but I won't lose to you." Lu Fei laughed. A few days ago, the reinforcements sent by King Wei came to Chuzhou City, but before they arrived at Chuzhou City, they seemed to have received the news that Jinling City had fallen. The reinforcements that came to rescue Xiao Han did not want to fight, and they were procrastinating all the way. Now they just scattered like birds and beasts, and there was no need for them to take action at all. At that time, he only suspected that something had happened in Jinling City. Now new Ben's military order confirmed the news that Jinling City had been broken, so he did not plan to attack immediately, but instead prepared to engage in some psychological warfare first. Soon, the cook of the Southern Expedition Army carried a large iron pot to the front of Cheju City and cooked rice porridge in front of the Cheju defenders. The soldiers of the Southern Expedition Army formed a square formation to guard the surrounding area. They lit a fire and cooked porridge. Soon, the rich aroma of rice drifted towards the Cheju City wall along the north wind. The hungry defenders immediately looked eagerly at the iron pot outside the city. At this time, a soldier holding a megaphone walked forward a few steps. The megaphone was Kaneshiped and made of iron sheets. The soldier's voice was transmitted far away through the megaphone. "Brothers in the city, are you hungry? If you are, come out and eat some porridge. Our general has said that as long as you put down your weapons, we will never kill you. We just received news that Jinling City has been captured and your king of Wei has been captured. The Wei kingdom is already dead. Why should you sacrifice yourself in vain?" The loud sound reached Cheju City, and the soldiers immediately started to make noise. Jinling City was captured. How is this possible? The soldiers on the city wall came from Jinling City and were reinforcements from Jinling City. The words of the Southern Expedition Army made them very confused. How is it impossible? The firearms of the Southern Expedition Army are so powerful, and there are not many troops left in Jinling City. How can they stop the attack of King Qi's army? Said a soldier. What should we do? The King of Wei has also been captured. I don't want to die here in vain. Another soldier cried out. As the cries rang out, the other reinforcement soldiers also felt sympathetic. The problem they faced now was not that the city was besieged by the Southern Expeditionary Force, but that the food in the city had been almost eaten up in the past half-month. A small city of Cheju is crowded with hundreds of thousands of troops. There is simply not enough food in the city. They are only eating one meal a day now, and they will probably run out of food soon. Just as the soldiers were discussing, suddenly a sound of fighting was heard from the Cheju City gate. Then the doors of Cheju City opened, and the Cheju soldiers ran out of the city. These soldiers were all Chen Wei's subordinates. They were dissatisfied with Xiao Han when Chen Wei was imprisoned. In such a desperate situation, they had no intention of fighting again. "Shoot and kill them," the captain on the city wall shouted. But after he issued the order, none of the soldiers on the city wall took action, and they all looked at him strangely. "What do you want to do? Rebellion." The captain put his hand on the sword at his waist, and he felt a sense of danger from the soldiers' indifferent eyes. "Captain, we are just too hungry and can't pull the bowstring at all." An archer spoke, and the solemn atmosphere suddenly lightened. The captain snorted coldly and said, "Listen up, everyone. This is just a trick by the Southern Expedition Army. Our Jinling City is impregnable. They simply cannot capture it." The soldiers did not speak. They were not fools. The reinforcements had not arrived yet, and the food and grass in the city were still exhausted. This was enough to show that there was a problem in Jinling City. Even if Jinling City had not been broken, they were now an abandoned army. Seeing that the soldiers were silent, the captain looked outside the city. He swallowed his saliva as he smelled the aroma of rice wafting over. He was also worried, but as a captain in the army, he had to obey military orders. After getting down from the city wall, he immediately passed the news of the Cheju army's rebellion to Xiao Han. "Waste, idiots. What's the point of me keeping you?" Xiao Han was furious when he heard this. "I knew Chen Wei and his Cheju army were useless. Now I will personally guard the city gates and kill all the soldiers who surrender." The captain was scolded, but he just lowered his head. After Xiao Han finished venting his anger, he said, "The Southern Expeditionary Forces outside the city are still saying. Or what?" Xiao Han was a little impatient, even a little irritable. He had been sending messages by carrier pigeon for more than 10 days, but no reinforcements had arrived yet, and the supplies in the city had been almost completely consumed. If this continued, his army would be completely defeated. "Say what?" They said that the city of Jinling was captured by the Dengzhou army, and His Royal Highness the King of Wei was taken to prison, said the captain. Xiao Han immediately sat up from his chair when he heard this. He said, "Nonsense, nonsense. I think so too, but why hasn't the reinforcement from Jinling City arrived for so long?" The captain didn't dare to say anything more. This sentence completely broke Xiao Han's spirit, but he still held on to a glimmer of hope in his heart. He said, "Wait a little longer, Jinling City must be fine, it must be fine." Outside the city, the soldiers of the Southern Expedition Army continued to shout, but after the Cheju army defected from the city, the content of the shouting changed again. Brothers of Cheju, listen up. Jinling City has been conquered, and your king of Wei is in our hands. Your royal seal is in the barracks. Upon hearing this news, the soldiers on the city wall were even more shocked. Another general came down from the city wall and went to the Cheju government office to tell Xiao Han the news. Royal seal. Now Xiao Han could no longer remain calm. He immediately rushed out of the government office and climbed up to the city gate. Just as the general who reported the news said, the Southern Expeditionary Army was now shouting what he said. You shameless people, stop spreading lies to confuse the people. How could Jinling City be destroyed? How could my father be in your hands? Xiao Han said angrily. The soldier who shouted was neither hurried nor slow, as if he was waiting for Xiao Han to climb the city wall. He said, if you don't believe me, just wait a moment. After saying that, he gestured in the direction of the camp, and then a cavalryman came out of the camp and stood in front of him. This cavalryman was none other than Bai Mu. This time, Niu Ben not only delivered the military order, but also the royal seal, in order to disrupt Xiao Han's military morale. Xiao Han, do you recognize what this is? Bai Mu took a royal seal wrapped in yellow brocade in his hand and showed it to Xiao Han. At this time, Bai Mu was less than 15 meters away from the city wall, and the thing in his hand was clearly visible, but when Xiao Han looked carefully, his face finally changed drastically. Others may not have seen the seal of King Wei, but it is impossible for him not to have seen it. In Bai Mu's hand at this moment is the seal of King Wei that he has been thinking about day and night. Facing this seal, he has fantasized countless times about inheriting the throne of King Wei. How about it? You should believe it now, right? Not only is Jinling City gone, but your reinforcements also collapsed on the way. Now everyone in the remaining cities in Wei is in danger, and no one will come to rescue you. Xiao Han, think about it carefully. Who else in this city will risk their life for you? But if you surrender, our general said that His Highness will save your life. Bai Mu said loudly. At this moment, Xiao Han's mind was blank, and he didn't hear a word Bai Mu said. With his body trembling slightly, he left the city wall with the help of his generals. Bai Mu sneered and rode back to the Southern Expedition Army camp. General, Xiao Han must be in a state of panic now. What should we do now? Bai Mu said. Lu Fei said, there's no need to waste time. If he doesn't surrender, we'll bombard Cheju City. His Highness has ordered us to capture Cheju City and then continue to attack other cities in Wei. If we take too long, I'm afraid these counties will suffer the same disaster as Yangzhou City. These powerful families are very cruel and don't care about the lives of the people. Bai Mu nodded when he heard that. The shouting continued. An hour passed without any news coming from Cheju City. Lu Fei said to Luo Xin, there's no need to wait any longer. The people in the city must be in chaos. It's time to attack the city. Luo Xin nodded. In the past 6 months, the number of artillery pieces of the Central and Southern Expedition Army has increased to 100. Now the 100 artillery pieces are arranged in a straight line facing Cheju City. Fire, Luo Xin gave the order coldly. Boom, boom, booms. The artillery, which had been prepared long ago, immediately began to bombard the city walls, while the mortar gunners fired shrapnel shells into the city. Suddenly, dust flew up from the walls of Cheju City, and the air was filled with flames and smoke. Lu Fei watched all this indifferently. He was putting more pressure on Xiao Han. There were many soldiers in the city. Even if they were to be killed, it would take several days, and these soldiers were innocent. The city of Cheju was in chaos at this time. More than 100 soldiers were already starving. Now they learned that Jinling City was lost. Both the generals and soldiers lost their will to fight. In the face of the powerful firepower of the Southern Expedition Army, they were even more terrified. The soldiers on the city wall could only cry out in despair, and their despair turned into anger. Some soldiers suddenly became brave and chose to rebel. First there was one soldier, then the second. More and more soldiers joined the rebellion. They gathered together and rushed towards the government office. As long as they caught Xiao Han, the war would be over. Then at this moment, Xiao Han walked out of the government office. Facing a group of rebels who were watching him eagerly, he said in despair, I surrender, surrender. The generals and soldiers cheered immediately. Now they just wanted to have a full meal. Some soldiers directly opened the city gate, threw their weapons and armor on the ground, and walked out of the city with their hands raised as required by the Southern Expedition Army. As the Wei army poured out of the city gate, Lu Fei ordered Luo Xin to stop the bombardment. He laughed heartily. This is how to defeat the enemy without fighting. Soldiers walked out of Chuzhu City one by one. The surrendering soldiers were required to drop their weapons and remove their armor, leaving only their cloth clothes. The soldiers of the Southern Expedition Army were holding flintlock rifles to supervise the soldiers coming out of the city to prevent them from taking the opportunity to cause chaos. Following the soldiers, Zhao Han also walked out of the city. Lu Fei had been waiting for Zhao Han. When he saw Zhao Han come out, he said, "Your Highness, you made a wise decision. Otherwise, who knows how many soldiers would have died in vain. General Lu is right. I made this decision out of pity for the soldiers. I hope General Lu can speak well of me in front of His Highness in the future. Of course, there is no problem with this. I keep my word," Lu Fei said. Zhao Han smiled bitterly. "Thank you, General." Lu Fei nodded, and then he asked Luo Hong to take Zhao Han to a tent and keep him under guard. Like King Wei, Zhao Han also belonged to the royal family. These people had to be dealt with by Zhao Ming's personal order, and no one else dared to act rashly. After taking Zhao Han into custody, Lu Fei frowned at the sight of the numerous captives. Bai Mu noticed Lu Fei's expression and said, "General, this is troublesome. There are too many soldiers. We won't have enough food if we keep them in the army. Leaving them behind is also a hidden danger." Lu Fei was also thinking about this problem. He said, "These people are a burden to us now, so after these soldiers have eaten, we will give them 3 days of dry food each and let them return home." "Well, that's a good idea," Bai Mu nodded. "These more than 100 people would also bankrupt them." Lu Fei said, "Also, sending these soldiers back will spread the word of our benevolence, and at the same time undermine the morale of the defenders of other cities." After formulating a plan to deal with the prisoners, Lu Fei sent someone to report the battle situation of Chuzhu City to Qingzhou City. The next day, he asked the soldiers to distribute 3 days' worth of dry food to the prisoners. These soldiers were soldiers in their uniforms on the ship, but they were ordinary civilians when they took off their uniforms. In the future, they would become the subjects of the feudal state. It was because of this that he was so generous. After receiving dry food, the captured soldiers left the camp of Nanjun Army one after another. At the same time, Lu Fei began to reorganize the Southern Expedition Army and marched towards the southern cities. Now Tongzhou, Yangzhou, Jinling City, Pengzhou City, Huzhou City, and Chuzhou City and Wei were all conquered, leaving only 7 cities. The 7 cities are very close to each other, and Lu Fei believes that he can take over these 7 cities within a month. Qingzhou. 3 days after Lu Fei captured Chuzhou City, Zhao Han arrived at the Qingzhou camp with the battle report. After receiving the news, Zhao Ming brought Fiji to Qingzhou camp as soon as possible. When he saw Zhao Han in the cage, Fiji said, "Your Highness, that's right, this is Zhao Han, the eldest son of King Wei. Your Highness, this is Lu Fei's battle report. There are 120 soldiers who surrendered this time. Lu Fei seized their weapons and armor and gave them 3 days of dry food and let them leave on their own," Niu Ben said. Fiji nodded when he heard this and said, "Lu Fei handled it well this time. These surrendered soldiers will only consume food if they stay in the army. It would be better to let them go back to farm." Zhao Ming glanced at the battle report. It was the same as what Niu Ben said. These surrendered soldiers could no longer pose a threat to the Southern Expeditionary Army, but they were a burden to Qingzhou. If he turned these people into slaves, it would inevitably cause dissatisfaction among the people of Wei. Letting them leave on their own was the best option. His time at Bowen College was not in vain, Zhao Ming said. This time Zhao Ming looked at Zhao Han. Lu Fei said in the battle report that he had promised to spare Zhao Han's life. He asked Zhao Ming to spare Zhao Han's life. He said to Zhao Han, "You and I are both royal relatives. You have made some contributions by leading the troops to surrender this time. I will not kill you. However, I can escape the death penalty, but I cannot escape the punishment of life. I have decided to demote you to the Ryukyu Islands as a commoner. Are you willing?" Zhao Han was filled with grief. He had already prepared for this outcome. He said, "Thank you, Your Highness, for your grace. However, I still have one request. Please allow me to be reunited with my family. If they are still in Jinling City, I will bring them to Qingzhou and go to Ryukyu with you," Zhao Ming said. Although he didn't like King Wei's family very much, now that he had made a promise to them, and Zhao Han had made meritorious contributions while serving his sentence, he could only give Zhao Han a way out. However, if he left him in the fiefdom, some of the remnants of Wei would inevitably have some ideas in their minds, so he sent Zhao Han to Ryukyu. In such a place surrounded by the sea, he could not fly away and could no longer stir up trouble. After saying this, Zhao Ming signaled the officers to temporarily detain Zhao Han, and then the 3 of them went to Niu Ben's camp. Inside Niu Ben's tent, there was a huge sand table. This table was a map of the cities and terrain of Wei. Niu Ben pointed to the 7 cities that had not yet been conquered and said, "Your Highness, these are the only 7 cities left. Lu Fei will reorganize his army and continue his advance. If we attack from both the north and the south, Wei will be pacified within a month." Xiao Ming nodded. The army of Chuzhou City surrendered, and the situation in Wei was already hopeless. Now it was just a matter of cleaning up some remnants, which was not a big problem. What bothered him most now was not the war but how to deal with so many cities. Fiji was a little excited. Now that he had taken over so many cities in Wei, these cities would definitely need officials to manage them. In this way, the officials in Chang, and who had nothing to do in Qingzhou, would have a place to go. So he said, "Your Highness, it is time to prepare government officials for these cities." Xiao Ming nodded. He brought Fiji out this time precisely because of this problem. The 13 states in Wei had a large population, and managing this place would inevitably require a large number of officials. These officials from Chang and are all proficient in government affairs. Even if they do not continue their studies at the Bowen Academy, they will be able to manage the Wei area. Now that they have learned the knowledge at the Bowen Academy, there will be no problem. In that case, you should assess them in the next 2 days. If they pass the test, arrange corresponding positions for them, Xiao Ming said. Fiji nodded. He was better at this than Xiao Ming. Niu Ben said, "Your Highness, what should we do with the garrisons of these cities? Wei has just been conquered, and for a while it will be filled with rebels and bandits. We must be on guard." Xiao Ming had already had his own ideas about this problem. He couldn't possibly establish an army in every state, so he said, "This problem is not difficult. You can help the government establish a garrison in the local area. The garrison will be responsible for local security." The guard post that Xiao Ming mentioned is the guard post in the last government reform, which is basically equivalent to a modern police agency. However, because Wei might be in chaos for a period of time, he will increase the number of personnel in the garrison. Yes, Your Highness. Fiji's excitement was beyond words when the appointment of officials was decided in the Qingzhou camp. He had been fed up with these idle officials these days. But then he remembered something and asked, "Your Highness, I heard that even the innocent nobles in Wei will have their property confiscated. Is this true?" "Yes, this is the policy we adopted 3 years ago when dealing with the feudal lords." Xiao Ming nodded and waited for Fiji's next words. Upon hearing this, Fiji looked somewhat worried. He said, "Your Highness, I believe the policy we implemented 3 years ago was not suitable for Wei. The Southern Expedition Army was able to capture the cities of Wei so quickly this time because of their superior strength, and Your Highness's promise to spare the surrendered nobles. If Your Highness were to confiscate their property now, I'm afraid they would harbor resentment and revolt. This would greatly increase the difficulty of governing Wei. Your Highness, please remember that even today there are still powerful nobles who have taken refuge and are looting within your fiefdom. Lord Fei is wrong. It's not that Your Highness is unkind, but when Your Highness bypassed these powerful families, they not only did not show gratitude, but instead attempted to murder Your Highness. The powerful families in Wei are even more deeply entrenched than those in the feudal states. If we don't eradicate their evil, we will surely bring disaster to the future." What Commander Niu said is exactly what I am worried about. Compared with the number and power of the wealthy families in Wei, the wealthy families in the original fiefdoms are nothing compared to them. However, the property I confiscated from them is only the part they embezzled from the people. What's wrong with that? Xiao Ming said. Fiji chuckled softly and said, "During the time I've spent with Your Highness, I've discovered that you have a very strong character. This is a good thing for a monarch, but strong character can be easily broken. If Your Highness wishes to become a wise ruler, you must possess the ferocity of a tiger and the cunning of a fox." Xiao Ming was stunned for a moment. Pang Yukun had said the same thing to him before, but he thought he had changed a lot. Unexpectedly, he still looked like this in Fiji's eyes. "Master Fei, why don't you just speak frankly?" Xiao Ming was still able to listen to honest advice, even if it might be unpleasant to the ear. Moreover, Fiji was knowledgeable and had a much deeper understanding of the Dayu kingdom than he did, so he was willing to learn. "Then I, this old minister, have been too nosy." Fiji pondered for a moment before continuing. "Your Highness's main priority right now isn't suppressing the powerful families, but rather ending domestic strife and unifying the great Yu kingdom. The powerful families of Wei are still powerful, but they no longer pose a threat to Your Highness. After all, even the King of Wei couldn't stand up to Your Highness, so who could possibly be more capable than the King of Wei?" Xiao Ming nodded. Fiji continued, "Since no one can threaten Your Highness's rule over Wei, why would Your Highness make enemies there? thus plunging such a prosperous way into further war and civil strife. Your Highness now aspires to rule the world, and what he needs is money, food, and supporters. The wealthy families throughout history have all been fence-sitters. If your Highness grants them favors, they will surely become your Highness's minions. And when your Highness conquers the world, the powerful families of the various vassal states will certainly not fight to the death. Niu Ben glanced at Fiji, his expression somewhat complicated. I know that your Highness was nearly murdered by a powerful family 3 years ago, but things have changed. Your Highness is no longer the weak one he was back then. I also agree with how the powerful families in the feudal state were handled 3 years ago. After all, there were internal and external troubles at the time, and we couldn't leave any hidden dangers in the feudal state, Fiji said. So Lord Fei means that I should win the support of the powerful families. Xiao Mingjian said as a subordinate that the most important thing for His Highness at present is to unify the great Yu kingdom. Yin understood Fiji's idea. That's right, we must suppress the powerful families in Wei, but we must not force them to rebel. This way, Wei can quickly resume production and become your Highness's granary. Xiao Ming frowned and looked at the Wei territory on the sand table. This fiefdom with 13 states was larger than his original fiefdom, and the number of people in the fiefdom was 3 times that of the 6 states. Just as Fiji said, it would be very troublesome if the powerful families were forced to rebel, because it meant that the cost of managing Wei would be greatly increased, and he would even need to withdraw some soldiers to suppress the rebellion. In this way, he might be stuck in the quagmire of war and waste national strength, which would be extremely disadvantageous to him because the real enemy he faced was the vassal kings. Once he has dealt with these vassal kings and there are no more separatist forces in the country, it will not be too late for him to deal with these powerful families then. However, putting it on hold for the time being didn't mean he wouldn't deal with it at all. Instead, he adopted a more deliberate approach, looking at Fiji. He wanted to continue testing Fiji's abilities, so he asked, "Then tell me how we should deal with this. First, confiscate the land of the powerful families in each state and distribute it to the local people, and confiscate their property, because these powerful families are all staunch supporters of the King of Wei, and most of their children hold official positions in the government. Second, curb the middle-sized powerful families and unite the small powerful families. There are many of these powerful families, and they are dependent on the local powerful families, but they resent the suppression of the powerful families, so their land and property can be partially confiscated. The third is some of the more enlightened and virtuous powerful families in each state and county. Your Highness should appease them and win their support. In this way, the Wei territory can be stabilized," Fiji said with a smile. Xiao Ming burst into laughter when he heard this. He said to Fiji, "Did Mr. Fei read any interesting books at Bowen College these days?" Your Highness guessed it. Fiji was a little embarrassed. Xiao Ming said, "These books were written by me. How could I not know them? You are right. This time I was a little negligent and did not formulate policies for Wei in a timely manner according to the local conditions. However, it seems not too late now. I will leave the matter of dealing with the nobles in Wei to Elder Fei. As you said, I need a stable and prosperous Wei, not a Wei ravaged by war." Fiji breathed a sigh of relief. Ever since he was scolded by Xiao Ming last time, he has been studying hard in the books of Bowen Academy and gradually learned some magical policies. This bold proposal came at the risk of being scolded, but this time he was right. "Yes, Your Highness, I will live up to your expectations," Fiji said solemnly. Niu Ben gradually understood after hearing Fiji's explanation. He said, "Master Fei is worthy of being Master Fei. If the government in Wei was harmonious and the people were united, the Southern Expeditionary Force wouldn't have to spend so much time suppressing bandits in Wei." After a pause, he confidently said to Xiao Ming, "Your Highness, this battle in Wei is sufficient to prove the strength of the feudal lord's army. In my opinion, no other vassal king can match Your Highness. After conquering Wei, Your Highness should take the initiative to attack, pacify the world, and ascend to the throne as soon as possible." Outside the tent, the soldiers, training slogans echoed over Qingzhou. Xiao Ming said to Niu Ben, "Commander Niu is absolutely right. In this Wei campaign, the Southern Expedition Army and the Dengzhou Army captured cities with ease. Now that the King of Wei has been captured, Yuzhou, Qingzhou, and Jinling City are all connected. All we need to do now is strengthen our military and diligently manage our internal affairs. Then we can find an opportunity to break through the impasse and seize control of the Northern Empire." At the beginning, a war may be a battle of training and bravery of the two armies, but as the war progresses, it becomes a battle of money, food, and equipment. Now Xiao Ming not only has the advantage in terms of military force, but also has no shortage of money and food. After all, taking over Wei means he has an extra granary. Generals are responsible for fighting, and officials are responsible for assisting Your Highness in governing the fiefdom. Coupled with the advantages of the fiefdom's firearms, Your Highness will have no problem conquering the north. Fiji is also very confident now. King Wei is the most powerful among the many vassal kings. Now that he was defeated so easily by Xiao Ming, he has to look at firearms differently. Xiao Ming smiled when he heard this. Fiji had let slip that he only needed to be responsible for improving technology. Now that Wei has been taken, he can devote himself to climbing the technology tree with peace of mind. In the past few years, Qingzhou has accumulated a group of technical talents, laying the foundation for the technological explosion. Now is the time for him to participate. After all, the students who have mastered scientific and technological knowledge have a much better understanding ability than before. He only needs to give a little guidance. The three of them talked for a while in the tent, and then Xiao Ming and Fiji returned to Qingzhou City. The farming season was approaching, and he had something to deliver to the slave farm in Qingzhou, and he also planned to have the government office promote it. When they arrived in the city, Xiao Ming and Fiji did not go to the government office, but went to the manor where Kui Wu was. In the manor, he saw Pang Yukun with an excited look on his face. Originally, Pang Yukun was going to go to the Qingzhou camp with them, but when Lin Wentao brought something to him, he could not walk anymore and insisted on taking the machine to the field for on-site testing. Your Highness, this animalport 12-row seed drill is amazing. In just one morning, 3 people spread seeds on 20 acres of land. Seeing Xiao Ming and Fiji coming over, Pang Yukun trotted over from the fields. Xiao Ming glanced at the place not far away. 3 slaves were sowing seeds in the field. One of them was leading 3 cows, and the 2 slaves behind him were holding a long object. This was the animal-powered 12-row seed drill that Lin Wentao had sent. In modern Europe, the first seed drill was made in Greece in 1636. In 1830, the Russians added a seeding device to an animal-powered multi-share plow to make a plow drill. After 1860, Britain, the United States, and other countries began to mass-produce animal-powered grain drills. The structure of this seed drill is not very complicated, but even so it requires a certain industrial foundation for mass production. Now Lin Wentao can produce it because Qingzhou can produce its spare parts and Xiao Ming provided the drawings. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't have thought of producing seed drills on their own. In fact, the principle of the seed drill is very simple. The walking wheels drive the seeding wheels to rotate, and the seeds are discharged from the seed box above into the seed delivery tube, and fall into the opened groove through the furrow opener, and then the seeds are covered and compacted by the soil covering and pressing device. Put it simply, it is actually a long plow-shaped tool with a round seed box on it. At the same time, there is a connecting rod-like structure on the walking wheel. Every rotation will open the lower mouth of the seed box so that the seeds will fall into the plowed furrow. At the end of the seed drill is an arc-shaped iron plate. After the seeds are sown, this structure will flatten the soil. What? 3 people planted 20 acres of land in one morning. Fiji's jaw almost dropped. It's absolutely true. If you don't believe me, go count it yourself. Pang Yukun pointed to the ridges of the field. Now, in order to distinguish the size of each acre of land, a branch is inserted at the end of each acre of land. Fiji counted it and found that it was indeed 20 acres. Fiji was really shocked. He said, "Your Highness, if this seed drill is popularized, the people will be able to plant more land. There are few people in Yuzhou and a lot of land. Ryukyu is also waiting to be developed. This thing is coming at the right time." After saying that, Fiji ran towards the slaves who were sowing seeds without caring about his image. Xiao Ming and Pang Yukun looked at each other and smiled helplessly. People living in Qingzhou are now accustomed to new things appearing every once in a while. But it is still a bit shocking for people from outside. Seeing Fiji walking in the fields with his long gown in one hand, one deep and one shallow, the 2 of them followed him. The 3 of them stopped in front of the grain drill. Suddenly, a foul smell came over them. Xiao Ming immediately realized something. This Lin Wentao, he also added a manure trough on it. That's true. I was also a little surprised when I first came here. This grain drill can plow the land, sow seeds, and apply fertilizers at the same time. Moreover, according to the people sent by Lin Wentao, everything on this drill can be disassembled, Pang Yukun said. Fiji walked around the grain drill, looked at it once, and then he had a rough idea of what it was. He said, "Isn't this a plow?" "That's right, it's a plow cart, but it's an improved plow cart." Xiao Ming laughed. Fiji nodded. People used to use wooden plows, which were very slow at spreading seeds. This thing is made of steel, so it's much faster. Plus, it's like 12 plows locked together. No wonder they can spread seeds on 20 acres in a single morning. Of course, how can a plow cart compare with this large seed drill? Your Highness, let Lin Wentao produce it in large quantities now, and then let each production team buy one. Pang Yukun looked excited. Xiao Ming shook his head. Well, not only should it be used to equip the production teams, but it should also be used in the slave estates and the merchants, large farms. That way, the money from selling to the merchants can be used to subsidize the production teams. Fiji and Pang Yukun smiled at each other when they heard this. This was a great idea. In this way, the people could use seed drills cheaply. Xiao Ming was also in a good mood today. He said, "You will be happy in the near future. This grain drill is just the beginning. I will work with Lin Wentao to manufacture an animalport harvester before the harvest." Harvester. The two were surprised again. Xiao Ming nodded. In modern times, the first horse-drawn disc harvester appeared in Britain in 1799. Like the seed drill, these machines were not difficult to manufacture at present. All that was needed was the mechanical structure. After all, his lathe, steam engine, and steelmaking technology had reached this level. The fragrance of the soil wafts freely in the spring breeze. The treetops between the fields are filled with chirping sparrows, and the beautiful pastoral scenery is in full view. The three of them carefully watched the operation of the grain drill, and then returned to the field with a smile. Fiji then asked, "Your Highness, what can be grown in this grain drill? It can be used for wheat, barley, sorghum, millet, beans, early rice, rapeseed, and flax." Xiao Ming said as he looked around at the beautiful scenery. Since coming to this world, he has never appreciated the pristine scenery of this world so seriously. Now that the threat from the south has been resolved, he can finally enjoy his life in this world with peace of mind. As for the King of Yan, the King of Zhao, and the King of Leang, they were nothing more than meat on the chopping board to him, and it was only a matter of time before they would be cut. So many. Fiji stroked his beard and narrowed his eyes with a smile. First there were potatoes, then sweet potatoes, and now the advent of seed drills has reduced the number of people needed to cultivate the land. The agriculture in the sealed country is now thriving. He believes that in a few years, the sealed country will have more food than it can eat. Pang Yukun was delighted, but an important question also occurred to him. "Your Highness, Wei has a large population but limited land, while Yuzhou has a small population and a large land. Therefore, the amount of land allocated to each citizen will inevitably be different. Should I transfer some citizens from the more densely populated counties to Yuzhou?" Xiao Ming nodded. "Prime Minister Pang is right, as I've been thinking. It's just that not everyone wants to leave their homeland. Wei has only just been recovered, and people's hearts are still unsettled. If we act rashly, we're afraid it might cause a civil uprising. So I think it would be better to introduce some policies that benefit the people in densely populated counties and prefectures. For example, if they move to Yuzhou, they can receive compensation or even get more land." "Your Highness has thought carefully. This is a good idea," said Pang Yukun. Xiao Ming said, "Yuzhou is secondary. My main concern is the land outside Shenheiguan." The land outside Shenheiguan. Fiji looked confused. "I have read a lot of history books these days and found that the constant chaos in the north for thousands of years is because even though the barbarians on the grasslands were driven away, successive dynasties did not send people to settle in this land," Xiao Ming said. "As the saying goes, if you don't occupy the place, others will occupy it. Now the disasters in the northern grasslands are precisely because of this reason that has never been eliminated. As soon as one grassland barbarian left, the north would soon be occupied by another grassland tribe, and this cycle would repeat. The people of Dayu never became the majority in this land. Therefore, in Xiao Ming's opinion, the most important thing after defeating the barbarians is to move the Han people to this land to settle and reproduce. Otherwise, another grassland tribe will probably rise within a few decades. After all, without the Dayu people as the dominant force, the land will inevitably be occupied by foreign races. Your Highness, the north is bitterly cold. Who would be willing to live in these barren lands? Pang Yukun stated a current fact. Xiao Ming sighed and said, "Never mind, I was just mentioning this. It may take some time to defeat the barbarians, but you should keep this in mind for now. Just because there is no way now doesn't mean there will be no way in the future. Next, he will encourage the people of Dayu to have more children. When the water tank is full, it will overflow. When the population increases, more people will naturally be willing to settle in the north." Without mentioning the matter any further, Xiao Ming said, "Now that we have a grain drill, you should also find a way to promote it to merchants. Manufacturing this thing requires a lot of steel and manpower. If it can be sold at a good price, it's worth setting up a separate workshop to produce it. Pang Yukun took the initiative to stop this matter and said, "Your Highness, please leave this matter to me. Lord Fei will definitely be very busy dealing with the affairs of Wei." Fiji smiled. Although the two of them often argued because of their different ideas, they always cooperated well in government affairs. The three of them walked towards the government office as they talked. Now, they just had to wait for good news from the Southern Expeditionary Army. March 6, Heizhou City. After the Battle of Chuzhou, Lu Fei led his troops directly to the city of Heizhou in Wei. During this period, intelligence from the secret guards continued to arrive. Just as he had guessed, the main forces of Wei had been completely wiped out in the Battle of Jinling City and the Battle of Chuzhou, and the remaining cities were just some remnants of the defeated army. After the secret guards in the city passed on the information that there were only 8-0 defenders in the city, he launched an attack, and Heizhou City was captured in just one day. On March 9, after 3 days of rest, the Southern Expedition Army left 2-0 people in the city to maintain public order and then set out for Suzhou. On March 13, Suzhou City was captured. At the same time, after leaving 10-0 people to guard Jinling City, Yi Qingyun led 20-0 people to rush to Binju, which was only a day's journey away. On March 14, Binju City was captured, and then on March 20, Suzhou City was captured by Yi Qingyun. On March 25, Sizhou City was captured. On April 2, Taizhou City was captured, and on April 10, Yaezhou City was captured. On April 20th, Yi Qingyun led the Dengzhou army and met Lu Fei at the foot of Suzhou City. Suzhou City was the last city in Wei. If this city was captured, the entire Wei territory would be incorporated into the vassal state. Yi Qingyun, how come you only have so few people left? Lu Fei took a quick look at Yi Qingyun's men and saw that there were only about 10-0 left. Yi Qingyun rolled his eyes. "You think too much. These soldiers didn't die in battle. I left them behind to maintain order in the occupied counties. Isn't it the same for you? I thought you were not skilled enough and you beat everyone to death." Lu Fei laughed while touching the back of his head. Yi Qingyun and Lu Fei have known each other for a long time, and he is an old minister of the feudal state. Because of this, he and Lu Fei speak very casually, and the two often fight and scold each other. Glancing at Suzhou City, Yi Qingyun said, "Do you want to fight or should I?" Lu Fei thought for a moment and said, "We won't fight, let Luo Hong do it. After all, the Luo family is a well-known military family in Dayu country. Now that they are in trouble, we should give him some opportunities." Yi Qingyun was stunned for a moment, then he said, "That's right. I heard that the firearms battalion fought very hard in these battles. Yes, that's why we can't bully others," Lu Fei said. Yi Qingyun nodded and said, "Okay, I won't compete with Luo Hong for it. The brothers in the firearm battalion also need some money to settle down in Qingzhou, so I'll give this piece of fat meat to them." "Bah, you are so hypocritical. Everyone knows that you occupied Jinling City. You, Yi Qingyun, will be rich when the bounty is distributed," Lu Fei said dissatisfiedly. Yi Qingyun's face was full of smiles, and he didn't care at all about what Lu Fei said. Just as Lu Fei said, he and his soldiers were very excited now. He had already counted the treasury of Jinling City, and this time he really made a fortune from enfeoffment. Suzhou City was covered in flames and smoke amid the rumbling artillery fire. Just as what Yi Qingyun said, Lu Fei sent Luo Hong to attack Suzhou City this time. The Luo brothers worked hard in this war, and Lu Fei saw it all, so in the final battle of Suzhou, he was ready to give some of the credit to Luo Hong. He did this partly out of respect for the Luo family's contribution to the Battle of Jizhu, and also to avoid being greedy for credit. He knew that he would be rewarded according to his merits after returning this time, and it would be great if he could take all the credit for himself. He also knew Xiao Ming very well, and he believed that Xiao Ming would also want him to do so. Suzhou City is the last remaining city in Wei and the closest city to Yan. It has an important strategic location. As long as Suzhou City is captured, Yan can be taken directly. It was for this reason that the two men launched an attack on Suzhou City after joining forces. The reason was simple. They were worried that Prince Yan would take the opportunity to seize Suzhou City. However, what relieved them was that Prince Yan did not launch an attack on Suzhou City. Under the joint attack of the two armies, the defenders of Suzhou City quickly chose to surrender. On April 21, Suzhou City was broken, and all 13 states in Wei were conquered. In the blood-like sunset, Yi Qingyun and Lu Fei led the soldiers into Shuzhou City, with blood and glory shining beside them. Subsequently, the news was passed on to Qingzhou City. After waiting for more than a month, Xiao Ming smiled sincerely after receiving the news. Now Wei was also incorporated into his fiefdom, and the war against Wei was finally over. After receiving the news, he immediately called Fiji over and discussed with him. On the third day, the two of them went to Jinling City, a city that was known to be as prosperous as Dayu Kingdom and Chang'an. They were also accompanied by a group of officials who were about to take up posts in Jinling City. Because Wei was completely occupied, Xiao Ming did not take a detour by sea, but went directly to the city of Jinling through the canal. At the same time, Yi Qingyun was also ordered to rush to Jinling City. 6 days later, the ship carrying Xiao Ming and a group of officials docked at the Jinling City pier. After getting ashore, Xiao Ming smiled bitterly while looking at the city wall that was being repaired at the south gate. Needless to say, this was the city wall that was directly blasted open by Yi Qingyun using artillery. Fiji and the officials followed closely behind Xiao Ming. They also pointed at the city wall with distressed looks. After watching from a distance for a while, Xiao Ming and everyone else entered Jinling City. In fact, Xiao Ming has always been yearning for Jinling City. After all, in modern times, Jinling City is also the ancient capital of the 6 dynasties. The charm of the Qinhuai River is even more popular in poems and songs, which makes people fascinated. Now that the land beneath his feet belonged to Jinling City, he couldn't help but feel excited. Your Highness. Yi Qingyun was already waiting for them halfway. When he saw Xiao Ming and others coming, he immediately became their guide and led Xiao Ming towards Jinling City. I heard that the treasury of Jinling City is very impressive, Xiao Ming asked with a smile. Yi Qingyun's eyebrows immediately danced with joy. He said, "Yes, Your Highness, I was truly shocked when I opened the treasury this time. I never expected the king of Wei to be so wealthy. The wealth of Wei is no longer just a legend." There was a hint of smile on Xiao Ming's lips. It was because he heard about this huge treasury that he decided to come to Jinling City in person. Moreover, the king of Wei was also imprisoned here, so he had to deal with this imperial uncle. After entering Jinling City, Xiao Ming looked around. Now Jinling City seemed to have returned to its daily life, with people coming and going on the streets. If it weren't for the broken city wall behind him, he would have really doubted whether a war had occurred here. Fiji was even more surprised than Xiao Ming. He said, "After the war, the city must have been desolate. Why does Jinling City still look so prosperous? Lord Fei, this is not surprising. This attack on Jinling City was a surprise attack, and the people in Jinling City did not have time to escape. Secondly, we attacked the city very quickly, and the Wei army did not have time to destroy the treasury and houses in the city. Secondly, we did not harass the people after entering the city. These days, the people are no longer afraid of us, and gradually returned to the situation as before," Yi Qingyun explained to Fiji. Fiji and a group of officials were once again impressed by Dengzhu's military discipline. If this was the army of Dayu Kingdom, they would have looted the city after entering it. How could they not have harmed anyone? With such a powerful army, there is no need to worry about not being able to stabilize the country and drive out the barbarians, an official exclaimed. Upon hearing this, other officials agreed. They thought that the battle in Wei would last at least 3 years, but they didn't expect that everything would be over in less than a year. Talking along the way, Yi Qingyun brought Xiao Ming to Prince Wei's mansion. "Your Highness, the plaque of this palace has been removed and replaced with the words, Royal Headquarters. The rooms inside have also been cleaned. Your Highness can rest here tonight." Yi Qingyun pointed at the Prince of Wei's palace and said to Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming looked towards the Prince of Wei's mansion. In front of the palace gate were 2 2-meter-tall Qilin auspicious beasts. The 2 golden beast rings on the vermilion lacquered gate revealed a hint of ferocity and solemnity. Looking inside from the main gate, there is a white marble road leading to the magnificent main hall of the palace. The white marble road forks beside the main hall, and it seems that there is a huge building complex behind the main hall. The Prince of Wei's mansion is really magnificent, Xiao Ming smiled. Fiji said, "Indeed, compared to this place, Your Highness's palace is much more stingy. Your Highness, now that the Wei territory has been secured, isn't it time to consider the capital and the palace?" Xiao Ming frowned when he heard this. A few months ago, an official had submitted a memorial requesting Xiao Ming to build a new capital and a palace. Xiao Ming refused this matter in person and criticized the official harshly. He knew that the official was trying to flatter him, but he didn't want to bring disaster upon himself and waste money and food. Now that Fiji brought up the matter again, he couldn't help but feel a little angry and said, "Master Fei, why are you joining in the fun?" Fiji smiled and said to Xiao Ming, "Your Highness, look at the prosperity of Jinling City and the grandeur of the Prince of Wei's palace. In my opinion, Jinling City is suitable for being the new capital." "Really?" Xiao Ming rolled his eyes, looked at Fiji and said, "I don't think it's appropriate." Why? Fiji was puzzled. Xiao Ming said, "Jinling City is indeed prosperous, but it is a land of luxury and comfort. I'm afraid it will bury my lofty ambitions. In my opinion, Yuzhu would be better off than Jinling City." Yuzhu. Fiji was shocked. "Your Highness, you must be joking. Yuzhu is a barren land now. How can it be suitable to be the new capital? The emperor guards the national border. The king dies for his country. Outside the city of Yuzhu is the land of the barbarians. There you will always remember that the threat of the barbarians is right in front of you, so that you won't be intoxicated by the fireworks in this Qinhuai River." Xiao Ming sneered. He said this just to scare Fiji and others. Now is not the time to move the capital. At least we have to wait until Yuzhu recovers its prosperity before considering it. The Son of Heaven guards the country's gates, and the king dies for the country. Fiji murmured this sentence, and the expression on his face became more and more solemn. After a long silence, Fiji bowed deeply to Xiao Ming. "Your Highness is a man of high righteousness. He will surely be a wise ruler in the future. This will be a blessing for our country of Dayu and its people." Xiao Ming smiled and did not explain. In his opinion, establishing the capital in Yuzhu was very close to the seaport. Secondly, only by establishing the capital in Yuzhu could the border troubles in the north be completely solved. After rejecting Fiji's proposal, Xiao Ming followed Yi Qingyun to the Prince of Wei's mansion. Unlike the simple style of his palace, the Prince of Wei's palace is extremely luxurious. The main hall alone is as majestic as the Chang'an Hall in the imperial city. Behind the main hall is a winding stone path. At the end of the path is a river that runs across the palace, and a stone bridge spans the river. On the other side of the river is another complex of buildings, which is the bedroom of the King of Wei and his queens. When I was in Chang'an, I heard that the Prince of Wei's palace was extremely luxurious. Now it seems to be true, Fiji said. Yi Qingyun said, "This King of Wei is not the most luxurious place in Jinling City. Your Highness and Elder Fei will understand what luxury is after seeing the treasury of Jinling City." Xiao Ming and Fiji looked at each other. This was the main point of their visit to Jinling City. Xiao Ming said, "Then what are you waiting for? Lead the way." "Yes, Your Highness," Yi Qingyun said with a smile. Then the two of them left the Prince of Wei's mansion and headed west. Yi Qingyun stopped by the Xuanwu Lake in Jinling City and pointed to the residential quarters on one side of the river. He said, "Your Highness, this is where the Jinling City treasury is located." Xiao Ming looked in the direction Yi Qingyun pointed. In the residential area not far away, there were many buildings, which looked like a palace complex. "Is this the treasury of Jinling City?" Xiao Ming asked. Yi Qingyun said, "Yes, Your Highness, all the tax revenue from Wei over the years is in this treasury." Fiji was also a little stunned. The buildings in this residential area were connected to each other, like a long dragon. With some anticipation in his heart, Xiao Ming walked towards Minfeng. After a 20-minute walk, they arrived at the treasury of Jinling City. Only when he got closer did Xiao Ming realize the enormity of this treasury. In front of him were spacious halls, each connected front to back. Soldiers of the Dengzhou army were guarding these halls. "Your Highness, please look, the treasury is filled with silver. I have already sent people to count it, and the total is 8 million taels of silver," Yi Qingyun said. Fiji and the other officials' glasses immediately widened. Fiji said, "The King of Wei is indeed extremely wealthy." At this moment, Xiao Ming's heart beat uncontrollably. What Qingzhou Bank lacked now was silver. If he had enough silver, he could issue banknotes based on silver. The fact that King Wei now has so much silver stored in his treasury is like a timely rain for him. Under the guidance of Yi Qingyun, he and Fiji entered the treasury together. Suddenly, a silver light made his eyes sting slightly. He saw neatly stacked silver ingots in the treasury, and each silver ingot was in the shape of a long strip. He picked up a silver ingot and weighed it. One silver ingot must weigh at least 1 pound. 8 million taels of silver is only 800 tons. It is estimated that all the savings of the King of Wei over the past 10 years are here. "Your Highness, we are rich." Fiji couldn't help but dance with excitement. Yi Qingyun smiled and continued, "This hall stores silver, and the one next door stores copper and copper coins. Compared to silver, there is more copper. Let's go and take a look. Xiao Ming was overjoyed. This time he really became rich overnight. This time, the business of conquering Wei was a huge profit. Then the group went to the copper hall, where 200 tons of copper were stored. They then went to the hall where cloth, raw silk, tea, and porcelain were stored. At the end of the journey, they went to the granary in Jinling City. However, Yi Qingyun did not know the exact amount of grain in the granary because the quantity was too large to be weighed. He could only rely on the granary account book, which was a total of 5 million shi. After learning about the Jinling City treasury, Xiao Ming seemed to relax. He said, now the food problem has finally been solved. With the grain confiscated from Wei, the army of the feudal state will no longer have to worry about lack of military rations. That's right, Fiji smiled. With the support of Whitey, your highness will be even more powerful. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed at the same time. Coming out of the Jinling treasury, Xiao Ming said to Yi Qingyun, by the way, where is the king of Wei, your highness? The king of Wei is currently being held in the Jinling City prison, and his relatives are also being detained. Xiao Ming nodded and said, take me to see him. Yes, your highness. Yi Qingyun took Xiao Ming to the Jinling City prison. After walking for another 20 minutes, Xiao Ming and others arrived at the Jinling City prison. At this time, Yi Qingyun sent someone to the cell to bring King Wei out. After a while, the dirty king of Wei walked out of the prison. Seeing the pale-haired and dejected King Wei, Xiao Ming sighed slightly. Compared with the energetic King Wei before, the current King Wei was just an old man. At this time, King Wei squinted his eyes, seeming to be uncomfortable with the bright light outside. When he adapted to the light outside, he could clearly see Xiao Ming standing in front of him. Xiao Ming, you're here after all. King Wei chuckled. How is it? My Jinling City is very prosperous, isn't it? Jinling City is indeed very prosperous. Xiao Ming said lightly. He saw a hint of hysterical madness in King Wei's eyes. Ha ha ha, I own such a rich city of Jinling, but I lost to you. Why on earth is this happening? King Wei stared at Xiao Ming. Yi Qingyun was standing closer to Xiao Ming at this time, fearing that King Wei would suddenly attack and hurt someone. Because destiny does not belong to you. Xiao Ming gave King Wei a desperate answer. It's destiny, it's destiny. The madness in the King of Wei's eyes gradually turned into sadness. Yes, destiny is not in my hands. Destiny is not in my hands. It's not my fault, it's destiny. Feiji sighed, Your Highness, the King of Wei may be crazy. No, he's not crazy. He's just too unwilling to accept defeat. Xiao Ming said, What do you think Elder Fei should do about the King of Wei? The King of Wei is guilty of treason, which is a heinous crime. The only punishment he can receive is white silk and poisoned wine, Fiji said firmly. Xiao Ming narrowed his eyes. The feudal dynasty was so cruel, and eradicating the roots of the problem was something every emperor would do. Now Xiao Ming has gradually adapted to this world, a world where civilization has just begun to sprout, but barbarism still prevails. If one wants to survive in this world, one must learn to be cruel. He nodded and said, Give him a cup of poisoned wine. The state of Wei is gone and no longer needs a king of Wei. Hello. The King of Wei laughed heartily. He suddenly pointed at Xiao Ming and said, You are so cruel, you bastard. I misjudged you before. It's also my fault that I didn't kill you 4 years ago because I had a little bit of pity. Uncle, there is no medicine for regret in the world. There is only one throne and there is only one winner in the end. Xiao Ming's eyes were cold. The King of Wei's expression gradually calmed down, and the madness in his eyes faded away. He looked at Xiao Ming with an inexplicable glint in his eyes. My dear nephew, you are the only one among the many princes that I misjudged. I'm afraid your father would never have thought that you would achieve such success today. Haha, the emperor's uncle was defeated, but he is also very relieved. At least this world is still our Xiao family's. After saying this, King Wei turned around and slowly walked towards the prison. At this moment, he was like an old man in his twilight years. Xiao Ming frowned. This ancestral motto of the Xiao family not only affected Xiao Wengshuan, but also King Wei. Your Highness, do you want to bring King Wei back? Yi Qingyun said. In his opinion, King Wei was too rude. No need. He is the King of Wei after all. Let's leave him the last bit of dignity, Xiao Ming said. Yi Qingyun nodded. As if sensing Xiao Ming's displeasure at the King of Wei, Fiji suddenly said, Your Highness, Jinling City is not only prosperous, but also blessed with outstanding people and beautiful scenery. Huang Tingzhai, a renowned doctor from the Great Yu Kingdom, lives in Jinling City. Huang Tingzhai, Xiao Ming's mind suddenly flashed with some trivial memories. Is the Huang Tingzhai you are talking about the traveling doctor who claimed to have traveled all over Dayu country? Yes, Your Highness. Huang Tingjai traveled extensively since he was young, spreading his medical knowledge across the land. It said that Huang Tingjai was unreserved about his medical skills, teaching anyone who wanted to learn from him, even some women. Really, Xiao Ming was a little surprised when he heard this. Since the death of Dr. Sun, the construction of the medical school has suffered a great blow, and there is no one in the school who can take up the responsibility. During this period, he has been looking for a suitable candidate to lead the medical school, and Huang Tingjai, mentioned by Fiji now, is undoubtedly a very suitable candidate. Huang Tingjai Yi Qingyun scratched his head. Suddenly he said in a flash of realization, "Oh no, your highness. I've arrested Huang Tingjai, mistaking him for the king of Wei." What? Fiji was shocked when he heard this. Huang Tingjai is a hermit master who never serves anyone. How could he be the king of Wei's man? I don't know who Huang Tingjai is. When I was searching the Prince of Wei's mansion, I found a doctor treating a patient. I thought he was the Prince of Wei's medical officer, so I arrested him as well. Yi Qingyun felt a little aggrieved. Xiao Ming showed a helpless look. This could not be blamed on Yi Qingyun. He himself did not know much about Huang Tingjai. He said, "Where have you imprisoned Huang Tingjai? I will go and see him in person." "Your Highness, I did not imprison him. Many soldiers were injured during the siege, so I locked him up in a courtyard and had him treat the soldiers' injuries every day." Xiao Ming breathed a sigh of relief. At least Yi Qingyun hadn't offended anyone to death. He immediately asked Yi Qingyun to take him to see Huang Tingjai. Following Yi Qingyun, Xiao Ming and Yi Qingyun arrived at a sealed-off mansion of a wealthy family. Fiji and a group of officials did not follow. Xiao Ming asked Fiji to take the officials to the Jinling government office to establish an institution to govern the city of Jinling. When the two arrived, Huang Tingjai was sitting in the yard reading a medical book. When he saw Xiao Ming, Huang Tingjai just glanced at Xiao Ming and continued reading. Xiao Ming learned from Fiji that Huang Tingjai had a very stubborn character and was never afraid of the powerful. Because of this, he offended many wealthy families. However, in Xiao Ming's opinion, it would be abnormal for a hermit to have no temper. After all, he is very capable and has the capital to be confident. Huang Tingjai had naturally never seen Xiao Ming before, and when he saw Xiao Ming coming with Yi Qingyun, he was too lazy to pay attention to him. Seeing Huang Tingjai being so rude, Yi Qingyun stepped forward to teach him a lesson, but Xiao Ming stopped him. Xiao Ming told Yi Qingyun to prepare pen, ink, paper, and inkstone for him, and he sat down directly in front of Huang Tingjai. According to Fiji, Huang Tingjai is already 53 years old, but the Huang Tingjai in front of him has black hair and a strong body. He is more energetic than the average Qingzhou person and does not look so old at all. Perhaps this is the health-preserving technique of traditional Chinese medicine. Xiao Ming did not give his name when he sat down. After Yi Qingyun prepared the pen, ink, paper, and inkstone, he picked up the brush and began to write in front of Huang Tingjai. What he wrote was not something else, but Qian Jin Fang by Sun Simiao, a famous doctor in the Tang Dynasty. Huang Tingjai didn't pay attention to what Xiao Ming was doing at first, but when there were more and more words on the paper, he couldn't help but take a look. After taking a look, he couldn't stop. Wherever Xiao Ming's pen fell, his eyes followed it, and he even looked anxious. After finishing one of the chapters in Qian Jin Fang, Xiao Ming stopped writing and pushed the paper to Huang Tingjai. Huang Ting was stunned and put down the medical book in his hand. Only then did he look at Xiao Ming and glance at the paper on the stone table. Ignoring Xiao Ming, he picked up the complete article and started reading it. Once he started reading, he couldn't put it down. It was as if he had seen a treasure in the world. He kept praising it as he read. Huang Tingjai was watching intently, oblivious to everything else, while Xiao Ming was waiting quietly. One had to be respectful to such a hermit master. Although he could drop off the medical books at the medical school, it would not work without someone proficient in medicine to study and teach them. After a while, Huang Tingjai put the paper down and stroked his beard. He nodded slightly and said, "Your Highness, Prince Qi, thank you for your trouble." Yi Qingyun and Xiao Ming were both stunned. Xiao Ming asked, "How do you know I'm the king of Qi? When I was in Chang, and I once met concubine Zhen, the mother of His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi, and took her pulse. It was actually me who detected concubine Zhen's pregnancy pulse. Your Highness looks 4 points similar to her. Now that Jinling City has been broken by the Qi army, this General Yi is a general in command. Who could make him be so respectful to someone? That's why I knew at a glance that you are the Prince of Qi," Huang Ting said. Xiao Ming nodded slightly, thinking that he was truly a wise old man. He stood up, clasped his fists, and said, "It is truly rude to detain Mr. Huang here. Commander Yi doesn't know who Mr. Huang is. I hope Mr. Huang will forgive me. This Commander Yi was indeed a bit reckless. I was treating patients and saving lives at that time. In my opinion, no matter whether they were the Qi army or the Wei army, they were all the people of Dayu Kingdom. A doctor has a kind heart, so how could I watch them die without helping them? Huang Tingzhai was still very angry when he thought about it, but Zhao Ming was a prince after all, so he couldn't say anything too harsh. Don't be offended, Master Huang. It was a time of war and urgency, and Yi Qingyan admitted his mistake. However, Master Huang's words about a doctor's compassion hit the nail on the head. Could you please accompany me to Qingzhou to establish a medical practice? Zhao Ming smiled bitterly. Develop medicine. How to develop it? Huang Tingzhai was stunned for a moment and asked. Zhao Ming smiled calmly, extending his right index finger and pointing at the Qianjin Fang. Nowadays, whether it's doctors or craftsmen, those with unique skills all cherish them and pass them down from father to son, from master to apprentice. Those without children would rather see their skills lost than pass them on to others. How tragic. The promotion of medicine now aims to break this shackles and allow anyone who wishes to learn medicine to do so. What do you think, Master Huang? Huang Tingzhai's expression changed slightly when he heard this. Then how can Your Highness ensure that anyone who wishes to learn medicine can learn it? To be honest with Mr. Huang, I have already established a medical school in Qingzhou, but something happened some time ago, and now I need someone like Mr. Huang to take on the important task, Zhao Ming said solemnly. Medical school, yes, just like in school, but everyone has their own specialization. Here at the medical school, people specialize in medical theory. Huang Tingzhai nodded gently, pondered for a moment, and said, Then Your Highness wants me to go to this medical school to teach and answer questions. Yes, that's exactly what I meant. Mr. Huang is a superb doctor, famous throughout the world. If we have Mr. Huang in charge of the medical school, we will surely be able to train a large number of doctors with real skills and knowledge. This will also benefit the world, won't it? Zhao Ming said slowly. Huang Tingzhai did not speak, but fell into hesitation. He was a free and easy person, and could not stand being restrained. Zhao Ming chuckled and stood up. He continued, What Mr. Huang just read was just a fragment of the 1,000 golden prescriptions. I have more here. Yi Qingyan picked up his pen and started writing again. Qianjin Fang was just one of his books. He also wrote other medical books. These were all modern works handed down from generation to generation, and even included diagrams of the human body. Huang Tingzhai started reading again at this time, and he was even more shocked this time, especially the Compendium of Materia Medica and Treatise on Plague, which were masterpieces handed down from generation to generation. The more Huang Tingzhai read, the more surprised he became, and he seemed completely dumbfounded. At this time, Zhao Ming suddenly stopped writing. Oh, this. Huang Tingzhai was looking at it with a look of unsatisfied feeling and a distressed look on his face. Zhao Ming said, Mr. Huang, I am not unreasonable. I asked you to come to Qingzhou to promote medicine and save lives, but if you insist on staying in Jinling City, I will not force you. I will ask Yi Qingyan to send you back later. Your Highness, you. Huang Tingzhai's expression was uncertain. Zhao Ming pretended to be melancholy and said, Then Mr. Huang, please take your time to think about it. I won't accompany you any longer. After that, Zhao Ming took Yi Qingyan away and withdrew the guarding soldiers as he left. On the way back, Yi Qingyan said, Your Highness, didn't you go through so much trouble just to keep him here? How can you let him go? You can't use force on this kind of hermit master. Using force will have the opposite effect. Besides, what's the point of forcing him to stay? It's easy to get a person, but the most difficult thing is to get his heart. If his heart is not with me, what's the point of keeping him? He has seen these medical skills. Whether he can stay or not depends on him. You don't have to make things difficult for him, Zhao Ming instructed. Yes, Your Highness, I understand, Yi Qingyan said. Under the escort of soldiers, Zhao Ming arrived at the Prince of Wei's mansion. In the next 2 days, he asked his officials to further compile data on various aspects of Jinling City. After learning about the Jinling City treasury in detail, Zhao Ming prepared to return to Qingzhou City on the 3rd day, and Fiji would handle the rest of the matters. Just like when he came here, Zhao Ming was planning to go back by boat this time, and all the officials came to the dock to see him off. Looking at Fiji and the other officials, Zhao Ming said, This Jinling City is now handed over to you. Remember what you said to me and give me a prosperous 13 states. Yes, Your Highness, Fiji bowed and said. Zhao Ming nodded. At this time the warship was about to set sail. When the warship was leaving the dock, a figure suddenly appeared in Zhao Ming's field of vision. Seeing this person, Zhao Ming immediately said, Wait. The person who came jogging was none other than Huang Tingzhai. When they got closer, Zhao Ming immediately asked someone to help Huang Ting get on board and brought his luggage up as well. "Your Highness, I have figured it out. Just as Your Highness said, a doctor's heart is to save the world and benefit all living things. This medical school is suitable for me." Huang Tingjai bowed and stood in front of Xiao Ming. "It's good that Mr. Huang can communicate with me. I am very pleased." Xiao Ming's brows were filled with joy. The meaning of Huang Tingjai's return was self-evident. The medical school was finally getting on the right track. "Then I will ask Your Highness to take good care of me in the future," Huang Tingjai said. Hearing this, he smiled and nodded, and asked Yue Yun to arrange a cabin for Huang Tingjai to rest. Although Xiao Ming was still going back by boat this time, the route back was no longer the same as before. He planned to return from the sea with Yue Yun's warship, and on the way back he would stop by the Sanshan Kingdom. According to Yue Yun, the king of the Sanshan Kingdom had been talking about him all the time, hoping to meet him in person, and had also proposed to visit him in Qingzhou. Xiao Ming thought that it would only take 3 or 4 days to reach the Sanshan Kingdom, so he decided to go there. After all, he needed a stable Sanshan Kingdom, because he also wanted to establish a naval base in the Sanshan Kingdom to curb the southward advance of the Japanese Navy. The warship set off. Yue Yun led 20 warships to set sail. After leaving the Jinling City dock, Xiao Ming sailed on the sea for another 4 days. At noon that day, he was awakened by the noise of the soldiers. The days on the boat were very boring. He basically slept all the time, and when he was awake, Huang Tingjai would pull him to write medical books for him. He stood up from the cabin and walked onto the deck to look forward. His eyes suddenly focused. It turned out that there was a large dock not far away. There were many ships moored at the dock, almost all connected together. Among these ships, there were 3 ships that were very tall. Xiao Ming recognized at a glance that they were Qingzhou warships. This was the dock of the Three Mountains Kingdom. The warship formation sailed for a while and then docked at the shore. Xiao Ming and his party went ashore. At this time, the soldiers guarding the dock immediately saluted Xiao Ming. Then one person left the team and ran towards a bastion that was under construction behind the dock. Xiao Ming looked up and saw that it was the defensive bastion that he asked Yue Yun and others to build. This fortress, which looks like a European-style castle, can effectively carry out collective defense to protect the soldiers on the land. It is very suitable to be built in places where pirates are rampant. Once a pirate invasion is discovered, the soldiers can immediately hide in the fortress and use the fortress's reserves and artillery for defense, so that a small number of troops can maintain the defense and security of the island. Gusts of sea breeze blew in, warm and humid. After landing on the island, Xiao Ming did not rush to meet the king of Sanshan, but walked around. According to Xiao Ming's plan, this place will also be built into a military port, because this is the front line against Japan, and Japan will certainly be willing to lose the Sanshan Kingdom. After all, in history, Japan has always been eyeing the Three Mountains Kingdom and even the Ryukyu Islands. In the blink of an eye, it has been half a year since Yue Yun occupied Ryukyu. Now the construction of the military port has basically taken shape, and the cement transported from Qingzhou has allowed the pavement of a clean cement road. Overall, the roads here are clean and tidy. The military camps and docks are built separately and are well planned. There are also dozens of artillery positions on the coast, all of which are equipped with naval guns to defend against pirate attacks. After walking around the dock and about a mile away, he reached the Marine Corps barracks, where soldiers from the Navy and Marine Corps were stationed. Before he reached the door, he heard the slogans of the soldiers training inside. At this time, a man walked out from inside, and when he saw Xiao Ming, he quickened his pace. "Liu Chen, I pay my respects to His Highness." Xiao Mingsu gave him a little support and said, "No need to be polite." "Thank you, Your Highness," Liu Chen said. Xiao Ming walked towards the barracks. He knew Liu Chen. He had seen him many times at the Naval Academy. He joked, "Isn't life here a bit hard? Your Highness, it's not hard. Life was even harder when I was making a living as a fisherman," Liu Chen said. Xiao Ming nodded. "It's good that you're not afraid of hardship. In the future, Fengyue will have more naval bases overseas, and they will all need your navy to maintain them. The Three Mountains Kingdom's naval port is well built, so we'll build it to that standard in the future. Although this place is small, Qingzhou relies on it for its food supply. Safeguarding Dayu Kingdom's overseas interests depends on you. Your Highness has placed so much trust in us. We will not let Your Highness down as the King of Qi," Liu Chen said loudly with a firm tone. Xiao Ming patted Liu Chen on the shoulder. To him, these ordinary generals and soldiers were the cornerstone of the future of the feudal state. After a brief chat, the three of them chatted and laughed all the way into the military camp, where they discussed some construction issues of the Three-Mountain Kingdom with the three of them. Not long after, a sudden commotion erupted outside the barracks, and a soldier came forward to report, "Your Highness, the King of Sanshan heard that your Highness had arrived and came to pay him a visit. This King of Three Mountains is well informed," Xiao Ming said with a smile when he heard this. Yue Yun said, "This King of the Three Mountains is quite obedient, but he's always afraid that if we leave, this place will be occupied by Japanese pirates again. I'm afraid their fate will be very miserable then, because the Japanese pirates killed his three sons the first time they occupied this place." Xiao Ming nodded. The occupation of overseas requires consideration of management costs. If one can get the materials he wants without any management, it would naturally be the best way. That's why Xiao Ming decided to let King Sanshan continue to manage this place. Once Dayu Kingdom completes its unification and has enough talents, they will completely take over the Kingdom of Sanshan. "Come on, follow me out to greet him." Xiao Ming stood up. He felt that there was no need for him to act like the Celestial Empire. After all, in modern times, even the most lowly countries would be respected when visited. He needs the help of the Three Mountain Kings now, and he should make them willing to do it. Yue Yun and Liu Chen looked at each other, but still followed Xiao Ming out. Outside the military camp, King Sanshan was anxiously waiting. When he saw a young man coming out, surrounded by Yue Yun and Liu Chen, he immediately knelt down and said, "My humble servant pays respect to His Highness the King of Qi, Prince Sanshan. Please excuse the formalities." Xiao Ming helped the king to his feet and said, "The Kingdom of Sanshan has been enfeoffed by the Great Yu Kingdom for generations. Now, due to the complexity of state affairs, we have neglected the King of Sanshan and allowed the Japanese pirates to run rampant here. This is truly wrong." King Sanshan showed a tearful expression and said, "Thank you, Your Highness, the Prince of Qi, for your unwavering support. I hope that Your Highness will take care of me from now on and don't forget this place." Xiao Ming nodded. "I came here in person to reassure King Sanshan." Upon hearing this, King Sanshan immediately beamed. He said, "Your Highness, I have already ordered a banquet to be prepared when I arrived. I hope Your Highness will be able to drink with me in my palace. In that case, I would be disrespectful to refuse," Xiao Ming said. After drifting on the sea for several days, Xiao Ming was a little tired and needed to adjust himself, so he prepared to take Yue Yun and Liu Chen to the dinner together. As night fell, Xiao Ming and his two companions, along with Huang Tingzhai, headed to the Sanshan Kingdom under the protection of soldiers. At this time, the King of Sanshan had already prepared a seafood banquet. In such a place, there was a lack of meat, but seafood was abundant. The three of them sat down and were immediately attracted by the various seafood on the banquet. There were abalone, lobster, crabs, various fish, and even shark fins. They were all very large, which was absolutely luxurious in the eyes of modern people. Looking at the food, Xiao Ming did not rush to eat. At this time, Huang Tingzhai first took out the silver needles and tried them one by one. After seeing that there was nothing unusual, he nodded. King Sanshan then remembered something. Japan had occupied the Sanweng Kingdom for more than 10 years, and it was inevitable that there would be pro-Japanese people on the island. He said a few words to the guards, and soon 2 chefs were brought over. He ordered the chefs to taste each dish to prove the safety of the ingredients. Xiao Ming expressed his approval of King Sanshan's attitude. At this time, King Sanshan clapped his hands again, and suddenly a group of women in red dance costumes began to dance like butterflies. The woman in the lead had her face covered with a white veil and was facing Xiao Ming. She would look at Xiao Ming from time to time while dancing. Yue Yun and Liu Chen were stunned. They were both rough guys not long ago and had never seen such a scene. For a moment, their eyes were fixed on these graceful dancers. As the saying goes, 3 years of military service is like a sow climbing a tree. Xiao Ming noticed the expressions of the 2 men and wondered whether he should give these soldiers, who were far away from their country, a channel to vent their emotions. King Sanshan had been staring at Xiao Ming. Seeing that Xiao Ming had no interest in the leading woman, he was a little disappointed. When the song ended, he said, "I wonder if Your Highness is satisfied with my daughter's dance." Xiao Ming was startled when he heard this. Then he came to his senses and said, "This dance is graceful and beautiful. It is indeed pleasing to the eyes." King Sanshan became more and more disappointed. Xiao Ming did not praise his daughter's beauty at all. Xiao Ming laughed in his heart. This King of 3 Mountains was probably playing the strategy of marriage alliance, but he would not fall for it. After all, there was a huge difference between his daughter and Fei Yue. However, King Sanchen had a heart and he couldn't just turn a blind eye. After all, this was also for the sake of mutual trust. He said, I have another younger brother who is 28 years old this year. He is a good match for your daughter. Thank you for your grace, your highness. The atmosphere in the palace was originally a bit awkward, but Xiao Ming's words immediately livened up the atmosphere like the finishing touch. King Sanchen, there is no need to thank me. They are a talented man and a beautiful woman, a perfect match made in heaven. It is a beautiful thing, Xiao Ming said. King Sanchen is also a shrewd person. Xiao Ming's younger brother is also a prince, which is still out of his league for a small country like his, but this is enough for him. The marriage was settled in a few words, and the atmosphere in the palace suddenly became heated. Yue Yun and Liu Chen also started talking more because of the alcohol. Your Highness, the most dangerous thing in the sea is sharks. When we drove away the Japanese just now, I was almost eaten by a shark. After a few drinks, Liu Chen opened up and began to talk about his heroic deeds during his time in the Three Mountains Kingdom. Yue Yun spit out a gulp of his wine and said, You deserved it. You saw the shark's fins exposed, yet you insisted on showing off and saying you wanted to challenge it. Then that shark rushed out, 3 or 4 meters long. You're lucky it didn't eat you. Xiao Ming and Huang Tingjai were eating seafood and didn't bother to pay attention to the two of them, especially Huang Tingjai, who seemed to have never eaten seafood before and was eating voraciously. Not wanting to be left behind, he took an abalone and stuffed it into his mouth. It must be said that the creatures in the ocean in this era are very abundant. For example, abalone, according to Liu Chen, these things are densely packed on the islands and reefs, and no one eats them. But they would not miss this good thing. Now they eat this thing every now and then in the military camp, which makes Xiao Ming sigh that their life is really comfortable. After eating an abalone, Xiao Ming set his sights on the large lobsters in the middle of the basin. Each of these lobsters was enormous. They looked to weigh at least half a pound, and they were all freshly caught. Xiao Ming's greasy hands reached out for the lobsters again. Xiao Ming burped after a satisfying meal. Even in modern times, such a meal was considered a luxury. However, after the meal, it was time to talk business. He asked, Hasn't the pirate who had been caught yet? Yue Yun showed an annoyed look and said, Not yet. I suspect he has already fled to Japan. The ones attacking the merchant caravans at sea are just small pirates. He is always a hidden danger. He will definitely not be willing to lose the Three Mountains Kingdom. Japan will not be willing to give up this place. I think they will come back again. Xiao Ming understood that what Yue Yun said was true. This country has never been at peace since ancient times. It has always wanted to invade other countries. Dynasties in history have conquered Japan several times, but all ended in failure. But since Xiao Ming is here, he will not raise a tiger to harm himself and let them grow. While they were talking, a huge fleet was gathering at Nagasaki port in Japan. At the dock, Huhai was carefully accompanying a Japanese man. The man was wearing a loose black kimono, a black triangular hat, and had a pair of triangular eyes. He looked intimidating. He was Sakai, who was defeated in Ryukyu. Huhai, you need to take the main responsibility for losing the Sanchen Kingdom, so after we set off, let your men drive in front, Sakai said in a commanding tone. A hint of anger flashed in Huhai's eyes when he heard this. After being defeated by the Kingzhou fleet, he fled to Japan with the remaining troops. After Japan occupied the Sanchen Kingdom, it supported him to become the powerful figure in the kingdom. So now he can only rely on Japan to regain power, but now Japan is preparing for war against Goryeo and is unable to take care of the Three Mountains Kingdom. At his request, Yamada Nobunaga only agreed to send some pirates to assist him. Because in Yamada Nobunaga's opinion, it is impossible for Kingzhou to station so many fleets at the docks of the Sanchen Kingdom every time. Yes, I will arrange it right away. Although he was angry, Huhai still did it. After all, he was under someone else's roof and had to bow his head. He now needed Japan to help him regain everything he had lost. Otherwise, he would have ended up completely pirated. Seeing Huhai leave, Sakai showed a look of contempt. He had looked down on this guy from the beginning to the end. This time, Yamada Nobunaga's goal was not to seize the Sanchen Kingdom, but to capture a Kingzhou warship. After making all preparations, Sakai led the pirate ship towards the Sanchen Kingdom, hoping that this time they would get what they wanted. Three Mountain Kingdom. After the dinner, Xiao Ming and others stayed in the palace. The next day, everyone got up very late. With the wine and delicious food, they slept soundly all night. But at noon, he was suddenly awakened by Yue Yun's voice. Your Highness, the cruising warships discovered a large number of pirate ships heading towards the dock. Yue Yun said nervously. If Xiao Ming was not here, it would not matter, but since Xiao Ming was here, he could not help but worry about Xiao Ming's safety. Pirate ship. Xiao Ming frowned. He put on his clothes and stood up. This pirate really knew how to pick the right time. Could it be that there is a traitor among us who has exposed my whereabouts? Your Highness, this is impossible. We just arrived last night, but it takes the Japanese pirates some time to prepare a pirate fleet. We just happened to catch up this time. Xiao Ming nodded. I really don't know if it's me or them who are unlucky this time. After saying that, Xiao Ming looked at the more than 20 warships docked at the dock. For Xiao Ming's safety, Yue Yun put in a lot of effort this time. Of course they are unlucky. Yue Yun said with a smile, but Your Highness, please seek temporary refuge in the bastion. It is not safe in this palace. Xiao Ming nodded. The best way at this time was to cause them more trouble. After a simple wash, Xiao Ming left the palace and went to the military camp in the bastion. At this time, the soldiers in the bastion were all dressed neatly and entered their own defense positions, as if a great battle was about to begin. After Yue Yun and Liu Chen made arrangements for Xiao Ming, they walked towards the dock together. The news sent back by the cruising warships meant that the pirate fleet was not far from here. They had to set sail now to fight and eliminate the pirates at sea. Otherwise, once the pirates landed, Xiao Ming would be in danger. Thinking of this, both of them became a little nervous. When they arrived at the dock, they immediately called the crew on board. Everything was ready. Yue Yun and Liu Chen led the fleet to the north. According to the news sent back by the cruising warships, there were as many as 200 pirate ships this time, and the lineup was powerful. But even so, the two were very confident in their ability to fight at sea. 200 warships without artillery were just like targets. The only thing they had to worry about was being approached by these ships. At this time, Hu Hai and Sakai could already see the coastline of the Sanshin Kingdom. A cruel look flashed in Hu Hai's eyes. This time he must massacre the palace with blood to let them know who is the king of the Sanshin Kingdom. The calm sea surface is like a blue mirror. Under the golden sunlight, it seems that countless golden carps are swimming in the mirror. A gentle sea breeze brought with it a hint of the salty smell of the sea. Yue Yun and Liu Chen commanded the warship to sail upstream. White seagulls were circling above the battleships, completely unaware that a war was about to break out. After leaving the dock, the pirate warship suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. At this time, Liu Chen picked up the telescope and looked over. Now the two sides were only 3 or 4 miles apart. With the help of the telescope, he could clearly see the personnel on the Japanese warship. General, it's Sakai and Hu Hai. Liu Chen said, just as I expected, Hu Hai was not captured alive that day. This is a hidden danger. Yue Yun also picked up the telescope to investigate. There were not many Antaku ships among the warships that came to the Sanshin Kingdom this time, and there seemed to be only about 30 or so. In his opinion, the other warships were not called warships at all. Strictly speaking, they were just modified merchant ships. At this time, there were many people dressed as Japanese warriors standing on these merchant ships, and in addition, there were pirates dressed as soldiers of the Sanshin Kingdom. However, when Yue Yun saw the small boat at the end of the fleet, his expression suddenly changed. Liu Chen seemed to have noticed something as well. He said, this time they brought fire attack ships. It seems these Japanese pirates have learned their lesson. Yue Yun's face was a little solemn. These fire attack ships were all small boats, which were maneuvered by 2 or 3 warships to rush into the enemy and ignite them. Some of the fire attack ships even had barrels of explosives on board. It would be very troublesome if you were stuck by such a fire attack ship. Sometimes this type of fire attack ship does not even need human operation. It only needs to drift along the wind direction into the enemy warship group to cause damage. After thinking for a while, he said, we are now in the upwind direction. You should immediately command the fleet to launch its seizing operation to prevent them from moving upwind. Yes, General, Liu Chen said in a deep voice. They take every naval battle seriously. Although they are confident, they are not arrogant. 236 ships. Yue Yun counted the number of Sakai and Hu Hai's warships. If he could completely wipe out these warships this time, he believed that the incidents of Japanese pirates attacking merchant ships at sea would become very rare. Because these pirates are very active on the sea now. This time they had a total of 24 warships staying in the 3 Mountains Kingdom, including 1 second-level sailing warship and 23 third-level warships. This type of warship is now the focus of shipbuilding production, because compared with large warships, the third-level warships have more balanced flexibility and speed, and their speed at sea is much faster than that of Japan's Ataku ships. As long as they are targeted, these Japanese pirate warships will not be able to escape. More than 20 warships appeared on the sea, and Sakai and Huhai were both shocked. How is this possible? Huhai looked at the suddenly appearing Kingju fleet as if he was poured with a bucket of cold water. In the past 6 months, he often sent people to the dock for reconnaissance. Each time, there were only 3 warships docked at the dock. This time, their plan was to rush directly into the dock and seize the ships of the Kingju fleet. When the Japanese get the warships, they will cooperate with him to attack the bastion and completely drive the King of Chi's army out of the Sanshin kingdom. Sakai's face was extremely gloomy. You traitor, you must have betrayed us to seek credit from the King of Chi, allowing their fleet to ambush us here. Lord Sakai, it's absolutely impossible. I will never betray you. Huhai was also a little flustered at this time. During this period, they had fought many battles with Kingju's cruising warships at sea, but the Kingju warships, sailing speed, firepower, and flexibility far exceeded theirs. Every time they were discovered attacking merchant ships, there was only one outcome. They were sunk by the gunfire of Kingju warships. It was for this reason that Sakai was angry. Because the distance was so close, more than 200 warships could not turn around in time, which made him think that this was a trap. Really? In that case, lead your fleet to stop them now, Sakai said angrily. He would not be foolish enough to engage in a battle with the Kingju warships at sea. Huhai's face turned pale instantly. He took a step back and recalled the horror of the Kingju warship half a year ago. Haha, I knew you betrayed us. Now you have 2 choices. Either you attack with your men now, or I will kill you with my own hands. Which one do you choose, Sakai? I didn't betray you. You can't treat me like this. At this time, 2 Japanese soldiers responded and grabbed Huhai. Huhai's face suddenly turned pale. Anyone can say that, but now you don't even want a chance to prove your innocence. How can I trust you? Sakai said. Then he gave the 2 soldiers a look. The 2 soldiers immediately took Huhai to the bow of the ship, and he drew out his bushido and was ready to strike with his sword at any time. Huhai finally lost hope and begged for mercy. I'll go. Hearing this, Sakai smiled with satisfaction and said, if you had made this decision earlier, you wouldn't have to suffer. Huhai's face was gloomy and uncertain. Only then did he realize that the daimyo of Sakai and Japan had never regarded him as a human being. In their eyes, he was just a dog. Despite his sadness, he still led his fleet to rush towards the Kingju warship. Yue Yun had been observing them, and the actions of the 2 on the ship were also seen by him. The chaos on the ship only lasted for a while and then ended. Then he saw some warships moving towards him. Yue Yun was a little confused and didn't understand what was going on, but he just thought about it for a moment and stopped thinking about it. At this time, the warship commanded by Liu Chen had slowed down and was preparing for a battle. Sure enough, after a while the warship began to turn, with one side of the warship facing Huhai's fleet. Because the number of ships in Huhai's fleet was too large, Liu Chen did not dare to take the risk of letting the warship get too close. Otherwise, once Huhai's warships approached the warship, they would have countless ways to deal with his warships. Once they come into contact, the enemy's sailors will jump into the sea and use methods such as sinking the ships and burning them to attack their warships. In the past, when they fought at sea, they had suffered these despicable methods from the Japanese pirates. And the most important thing is that Xiao Ming is on the island this time, so it is even less likely for him to take this risk. This time, Liu Chen's warships were divided into 3 groups. He led the central army. While he was preparing, the left and right fleets encircled the pirate warships from the flanks. They planned to cut off the retreat of the pirate warships and annihilate the enemy in one fell swoop. Their duty now is to fight for sea power, and they must not miss the opportunity to destroy Japan's vitality. Huhai and Sakai stood at the bow and looked at the Kingju warship that was turning with increasingly grim expressions. They understood that this was a sign that the Kingju warship was preparing to open fire. On the vast ocean, the Kingju warships were connected head to head, and the white canvas blown by the wind made the warships form a one shape on the sea. Huhai's warships came from north to south. Before the battle, a T shape was formed between the 2 fleets, which was the most classic battle formation in the era of sailing warships. Because this is enough for the fleet to exert 100 of its firepower. General, can we start? Liu Chen asked. Yue Yun nodded and said, let's get started. Let's get rid of these pirates as soon as possible. For him, he had no worries about this battle. In the face of the absolute gap in strength, the war was nothing more than a one-sided crushing. As long as they were not ambushed, they would not suffer defeat. Yes, General. Liu Chen turned around and went back. He asked the flag bearer to send a flag signal to the warships ahead. The small red flag was waving in the hands of the messenger, followed by a series of roars. Liu Chen and Yue Yun, standing on the flagship, saw countless black spots flying towards the pirate warship in the distance like lightning. Whether it was the Japanese warships or Hu Hai's warships, the Navy, which was still stuck in traditional boarding combat, simply rushed forward in a swarm, and their combat was completely disorganized. Now Sakai and Hu Hai once again demonstrated their ignorance of naval tactics. At this time, the first batch of more than 30 warships rushed over like a charging warrior. Under the grapeshot fired by hundreds of cannons, dozens of ships were instantly turned into a hornet's nest, and almost all the crew members on the ships were killed or injured. After the first round of shelling, Sakai's heart skipped a beat, a primal fear of death. Looking at the destroyed warships in the front row, Sakai's face was as if covered with a layer of yellow wax, and Hu Hai was so scared that his legs went weak and he sat directly on the ground. Now his vision suddenly became wider, because many of the ships in front of him had been turned into wooden debris. The soldiers on the ship were howling in pain. Some of them were seriously injured by the shells, while others jumped into the sea out of fear. For a moment, the screams of the pirates before their death were everywhere. The sea water had been dyed red, and the smell of blood attracted the fish in the sea. "Help, help!" the soldiers in the water shouted desperately, but Hu Hai could only watch his men struggling in the water numbly. "Send out the second fleet quickly." Sakai suddenly shouted hysterically, and then he ordered his warships to retreat. Hu Hai immediately understood that Sakai did not suspect him of being a traitor at all, but wanted to use his own men as human shields to allow him to retreat calmly. He was angry, but the Japanese soldiers had their knives at his neck, so he could only continue to send out warships for the sake of his own life. However, he overestimated the loyalty of his soldiers. In the face of absolute power, the once fierce pirates turned into cowards. They all maneuvered their warships to escape. The originally strict fleet formation soon fell into chaos, with ships squeezing and colliding with each other. Yue Yun was not going to let any pirates leave. He couldn't even eat the meat that was right in front of his mouth. This was a problem with his ability. While the Japanese pirates and Hu Hai's warships were in chaos, the two flanking fleets quickly surrounded the Japanese fleet from behind and began to attack with artillery. Attacked from three sides, black grapeshot poured down, and the 200 ships were unable to resist in the chaos and were sunk one by one. The desperate pirates struggled in the water, trying to grab any floating object they could cling to. If they were given another chance, they would never fight the Qingzhou Navy again. The artillery fire on the sea continued, and Sakai and Hu Hai's warships were not spared. After falling into the water, the two groped in the water for a while and climbed onto a huge wooden board. At this time, the two were no longer harmonious, but were like enemies meeting each other with hatred. Sakai resented Hu Hai for causing him to become like this, while Hu Hai hated Sakai for sending him to his death. The two of them just looked at each other, and then began to face the other crew members who were trying to climb onto the wooden board. Looking at the chaotic scene on the sea, Yue Yun's attention quickly focused on two people, because one of the Japanese was dressed too eye-catchingly, and that person was Sakai. "General, Hu Hai is also on it," Liu Chen said, pointing to the chaotic place not far away. Many people were fighting for a piece of ship wreckage floating on the sea. "Hey, let's see where you can run this time," Yue Yun suddenly laughed. Ever since defeating Sakai and Ryukyu, Sakai had been attacking merchant ships at sea, and now he had finally caught them all. "Now go capture them." "Yes, General," Liu Chen commanded the fleet to sail towards the sea where the battle was taking place. At this point, the naval battle had basically come to an end, and the difference between sailing gunboats and ordinary warships was once again vividly demonstrated. The naval battle was over and Yue Yun relaxed. When the warships arrived at the target location, they rescued the embarrassed Sakai and Hu Hai from the sea. Liu Chen led the soldiers and escorted the two men to Yue Yun. He hit each of them on the knee, and the two men immediately knelt down. Yue Yun nodded and said, "Return and bring them to His Highness." After receiving the order, the warships began to head towards the dock. During the battle, many warships escaped, and only more than 50 warships were actually sunk. After sending 5 warships in pursuit, he returned to the dock with the remaining warships. At this time, Xiao Ming had already come out of the bastion. He watched the entire naval battle on the bastion, which was generally very spectacular. "Your Highness, we've captured Sakai and Hu Hai." Yue Yun disembarked from the warship and threw the two men in front of Xiao Ming. Glancing at Hu Hai, he asked, "Are you Hu Hai?" "Yes." "Yes." Hu Hai was like a puddle of mud at this time, scared to death. "Do you know the Japanese language?" Xiao Ming asked again. "Yes, yes." Hu Hai said nervously. Xiao Ming nodded. "Then you translate what I said for me," he said. He then looked at Sakai and said, "Sakai, Earl Clare asked me to give you his regards when I see you. He said he really wants to see you again. It seems I can fulfill his wish this time." Xiao Ming said something, and Hu Hai immediately translated it. Sakai's eyes were filled with fear when he heard this. He shouted, "You can't hand me over to Clare. He will definitely torture me." During the rebellion in Fort Zealandia, Sakai led Japanese mercenaries to kill hundreds of Dutch soldiers. Clare hated him to the core and once told him that if he could capture Sakai, he should hand him over to him and he would reward him with a generous gift. In fact, Xiao Ming has always been worried about the movements of Japan. He said, "Then it's very simple. Tell me why you are worthy of my keeping you." If Sakai had a knife now, he would definitely commit suicide, but it was obviously impossible now. The only thing that was more terrifying than death was the torture worse than death. Thinking of the Dutch's methods, he said dejectedly, "I know the daimyo's plan to attack Goryeo. Attack Goryeo." Xiao Ming and Yue Yun looked at each other. During this period, the secret guards and Yue Yun had both noticed some of Japan's movements. They vaguely felt that Japan was going to use military force against Goryeo, but they were not sure when and how they would attack Goryeo. "When are you Japanese planning to attack Goryeo?" Xiao Ming's eyes rolled around. He had to admit that Yamada Nobunaga's decision was wise under the current circumstances. In the end, he chose to occupy Goryeo first. Sakai lowered his head, a strange look flashing in his eyes. He said, "The plan and route map for attacking Goryeo are here with me. Please allow me to present them to your highness." Xiao Ming nodded after hearing this. After getting the consent, Sakai stretched out his hand into his arms, and when he took it out, it was clearly a dagger with a scabbard. Seeing this, Xiao Ming was horrified. At this moment, Sakai, who was kneeling in front of them, suddenly jumped up and stabbed Xiao Ming. His eyes were replaced by fanaticism and violence, and there was no trace of humility left. "Be careful, your highness." Yue Yun and Liu Chen were horrified, and they immediately rushed towards Sakai. But just when Sakai was 50 centimeters away from Xiao Ming, a gunshot suddenly rang out. Sakai's body froze for a moment, and then he fell down with a bang. At this time, Xiao Ming was holding a short-barreled rifle in his hand, and it was he who shot Sakai in the head at the critical moment. Sakai, who was shot, was lying on the ground. Yue Yun and Liu Chen also rushed over at this time. Yue Yun turned Sakai's body over and saw a round bullet hole on Sakai's forehead. Blood was oozing out. "Your Highness, I deserve to die." Liu Chen's face turned pale and he knelt in front of Xiao Ming. Frowning, Xiao Ming said, "You are so careless. Why didn't you search the whole body of this evildoer? Your Highness, I was so eager to take credit that I forgot about this matter. All the blame lies with me." Liu Chen's forehead was sweating. Sakai and Hu Hai were so embarrassed when they were pulled out that he overlooked this matter. 50 lashes of the cane and a 6-month salary deduction. Xiao Ming snorted. He had always been clear about rewards and punishments. He had given Liu Chen and Yue Yun generous rewards for taking over the 3 kingdoms of Mountain, but it would be difficult to restore military discipline without punishing them for such negligence. Yue Yun is still frightened. If anything happens to Xiao Ming here, he will be blamed for it. He said, "Liu Chen, His Highness has already shown you mercy. Remember this lesson. I'll see if you dare to be careless again in the future." Liu Chen was filled with shame. He knew that Xiao Ming had given him a light punishment. He said, "I will remember your Highness's teachings." Xiao Ming also learned about Liu Chen's character from Yue Yun. Maybe it was because he was born a fisherman, so he did things casually. However, every general has his shortcomings and strengths, and Liu Chen is still an expert in fighting. This time he was teaching Liu Chen a lesson, so that he, like Lu Fei, would always remember the seriousness of the mistakes he had made. "These pirates are truly vicious and cruel. I almost believed his lies." Xiao Ming said solemnly, "Throw his body into the sea to feed the fish. Also, all captured pirates will be forced to do hard labor." "Yes, your Highness," Yue Yun and Liu Chen said hatefully, and it was Liu Chen who wished he could kill all the Japanese pirates in the sea. Then Xiao Ming looked at Hu Hai, and Hu Hai's body suddenly trembled. "Your Highness, I didn't know that Sakai was going to assassinate you. Please spare my life, please spare my life." Hu Hai kowtowed like pounding garlic. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes, and Xiao Ming felt that he was still a little kind. After more than 4 years in this world, some modern people's thinking was still shackled his behavior. However, Sakai's assassination attempt this time made him realize that although technological civilization has emerged in the West, barbarism is still the main theme of this world. Kill him. Xiao Ming said coldly that from now on he would weigh the pros and cons of everything he did, and it was obvious that Hu Hai was better dead than alive. Upon hearing this, Yue Yun signaled to the 2 soldiers, who immediately dragged Hu Hai out and executed him. At this moment, King Sanchen also arrived. He was overjoyed to see that Hu Hai, who had once shown off his power in front of him, was captured. His people had already told him the result of the naval battle. Both Hu Hai and the Japanese warships were defeated. Your Highness, Prince of Qi, could you please hand Hu Hai over to me for personal disposal? King Sanchen made no secret of his hatred for Hu Hai. Sure. Xiao Ming said that the current Three Mountains Kingdom needs the Three Mountains King to maintain its rule, and giving him some small favors is an appropriate choice. Hu Hai knew he was going to die, so he stopped struggling. King Sanchen snatched a long sword from a soldier and stabbed it into Hu Hai's chest. With a scream, Hu Hai opened his eyes wide and slowly fell into a pool of blood. Thank you, Your Highness. I have finally avenged myself. King Sanchen burst into tears of gratitude. Xiao Ming said calmly, Hu Hai is dead, and the Japanese pirates have been severely damaged. From now on, the Sanchen Kingdom is safe. I hope the King of Sanchen will remember his responsibilities as a foreign nation. Yes, Your Highness, said King Sanchen. Xiao Ming came to the Sanchen Kingdom this time just to inspect the place. King Zhu had many political affairs, and he didn't want to stay here for long. After resting for 2 days, he returned to Dengzhou on the Qingzhou warship. On the flagship, Yue Yun suddenly asked, gazing at the gradually disappearing dock, Your Highness, why don't you agree to the Sanchen King's marriage request and take his daughter into your harem? Your Highness is already the highest official in the country, and ordinary officials often have 3 wives and 6 concubines. Wouldn't it be wonderful to have one more beauty in your harem, ha ha ha. You still haven't seen through the drama played by King Sanchen. I'm asking you, since his sons were killed by Hu Hai, if he had a daughter of such good character and appearance, why would Hu Hai let her go? Yue Yun was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized, this King of 3 Mountains actually dared to deceive his highness. He really deserves to be punished. Forget it, forget it. When the Dayu Kingdom made peace with the barbarians, it didn't choose a princess. This formal marriage is just a show. I have given him enough face by choosing a prince for him. Xiao Ming said, Your Highness is right, I almost believed it, Yue Yun said with a wry smile. The ship drifted on the sea for 4 days, and on the 5th day the warship arrived at Dengzhou Wharf. Compared to a year ago, Dengzhou is now obviously much more prosperous. Many merchants are coming in and out of the city, busy with maritime trade. However, this time Xiao Ming did not stay at sea for long. Instead, he rested for a day and returned directly to Qingzhou. Now that the king of Wei is dead, Wei and Qi are connected as one, and he has no idea how the other 3 vassal kings will react. It is for this reason that he is in a hurry to go back. Sure enough, as soon as he returned to Qingzhou, Pang Yukun found him immediately. Your Highness, envoys from the kings of Zhao, Liang, and Yan arrived in Qingzhou a few days ago to denounce Your Highness for going back on his word and violating the truce agreement. They stated that if Your Highness does not return the occupied cities, they will jointly raise an army to attack Your Highness. When did this happen? Sitting in the main seat in the main hall, Xiao Ming's expression was as cold as water. When he decided to capture Jinling City, he thought of this possible result. The purpose of the 3 kings' participation at this time was to weaken King Wei while preventing Xiao Ming from becoming too powerful. However, within 2 months, the Southern Expedition Army conquered the 13 states of Wei, which finally made them realize the real threat. Your Highness, the envoys of the 3 kings who were heading to Jinling City have just arrived. Now Governor Niu has personally gone to Yunzhou City to reorganize the city defenses. Pang Yukun's expression was solemn. Although he was unwilling to see the feudal state engulfed in war, he had to admit that it was a chaotic time, and only through war could Xiao Ming seize the royal power of Dayu Kingdom. I thought they would come to Qingzhou after Jinling City was captured, but I didn't expect them to come a whole month late. It seems that they must have reached an agreement within this month, Xiao Ming said thoughtfully. In fact, he had his own considerations when he decided to attack Jinling City. One of them was that Japan was preparing to use military force against Goryeo. If so, the barbarians would inevitably be involved in this war. After all, Goryeo was now a vassal state of the barbarians, not a vassal state of Dayu. Although he did not get the specific time when the war between Japan and Goryeo would start on the ship, according to the information provided by Wang Xuan, this time did not seem to be too long. By then, the barbarians would probably not be able to fight two wars at the same time. If this is the case, King Zhao and King Leang will not be able to get timely reinforcements from the barbarians. In this way, he will not be afraid of the coalition forces of the three kings. After all, although they have the same idea on this matter, they are not united and are very suspicious of each other. There is only one emperor of Dayu Kingdom, and everyone wants to be him. Your Highness is absolutely right, but how should we respond in this case? Pang Yukun knew that war was inevitable, and now he could only take the initiative to respond. Through the war against Wei State, Xiao Ming became stronger and stronger. It was for this reason that he became more and more confident. The most important point was that his sights were not fixed on the small piece of land of Dayu State. In the glorious age of exploration, his goal was the ocean and colonies. It is precisely because the current Western countries laid the foundation for future accumulation during the Age of Discovery, and the large number of colonies made the distribution of white people the most extensive in the world today that white people look down on other races. Now that he has come to this world, Xiao Ming's ambition is not just to fight among his own people. What he wants is to build a huge empire covering the continent and the ocean. For him, it was necessary to end the domestic war as soon as possible so that the united Dayu Kingdom could face the outside world in unison. But he understood that this was a very difficult task. The vassal kings of different surnames had ruled their own vassal states for generations, and the people were more loyal to the vassal kings than to the royal family. The reason why he was able to easily occupy the state of Wei was, on the one hand, because his military force was strong, and on the other hand, the king of Wei and Xiao Ming were both royal relatives, so the people did not have much resistance to him, and their will to resist was weak. Moreover, as a prince, it was destiny for him to inherit the royal territory. However, this is not very useful when facing the other three princes. We can't respond passively this time. King Zhao has just occupied Jinling Pass and has not yet gained a firm foothold in Shu. King Shu's strength is still there. Now we need to support King Shu, Xiao Ming said after hesitating. That's right. If the king of Shu can contain the king of Zhao at this time, the remaining kings of Yan and Liang will be easy to deal with. Pacing back and forth, Xiao Ming continued, take some of the armor and weapons seized from Wei this time. Also, I captured 8,000 matchlock rifles during the last battle against Ryukyu. Together with the ones Luo Hong returned, I will send them to the king of Shu. Of course, I will also have some export-oriented artillery. The artillery for the king of Chu will be given to the king of Shu for now. All 150, Pang Yukun felt a little pained. Give them all. Ask Li Kaiyuan to allocate some merchant ships. Warships will escort these merchant ships and deliver the weapons to Shu. Xiao Ming was very determined. These things were basically of little use to him, but giving them to the king of Shu was not necessarily the right thing to do. Now he only needed the king of Shu to delay the king of Zhao, and it would be worth it even if he had to pay some costs. Pang Yukun nodded. Among the three kings, King Zhao was the most powerful. In his opinion, Xiao Ming's decision was right. He continued, if that's the case, I'll delay a little longer and allow the envoys of the three kings to stay in Qingzhou for a few more days. Xiao Ming laughed when he heard this. Pang Yukun sometimes showed his cunning side. Now that the three envoys were still in Qingzhou, he should use a delaying tactic. The two of them agreed and Pang Yukun went back. At this time, Xiao Ming fell into deep thought. The succession of these vassal kings of different surnames was as long as that of the Great Yu Kingdom. The fact that they could maintain their rule for such a long time was enough to show that they were not fools. In his opinion, this delaying tactic could only delay for a month. He might have to face war in a month. Yan was the closest to him and was directly facing Wei, which he had just occupied. It was a direct threat to him. He believed that Prince Yan must be thinking the same of him now. In fact, this alliance was originally planned by Prince Yan, because if Xiao Ming was defeated, the one who would gain the most actual benefits would be Prince Yan. After all, King Zhao and King Liang were too far away from Wei and Qi. Thinking of this, he naturally set his first target on King Yan. With a plan in mind, Xiao Ming thought of the envoy group he recruited some time ago, whose target was Osman. Although Japan might be able to tie down the barbarian forces, Xiao Ming was still a little uneasy. To him, the only real threat to the barbarians was the Ottoman Empire, because he learned from Yue Yun that the Ottoman Empire was now very powerful, and even the West was wary of it. The war between the two has never stopped. Thinking of this, he decided to move to Bowen College tomorrow to teach them some simple communication language, and then let them dress up as merchants and take a Dutch merchant ship to the Ottoman Empire. Your Highness, why are you so busy with government affairs right after returning? Don't you even take a break? Fei Yue entered the main hall at some point and smiled when she saw Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming's expression softened, and he said, "Some urgent matters really can't be delayed." As he spoke, he saw Fei Yue gently place her hand on her stomach, so he asked, "What's wrong? Is your stomach uncomfortable? Your Highness, the princess is pregnant." Xiao Huan took the initiative to help Fei Yue say it. "She's pregnant." Xiao Ming showed a look of surprise when he heard that. He had not deliberately avoided it since the last time Fiji and Pang Yukon mentioned this matter. Now Fei Yue is finally pregnant. How long has it been? Xiao Ming walked towards Fei Yue and the smile on Fei Yue's face became more intense. "Your Highness, it's been over a month." Fei Yue lowered her head shyly, with a hint of happiness in her eyes. The sadness in his heart was dispelled by the excitement of having a child. Xiao Ming took Fei Yue's hand and said, "Don't do anything during this period. Just focus on taking care of your health. Xiao Huan, now that the princess is pregnant, you must take good care of her." "Yes, Your Highness." Xiao Huan bowed. Fei Yue had a vomiting reaction 6 days ago. After the diagnosis, the imperial physician congratulated Fei Yue on her pregnancy. After receiving the news, Fei Yue and Xiao Huan were very happy. It has been almost 2 years since Fei Yue entered the palace. Although Fei Yue did not say it on the surface, she was always very anxious in her heart. From the day she married Xiao Ming, she was no longer the carefree Fei Yue but the Princess of Qi. She would even become the queen who would rule the country in the future. However, in a harem where a mother's status is determined by her sons, it would be terrible to have no children. After all, she knew that as an emperor, Xiao Ming could not have only her in his harem. Even for a political marriage, new people would be added to the harem. Which emperor in history did not do this? Xiao Ming didn't understand what Fei Yue was thinking. The world was still unstable, and he didn't have much time to waste on love affairs. But now Fei Yue is pregnant, and as a father he needs to fulfill his responsibilities. Seeing that it is getting late, he goes straight to accompany Fei Yue back to the bedroom. In the bedroom, Xiao Ming and Fei Yue were talking and laughing, and they told each other about what they had seen and heard in the Sanshan kingdom. When he mentioned that the king of Sanshan was interested in a marriage, Fei Yue was obviously nervous. However, she only felt relieved when he said that he would marry her to the 9th Prince Xiao Zian. Fei Yue's appearance made Xiao Ming laugh. In his opinion, no matter how maladominated and female inferior the society was in ancient times, women still wanted to be favored. Ziyan is 16 years old now, and it's time to choose a princess for him, Fei Yue said. According to seniority, Xiao Zian should call Fei Yue cousin, but he is actually his younger brother. Among the many princes, Xiao Ming only has this younger brother who is trustworthy. After all, Xiao Zian has both royal blood and Fijian blood, so letting him marry King Sanshan's daughter as a concubine would be fair to King Sanshan. After all, King Sanshan is just a small country, and now he only needs stability on the island. Speaking of Xiao Zian, Xiao Ming asked, "By the way, what has Zian been doing recently?" Xiao Ming asked. After the last trip to Chang, and Xiao Zian and his mother went to Qingzhou together. After the first day they met, he rarely saw Xiao Zian. "Your Highness is truly forgetful. When you arranged for a group of Chang and officials to study at Bowen Academy, didn't your Highness also arrange for him to go in? He is currently studying at Bowen Academy. What are you learning?" Xiao Ming asked habitually. He didn't think so before, but ever since Xiao Wengshuan gave him the position, he began to instinctively pay attention to the Chang and nobles in Qingzhou, and among them, he was most concerned about these young princes. After all, in the royal family where bloodline is paramount, any prince could be his rival for power. Fortunately, after the Chang and rebellion, these princes lost their shelter and posed no threat to him because they had no army. In other words, he needed these princes again. For example, they could be used for marriage. Fei Yue's eyes flickered and she said carefully, "Ziyan doesn't have any ambitions. He just reads some navigation books. Oh, is he interested in sailing?" Xiao Ming said he didn't know why he suddenly felt relieved. If Fei Yue said that Xiao Zian was studying government affairs and military affairs, he would definitely have some ideas in his mind. He's never interested in anything for more than 2 or 3 days. My aunt said he might not amount to anything in the future, Fei Yue said. Xiao Ming nodded. He understood what Fei Yue meant. They were protecting Xiao Zian and were afraid that Xiao Ming would find a crime and kill him. After all, the current chaos in Deu Kingdom is caused by the prince's fight for the throne. If the crown prince had not killed the king, Deu Kingdom would not be in such a situation. Now an adult prince is under Xiao Ming's nose. According to the thinking of Deu Kingdom officials, they must keep a close eye on this prince. Princess, don't be nervous. I was just asking casually, Xiao Ming said. He knew that his every word and action would be speculated by others. Fei Yue felt relieved. After all, Xiao Zian was his cousin, and they had a very good relationship in private. She couldn't bear to see the two brothers killing each other. After a pause, Xiao Ming continued, tomorrow, the king will go to see him and discuss the marriage. The daughter of King Sanshan has already arrived in Qingzhou with the king, so the wedding should be arranged as soon as possible so that the envoy of King Sanshan can return and report. Well, if your highness feels it is inconvenient, I can persuade him, Fei Yue said. In that case, let him have a meal at the palace tomorrow. While the two were talking, Pang Yukun had already arranged for the three kings, envoys, to rest in the Wei family restaurant. Since he was going to delay the visit, he would serve them with delicious food and drinks. After 3 rounds of drinks, the 3 kings, envoys, went upstairs. After Pang Yukun left, the other 2 came out of their rooms and went to the third person's room. Minister Wang, you should come up with an idea. Our spies clearly said that the Prince of Qi has returned, but Pang Yukun refuses to admit it. Isn't this clearly a way to hold us back? This time, the person sent by King Zhao was still Wang Zai, the person sent by King Yan was still Qi Zhang, and the people sent by King Leang remained unchanged. Wang Zai frowned and said, you are right, Pang Yukun is trying to hold us back. If that's the case, the King of Qi must be unwilling to hand over the 13 states of Wei. Need I say this? Is it reasonable to spit out something you've eaten? Minister Wang, Crown Prince, I think we should not waste time. We should go back and prepare for war, the envoy of King Zhao said. Qi Zhang clapped his hands and said, that's what I meant. Wei is still unstable, and the King of Qi's army cannot be withdrawn from Wei in time. It's the perfect time to attack Yunzhu directly. Wang Zai had some concerns. The army of King Zhao was still fighting with the army of King Shu, and it was impossible to withdraw troops at this time. Moreover, King Zhao knew very well that even if Xiao Ming was forced to withdraw his troops from Wei, the one who would benefit the most would be King Yan. The most important thing is that their spies learned that Prince Yan also mastered the technology of manufacturing matchlock guns. In addition, Prince Yan has always been known as a wise king in the vassal state. In the eyes of Prince Zhao, the threat posed by Prince Yan is no less than that of Xiao Ming. Moreover, the Prince of Yan's fiefdom is closest to Chang, and it would be troublesome if the Prince of Yan stabbed us in the back. Don't be anxious, both of you. Acting rashly could lead to disaster. The King of Qi hasn't rejected our proposal yet. If we rashly start a war, wouldn't we suffer heavy casualties and lose more than we gain? Wang Zai could not withstand the questioning of Zheng Hao and Qi Zhang, but now King Zhao really could not spare any troops to deal with Xiao Ming. So when he came, King Zhao ordered him to try his best to force Xiao Ming to make concessions through coercion, and if that was not possible, he had to drag it out until the war in Shu was over. Waiting again, if we wait any longer, we will miss the opportunity, and our vassal state will be in danger. Qi Zhang looked anxious, and he was the most worried about these 3 people. Now that Xiao Ming has swallowed up the 13 states of Wei, Yan State, which is adjacent to Wei, has been hit hardest. When Xiao Ming suddenly captured the city of Jinling, the spies passed the news to Baju. At that time, King Yan was shocked. Although King Yan believed that this truce agreement could only restrict Xiao Ming for a period of time, he did not expect that he would tear up the contract in just half a year. According to the King of Yan's idea, he planned to use the matchlock rifles he obtained from Xiao Ming to build a musket team. However, in the past 6 months, he ordered the conscription of craftsmen from all over the country to forge them, and now only 8.0 matchlock rifles have been produced, which is still far from his goal. So he immediately sent envoys to discuss the matter with Zhao and Leang, trying to further weaken Xiao Ming or even completely destroy Qi. We can't wait any longer. If King Zhao refuses to send troops, Liang State is willing to form an alliance with Yan State and jointly launch an attack on Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming is now the only royal relative who poses a threat to us. As long as Xiao Ming is alive, we will not be at peace. We have served the Xiao family for so many years, and it is time for us to sit on the throne. Zheng Hao's words were very explicit, completely tearing off the 3 people's superficial disguise. He knew very well that the royal family was a thing of the past. Within the vassal states, they no longer called themselves vassal kings, but directly called themselves kings. The former Yan, Zhao, and Liang territories had become Yan, Zhao, and Liang. For them, even if they did not want the kingdom of Deu, they still hoped to completely break free from the shackles of the royal family and dominate the area. But just when they were dreaming, Xiao Ming became their nightmare. A prince who had the ability to unify the Deu kingdom was their biggest threat. As expected, Liang is still the most righteous. Qi Zhang laughed heartily upon hearing this. He addressed Wang Zai bluntly, Minister Wang, don't think that just because you have the 13th prince you can command the world. Since the founding of Deu, we have been diligently cultivating our own fiefdom. We all know what's in our hearts. If Zhao had sent troops this time, we would have respected the king of Zhao. But now that you're making excuses, don't blame us for being disrespectful to the king of Zhao. Wang Zai's face lit up with displeasure when he heard this. He said in a cold voice, Your Highness, your words are a bit excessive. Do you think that King Zhao will stop attacking Shu and turn to attack King Qi just because you say you respect King Zhao? Humph, King Zhao knows exactly what the Yan and Liang families are planning. If we defeat Xiao Ming, the 13 states of Wei and Xiao Ming cities will belong to King Yan, and King Liang will seize the opportunity to attack King Yang and seize Jizhu and other cities. We will be powerless and can only serve as your thugs. Qi Zhang and Zhang Hao's eyes flickered, and they both felt a little guilty. Just as Wang Zai said, they had long been on guard against King Zhao and had some secret deals, but they never expected that there were shrewd people around King Zhao who saw through it at a glance. Seeing that the two were silent, Wang Zai continued, There are ways to get the king of Zhao to send troops. As long as you send troops to help the king of Zhao conquer Shu, we will send troops to join you in attacking Qi. Qi Zhang and Zhang Hao were both silent. What was the difference between King Zhao taking over Shu and King Qi taking over Wei? What, don't you dare. Wang Zai was unreasonable, and he knew that the king of Yan and the king of Liang had ulterior motives. Then Minister Wang, please tell us what we should do. Since King Zhao sent Minister Wang to Qingzhou, it can't be that he is going to have fun in the red light district. Qi Zhang's face flushed, and he was obviously angry. Zhang Hao couldn't help laughing when he heard that. He said with a hint of sarcasm, Your Highness, you must be joking. Minister Wang wouldn't go to that kind of place. Qi Zhang burst into laughter upon hearing this, while Wang Zai's face turned as black as charcoal. Everyone in the world knew that he was a eunuch. He had the lowest status among the three, and the other two had never looked down on him. Moreover, the two of them knew very well that no matter how they mocked him, he could only obey the king of Zhao's wishes. Wang Zai suppressed his anger and forced a smile. He said, King Zhao means that if Xiao Ming does not agree to this condition, you two families can send troops first, and then come to support us after we capture Shu. While the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. King Zhao really has a good plan. Qi Zhang snorted coldly. Wang Zai spoke calmly, My lord, I haven't finished what I'm saying yet. Before this, the king of Zhao will send out the remaining 40 cavalrymen in Chang'an City as a gesture of sincerity. Now you should believe it, right? Zhang Hao's eyes rolled around, and he said to Qi Zhang, This isn't impossible. In my opinion, the king of Qi won't cry until he sees the coffin. This time, if we raise an army together, maybe he'll give in if he sees that we're serious. Well, that's a good idea. Let's go ask Pang Yukun tomorrow. If the king of Qi still avoids us, we will each return and lead our troops to attack, Qi Zhang said. The three of them reached a preliminary agreement. Wang Zai left first because he was unhappy, and Zhang Hao then returned to his room to rest. After the two left, Qi Zhang showed a strange smile. In fact, everything now was within the plan of King Yan. The first item of this plan was to allow Xiao Ming to annex Wei territory. Then he would unite with other vassal kings to attack Xiao Ming and force him to hand over the 13 states. Now, their Yan state could get the 13 states of Wei without any soldiers, and Xiao Ming's efforts would be in vain. The person living next door to Qi Zhang was Wang Zai. When he returned to the room, his face suddenly twisted and he let out a fierce poo in the direction of Qi Zhang's room. You brat, sooner or later I will chop you off with my own hands. Wang Zai was filled with hatred. Although the king of Zhao was ready to send 40 cavalrymen this time, he was not very interested in this alliance. One of the reasons was that it would only benefit the state of Yan and the state of Liang. Compared to targeting Xiao Ming, what King Zhao was really anxious about was annexing Shu. In this way, King Zhao could attack or defend like the Qin state, and he would also have control of a granary. From then on, he would be sure to win the battle for supremacy in the world. And at that time, the first person they would target was the cunning and treacherous prince of Yan. Qi Zhang and Wang Zai have different thoughts, and Zhang Hao also has his own ideas. King Zhao and King Leang both submitted to the barbarians, but King Zhao seized the initiative, which made him quite dissatisfied. He wanted to take advantage of this coalition to seize the cities in Yangdi and expand his territory. Xiao Ming woke up from his sleep to the sound of the pendulum clock ticking. I stood up and checked the time. It was exactly 7 o'clock in the morning. Now with the pendulum clock, the way Qingzhou records time has also changed. Compared with the rough records in the past, the pendulum clock now provides data accurate to the second. Yesterday, he was excited for a long time because of the news that Fei Yue was pregnant. He and Fei Yue chatted until midnight before they both fell asleep. Your Highness has been busy all day and is tired. Why don't you get some more sleep? Fei Yue was lying on the bed, her voice a little lazy. After becoming pregnant, Fei Yue became lazy. Xiao Ming was not surprised by this. This was a characteristic of pregnancy. After all, it came from the modern era, and his technological crystal also had information on this. In his previous life, Xiao Ming was alone and helpless. Now in this world, he is married and had children. He has gradually forgotten the past and feels that he is becoming more and more integrated into this world. Especially when he learned that he had become a father, he suddenly felt a sense of responsibility rising in his heart. He had to be more careful for the sake of his family. After all, there is only one result of the decline of royal power, which is to be completely eliminated by other vassal kings. You go to sleep. I still have to deal with the envoys from King Zhao, King Yan, and King Liang. Xiao Ming smiled faintly. Fei Yue seemed to be blaming herself. She said, "My pregnancy is really inappropriate. It has to happen during this time of war. Isn't this causing trouble for His Highness?" Xiao Ming got off the bed, put on his clothes, and said, "Princess, you are wrong. This political matter is my responsibility. You just need to focus on giving birth. I will not let you encounter any danger." Fei Yue nodded. Maybe because she was too sleepy, she fell asleep again when Xiao Ming was about to say something. He shook his head, dressed neatly, and left the bedroom. After drinking some porridge and eating 5 buns, he went to the government office. When we arrived at the government office, the pendulum clock in the office stopped at 8 o'clock. At this time, the officials in the office were all handling their own government affairs. When Pang Yukun saw Xiao Ming, he said, "Your Highness, I sent those 3 away yesterday. I didn't tell them that Your Highness had returned. However, judging by their expressions, they seem to have heard the news of Your Highness's return. I'm afraid I can't continue to fool them today, so I am going to go out in person today to talk to them and find out their background," Xiao Ming said. To him, the similarity of history is very high. At present, whether the 6 countries attacked Qin or failed, they failed because of their different ideas. Each country has its own ideas. As the saying goes, there will be chaos when there are too many people. This time, the king of Yan, the king of Liang, and the king of Zhao must have different thoughts. If they could be defeated one by one, that would be the perfect result. However, he also understood that there was not much room for maneuver between him and the vassal kings of different surnames. Just as the 2 of them finished their conversation, an officer came into the government office to inform them that Wang Zai and the other 2 were waiting outside. Xiao Ming and Pang Yukun looked at each other, and then they left the government office together. "Your Highness." When they saw Xiao Ming, the 3 of them bowed together. Hui Zhang glanced at Pang Yukun and said dissatisfiedly, "Prime Minister Pang, didn't you say that His Highness was not in Qingzhou? How do you explain it now? Yes, if we hadn't met, I don't know when I would be able to meet His Highness." Zheng Hao also said. Wang Zai glanced at the 2 of them without saying anything. He had served Queen Zhao for many years and was very clear about the meaning of propriety. The 2 men's words seemed to be directed at Pang Yukun, but in fact they were expressing their dissatisfaction with Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming could naturally hear it, so he pretended to say, "The 2 envoys have misunderstood. I haven't informed Prime Minister Pang of my entry into the city, so how could he know? But what is the purpose of your visit to Qingzhou?" As he spoke, Xiao Ming let the 3 people into the government office. At this time, Zhan Xingcheng also rushed over, and the 6 people sat together again in the room where they had signed the truce agreement. "Your Highness, this is the truce agreement we signed at the beginning. I wonder if Your Highness still remembers it." Qi Zhang took out the truce agreement. At this time, Wang Zai and Zheng Hao also took out the contract and placed it on the table. Xiao Ming didn't look at the truce agreement, but said, "Of course I remember this, but what does it have to do with the kings of Zhao, Yan, and Liang? The king of Wei is a traitor, and I'm just dealing with the scum of the royal family. This is my family affair." Hui Zhang and the other 2 were speechless upon hearing this, not knowing how to refute it. Wang Zai was the first to react. He said, "Your Highness, it's not us who are meddling. It was the King of Wei who personally sent an envoy to invite us to discuss this matter. Your Highness broke the contract first, so why are you now turning the tables? HMPH, you threatened me and forced me to sign this truce agreement under the pretext of sending troops. You were the first to take advantage of your power. You said irresponsible things about me attacking King Wei. Then how do you explain King Zhao attacking Shu, King Yan seizing my royal Yingzhou and Songzhou, and King Leang seizing my royal Jinzhou and Suzhou?" Xiao Ming retorted. If he had responded passively before, Xiao Ming now has enough ability to respond proactively, so he has no intention of continuing to talk with them. Everyone understands the current situation in Dayu Kingdom. Qi Zhang and Zheng Hao looked at each other with a flicker in their eyes. After the Chang and rebellion, the two families sent troops to capture several states and counties that once belonged to the royal family. Together with King Zhao, the three of them divided up all the land in the north that once belonged to the royal family. Xiao Ming didn't mention it last time, and they thought Xiao Ming acquiesced to this fact. They didn't expect that Xiao Ming suddenly brought up this matter now. HMPH, these lands are unowned. Why can't we attack them? Qi Zhang said like a rogue. He was at a loss for words on this matter. After all, if they still recognized the royal family, their actions would be treason. Zheng Hao echoed, "That's right. The late emperor is dead, and the 13th prince is just a puppet of King Zhao. Without the late emperor's will, we will not recognize an infant as emperor. Therefore, our purpose in capturing these cities is to temporarily protect these places for the royal family so that they will not fall into the hands of outsiders." Wang Zai was furious upon hearing this. These two were openly calling the king of Zhao a traitor. He said, "The crown prince murdered the king. The king of Zhao entered Chang and to support the royal family. The 13th prince is Queen Zhao's legitimate son. Who else could the throne be if not his? Your Highness the Prince of Qi is right. Your two families are the ones with the most wicked ambitions." Xiao Ming was stunned for a moment. He just casually provoked the three of them, and they started quarreling. He immediately understood that it seemed that there was a big conflict between the three families in secret. By then, even if the three families sent troops together, it would probably be a scene of watching another one die. Thinking of this, he felt more at ease. Although there were contradictions, he believed that the three families could still form an alliance. After all, the common interest of the vassal kings of different surnames was to destroy the royal family. In this way, they will no longer have any constraints and can become emperors on their own. However, Xiao Ming will not let them form an alliance so easily. In the Dayu Kingdom, they are not the only three families who understand conspiracies and intrigues. The meeting hall of the government office seemed to be filled with the smell of gunpowder. Wang Zai's angry rebuke made Qi Zhang and Zheng Hao's faces turn pale, and they looked like they were about to start cursing. However, Qi Zhang still had a clear mind. Faced with the overall situation, he calmed down and said to Wang Zai, "Minister Wang, don't forget why we are here in Qingzhou today." Wang Zai suddenly woke up and realized that he had been instigated by Xiao Ming. Now that Prince Zhao had entered the capital to issue orders to the world, the fact that their two families were taking advantage of the opportunity to seize the royal prefectures and counties was a direct conflict among the three families, because Prince Zhao had issued an edict to reprimand the two for treason and asked them to hand over the city. Naturally, the two families would not agree. King Zhao had taken so many advantages, and they also did not want to suffer any losses. The three of them calmed down and looked at Xiao Ming at the same time. In fact, they had only one purpose in suppressing Xiao Ming, which was Xiao Ming's royal family. If the king of Wei had captured Qi, they would have sent troops as well. Xiao Ming's words had already pushed them into a corner. Qi Zhang completely dropped his disguise and said, "Your Highness, today our three families have come to Qingzhou not to discuss matters with you, but to inform you that if you do not hand over the 13 states of Wei, we will unite our forces to attack you. In that case, I will wait for you outside the city of Yunzhou." Xiao Ming's tone was also very tough. He knew very well that he and the three families would end up in a fight to the death. The king of a different surname would eventually completely exterminate the royal family. If he handed over the 13 states of Wei, he would only go to destruction faster. Qi Zhang and Zheng Hao's hearts trembled. At this time, Xiao Ming's face was firm, and his eyes showed a tone that could not be negotiated. For Qi Zhang, what he hoped most was of course that Xiao Ming would voluntarily hand over the 13 states, but now it seems that this is impossible. Pang Yukun and Zhan Xingcheng exchanged a glance at each other. These three families were being too arrogant today. They were no longer negotiating, but were directly forcing them to give up the Wei territory they had seized. Not to mention that Xiao Ming would not agree to this. Even the soldiers who fought bravely in the bloody battle would not agree to it. How could they give up the territory they fought for with blood and tears? Xiao Ming's tough attitude made the three of them fall into silence. Before meeting Xiao Ming, they were confident that they could make Xiao Ming make concessions, but now it seems impossible. If so, they only have one last option. Your Highness, in that case, we will take our leave. Qi Zhang stood up first and walked out. Then Wang Zai and Zheng Hao also got up and left. After the three of them left, Zhan Xingqing said, Your Highness, this matter is no longer negotiable. When we tore up the truce agreement, we knew this day would come. Even without the truce, the three families would still rise up and attack us. The only thing we need to worry about now is whether the barbarians will get involved. Xiao Ming frowned and said slowly, The current situation in the north can only be resolved through war. Whether the three kings strike first or we do, the result will be the same. Your Highness is absolutely right. There is no point in saying more. Now we can only face this crisis, Zhan Xingqing said. When Xiao Ming came here today, he still held a glimmer of hope, but Qi Zhang's words completely made him wake up. The focus he talked about was not the truce agreement, but the 13 states in Wei, which was his goal. Pang Yukun nodded. When he mentioned this matter to Xiao Ming yesterday, he had no hope for the discussion. Today, when Qi Zhang and the other two sat together, they acted as if there was nothing to discuss. Now he finally understood why Xiao Ming asked him to delay as much as possible, but in this way, he would not be able to use normal means to delay the return of the three people. So he said to Xiao Ming, Your Highness, the three of them will surely return home by now, but the weapons we are sending to Shu will take time. I am planning to ban outsiders from leaving the city, citing the public opinion of arresting thieves. What do you think? Well, this is a good idea. The three of them will definitely be furious. Xiao Ming laughed when he heard this. Pang Yukun is becoming more and more sinister. Zhan Xingqing smiled bitterly and shook his head. Since two countries at war don't kill envoys, this was the only way to deal with these three people. However, he remembered something and said, Your Highness, the King of Shu is the third prince's half-brother, and he has pledged allegiance to the King of Chu. If he's in trouble now, the King of Chu must be equally anxious. Your Highness should inform the King of Chu. That way he only needs the King of Chu to help him hold back the King of Zhao, and the kings of Yan and Liang will be able to handle it with ease. That's exactly what I'm thinking. You'll have to go and do this. When the King of Chu learns that the three families are planning to attack us, he'll definitely send troops to Shu. After all, the King of Chu considers the entire south his own backyard, and he won't allow the King of Zhao to have a piece of the action. Yes, Your Highness, Zhan Xingqing nodded. After deciding this matter, Zhan Xingqing went back to prepare to go on a diplomatic mission to Chu to ask the King of Chu to send troops to Shu. He also asked Pang Yukun to continue preparing assistance to the King of Shu. After explaining these two things, Xiao Ming went to the palace. This time he flatly rejected Qi Zhang's request, and a war in the north was inevitable. It's not that he doesn't understand the art of compromise, but he has been forced into a corner. Even if he hands over the Wei territory, they will jointly attack him within 3 years. As the saying goes, there were no just wars in the spring and autumn period, and there will be no just wars in the current situation in Dayu Kingdom. Strength will ultimately determine everything. It was with this in mind that he took over the 13 states of Wei. Now that he had food and population, as well as firearms, the human wave tactics were no longer so scary to him. Now, with the addition of Wei, the population of the fiefdom basically reached 6 or 7 million. Wei's restaurant. Qi Zhang and the other two had returned here after leaving the government office. This time, all three of them had serious expressions on their faces, without the domineering look they had at the beginning. After going upstairs, the three of them tacitly went to Qi Zhang's room. After hesitating for a moment, Qi Zhang said, Xiao Ming showed no fear when I mentioned joining forces to attack. This is really surprising. Maybe you think too simply of Xiao Ming. When Xiao Ming had only 20 men under his command, he dared to fight against hundreds of thousands of barbarians in Kangzhou and Jizhu. How could he be afraid of us today? Wang Zai said lightly. Zheng Hao also had the same concerns. When Xiao Ming did not make a strong statement, they all believed that Xiao Ming would be afraid, because the first time Xiao Ming signed a truce agreement under their threat, they never thought that Xiao Ming was just playing along at that time. Xiao Ming will die at our hands sooner or later. It's better to destroy him while he's still a fledgling than to wait until he's completely absorbed into the Wei territory. This time we must work together and kill Xiao Ming. If we do so, there will be no one in the great Yu Kingdom who can stand up to us. Noisy and bustling sounds came from the East Market into the Wei family restaurant, and people streamed outside the glass windows. Wang Zai felt uncomfortable looking at the prosperous scene of Qingzhou. In his opinion, Qingzhou was much more prosperous and lively than Chang'an. Facing Zheng Hao's somewhat agitated words, Wang Zai said in a deep voice, "This is the only solution for now. Let's test Xiao Ming and see how capable he is." Qi Zhang smiled. Wang Zai's words signaled a consensus among the three factions. He said, "In that case, we should hurry back and prepare for the formation of the coalition." Wang Zai and Zheng Hao nodded. The three of them went back to pack their luggage and headed out of Qingzhou City. However, when they reached the south gate, they were immediately stopped by the soldiers guarding the city. Prime Minister Pang has ordered that the city is searching for spies from the Wei state, and no outsiders are allowed to leave the city, said the commander of the south gate in a solemn voice. The carriage was stopped and Wang Zai and the other two got out. Seeing this, Qi Zhang shouted angrily, "You blind bastards! I am the crown prince of Yan. What does your search for the king of Wei have to do with me? Why don't you let me go?" A hint of worry flashed across Wang Zai's eyes. He remained silent, while Zheng Hao stood beside Qi Zhang and echoed, "We are the envoys of the king of Zhao, the king of Yan, and the king of Leang. Do you dare to stop us? Are you courting death?" The city gate commander had received Pang Yukun's order, and he repeated, "I don't care where you are from, but none of you can leave Qingzhou City until the search is complete. Hey, I'm going to leave the city today. Let's see what you can do to me." Qi Zhang was used to being reckless in Yan. Today he was already furious because of Xiao Ming's words. He ordered the guards accompanying him leave the city. Upon hearing this, the Yan guards immediately drew their swords and were about to break through the door. At this time, the eyes of the commander of the South City became gloomy. He waved his hand, and the defenders in front of the city gate immediately pointed their muskets at the group of people. A conflict was about to break out. Seeing that things were going badly, Wang Zai immediately stopped Qi Zhang and said, "Prince, haven't you figured it out yet? This is probably the king of Qi's order. Now that our three families have decided to attack Qi, he's probably going to keep us in Qingzhou City for a few more days." Qi Zhang's eyes rolled when he heard this. He suddenly realized something and said in fear, "Will the king of Qi kill us? When two countries are at war, envoys are not executed. If the king of Qi wanted to kill us, he would have done it long ago." "Your Highness, don't worry," Wang Zai advised. "It's better to have your men put away their weapons. Otherwise, your life will be in danger, but physical pain is unavoidable." Qi Zhang and Zheng Hao looked at each other, and Zheng Hao nodded to him. With his head drooped, Qi Zhang shouted to the Yan guards, "Who told you to be so rude? Put away your weapons." The soldiers immediately retreated upon hearing this. The three of them looked at each other at this moment, and they all felt a little regretful. If they had known that they would become hostages in the blink of an eye, they would not have gone to Qingzhou, but now that it has come to this, they can only accept it. After returning with the accompanying officials, the three of them went to the government office again. This time they were turned away. The officials in the government office simply told them that Pang Yukun had gone out for something and was no longer in the government office. Prince Chi's mansion. It had been an hour since Xiao Ming returned. At this moment, the kitchen of the palace was preparing for the lunch banquet. Just as he had said to Fei Yue yesterday, he wanted to meet Xiao Zian at noon today to discuss the marriage. While he was waiting, the guard at the city gate came to the palace and told Xiao Ming about how Qi Zhang and the other two were blocked. Hearing this, Xiao Ming sneered twice and asked the guards to go back and tell the guards at the 4 city gates to keep an eye on the gates. Just after he finished explaining this matter, a familiar voice suddenly sounded outside the main hall. Xiao Ming smiled when he heard the voice. It was Xiao Zian who came over. Sure enough, after a while, Xiao Zian, wearing a green brocade robe, calmly appeared outside the main hall, and Fei Yue went into the hall with him. Seventh brother, Xiao Zian laughed out loud when he saw Xiao Ming raised his hand. Xiao Ming and Xiao Zian are still princes, and their etiquette is very simple. Ninth brother, Xiao Ming also laughed. Among the many princes, his relationship with Xiao Zian was the closest. Firstly, it was because of Fei Yue, and secondly, Xiao Zian had never participated in the fight for the throne. Simply put, he is a very clean prince. Because of this, he trusts Xiao Zian very much. Sometimes the reason why he pays attention to what he is doing is just because he doesn't want him to become someone like the third prince. Although the emperor is ruthless, who doesn't want to have a trustworthy brother, now he finally understands Xiao Wengshuan's conflicting feelings at that time. After helping Fei Yue to sit down beside Xiao Ming obediently, Xiao Zian sat down in his own seat. He asked, "Seventh brother, you called me here today, so you must have something to tell me." Xiao Zian's face was still as bright as ever. Since the Chang and rebellion broke out, he went to Qingzhou with his mother. Here he saw a world different from Chang, and after learning about it, he was completely immersed in various books. He was a bohemian character when he was in Chang, and now when he came into contact with different students and books, he was like a wild horse without a bridle. Xiao Ming nodded and gestured to Fei Yue, who then said, "This is actually a happy event. His Highness has arranged a marriage for you." Marriage. Xiao Zian was stunned for a moment. Although he was surprised, he understood that now only Xiao Ming could decide his marriage. "This time I passed by the Sanshan kingdom. The king of Sanshan is interested in making peace with the Dayu kingdom. After much thought, I think only you, the prince, are suitable," Xiao Ming said. "I, your foolish brother, have heard something about King Sanshan, but wouldn't it be more reassuring for King Sanshan if seventh brother married his daughter?" Xiao Zian looked puzzled. Before Xiao Ming could say anything, Fei Yue scolded him, "Nonsense. In the current situation of Dayu Kingdom, only His Highness can take care of you. As the saying goes, an elder brother is like a father. His Highness has his reasons for letting you marry the daughter of King Sanshan. Besides, if His Highness wants to take a concubine, it won't be King Sanshan's turn. The daughter of King Huainan is the first choice." Yes, I forgot about this." Xiao Zian shook his head and said, "Thank you, Brother Qi, for your kindness." Xiao Ming looked embarrassed. Fei Yue's sudden mention of King Huainan caught him off guard, because Pang Yukun had also mentioned this matter today at the government office. However, with Xiao Zian present, he couldn't ask Fei Yue about this matter, so he said to Xiao Zian, "Ninth brother, don't worry. The daughter of the King of Three Mountains is just your concubine. In the future, seventh brother will definitely choose another beautiful wife for you." "Thank you, Brother Qi," Xiao Zian bowed and said. To him, Xiao Ming's words were the imperial decree and could not be disobeyed. The midday sun was warm. The three of them enjoyed lunch in the main hall and then went their separate ways. This time he asked Xiao Zian to come over out of superficial courtesy. After all, he had made the decision, and Xiao Zian had to do it, who made him the one who had the final say. After seeing Xiao Zian off, Xiao Ming and Fei Yue arrived at the pavilion outside the bedroom. At this time he suddenly asked, "Why did the princess suddenly bring up the matter of the king of Huainan?" Fei Yue chuckled softly. "During the time your highness has been away from Qingzhou, many officials have mentioned this matter. Father and Prime Minister Pang seem to share this concern. Father is certain that the three families will attack your highness, and the Prince of Yan is undoubtedly the instigator. To the south of Yan is the fiefdom of the Prince of Huainan. The two families fought a battle over the imperial city, and the Prince of Huainan holds considerable resentment towards the Prince of Yan. If your highness proposes an alliance now, perhaps the Prince of Huainan will agree. This is what Lord Fei taught you, right?" Xiao Ming looked farsighted. To be honest, his marriage with Fei Yue was just a political marriage, and now he seemed to be following the traditional path of every emperor. Fei Yue sighed and said, "Your highness, it's not just father who thinks so. This way, I can help your highness stabilize the country and expand your family, and I won't be criticized by the ministers." Xiao Ming frowned. To these ministers, his family affairs were state affairs. Xiao Ming was quite helpless about this. After all, he was still unable to change the traditional form of imperial power. While the two were talking, Wang Xuan suddenly walked towards him, bowed to Fei Yue and Fei Yue and opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Xiao Ming understood. He stood up and went to the main hall with Wang Xuan. He asked directly, "Good news or bad news? There are good and bad ones. I wonder which one your highness would like to hear first." Wang Xuan was rarely humorous. "I always like to bite the bullet first. Let me tell you the bad news," Xiao Ming said. "After the Chang and rebellion, the king of Chu has been moving south to seize the royal prefectures and counties. A month ago, the king of Chu's army reached the vicinity of Annan. It is said that they encountered the invading Annan and French armies." Wang Xuan said slowly. "French." Xiao Ming's heart skipped a beat. This Annan country was the Vietnam of later generations. According to Claire, the current Annan country had actually become a colony after the joint invasion of the French and Spanish. The French have always been ambitious and wanted to open up a trading port with Dayu through Annan, so they have been instigating Annan to invade the north. Now the news brought back by Wang Xuan confirmed this. This is indeed bad news. I hope the king of Chu will not collude with the French. Xiao Ming was a little worried. Now the basis of the alliance between the king of Chu and him is muskets and artillery. If the king of Chu compromised with the French and sold his territory in exchange for technology and weapons and equipment, the king of Chu might soon turn against him. What's the good news? Xiao Ming suddenly felt a headache. Our maritime spies have reported that Japan is mobilizing troops, and they are preparing to cross the sea to invade Goryeo at the end of this month. Wang Xuan smiled. Upon hearing this news, Xiao Ming felt relieved. In this way, the barbarians' attention would most likely turn to Goryeo, and they would not join the coalition of the three kings. Is there any other news? Xiao Ming asked. Yes, the fourth prince is having a very unhappy time in Yan State. He was humiliated several times by Qi Zhang and Qi Tong in Baju. Now he lives under someone else's roof and is in dire straits, Wang Xuan said. I have secretly contacted the fourth prince, and he has become disloyal. He said that if your highness could help him conquer Yan State, he would accept your highness as his king. Help him seize the state of Yan. Does he have the ability to do that? Xiao Ming frowned. Your highness is mistaken. The Yan kingdom's powerful families are also full of conflicts. The Tian and Jai families of Yan have long been dissatisfied with the king of Yan. I have sent people to investigate, and it is indeed as the fourth prince said. The Tian and Jai families are the maiden families of the king of Yan's two concubines. In the past, the king of Yan, in order to gain the reputation of a virtuous king, ceded the lands of these two families and their affiliated powerful families to the people. Since then, the two families have harbored resentment. So that's how it is. If you want to be a wise king, you must defend the powerful families. This king of Yan is quite interesting, Xiao Ming said. Wang Xuan laughed and said, Your highness is wrong this time. The king of Yan is nothing but a cunning old man. He occupied the land of other powerful families and returned some of it to the people, but some of it fell into the hands of the Qi family. Well, then the fourth prince might succeed. Xiao Ming suddenly became excited. He said, This time the three kings' coalition is the opportunity, but the king of Yan is not a good person, and neither is he. Wang Xuan nodded and said, However, at present the Japanese are crossing the sea to the north. The barbarians are eyeing them covetously. The Annan kingdom is in turmoil in the south, and the Tibetans are frequently invading in the west. I think your highness should now pacify the vassal kings like the late emperor did, and have them respect your highness as their leader. Xiao Ming sighed slightly. Wang Xuan's meaning was very simple. He wanted him to learn from Xiao Wangxuan to stabilize the country, and then when he had the imperial power in his hands, he could deal with the disobedient villains one by one. Only then did he realize how difficult it was for Xiao Wangxuan to maintain an undivided Great Yu kingdom. I understand what you mean, Xiao Ming said. Just like Pang Yukon and Fiji said, he now needs to unite all the forces that can be united, even including the powerful families. Only in this way can he unify the Dayu kingdom as soon as possible, instead of wasting the national strength in a long civil war. He knew the fourth prince very well, but now the enemy of my enemy is my friend. As long as the fourth prince could call him emperor, this deal could still be done. But before that, he still needed to do one thing, and that was to ascend the throne. Only by officially wearing the yellow robe can he hope to restore the kingdom of Dayu to its situation before the Chang, and rebellion without bloodshed, or in other words, it would be enough for him as long as he could defeat King Zhao and King Leang. By the way, your highness, there's one more piece of good news. Wang Xuan suddenly laughed maliciously. The Prince of Huainan faces threats from the Prince of Yan to the north and the Prince of Chu to the east. Many officials in Jingzhou are currently advocating for a marriage between the Prince of Yan and your highness. This rumor in Qingzhou City was deliberately spread by the Huainan merchants to test your highness. It seems both Prime Minister Pang and Lord Fei agree. The Prince of Huainan can threaten the Yan area, and he is also like a nail in the door of the Prince of Chu. His position is very important. Moreover, my fleet can arrive in less than 7 days from Jinling City. If I can make friends with the Prince of Chu, it will be icing on the cake, Xiao Ming pondered. Wang Xuan laughed when he heard this. He said, Your Highness, this is the important information I want to share. These are the remaining information. As he spoke, Wang Xuan handed a booklet to Xiao Ming. The straw yellow booklet is densely packed with information about the Dayu kingdom and its surrounding areas. After telling Xiao Ming 3 important things, Wang Xuan left the main hall. Now, as the tentacles of the secret guards are spreading deeper and farther, Wang Xuan is much busier than before, and Xiao Ming rarely sees him. Oftentimes, intelligence was passed to the palace by members of other secret guards. After taking a rough look at the information above, Xiao Ming frowned slightly. Although the information in the booklet was not as important as these 3 things, it was enough for him to make a plan based on the content. For example, there is intelligence about the Jai family of Yan State and Tianjian. Based on this information, he can make 2 preparations. One is to use the fourth prince, and the other is to directly bypass the fourth prince and cooperate with these two families. But as to which one to choose, it depends on whether the fourth prince will be obedient. In addition to the conflicts in Yan state, it also recorded the current movements of the barbarians and Goryeo. One piece of information caught his attention. According to the information provided by Wang Xuan, Queen Zhao did not seem to be getting along very well with King Zhao. Originally, Xiao Ming thought that Prince Zhao and Queen Zhao had colluded with each other to create the drama of the prince killing the king, but now it seems that things are not as simple as he imagined. Xiao Ming nodded slowly and had an idea in his mind. According to the intelligence, generally speaking, the princes who were once supported by the princes are now living under someone else's roof. The fourth prince is like this, and I'm afraid the third prince is the same. However, they deserve to end up like this because they believed the words of these vassal kings. After putting away the intelligence, Xiao stood up and walked out. What Wang Xuan mentioned forced him to think carefully. Now that Japan was attacking Goryeo, it was a golden opportunity for him. If he could not use this opportunity to stabilize the north, the barbarians would definitely intervene in the future. At that time, he would really face a situation that he could not handle. When he arrived outside the main hall, the dazzling sunlight made Xiao Ming squint his eyes. He glanced at Fei Yue, who was still in the pavilion, and smiled bitterly. It was no coincidence that Fei Yue mentioned the marriage of the daughter of King Yan at the luncheon. This must be the unanimous opinion of the Kingzhou court. Fiji would certainly analyze the pros and cons for Fei Yue. Moreover, according to the tradition of Dayu Kingdom, the wife has the responsibility to choose a concubine for her husband. While thinking about this, Xiao Ming walked towards Fei Yue. Seeing Xiao Ming coming over, Xiao Huan put away her smile and stood with her hands hanging down, while Fei Yue said, "Your Highness looks like he has a frown on his face. I guess Wang Xuan has brought you some news that is troubling you again." Xiao Ming nodded and said tentatively, "Wang Xuan said that the news of this marriage was deliberately released by the King of Yan and the merchants to test me. So the King of Yan is interested in forming an alliance with me through marriage. Your Highness, if that's the case, doesn't it justify what I said?" Fei Yue said, "Father said that the Prince of Huainan is much more loyal to the court than other princes. His actions seem to be motivated by justice." Wang Xuan's intelligence also states that there are still people in this world who support the royal family. Xiao Ming said slowly, "If that's the case, I can't let the King of Huainan down." For a modern man, having a wife is actually enough, but in the face of facts, he found that political marriage is inevitable in this era. He had never seen the daughter of King Yan, and didn't know whether she was ugly or beautiful, but this time he had to take her back even if she was a shedevil. After all, if he could unify the kingdom of Dayu, the sacrifice would be worth it. Although this is a very miserable idea, as an emperor sometimes he really has no choice. Now he is trying his best to win an ally. Fei Yue naturally understood what Xiao Ming meant. This matter was basically settled, and she couldn't say anything, otherwise a jealous queen would be accused by the ministers as being unworthy of being the queen. After a pause, Xiao Ming said, "There is one more thing. Before the three kings' coalition arrives, I will ascend the throne. As the queen, you must make preparations. I will have the Ministry of Rites prepare a formal dress for you." "Ascend the throne," Fei Yue said in surprise. Xiao Huan also opened her mouth and eyes wide. Xiao Ming nodded. "Now the 13 states of Wei have been incorporated into my kingdom. I didn't have the power before, but now it's time to establish my reputation. Your Highness is absolutely right. It is quite absurd for Prince Zhao to support the 13th prince. It is equally ridiculous for Prince Chu to regard the third prince as the king. Only your Highness holds the imperial edict in his hands and keeps it secret. These villains are taking advantage of the power of others." Fei Yue said in a solemn voice. Xiao Ming nodded. This king has given this decision a lot of thought. The kings of Zhao, Yan, and Leang are all ambitious and want to destroy the royal family. How can this king fulfill their wish? After a pause, he said, "Princess, please get ready. I still need to discuss this matter with Pang Yukun." "Yes, your Highness," Fei Yue said. After saying that, Xiao Ming turned and walked towards the government office. Seeing Xiao Ming leaving, Xiao Huan suddenly said to Fei Yue playfully, "Xiao Huan greets Her Majesty the Queen and wishes her the title of Mother of the Nation. You little girl, be careful or I'll tear your mouth apart." Fei Yue was both shy and happy. In the blink of an eye, she went from an ordinary woman to a queen. Her mood was equally complicated. At this time, Xiao Mingkang had already left the palace and went to the government office. In the government office, he found Pang Yukun and talked about the matter of ascending the throne. Your Highness, all the officials in the feudal state have been waiting for this day. Pang Yukun looked excited. In fact, when they knew the imperial edict, they wanted to make Xiao Ming the king. It was just that Xiao Ming didn't want to become the target of public criticism at that time. Now that they have obtained the 13 states in Wei, their strength has greatly increased, and they no longer need to worry about the reactions of other vassal kings. Xiao Ming sighed and said, "Yes, a year has passed in the blink of an eye. How many more years are there in this life? I have also figured it out. I have inherited my father's will and am the true emperor of Deu. There is nothing to hide. I want to tell everyone in the world that I am the emperor of Deu." There seemed to be tears rolling in Pang Yukun's eyes, and he was also very excited. He had experienced so much with Xiao Ming over the years, and now they had finally reached this point. "Your Highness, I will ask the Ministry of Rites to prepare for the coronation ceremony and announce the late emperor's will to the world." Pang Yukun said, "Well, choose an auspicious day. Since you are going to ascend the throne, you must do it in a grand manner. Also, you should inform the royal relatives in Qingzhou about this matter. After the ascension, there will be a ceremony to worship the heavens, and they are needed to go with me," Xiao Ming said thoughtfully. Although he had made many arrangements before and even started to enlighten the people, his experiences during this period made him realize that only by taking the path of an emperor granted by heaven could he unify the great Yu kingdom as soon as possible. The atmosphere in the government office suddenly became fanatical because of Xiao Ming's decision. In addition to Pang Yukun, other officials also heard the news. They showed happy smiles on their faces. They had been feeling a little depressed during this period. After all, to them, Xiao Ming is the emperor of Deu Kingdom, but now they are suppressed by King Zhao. Now that Xiao Ming has decided to restore orthodoxy, how can they not be happy? "Yes, Your Highness, I will prepare it now." Pang Yukun said, "Wait, there's one more thing." Xiao Ming's eyes were profound. "You should also prepare for the matter concerning the king of Huainan." Pang Yukun was overjoyed when he heard this. He said, "Your Highness, have you finally figured it out?" Xiao Ming pondered and nodded slightly. As the two were talking, a man suddenly rushed into the government office. Seeing the man, Xiao Ming and Pang Yukun were both startled. He looked at the man and said, "Lu Tong, what's wrong with you?" At this time, Lu Tong's eyes were red and swollen, but he had a nervous smile on his face. He said to Xiao Ming, "Your Highness, I have solved the problem of the passivation of nitrocellulose and have also produced granular smokeless gunpowder." Granular smokeless powder. Xiao Ming was a little shocked. He said, "You replaced the camphor in the smokeless powder with nitroglycerin." "That's right," Lu Tong explained to Xiao Ming. Ever since the last failure of smokeless gunpowder, he has been leading the students of the School of Chemistry to study the passivation problem of smokeless gunpowder day and night. Now, he has finally solved this problem by soaking the smokeless gunpowder in ether and ethanol solution. After studying technical books on gunpowder, he used concentrated nitric acid and concentrated sulfuric acid to treat glycerin and mixed it into smokeless gunpowder to obtain granular smokeless gunpowder. These gunpowders can completely replace black powder and become the new generation of propellants for muskets and artillery. As for ether, he mixed alcohol and concentrated sulfuric acid and heated them at 140 degrees to produce ether. This method involves adding water after cooling and letting the liquid stand to separate. Alcohol and sulfuric acid are soluble in water, but ether is insoluble in water. Ether can then be extracted. Lu Tong, you have brought me another surprise this time. Granular smokeless gunpowder will greatly increase the range of flintlock rifles and artillery. Coupled with the improvement in steel quality, it seems that the weapons of the feudal state's army can be updated again. Xiao Ming laughed. Lu Tong also laughed when he heard this, but after he smiled, his eyes suddenly closed, his body swayed and he fell to the ground. Xiao Ming was shocked when he saw this and immediately stepped forward to support Lu Tong. However, when he looked carefully, he found that Lu Tong was snoring softly, which made him feel relieved. It seemed that this guy was too sleepy because of the smokeless gunpowder. Pang Yukun naturally didn't know anything about granular smokeless gunpowder, but seeing the expressions of Xiao Ming and Lu Tong, he knew that this was a very powerful thing. He asked, "Your Highness, what is the use of this grain of smokeless powder? It's very useful. Now the army of the feudal state should have caught up with the West in terms of gunpowder." Xiao Ming pondered. Granular smokeless gunpowder is a product of the 19th century. Even if this era is 50 years ahead of the present, smokeless gunpowder will not appear until 100 years later. Before that, black powder will always be used. However, although Lutong has produced granular smokeless gunpowder, mass production will probably take some time, but small amounts of equipment should be no problem. At least with a rifle equipped with granular smokeless powder, his rifle will truly reach the level of Mini-S rifle, and its range will probably reach 900 meters. Pang Yukun smiled when he heard this. In his eyes, the West was just a concept, but it was worth being happy that Xiao Ming said that gunpowder had surpassed the West. He said, "Your Highness, Lu Tong deserves a reward. As Your Highness is about to hold his coronation ceremony, he has sent you a valuable gift." Well, you are right. You can ask the official in charge of this matter to draw up a list. All students who participated in the development of granular smokeless gunpowder will be rewarded, Xiao Ming said. Nowadays, a large number of incentives have made the students of Bowen College more and more passionate. Not only are there public laboratories in Bowen College, but some students have even jointly established private laboratories to conduct related research. Of course, these private laboratories are under the supervision of secret guards to prevent technology leaks. As for the technology of private laboratories, Xiao Ming adopts an acquisition strategy. As long as it is mature technology and products, he will provide financial support. In this way, Qingzhu's enthusiasm for science and technology will be further spread to the people, making them pay more attention to the development and application of various technologies. He asked the guards to call a carriage to send Lu Tong back, and Xiao Ming called another carriage to go to the military workshop. Now that he had granular smokeless gunpowder, he should form an army equipped with mini rifles. Unlike before, this time when Xiao Ming arrived at the military workshop, he heard the rumbling sound of the steam engine. Since the steam engine was put into production more than half a year ago, Lin Wentao provided 5 more steam engines to the military workshop during the 6 months of truce. The advent of steam power greatly accelerated the production of rifled muskets. When Xiao Ming arrived, Song Champing quickly came out of the workshop and said, "Your Highness hasn't been to the military workshop for a long time. I hate to interrupt your production, but I'm here on a serious note. 8 months ago, I asked you to stock up on rifles and tapered bullets. How are your preparations going?" Seeing Xiao Ming's serious expression, Song Champing put away his smile and said, "Your Highness, rifling is much easier now with steam engines. I have already stockpiled 6 rifled muskets and produced 120 rounds of these conical bullets. I wonder if that's enough. We have enough guns but too few bullets. On average, each gun only holds 20 rounds. Xiao Ming said, "We don't need rifles anymore. Transfer these craftsmen to produce bullets. Also send all 6,000 rifled flintlock muskets to the Yunju camp. With the war approaching, they'll be of great use to me." "Yes, Your Highness," Song Champing said. This time, the 3 kings tried to unite their forces to attack him, but he flatly refused to compromise because he was confident in his own strength, and this confidence came from these 6 rifled flintlock rifles. Because even without smokeless gunpowder, these guns can still fire about 400 meters. Now with smokeless gunpowder, the range of these guns is enough to kill the enemy artillery. In modern times, it is precisely because of the threat posed by the mini rifle to artillery that artillery has been upgraded again to improve battlefield survivability. After explaining the matter to Song Champing, Xiao Ming was about to go back. At this time, Chen Qi suddenly came out of the small cannon in the workshop excitedly. He said to Xiao Ming, "Your Highness, the steel produced by the steel workshop can now completely replace bronze. This will greatly increase the cost and production speed of field artillery." The sound of steam engine whistles could be heard from time to time in the military workshop. Chen Qi approached from afar, but the sound was drowned out by the long whistles. Seeing this, Xiao Ming stopped and looked at Chen Qi. Only after Chen Qi came closer and asked him did he understand what he was talking about. "Really?" Xiao Ming asked again. Since adopting converter steelmaking technology, he has been very confident in the quality of Qingzhou steel. Now, the advanced production technology is enough to make Qingzhou steel reach the level of the 19th century. This level was enough for him to promote the industrial revolution in the closed country, because the quality of steel already met the manufacturing needs of most machines. One of the standards for judging the quality of steel is to use current steel to manufacture artillery. If it can withstand the strength requirements of artillery, it will not be a problem to transport it to other places. Your Highness, half a year ago, the military workshop used the steel produced by the steel workshop to cast a cannon. We have been using this cannon for firing over the past 6 months. This cannon is not a bronze cannon in any way, Chen Qi stated. Xiao Ming nodded. This meant that the quality of the new steel was up to standard, and the strength standard allowed it to be used as artillery steel. This way, he could save copper to make other things. After all, Dayu was now a copper-poor country. In that case, the output of this field artillery should be increased, Xiao Ming asked. Generally speaking, the number of artillery in the army is still relatively small. All the field guns add up to only about 200 pieces. These field guns are enough to use in one war, but if facing 2 wars, they will not be enough. Moreover, Xiao Ming now has colonies like the Three Mountains Kingdom overseas, and standard weapons must also be equipped in the colonies. Chen Qi smiled and said, "Your Highness, this is exactly what I want to talk about. Using steel to cast field cannons is no longer a problem. This way the workshop won't have to worry about copper, but I don't know how many more field cannons the army needs. Producing another 300 guns will bring the number of field artillery in the army to 500, which should be enough for the time being," Xiao Ming said after a moment of hesitation. For him, this field artillery is mainly aimed at the barbarians. After all, compared with the previous bulky artillery, these artillery are very convenient to transport on the grassland. He never forgets this barbaric nation that has caused suffering to the Dayu kingdom. In order to achieve the revival of the Dayu kingdom, the hidden danger in the north must be resolved. "Yes, Your Highness, I will arrange for the craftsmen to continue production," Chen Qi said. After the 3 of them finished talking about this, they also talked about some things about firearms production. According to Song Changping, he and Lin Wentao were trying to establish an assembly line with steam engines as the core. This assembly line will integrate the manufacturing of gun barrels, standardized production of spare parts, and final assembly. The first 2 items are achieved by using steam engines to drive lathes. Now some lathes in the lathe workshop have been transferred to the military workshop, which also has drilling machines, milling machines, and grinders. This is easy to say but difficult to do. You need to set up craftsmen who are specifically responsible for inspecting the sizes of spare parts, Xiao Ming said after hesitating for a moment. During the industrialization of the West, standardized and refined production was introduced to various factories, and with it came the inspectors who carried toolboxes to check the product qualification rate. Now Lin Wentao and Song Changping are preparing to use steam power to realize assembly line production, which is inevitable. Lin Wentao also mentioned this matter. He has sent a batch of measuring tools to the military workshop, Song Changping said. Xiao Ming looked at Chen Qi, and Chen Qi nodded. Then he sent someone to the workshop to get the toolbox. After a while, a craftsman came to the 3 of them. He opened the toolbox and spread it on the ground. Long and short measuring tools appeared in front of Xiao Ming. "Your Highness, this is what Lin Wentao sent." Song Changping took out a caliper from it. The values on it were exactly the units of millimeters, centimeters, etc. that Xiao Ming had drawn at the beginning. After he unified the measurement standards, the prefectures and counties in the country adopted this set of measurement units. The same was true for Bowen College, where Lin Wentao also learned these. Glancing at the wooden square box, Xiao Ming felt relieved to see rulers, compasses, protractors, and other measuring instruments placed on the upper and lower layers of the box. As more and more students from Bowen College participated in the construction of Fengguo, they began to take the initiative to apply the knowledge they learned in various places. Good. Xiao Ming smiled. For him, the industrialization of the vassal state would always be the foundation of his survival. If the current vassal state could reach the level of industrialization of Britain, he would not care about the other vassal kings of Dayu Kingdom. However, the 4-year period was limited, and the industry remained in the small circle of Qingzhou and did not extend to other states and counties in the country. It's not that Xiao Ming doesn't care about the industrialization of his fiefdom, but because of the 4 years of continuous wars, he has invested most of his financial income in the wars. It is a blessing that his fiefdom has not collapsed economically in these years. Therefore, workshops related to military industry are very prosperous now, but this has not extended to other industrial products for daily life. The most important point is that merchants profit from wars, and they are more keen to invest money in wars to make quick money. Although Xiao Ming realized this, he had no choice. After all, war requires money. It was because of this that he realized that it would be extremely difficult to industrialize without a stable domestic environment, and it was for this reason that he was eager to obtain a stable surrounding environment. Wang Xuan's intelligence stated very bluntly that the king of Chu had already contacted the French. If the king of Chu eventually cooperated with the French, it would be a threat to him because the French would not only bring advanced weapons to the king of Chu, but also some different ideas. And thought is the most dangerous thing. Xiaoming returned to the palace only after holding various measuring tools and talking to the two about the production of the assembly line. It was a good thing that such advanced industrial production methods appeared in the military workshop. According to Xiaoming's experience, any technology would first be used for military convenience before slowly being transferred to civilian use. If the production system of the military workshop matures, it will also drive changes in the civilian industry. After returning to the palace, Xiaoming began to prepare for his ascension to the throne. Although he knew that this ascension was only to clear his name and could not change the decision of King Yan, King Zhao, and King Leang to attack Qi, it could be seen from Pang Yukun's performance that this would have a great impact on the feudal state. Because the soldiers of the feudal state will no longer fight for a vassal king, but for an emperor, this kind of inspiration and belief will make his army have stronger will and strength than before. A ray of sunlight shone on the broken walls of Jinling City. Under the golden light, the laborers responsible for repairing the walls were sweating profusely. Although it was already autumn, the city of Jinling was still hot, and the laborers' clothes were soaked after only 1 hour of work. Lord Fei, is the news of His Highness ascending the throne true? Fiji stood with his hands behind his back in front of the city wall. The wall of Jinling was severely damaged due to the war. This was the first thing he did since he arrived in Jinling City. After all, the other side of the Yangtze River was the fiefdom of the King of Chu. Although Xiaoming and the King of Chu signed an alliance, this was only a temporary expedient for the King of Chu for the sake of firearms, so repairing the city wall was an urgent matter in his opinion. Of course, how could this be false? The late emperor personally handed the will to do Hang on his deathbed. Fiji stroked his beard with a smile on his face. Yesterday, the news of King Qi's ascension to the throne reached Jinling City, which made him so happy that he couldn't sleep all night. For him, as long as Xiaoming did not ascend the throne, he would not be the emperor of Dayu Kingdom, and the longer he delayed, the more doubts he would face. Now that he had immediately recovered the 13 states of Wei and his strength had greatly increased, this was the best time to ascend the throne. He also admired Xiaoming's decisiveness. Moreover, once Xiaoming ascends the throne, Fei Yue, will be the queen, and the Fei family's position in Qingzhou will be consolidated. The man with the Fijian figure was an old man wearing a green silk gown, about the same age as Fiji. He said, "If that's the case, our Tong family should also go to Qingzhou to congratulate His Highness on his ascension to the throne. Your Highness is kind and generous, and the great families in Jinling City are all grateful to you. If Lord Fei doesn't mind, I Tong am willing to accompany you to Qingzhou. What do you think? Mr. Tong is indeed a sensible man. The rumors outside that Your Highness kills all the powerful families without mercy are false. Don't believe them," Fiji said with a smile. After arriving in Jinling City, he intervened in dealing with the affairs of the powerful families. He was ruthless to the Zhang family, who were related to Jinling City and the King of Wei by marriage. Those who should be killed were killed, those who should be exiled were exiled, and those who should be sent into exile were sent into exile. Because of this incident, all the nobles in Jinling City were ready to fight him to the death at any time. But after dealing with the Zhang family, he suddenly summoned the Tong family. After a long conversation, the head of the Tong family walked out of the government office with a smile on his face. Then the decree on dealing with the powerful families spread among the powerful families. The powerful families who had originally expected a war to break out immediately dropped their weapons and came to visit Fiji. Tong Hongcheng laughed upon hearing this and said, "If it weren't for Lord Fei, we would have blindly believed the King of Wei's words and made a grave mistake. Now, to prove the loyalty of the Jinling nobles to Your Highness, I Tong should also go to Qingzhou." Fiji nodded. "Actually, the most important thing for Your Highness is the stability and taxation of the 13 states. Your Highness has experienced too many empty promises. Mr. Tong needs to come up with something effective to show Your Highness." Hearing this, Tong Hongcheng showed an awkward smile. Although Xiaoming's decree did not kill all the powerful families, it was still necessary to implement the order that the powerful families disband their tribes and return the land illegally occupied by the people. Whether these two orders could be implemented would require the cooperation of local powerful families such as the Tong family. "Don't worry, Lord Fei. I will definitely get this done. Anyone who disobeys Your Highness's orders will not be the first one to be punished," Tong Hongcheng said firmly. Fiji nodded when he heard this. In that case, Mr. Tong should go back and prepare. Upon hearing this, Tong Hongcheng bowed and chose to leave. Seeing Tong Hongcheng walking away, Fiji's eyes turned cold. Just as he said to Xiao Ming, the powerful families in the 13 states were deeply rooted and had deep roots. Even though the Southern Expeditionary Army captured one city after another, the influence of the powerful families among the people was still huge. If it weren't for the fear of the ferocity of the Southern Expedition Army, the civil unrest in the 13 states would probably not have been quelled so quickly. But even so, it would take some time to eliminate the powerful families, troops without bloodshed, and for this purpose he chose a strategy of pulling one and beating the other. Tong Hongcheng was the local powerful family he had won over, and now he was using Tong Hongcheng to intimidate other powerful families. Moreover, the autumn harvest season is coming soon. Now the government only controls Jinling City and its nearby counties. There are still many villages that have no officials from Qingzhou. It's not that he doesn't want to send, but the 13 states have basically exhausted all the idle officials, and most of the counties and villages now have to rely on these local powerful families and village heads for governance. Although the people of Wei have been influenced by some of Qingzhou's ideas, traditional concepts cannot be changed in a day or two. If no one supervises the collection of taxes, the losses this autumn will be huge. The Southern Expeditionary Army worked so hard to conquer the 13 states just for the sake of taxes. Fiji saw this issue very clearly, so he just mentioned to Tong Hongcheng that the effective thing was taxes. He was just thinking about it when suddenly Wei Yuan, the governor of Jinling, walked towards him. Wei Yuan was originally just a 6th-rank official in Chang, but he performed well in the written examination of Bowen Academy and withstood Xiao Ming's personal test, so he was sent to Jinling City to take charge of the post of governor. "My lord, the king of Chu's navy has appeared on the river," Wei Yuan said nervously. "The king of Chu's navy," Fiji frowned. "When did it happen?" "The guards at the dock just now reported that the Dengzhou army has already climbed up the city wall to be on guard," said Wei Yuan. Upon hearing this, Fiji immediately walked towards the south city wall. The sudden appearance of the king of Chu's navy here was not a good sign. Even if it was not to take the opportunity to interfere in Jinling City, it was probably to guard against them. Just as he thought, the king of Chu had never trusted them. The two arrived at the south city and climbed up the city wall. At this time, Yi Qingyun was looking at the river with a telescope. The warships sent by the king of Chu this time were all loaded with artillery, and they were moving from west to east. The leading warship was slightly larger, and on it one could vaguely see someone pointing at Jinling City. "He's a missionary." Yi Qingyun put down the telescope and said to Fiji. Fiji took Yi Qingyun's telescope and looked at the river. Sure enough, he saw a blond man wearing a black robe with a cross hanging in front of him on the leading warship. He said, "Your Highness has sent news that the King of Chu has had contact with the French. He was once severely beaten by the Dutch. Since then, he has been very eager to contact other Western countries to obtain firearms. Perhaps this is a missionary from France. But why did they come here?" Yi Qingyun frowned. Fiji was also a shrewd man. He said, "Suzhou and Hangzhou are the richest places in the world. Now that your Highness has taken Jinling City, the King of Chu will definitely be worried about the safety of Suzhou and Hangzhou. They are passing by so ostentatiously as a warning to us." The moist river breeze whistled across the water and blew onto the walls of Jinling City. Yi Qingyun said lazily, "A missionary can scare us. The King of Chu underestimates us too much. I'm afraid the King of Chu didn't mean that. Don't forget where our firearms came from. Perhaps he wants to tell us that they can now manufacture firearms too." Yi Qingyun frowned upon hearing this. "Your Highness once said that he learned all his skills from a missionary. Could it be that the King of Chu has also found such a person? That's what I'm worried about too," Fiji said worriedly. He didn't know that the missionary Xiao Ming mentioned was just an excuse. At this time, on the warship under the city of Jinling, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed missionary was also looking at Fiji and Yi Qingyun on the top of the city of Jinling with a telescope. Then he turned his gaze to the soldiers on the city wall. After confirming that the soldiers on the city wall were carrying flintlock rifles with bayonets, he put down the telescope. "It's really surprising that these soldiers are actually holding flintlock rifles," the missionary exclaimed. Next to the missionary stood a middle-aged man in elegant clothes. He said to the missionary, "Mr. Richard, do you believe it now?" "Yes, now I believe it," the missionary called Richard said solemnly. After the king of Chu's army arrived near Guangzhou, he contacted the generals of the Chu army and led them to contact the French. Richard came to Dayu Kingdom to preach very early and lived in Guangzhou for 15 years. During this period, he learned the language of Dayu Kingdom and kept observing Dayu Kingdom, so he was so surprised that such advanced firearms appeared in Dayu Kingdom. Putting away the telescope, Richard entered the cabin. In the cabin was a middle-aged man with black hair and blue eyes wearing a blue tuxedo. There were curled mustaches on both sides of the man's mouth. Brazil, they didn't lie. There is indeed an extraordinary vassal king in the north of this country who can manufacture flintlock rifles and cast iron cannons, Richard said. Basil was from the French Expeditionary Force. This time he was ordered to come to the state of Chu in order to cooperate with the king of Chu. After a brief contact, the king of Chu readily agreed to trade with France, on the condition that France sent officers to train their generals and provide them with weapons. In fact, after occupying Annan, France was unable to fight a huge Dayu kingdom alone. Now they hoped to obtain trade rights without going through war. Of course, they could also take advantage of the opportunity to sell a large amount of arms, which would be even more in line with their wishes. In this way, they could make a fortune in Europe by selling Dayu's goods and sell firearms to the princes of Dayu at high prices. It's really unbelievable. The Dutch said they were trading with a powerful vassal king of Dayu. I didn't expect it to be true. In this case, we French can't fall behind. It's the time for us to take advantage of the civil unrest in Dayu to demarcate our sphere of influence, Basil said. On the way, Richard had already told him about the current situation of Dayu Kingdom. To him, a divided Dayu Kingdom was exactly what they needed. The Dutch are very smart. The king of Chu's army is too backward and his industry is a mess. It is not easy to support him, Richard said. Baxi frowned, but the king of Chu is our best choice right now. His territory is in the south and it could be connected to Annan. Goods can also be transported from Annan to our country by land, and the king of Qi seems very ambitious. I'm afraid he might become our enemy in the future. The Dutch also said so. They are deeply concerned about the king of Qi. Whether it's occupying Ryukyu or stationing troops in Fort Zealandia, it shows that the king of Qi is very powerful. Claire is only coerced into cooperating with him. It is said that Claire has sent someone to pass on this news to the Dutch parliament, and the parliament will make the final decision on whether to continue cooperating with the king of Qi. Basil nodded. Claire isn't that stupid. He should understand that the emergence of a powerful regime in East Asia is very disadvantageous to us Europeans. The Great Yu Kingdom is huge and has a large population. If the king of Qi completes the unification, it will be a disaster for us. He will have the final say in future trade. You're absolutely right, Richard smiled. Perhaps we should cooperate with the British. After all, we all share common interests here. Not yet, otherwise we'll have to give away another piece of our cake. Basil shook his head. The two men were talking, but the others on the boat couldn't understand them at all, as they were all speaking their native tongue. After the conversation, Richard asked the middle-aged man in charge to speak. Lieutenant Basil said he would help your king of Chu train his army and would also contact merchants to provide weapons for your king of Chu. The middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief. He said, "Great, please follow me to Suzhou City, where I will give you a grand reception." On the city wall, Yi Qingyun and Fiji witnessed the king of Chu's warships appear and disappear. Fiji said, "What on earth is the king of Chu thinking? I'm going to talk to his highness about this when I return." Yi Qingyun sighed when he mentioned this. He said, "Lord Fei, the safety of Jinling City is of great importance. I cannot go back to attend your highness's coronation ceremony. I hope Lord Fei can say a few good words for me in front of your highness. General Yi is working diligently and I have noticed it. Don't worry." After saying that, Fiji went down from the city wall. The news from Qingzhou told him to return as soon as possible. After packing up, he set off for Qingzhou, and with him went representatives of the wealthy families in Jinling City. When they passed through other states and counties along the way, some powerful families joined them. When they arrived in Qingzhou 10 days later, the Fijian team had become a huge team consisting of thousands of people. The influx of so many powerful families into the city naturally quickly attracted the attention of the Qingzhou government. Pang Yukun was relieved to learn that Fiji had returned. In this regard, he was not as good as Fiji, and the specific arrangements for the coronation had to be handled by Fiji. After the two met, they immediately went to the palace, where they tried on Xiao Ming's dragon robe. "Your Highness, this dragon robe is really elegant and decent, especially the 9 golden dragons on it. They look like they are about to fly out." Upon seeing Xiao Ming dressed like this, Fiji was stunned for a moment and then started to flatter him. Pang Yukon had a smile on his face, with a sense of accomplishment in his eyes. In the past, he was just content with a small fortune, but now his mood has completely changed. Xiao Ming smiled when he heard this. The dragon robe had just been delivered. He said, "Master Fei, your flattery is too old-fashioned, but since you've just returned and are already rushing to the palace, there must be something else going on. Your Highness has a keen eye. This old minister really can't hide anything." Fiji and Pang Yukon looked at each other, and the wrinkles on their faces were crowded together because of their smiles. Fei Yue was originally taking Liu Liu, Ziyuan, and Xiao Huan to try on clothes for him. Seeing this, they walked away from Xiao Ming and went to other places to avoid suspicion temporarily. Fiji glanced at Fei Yue with a hint of admiration in her eyes. In formal occasions, the harem cannot participate in government affairs. She is about to become the queen, so she should remember this point. After the four men left, Fiji said loudly, "Your Highness, I am accompanied to Qingzhou this time by the nobles of the 13 states. They are all staying at the inn in Qingzhou City so that they can come and congratulate your Highness." The powerful families in the 13 states, Xiao Ming frowned. He still remembered clearly what happened 4 years ago, so he was still mentally wary of the powerful families. But he also understood that he could not kill them all by killing them. After all, the powerful families of Dayu Kingdom had existed for thousands of years, and each powerful family represented the local clan power. The Wang family of Qingzhou once had more than 20 clan members, but compared with the powerful families in Wei, the Wang family was just a dwarf. When he dealt with the Wang family, he only punished the main culprit. He separated the other members of the Wang family and distributed them to various parts of the fiefdom, thus completely eliminating the powerful families in the 6 states. Fiji keenly noticed the change in Xiao Ming's expression, and he said, "Your Highness, order has basically been restored in the 13 states now, and taxes are collected as usual in various places. This is all thanks to the support of these powerful families," Fiji explained. Xiao Ming nodded, his expression suddenly becoming relaxed. He said, "Don't worry, Lord Fei. Since I have already issued a new decree, it will naturally not change." Xiao Ming's purpose in conquering Wei was to collect taxes. Otherwise, his occupation of Wei would be like the US occupying Iraq, which would consume huge resources. The Dengzhou army of the Southern Expedition would also be dragged into the long-lasting quagmire of suppressing the rebellion in Wei, which would undoubtedly be a disaster for him. After all, Dayu Kingdom is not a modern society. It is not easy to find the troops of the powerful families once they hide in the deep mountains and forests. In this way, a chaotic and tax-free Wayland will not only fail to bring him any benefits, but will be a burden instead. At the beginning, he simply believed that force could solve everything, but the various intelligence collected by Li San from the 13 states made him gradually realize that this was just his wishful thinking. Li San's intelligence mentioned that many villages in Wei were based on clan surnames, with hundreds or even thousands of people in a village having the same surname. During this period, his production team was established, but the team leader elected by the villagers was still a person with high prestige in the village. This kind of information was different from the situation among the people in Qingzhou. The reason for this difference was that the wealthy families in Qingzhou at that time had become very weak due to the repeated invasions of the barbarians. All the wealthy children with some property hid in Wubao and counties, and the poor people had no choice but to stay in their own villages. Only then did he understand that governing a big country is like cooking a small fish. The heat must be controlled just right, otherwise, whether the fire is too big or too small, the result will be a mess. This reassures me, Your Highness. The aristocratic families don't care who rules them. As long as they can protect their own interests, that's all that matters. Now that Your Highness and the nobles of Wei are living in peace, spreading this news elsewhere will make it easier for Your Highness to seize the world. Pang Yukon agreed deeply and said, "Your Highness, what Elder Fei said is absolutely right. It is precisely because of this that dynasties have changed and these powerful families are still living freely and comfortably." Is Pang Changshi praising their cleverness or satirizing their selfishness? Pang Yukon's words were full of double entendre, and Xiao Ming couldn't help laughing. "Your Highness, this is nothing but the nonsense of this humble servant," Pang Yukon sighed. His mood was as complicated as Xiao Ming's. The powerful families in the 6 states have been almost wiped out, and he has been able to handle government affairs easily in the past 4 years without having to deal with some powerful families. But now there is another Wei area, and he has to meet the people he hates again. Xiao Ming naturally understood Pang Yukon's feelings, But if a massacre against the powerful families was carried out in all 13 states, the population of Wei would probably be reduced by 1/3. In the process of his massacre of the powerful families, these powerful families who were forced into a desperate situation would definitely massacre the people, and the number would continue to rise. If the entire Deu Kingdom is defeated, I am afraid that Deu Kingdom will directly cause the loss of 2/3 of the country's population, just like the late Eastern Han Dynasty, the late Sui Dynasty, and the early Tang Dynasty. He could not afford this price because the West had already risen, and by then his vassal state would inevitably lose a large number of troops, which would give foreign invaders an opportunity. That is why he finally chose the method of compromising first and then governing. First, he disarmed the powerful families, and then completely eliminated the drawbacks of the powerful families, monopolizing educational resources through popularizing education. As long as the lower-class people have channels to enter the court, the powerful families will not be able to control the court. This is just like the reason why Li Shimin implemented the imperial examination system. Even if you're upset now, you have to suppress it. What I need to consider now is the overall situation rather than the 6 states. Xiao Ming reminded Pang Yukun so that he would not get back into his bad temper. Yes, Your Highness, Pang Yukun nodded in response. Fiji showed a look of relief at this time. He said, Your Highness, these noble families have all arrived in Qingzhou. Your Highness, would you mind taking some time to meet them? Of course we have to meet them, and we have to meet them in a grand manner, otherwise they will feel at ease. Xiao Ming said seriously. When Xiao Ming put on the dragon robe, his mood changed. He now began to think about how to govern the country, how to lead this devastated country to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Western powers, or even surpass the Western powers. This is a difficult task for him. Although he has mastered advanced technology, he cannot grasp everyone's heart. In addition to worrying about the wolves watching him, he was also anxiously waiting for the consequences of universal education. The people would no longer be ignorant, which would mean that they would actively participate in politics. It is still unknown whether his imperial power will be challenged by Western democratic politics at that time, but although he understands it, he cannot stop. Because this is a contradictory issue. If you want to lead the Deu Kingdom to develop into a modern country, you must open up the people's wisdom. On the contrary, continuing to keep the people ignorant will still make them stay in the feudal dynasty. Sometimes Xiao Ming also asked himself whether he could give up the power in his hands and choose to make concessions, and his answer was no. He had to admit that power was an addictive thing. Even though he had mastered countless knowledge, he was still not immune to it. He also knew that once he gave up power, the outcome would be either death or imprisonment. This was inevitable. He would not do anything stupid after working so hard in his second life. He must become an emperor for life. In that case, I will go back and arrange this matter. There was a hint of smile in Fiji's eyes, a smile that showed the satisfaction that his suggestion was taken seriously. His suggestion on the matter of the powerful families was recognized by Xiao Ming, which must be a recognition of his ability for Xiao Ming. From Xiao Wengshuan to Xiao Ming, the person he serves has changed, so he naturally has to prove his outstanding talents to Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming nodded and said, The coronation ceremony will be in a month. This month is plenty of time for you to spread the news of my ascension to the other vassal kings. You can use the opportunity to test their reactions. Yes, Your Highness. Pang Yukun and Fiji nodded at the same time. They still had a lot of things to deal with before the coronation ceremony. After talking about this, the two were about to leave. At this time, Fiji suddenly remembered the matter of King Chu. He said to Xiao Ming, Your Highness, a strange thing happened before I came to Qingzhou. Tell me about it. Xiao Ming has been in a good mood these past 2 days. The King of Chu's fleet once appeared outside the city of Jinling, and we also saw missionaries from the west on the ship, said Fiji. Western missionaries. Xiao Ming showed an interested look. He said Wang Xuan said that the King of Chu had contact with the French. Now it seems that this contact is quite deep. The King of Chu's army has captured Guangzhou. It is said that there are many Western businessmen and missionaries living in Guangzhou. Perhaps these are not French people. Fiji pondered for a moment. No matter where the missionaries are from, this is not a good thing for us. Xiao Ming frowned. In Xiao Ming's opinion, the King of Chu's recognition of firearms is greater than that of other vassal kings. Just as the Qing dynasty was severely punished by Western powers in the late Qing dynasty, the King of Chu was also severely punished by the Dutch. Now the stimulated King of Chu has no idea what psychological changes will occur. In other words, the current king of Chu might be more willing to accept change. This is also his habit of dealing with the Dutch. It is precisely because of this habit that he probably established contacts with the French so quickly instead of putting on the mentality of the Celestial Empire and calling them barbarians. With the north still unsettled, the vassal states had no time to look south. Fiji frowned and said, "Your Highness, I thought the king of Zhao was a threat, but now it seems the king of Chu is no simple matter." Xiao Ming looked towards the south with a deep gaze. He was not worried about how big a wave the king of Chu could cause. Because even if the French helped the king of Chu now, Chu cannot catch up with the industrialization level of Qingzhou, and the essence of war in the age of discovery is nothing more than a competition of industrial capabilities. Moreover, if the French got involved in the civil strife in Deu, he would then have a reason to deal with Annan, the king of southern Chu, the king of northern Zhao. My mother said that my father has always been wary of them. Now it seems to be true. However, even if the king of Chu cooperates with the French, he will not rashly tear up the alliance. He still has a lot of goods to get. I will take advantage of this period of time to unify the north as soon as possible, Xiao Ming said calmly. Your Highness, as long as you follow Wei's decrees on the powerful families, once you defeat the armies of King Yan and King Liang, the powerful families of Yan and Liang will rush to show their loyalty to your Highness, Fiji said confidently. Xiao Ming nodded. Fiji's idea was equivalent to reducing the difficulty of unification from high to low. Of course, everything has a price to pay. In this way, the problem of the powerful families still remained. After talking about the situation in Wei, Xiao Ming began to discuss the details of the coronation ceremony with the two. A more prominent problem now is that there is no imperial palace in Qingzhou. However, 1 month was obviously not enough time to build the palace, so the three of them discussed and decided to hold the coronation ceremony at the Qingzhou government office. Compared with the Prince of Qi's mansion, the Qingzhou government office is very large and is divided into front and back halls. The rear hall can be used as a temporary court hall. In addition to the court for political discussions, there were also complicated issues such as the arrangements for the late emperor's concubines. Xiao Ming was at a loss as to how to deal with this and simply handed the matter over to concubine Zhen. These concubines might be somewhat dissatisfied with his arrangements due to their seniority, but since Zhenfei was in charge of everything personally, they had to endure it even if they had objections. After all, after he ascended the throne, Zhenfei became the Grand Empress Dowager. After settling these details, the two of them left the palace. Because Fiji is well versed in the procedures of the coronation ceremony, he will be responsible for arranging the entire coronation order during this month, while Pang Yukun can only be responsible for conveying the news of Xiao Ming's ascension to the throne to other vassal kings. 5 days later, Jizhou. King Yang fell silent after seeing off the envoy from Qingzhou. Princess Yang saw Prince Yang like this and asked in confusion, "Your Highness, what happened? Xiao Ming is about to ascend the throne. My royal brother really gave the imperial edict to him." Prince Yang sighed slowly. Princess Yang shook her head slightly. She said, "During the Chang'an rebellion, I said that the emperor would definitely pass the throne to Xiao Ming. Now, which prince in the world can turn the tide? The princess has always been smart, and she guessed it right again this time. If it weren't for your help over the years, I would have lost my life long ago with my reckless personality." Prince Yang looked at Princess Yang with affection in his eyes. Princess Yang smiled faintly. Everyone in the world knew that Prince Yang had a bad temper, but they didn't know that he only doted on her. "Then what is your Highness going to do?" asked Princess Yang. Thinking of this, Prince Yang's face showed a trace of fear. "My third brother is already dead. He was not Xiao Ming's opponent. How could I possibly be Xiao Ming's opponent? Besides, I promised my brother that no matter who ascends the throne, I will be loyal to the royal family." "Your Highness is absolutely right." Princess Yang held Prince Yang's hand. "In that case, we might have to go when Xiao Ming ascends the throne to show our feelings." Prince Yang nodded. Now that Xiao Ming has the Wei territory plus my fiefdom, he has effectively taken over half of the northern territory. This will make stabilizing the north much easier. "Your Highness is wrong. Isn't Prince Kang's fiefdom also in Xiao Ming's hands? Xiao Ming now has the power of 4 countries, Princess Yang said with a smile. At the same time, the envoys from Qingzhou were driven out of Baju City by the king of Yan. In his mansion, Prince Yan was furious. "My dear Xiao Ming, do you really think that the world today is still the world of Deu Kingdom? Do you think that your Xiao family will always have the final say in this country?" King Yan roared. The officials and generals in the palace were all silent, and no one dared to bring bad luck at this time. After venting his anger, the king of Yan sneered, "Isn't he about to ascend the throne? I'll give him a surprise. Generals, listen up. Gather your troops immediately. Xiao Ming has made it clear that he's not going to surrender Wei. I don't believe he can stop the combined forces of Yan, Zhao, and Liang." Lin and City. At noon, beautiful orchestral sounds came from the Chu Palace in Lin and City. The main hall of the palace was filled with guests. On both sides sat officials and generals from the state of Chu. There were also two particularly eye-catching people, because they looked different from the people of Dayu. The two people were none other than Richard and Bashal. After their trip to Jinling City, they came to Lin and City. They would probably spend a long time in Lin and City from then on. "My two envoys, as long as you can train my army to the same standard as the Qi King's army, I will definitely not treat you unfairly." After 3 rounds of drinking, the king of Chu was drunk and wanted to vent all his unhappiness. Although he had formed an alliance with Xiao Ming, he felt really aggrieved. If it weren't for the fact that Qingzhu's artillery and muskets had been delayed in arriving, why would he have to compromise so much? Now that most of the southern states and counties are in his hands, his ambition is growing, and he is already looking forward to unifying the great Yu kingdom. Richard enjoyed the delicious food in the palace and translated the words of the king of Chu to Basil from time to time. This time, the king of Chu reached an agreement with Akaso, the French governor in charge of East Asian affairs. The French obtained exclusive trading rights with the state of Chu and established a trading port between the state of Dayu and the state of Annan. The French sold firearms to the king of Chu and sent officers to train the Chu army. Baxi was the coach hired by the king of Chu at a huge expense. The king of Chu had to pay Baxi a salary of 1,000 taels of silver every month, and also had to pay Richard 500 taels of silver per month for translation. Richard translated the king of Chu's words. Basil frowned and said, "King of Chu, who respects gold, your current firearms are too inferior. You cannot defeat the king of Qi with just your matchlock guns and artillery with a range of only 500 meters. The envoy is joking. Xiao Ming is also using these firearms, but my army is not as well trained as his." The king of Chu had not yet realized anything. Bashal frowned and said, "King of Chu, don't you understand yet? I'm afraid you've been tricked by the king of Qi. We've heard from the Dutch that the king of Qi's army is equipped with flintlock muskets. Their artillery has a range of 3 or 4 miles, and they even have field artillery. The gap between your weapons is significant. Flintlock rifles, field cannons, what are these things?" asked the king of Chu in confusion. Brazil showed a look of contempt. To him, the natives of this place were no different from those in America and Africa. Despite having a large population, their rulers were still very ignorant. They did not understand science and had no faith. They just oppressed their people in an autocratic and brutal manner. However, they are happy to see such rulers because it helps them gain benefits from them. This flintlock rifle is even more powerful than the matchlock. Not only does it have a longer range, but it also reloads quickly, making it more adaptable to combat in rainy weather. Field artillery is a very portable weapon. It can be deployed with the musketeers on the battlefield at any time. Basil briefly introduced it. "This time I came to your country, I also brought a firearm with me for self-defense. This is the flintlock rifle." After saying that, Baxi stood up and presented a short-barreled flintlock rifle to the king of Chu. The king of Chu was completely sober at this time. He picked up the flintlock and took a look. He immediately understood the difference. Then his surprise turned into bizarre anger. "Damn it, Xiao Ming has been deceiving me all along," King Chu roared. The officials and generals in the main hall also showed indignant expressions when they heard this, and they were whispering to each other, obviously cursing Xiao Ming. The crown prince of Chu, Li Chaiyuan, and the third prince sat on the left and right sides of the king of Chu, respectively. At this moment, Li Chaiyuan fanned the flames, saying, "Father, this Xiao Ming is simply too vicious. The last time I fought the Dutch, I blamed Xiao Ming for my disastrous defeat. If he hadn't sold us artillery like this, how could I have lost?" The last crushing defeat made Li Chaiyuan lose face, and now he finally found an excuse. Although he cursed Xiao Ming in his words, the excitement in his eyes could not be concealed. The king of Chu looked at Li Chaiyuan and said slowly, "Father has wronged you. I am not afraid if your father blames me wrongly. It is also reasonable for me to suffer some grievances. I just hope your father will not trust the royal family anymore. Xiao Ming is so cunning, and I am afraid that others are the same," Li Chaiyuan said to the third prince. After Prince Zhao enthroned the 13th prince, they enthroned the third prince as the king. According to their seniority, they should all call the third prince the emperor. The fact is that the third prince is just a puppet, but even so, Li Chaiyuan is still wary of the third prince. In his heart, the state of Chu belonged to him, so how could it be the turn of others to interfere? Li Chaiyuan's indirect criticism reached the ears of the third prince, but the third prince pretended not to hear. He continued to eat and drink, as if what Li Chaiyuan said had nothing to do with him. Just as everyone was scolding Xiao Ming for the firearm incident, a postman arrived outside and said, "Your Highness, an urgent message from Qingzhou, 800 miles away." Qingzhou, the king of Chu, grew even angrier upon hearing this. He addressed the entire court. "HMPH, I want to see what tricks Xiao Ming has up his sleeve. Present them to me." Upon hearing this, the post commander handed the letter from Qingzhou to the king of Chu. The king of Chu took the letter and tore it open. After just one glance, he threw the letter to the ground, his face turning from red to purple. Li Chaiyuan glanced at King Chu cautiously. He picked up the letter on the ground and took a look at it. He was immediately shocked. Xiao Ming is going to ascend the throne. When the voice came, the third prince, who had been pretending to be indifferent, froze for a moment, and then he started eating quietly again. But there was a subtle smile on the corner of his mouth. He was no longer wary of Xiao Ming, nor did he hate Xiao Ming anymore, and there was no suspicion and jealousy among the princes. After living in Lin, and for a year, the cruel reality made him realize that he was nothing more than a dog of the king of Chu. The throne and the country were nothing but a mirage to him. He only blamed himself for being blinded by the throne and ending up like this. When he left Chang'an, he knew that Xiao Wengshun would pass the throne to Xiao Ming. Now that Xiao Ming has ascended the throne, he feels relieved and relaxed. Xiao Ming actually ordered us to attend the coronation ceremony. "This is a joke," Li Chaiyuan said angrily. "Father, in my opinion, why don't we learn from Xiao Ming and bombard Jinling City as a great gift to him?" The king of Chu gasped violently. Xiao Ming's ascension to the throne meant that his ambition lay in the world, which was a denial of the third prince he had supported. Although Li Chaiyuan's words made him a little impulsive, he understood that now was not the time to break up with Xiao Ming. Although the firearms Xiao Ming gave him were not the best, they were enough to deal with other vassal kings. This king has never received any letter from Qingzhou. The king of Chu said, suppressing the anger in his heart. Li Chaiyuan understood and threw the letter from Qingzhou into the charcoal basin on the side. The letter turned into ashes in the flames. The king of Chu continued, "The situation in the north is complex right now. Even if Xiao Ming can defeat the king of Zhao, the kings of Yan and Leang will undoubtedly be severely weakened and unable to march south immediately. We should use this opportunity to strengthen our military and leverage the strategic location of the Yangtze River to repel the enemy. Yes, Your Highness." All the ministers responded. Richard and Basil sat upright and looked at the officials. They also stood up and saluted the king of Chu. Now that they were receiving salaries from the king of Chu, they naturally had to work for him. Qingzhou. Amidst the hurried preparations, there were only less than 7 days left for the coronation ceremony. During this time, Fiji had arranged all the coronation procedures, and Pang Yukon had also passed on all the news to the various vassal kings. After waiting for 20 days, Prince Yang entered Qingzhou City with his wife. At the same time, there came an envoy sent by Prince Huainan. It was basically the same as they had guessed. Whether it was Prince Chu, Prince Yan, Prince Zhao, or Prince Liang, they all turned a blind eye to the coronation ceremony. Not only that, the king of Yan, the king of Liang, and the king of Zhao each sent their troops to form a rebel army and march towards Yunzhu, which was clearly intended to teach Xiao Ming a lesson. Your Highness, the Southern Expedition Army and the Dengzhou Army will leave a total of 30 men to garrison the cities of the 13 prefectures. The remaining 50 will all be sent to Yunzhu City. The Yuzhou Army will mobilize all of its cavalry to Yunzhu City. Together with the Qingzhou cuirassiers, we will have a total of 50 cavalry available this time. In the Qingzhou camp, Niu Ben told Xiao Ming all the arrangements of the feudal army. The coronation ceremony was about to take place, but the three kings launched an attack at this time, and he had to respond. Moreover, he was also prepared to take advantage of this opportunity to fight a tough battle to severely damage the coalition forces of the three kings. As he had been thinking, the current situation in the north could not be changed without a decisive battle that would turn the situation into a meat grinder. Now that Japan has crossed the sea to the east, the barbarians are pressing forward in the north, and the Western powers are intervening in the south. He must at least end the civil strife in the north and have a stable development environment. Otherwise, a country in war will only be consumed and unable to bring about revolutionary changes. The reason why Britain was able to complete the Industrial Revolution first was due to its long-term accumulation and its stable social environment far away from the European continent. Therefore, he chose to ascend the throne now, after considering many factors. Niu Ben's words reassured Xiao Ming. He said, Yunju City originally had 10, 0 Yunju troops plus 10, 0 Qingju troops. Now with another 60, 0, the city has a total of 80, 0 troops. Including the cavalry, the total is 130, 0. Most of the feudal state's military strength is here. After a pause, he said to Niu Ben, Commander Niu, I appoint you as the general of the Western expedition to unify the overall situation. This time you must stop the Three Kings, coalition forces outside Yunju City. No mistakes can be made. Niu Ben clasped his fists and said, Your Highness, rest assured, I will never let them go even a step beyond Yunju City. Well, in addition to this, we must do our best to destroy the armies of the Three Kings in this battle and make sure they never return. Xiao Ming said seriously. To him, the essence of war is to destroy the enemy's manpower. This was the purpose of Bai Qi's massacre of 400 Zhao soldiers. From then on, Zhao's state no longer had any power to resist. According to the intelligence provided by Wang Xuan, the coalition forces of the King of Yan, the King of Zhao and the King of Liang totaled 350 troops, of which the King of Yan sent 180 troops, the King of Liang sent 130 troops, and the King of Zhao sent 40 cavalry. When Xiao Ming learned that so many troops were heading towards Yunju City, he was really shocked. Fortunately, Dayu Kingdom has always lacked cavalry. The total number of cavalry in the three-party coalition forces was only 60, and the rest were infantry. As for him, he was not worried about the infantry, because these feudal armies armed with traditional swords were no match for firearms. The only thing he was worried about was the cavalry. However, now that the Yuzhu army and the Qingzhou cuirassiers have merged together, he is not too worried. In terms of the excellent equipment and training of the soldiers, he believes that his cavalry can prevent the destruction of the counties near Yunju City by this 60, strong cavalry. After giving instructions to Niu Ben, Xiao Ming and a group of generals conducted several simulations on the sand table of Yunju City. Yunju City is the gateway to Qingzhou. As long as they capture Yunju City, they can go directly to Qingzhou. It is for this reason that they deployed their troops in Yunju City, which is the same reason why the barbarians planned to pass through Yunju City back then. After formulating a war plan, Xiao Ming returned to Qingzhou City. This time, he was not the only one participating in the war. King Yang came to Qingzhou and prepared to meet him. Before he came to the military camp, Princess Yang met with concubine Zhen first and vaguely mentioned Prince Yang's attitude. After making up his mind, he arranged to meet with Prince Yang at noon to make things clear. Generally speaking, he may only have two real allies in Dayu Kingdom now. One is King Yang and the other is King Huainan. However, compared with King Huainan's support, which requires marriage, King Yang's support may be simpler. Although Prince Yang had a bad temper and was greedy for pleasure, he was also very simple-minded and would follow whoever was the real emperor. When he arrived at the palace, Xiao Ming went straight into the main hall. After a while, Prince Yang came to the main hall under the guidance of Qian Dafu, my dear nephew. When he saw Xiao Ming, King Yang walked towards him with a big laugh. His burly figure made Xiao Ming feel quite pressured. Fourth uncle. Xiao Ming also smiled. Now that he had not ascended the throne, everything remained the same in terms of etiquette. However, compared to his previous rudeness, Xiao Ming could still see a hint of caution in Prince Yang's behavior. Inviting King Yang to sit down, Xiao Ming went straight to the point. He gestured to Qian Dafu, who then brought over Xiao Wengshuan's will. Prince Yang had always been concerned about this will. He had to confirm its authenticity, so when he got it, he read it carefully. After a while he said, "This is my brother's handwriting. The silk used in this will is unique to the palace. It's correct." After saying this, Prince Yang felt relieved. He stood up and said to Xiao Ming, "From now on, I will be at your disposal, my nephew." Princess Yang had already mentioned Prince Yang's intention to submit when she met concubine Zhen, so Xiao Ming was not surprised. He said directly without hesitation, "I believe fourth prince also knows that Prince Yan, Prince Liang and Prince Zhao have jointly raised an army to attack me. I have heard about this matter, my dear nephew, don't worry. I will raise an army and fight against these rebels together with you," King Yang said angrily. Xiao Ming nodded with satisfaction. He didn't have many soldiers, but with those from Prince Yang, it was a lot. This way, he would be much more relaxed. However, he mentioned this matter not to let King Yang participate in the war in Yunju City, seized Bingzhou. King Yang looked surprised. Xiaoming nodded gently, that's right. This time the king of Liang has sent a large army, and the Liang kingdom must be internally weak. If the emperor's uncle seizes this opportunity to take Bingzhou, he can easily take it. But can my nephew stop the coalition forces of the three kings under the city of Yunju? King Yang was a little worried. Now that he had appointed Xiaoming as his military commander, he naturally had to consider Xiaoming. Xiaoming said confidently, "Don't worry, third prince. Even if we can't defeat them in the field, I can still hold Yunju City with these troops. Moreover, when we learn that Bingzhou is under siege, Prince Leang will surely lead his army back. Then you and I can set up an ambush on the way back and annihilate Prince Leang's army in one fell swoop. Without Prince Leang's troops, the morale of the three princes, coalition will surely drop significantly. My dear nephew, you have thought it through carefully." "I will just do as you say," Prince Yang said. Xiaoming breathed a sigh of relief. Prince Yang's surrender was a bit of a surprise to him. It was the biggest good news before he ascended the throne. Although King Yang's ability to govern his fiefdom was not very good, he still had more than 100 soldiers under his command, and these soldiers could become one of the factors that influenced the war at this time. However, since Prince Yang had surrendered, he had to express his loyalty. After all, human hearts were unpredictable. This time, Prince Yang pledged his loyalty to him because of Xiao Wengshuan's will. As a king who was about to ascend the throne, he had to express his loyalty appropriately to win over the hearts of the people and reassure Prince Yang. So he said, "I heard that the emperor's uncle is short of military pay and food. I have prepared 300 taels of silver and 500 dan of grain for him. These supplies should be enough to help him with his emergency." Upon hearing this, King Yang was overjoyed. He was also worried about this matter. Ever since the famine in Yang 2 years ago, King Qinglong had gathered his people to rebel, and the barbarians had looted and massacred Yang, which made it very difficult for the treasury of Yang to finance its development. It was also because of this that he knew that he was no match for Xiaoming. "My dear nephew, you are still thinking about me. This time, your uncle will risk his life to take Bingzhou for you." King Yang laughed. Xiaoming smiled. He was also helpless. He understood the current situation of King Yang. If it were not for the support of these salaries and food, King Yang's army would probably run away halfway. Because the purpose of the people of Dayu Kingdom joining the army is very simple, which is to have something to eat. If they have no food to eat, most of them will choose to desert. This is also why ancient armies had the habit of looting, especially when food and grass were insufficient. Military generals would often allow soldiers to loot captured cities, because this would make the soldiers want to attack the city. In that case, your nephew will wait for good news from your uncle, Xiaoming said to Prince Yang, but he also had a plan for sending Prince Yang to attack Bingzhou this time. If Prince Yang captured Bingzhou, everyone would be happy, and Prince Leang would be seriously injured. If Prince Yang failed to capture Bingzhou, it would have the effect of besieging Wei to save Zhao, which would be enough to help him defeat the coalition forces of the three kingdoms. After discussing the matter, the two chatted for a while. After the coronation ceremony, there were still ceremonies to worship the heaven and the ancestral temple. Naturally, King Yang needed to step forward in this matter. After all, Prince Yang is now the most senior elder among the royal family, so he gladly accepted it. After this matter was settled, King Yang returned happily. He was sincerely happy at this moment. He got so many supplies just by showing his loyalty to Xiaoming. He seemed to have returned to the time when Xiao Wengshuan was in power. At that time, Xiao Wengshuan would always solve his urgent needs. After seeing off Prince Yang, Xiaoming stood up and walked towards the side hall of the palace. The matter of Prince Yang was over, and there was still the matter of Prince Huainan that needed to be dealt with. At this time, the envoy sent by King Huainan was chatting with concubine Zhen in a side hall. However, unlike ordinary delegations, the one who came to Qingzhou this time was Princess Li of King Huainan. "Your Majesty, it's been 7 or 8 years since we last met. The last time we met was on the Emperor's 50th birthday." In the side hall, concubine Zhen sat in the main seat, and below her sat Princess Li of Huainan. This Li was about the same age as concubine Zhen. Despite the passing of time, her natural beauty could not be concealed. Holding concubine Zhen's hand, Li looked very intimate, as if they were close friends for many years. Li's words reminded concubine Zhen of the past, and a trace of melancholy appeared in her eyes. How things and people had changed in such a short time was a cause for regret. However, she was very clear about the role she should play at this moment, so she smiled and said, "Sister, you are absolutely right. I remember that you brought Zhu with you to Chang'an, and although Zhu was only 12 years old at that time, she was already a little beauty. I wonder what kind of a good husband you have chosen for her now. Your Majesty actually still remembers this naughty girl. Oh, don't mention her. This girl has been spoiled by His Highness. Now at her age, she hasn't even found anyone she likes. She just says that all the princes nowadays are trash. If there is one who is as heroic as His Highness the Prince of Qi, she will marry him," Li said seemingly unintentionally. Concubine Zhen rolled her eyes and said, "Since ancient times, beauties have loved heroes, which is understandable. Now that Ming already has a principal wife, I'm thinking of choosing a concubine for him to continue his lineage. After all, there are so many disputes in the royal family, and more inheritance can ensure the continuation of the incense. At that time, I also thought of Zhu but I was afraid that Zhu would not look down on the position of concubine, so I gave up." "Your Majesty, you are worrying too much. Now that His Highness is about to ascend the throne, this concubine will soon become the imperial noble consort. This status is worthy of her. I am just afraid that Your Majesty will look down on this girl." Li's face was full of smiles. Zhen Fei also relaxed her brows. Li's meaning was very clear. Fei Yue was the queen, but her daughter was going to be the imperial concubine. This was the bargaining chip for the deal. Although she never interfered in government affairs, she knew that it would be difficult for Xiao Ming to stabilize the north quickly without a few capable helpers. So she said, "I fell in love with Zhu the first time I saw her. In that case, I will agree to this matter. I hope my sister can choose a day to send Zhu to Qingzhou. Your Majesty, this is easy. After I go back, I will write a letter to His Majesty and ask him to send someone to bring Zhu here." Li was very happy. This imperial concubine is the first person under the queen, so it is not unfair to her daughter. The two talked for a while before Li got up and left. As soon as Li left, Xiao Ming walked in from the side hall. Concubine Zhen glanced at him and said, "This matter has been arranged for you by your mother. The Prince of Huainan wants his daughter to be the imperial noble consort. However, it seems that the only one who can marry you is the Prince of Huainan. As long as the Prince of Huainan obeys the order, the imperial noble consort will be worth it. This is the only way now. I can count on him to restrain the King of Chu and the King of Yan," Xiao Ming said slowly. In the side hall, mother and son stood facing each other. At this time, concubine Zhen pulled Xiao Ming to sit down. She said, "You have become much more sensible than before. This makes me feel at ease. You will soon be the emperor. From now on, you must consider the overall interests of the country, rather than your own selfish interests. After all, you hold the lives of all people in your hands." After a pause, she continued, "The Great Yu Kingdom is in turmoil and peril. The people of Chang and City know that the Great Yu Kingdom is on the verge of collapse. Now your father has left this mess to you, which is really unfair to you, but you should not blame your father. It was a great honor for him to maintain order in the world over these years, but in the end, he was wrong about King Zhao." Xiao Ming nodded. Zhen Fei's words were not alarmist. Even if he destroyed Yan, Leang and Zhao, most of the north would be in ruins by then. It would take a long time to recover through recuperation, and he would also spend a lot of financial resources to maintain stability in the north. But even so, war is still inevitable. He said, "Without destruction, there is no construction. I might just be able to restore the rule of Deu." There was a smile in Zhen Fei's eyes. She originally just wanted Xiao Ming to live a peaceful life in his fiefdom, but now he has completely embarked on another path. But no matter where Xiao Ming goes, she will still support Xiao Ming as before. After examining Xiao Ming for a moment, she said, "In that case, after you ascend the throne, I will arrange for you to take a concubine. However, there is one more thing I need to discuss with you. Where will Qi Zhu live after she comes?" Xiao Ming was stunned for a moment. He understood that Zhen Fei was talking about the palace. After all, this palace was too small and too crowded to accommodate too many people. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "There's no other way before I ascend the throne, but I've decided to build a palace. There's an unused residential area in the south of Jinling City, and I plan to build it there. Then your mother will be relieved. This imperial city is not only a place for the emperor to rest, but also a place for ministers to work. It is by no means a joke," Zhen Fei reminded. Xiao Ming nodded. The Qingzhou government office was indeed a bit crowded now, and many institutions were mixed together. After all, many departments were added after the political reform, and these departments all needed separate office locations. So after considering all the circumstances, he decided to build the imperial city, which was also a transformation of Qingzhou City. For him, the traditional residential model could no longer meet the needs of industrial development. It is now necessary to break up the traditional residential communities and establish an urban structure suitable for industrial development. Moreover, the transformation of the city can also stimulate the development of Qingzhou's commerce, which is killing three birds with one stone for him. After briefly explaining the matter, he left Zhenfei. He needed to inform the construction camp about this matter, and he also had to give the construction camp a plan of the imperial city. For him, the construction of the imperial city needs to take the electricity issue into consideration. After all, if Qingzhou builds a power plant in the future, he doesn't want the imperial city to be in chaos again, so it is better to reserve this part in advance. In the afternoon, concubine Zhen formally issued a pardon to the princess of Huainan. This pardon was naturally about Qi Zuer. With this pardon, the matter of taking a concubine was officially decided. On the same day, Xiao Ming dealt with King Yang and King Huainan at the same time. Although he felt a little complicated, he finally breathed a sigh of relief because he would be more relaxed with the help of the two vassal kings. Feeling a little relieved, Xiao Ming once again devoted himself to the preparations for the coronation ceremony. Now there was not much time left before he ascended the throne. Now the only thing he was worried about was the battle in Yunzhu City, because this would determine the future situation in the north. Yunzhu City. With the influx of the Southern Expedition Army and the Dengzhou Army, soldiers could be seen in groups of 3 or 5 everywhere in this small city, and the people in the city also had a premonition that a war was about to come, because they had never seen so many soldiers stationed in Yunzhu City. Even during the Battle of Jizhu 2 years ago, there were only 30, 0 to 50, 0 soldiers in this city. The atmosphere in the Yunzhu camp was solemn at this time. 2 days ago, Niu Ben arrived here with the seal of the general of the Western Expedition. The arrival of the commander-in-chief meant that the war was not far away. There are still 3 days until His Highness ascends the throne. If His Highness's coronation ceremony goes awry due to the battle in Yunzhu City, none of you will be able to bear the consequences. But if we can win a great victory this time, you will be rewarded according to your merits after you return, Niu Ben said loudly. Lu Fei, Luo Xin, Luo Hong, Qi Guangyi, Bai Mu and other generals were all in the tent. They exchanged glances with fanaticism in their eyes. After the coronation ceremony, Xiao Ming will officially become the emperor of Dayou Kingdom, and conquering other vassal kings is equivalent to suppressing rebellion. Moreover, after ascending the throne, he will inevitably promote officials and generals. As the earliest generals to follow Xiao Ming, they are naturally the main force for this promotion. However, before that, they must ensure that the coronation ceremony can proceed smoothly. After all, King Yan, King Leang and King Zhao did not want Xiao Ming to ascend the throne, especially King Zhao. Once Xiao Ming ascended the throne, he would lose the advantage of using the emperor to control the princes. 350,000 people. It seems that these 3 vassal kings are planning to destroy our Qi. Luo Hong looked at the sand table with a serious expression. He had never experienced such a large-scale war. The scouts who went to investigate came back and reported that the army of the 3 kings was so large that it blocked out the sky and the sun. In addition to the soldiers who directly participated in the battle, there were also civilians like a long dragon transporting food. Now the vanguard of the 3 kings, coalition army has arrived and set up camp at the foot of Yunzhu City, but the follow-up troops are still arriving in an endless stream. Among them, King Zhao's 40, 0 cavalrymen tried to bypass Yunzhu City and go deep into the hinterland to kill, burn, and loot, but they had to abandon this plan after being surrounded and intercepted by the cavalry led by Bai Mu. Because they found that no matter where they went, they would always be discovered first, and if they ventured further, they would probably never return. We are not afraid of another 350-0. When the time comes, we will pull out all the field artillery and beat them into mud, Lu Fei roared. Luo Xin raised his eyebrows. This time, most of the field artillery were in his hands. He was ready to make a big move. 90% of Qingzhou's ammunition reserves were here. Niu Ben frowned and said, "Your Highness told me before leaving that we must do our utmost to annihilate the coalition forces of the 3 princes. So this time you don't need to show mercy, you must strike hard. Furthermore, we have 6 0-rifled flintlock muskets in service. However, because the smokeless gunpowder Your Highness mentioned is slow to produce, we will have to use black powder for the time being. Even so, this will be enough to completely defeat the Prince of Yan's musketeers." 6,000 rifled muskets. There was a burst of exclamations in the camp, and the generals' excitement was beyond words. When they were conquering Wei, they had already tested the excellent performance of this weapon on the battlefield. This batch of muskets not only had a long range and great power, but was also easy to load and had a fast firing rate. An ordinary flintlock rifle can fire 2 to 3 bullets per minute, but this rifle can fire twice as many bullets per minute, which is very important for a flintlock rifle that relies on shooting density to kill the enemy. General, please give these 6.0 flintlock rifles to our Southern Expeditionary Army. I am willing to serve as the vanguard. Lu Fei stepped out and bowed to Niu Ben. Yi Qingyun was immediately displeased when he heard this. General Lu, this is really unfair. How come you are the vanguard and the flintlock is also yours? Even without this rifle, our Dengzhou army is willing to serve as the vanguard. That's not right. Why do all the good things belong to your Southern Expedition Army and Dengzhou Army? You have gained the advantage in the war against Wei State. Now it's our turn, said Dai Ying, the governor of Yunzhou. That's right. You and the Dengzhou Army can't always be the ones to take the spotlight. This time, it's time for us to take the lead. The generals were arguing with each other, and no one was willing to give in. Shut up, everyone. Niu Ben roared angrily when he saw this. The generals immediately stopped talking and looked serious. Glancing around at the eager generals, Niu Ben said gravely, I know you're eager for battle, but this time we can't afford to make any mistakes. This isn't the time for you to compete for credit. Let me be frank, if anyone dares disobey orders and disrupts the formation in an attempt to attack, I'll chop off his head. Yes, General, all the generals responded in unison. Nodding with satisfaction, Niu Ben looked at the sand table. This sand table was exactly the terrain between Yunzhou City and Kaizhou City. This time, the armies of King Yan, King Zhao, and King Leang relied on Bingzhou. The army advanced and set up camp 20 miles outside Yunzhou City. Its momentum was magnificent. Although you have also concentrated most of the vassal state's troops in Yunzhou City this time, Niu Ben still dare not take it lightly, because this will be a battle that will determine the situation in the north for the vassal state. If this action destroys the 350-strong coalition army, the offensive and defensive situation in the north will be completely changed, and the vassal state will be freed from the passive defensive situation. Lu Fei, I order you to take charge of the central army. Luo Hong, I order you to take charge of the left army. Yi Qingyun, I order you to take charge of the right army. Bai Mu, you lead 20-0 cavalry to protect the left wing of the infantry. Qi Guangyi, you lead 20-0 cavalry to protect the right wing of the infantry. Luo Xin will follow me to establish artillery positions. Niu Ben gave orders one by one. The generals who heard the order all bowed in response. Allied camp. While Niu Ben was arranging the battlefield, there was a fierce quarrel here about the upcoming war. This time, the king of Yan sent his younger brother Qi Huai to command the entire army. The king of Zhao sent General Zhao Ang, and the king of Liang's army was led by the second prince himself. Although the three kings reached an agreement to attack Qi together, the soldiers were stationed in clear divisions in the coalition camp. Not only that, each army was only responsible for its own food and fodder. Why do we let the Yan army serve as the vanguard while your army is watching the show from behind? Since we are an allied force, of course we should advance and retreat together. Qi Huai looked at the second prince, and Zhao Ang with dissatisfaction in the tent. Zhao Ang heard this and said, this coalition is led by Yan State, so it's natural that Yan State will be the vanguard. Moreover, if Qingzhou is captured, it will be your Yan State that will benefit the most, isn't it? Qi Huai's face flushed red. He angrily said, that's wrong. This army isn't coming here for Yan's own selfish ends. If we just sit back and watch Xiao Ming grow stronger, who will benefit? You're judging a gentleman by your own standards. General Qi is absolutely right. Our goal this time is to destroy Xiao Ming and prevent him from ascending the throne. General Zhao Ang is unwilling to contribute. Does this mean he admits that the 13th prince is not the legitimate prince? The second prince said lightly. Whenever he thought of second prince Xiao Ming, a strong hatred would well up in his heart. If Xiao Ming had not been so persistent in pursuing the assassination, he would not have been demoted to a deserted place like Baju and suffered so much. This time when King Liang sent out the army, he did not let him be the commander-in-chief at first, but under his strong request, King Liang finally compromised. For him, as long as Xiao Ming was alive, he would never be able to get rid of the hatred in his heart. Zhao Ang was being bullied by Qi Huai and the second prince. His expression changed, and he finally said, the 13th prince is naturally the legitimate heir. Xiao Ming's ascension to the throne is treason. That's it. The second prince sneered. I hope you two can help me when the battle starts tomorrow. Although Zhao Ang was unwilling, he had no choice but to agree to it in the face of the aggressive attitude of the two. However, the words of King Zhao before leaving were still ringing in his ears. These 40 black-armored cavalry were King Zhao's treasures, and he would still try to reduce casualties. At this time, the second prince and Kui Huai looked at each other, their eyes passed each other, and they were a little worried about each other. The next morning, wisps of smoke rose from Yunju City, and the allied camp began to make fires and cook. When the soldiers had all filled their stomachs, the deafening sound of war drums suddenly rang out in the camp. Then the coalition forces slowly approached Yunju City amid the sound of war drums. At this time, a hydrogen balloon had been launched into the sky in Yunju City, and the flag signalman on the hydrogen balloon kept transmitting the movements of the coalition forces to New Ben on the city wall. The flag signalman said they observed that 150 artillery pieces of the coalition forces were being pushed towards Yunju City. New Ben said to Luo Xin, "General, it seems that the King of Yan and the King of Liang have taken out all their assets this time." Luo Zhen said. New Ben nodded and said, "These artillery pieces are now in your hands. Shoot them all down." "Yes, General," Luo Zhen nodded. Then he went down the city wall and headed towards a high ground outside the city. There were 100 cannons deployed on this high ground, and there was also an artillery position on the corresponding slightly higher land. Outside the city of Yunju, Lu Fei, Luo Hong and Yi Qingyun led the left, center, and right armies respectively to form horizontal columns, and these columns were composed of small columns of 200 people each. On the vast land outside Yunju City, the two armies were getting closer and closer, and the atmosphere on the battlefield was becoming more and more solemn. An hour later, the coalition forces of the Three Kings stopped 300 meters away from the Yunju City army, and the musketeers in the front began to move towards the Yunju army. This time, the Prince of Yan sent out all of his musketeers, a total of 20 people, while the Prince of Liang sent out all of the 10 musketeers in his fiefdom. Hundreds of thousands of troops were lined up in the east and west, and the densely packed soldiers looked like an ant colony from the air. For both sides, this battle did not involve too much conspiracy or intrigue, but was a head-on confrontation between the two armies. Rumble. As the allied musketeers continued to move towards Yunju City, the sound of war drums became louder and louder, and amid the sound of the drums, the field artillery also roared. Boom, boom, booms. Hundreds of field guns simultaneously began to bombard the allied artillery that was approaching the Yunju army. As the allied musketeers continued to approach the Yunju army, the allied artillery hidden in the army also took the opportunity to move forward, but all this could not be hidden from the flag bearers, who were observing from hundreds of meters above. The flag signalman kept informing Luo Xin of the location of the enemy's artillery, and then Luo Xin commanded the artillery to fire in the direction indicated by the flag signalman. After a round of volleys, the coalition soldiers who were covering the artillery fell down one after another. The coalition artillery was now completely exposed to Luo Xin's eyes. Then more intense artillery fire bombarded the direction of the coalition artillery, and screams suddenly rang out. The tragic situation of the artillery soon reached the ears of Kui Hua and the second prince. Their faces changed when they heard it. At this time, they looked at the strange thing rising in Yunju City with a strange look in their eyes. "This must be the legendary hot air balloon," Kui Hua asked. The second prince nodded. "Yes, I saw it once in Chang, and it is said that during the Battle of Jiju, the Qingzhou army also used this hot air balloon to scout the situation in the barbarian army. HMPH, if I remember correctly, there is a hot air balloon in Chang'an City. Yes, there is one. It was given to my father by Zhao Ming back then. It should be in the hands of Prince Zhao now." The second prince was dissatisfied. Not only did Prince Zhao send 40 cavalry this time, but he was reluctant to send the hot air balloon. Otherwise, why would they be so passive now? Zhao Ang looked at his ears and nose and looked at his heart, looking like he knew nothing. Now the ones who lost were the troops of King Yan and King Liang, but he seemed to feel a little happy in his heart. Kui Hua and the second prince were naturally distressed. The strange-looking artillery on the raised high ground not far away kept firing round after round of shells, and now their artillery was unable to fight back at all. However, at this time, they gradually came to their senses. The range of their artillery seemed to be far inferior to that of the Qi army's artillery. However, the suppression of their artillery did not make them give up their offensive plans. On the contrary, they ordered their troops to continue advancing. After all, their soldiers were more than twice the number of Qi's army. Now the Qi army is not defending the city, but fighting them in the wild, which gives them the opportunity to annihilate them in one fell swoop. The death of 1,000 artillerymen among an army of 350 would not affect the war at all. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the war drums became more and more urgent. The musketeers in the coalition forces were only 250 meters away from the Yunju army. At this time, Liu Fei, who was in charge of the Central Army, ordered the soldiers to raise their muskets. This time, the Central Army was allocated 6 rifled muskets, which were used to fight against the coalition's musketeers. Although he could have ordered to open fire at about 400 meters, Liu Fei understood that the closer the distance, the more advantage of dense firepower could be exerted, so he finally decided to order to open fire at 250 meters. After all, the accuracy at 400 meters was too poor. Open fire, just as the Allied musketeers were slowly approaching the Yunju army. Liu Fei finally gave the order. Bang, bang, bangs. White smoke rose along with flames, and the Allied musketeers, who were marching densely 200 meters away, suddenly fell down. A coalition soldier felt something warm on his face, and then his companion fell down. Looking at the Yunju City army holding muskets in front of him, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. But he didn't dare to stop, because behind them were soldiers holding machetes. If they took even half a step back, they would be beheaded on the spot, and their relatives in their hometown would also be killed. They received such military orders after arriving in Bingzhou. Bang, bang, bangs. Another round of volleys, and another group of soldiers around the coalition soldiers fell down, and the number of musketeers became fewer and fewer. Then came the third round and the fourth round. Every time flames and white smoke appeared on the opposite side, a group of them would fall down. Finally, after the fifth round of volleys, some musketeers could not bear the fear and tried to escape. However, they were killed by the supervisory soldiers before they ran far. The screams made more soldiers who were trying to escape stop in their tracks. They gritted their teeth and moved forward step by step towards Yunju City. 150 meters, 100 meters, 70 meters. When they reached the firing range of the muskets, they raised their muskets. At the artillery position, Niu Ben was watching the coalition's musketeers. At this moment, his brows were furrowed and his expression was solemn. He noticed the presence of the commander-in-chief in the coalition. In the past, these musketeers would have collapsed after losing 10 of their force, but now, even after losing 40 of their force, they did not retreat. Instead, they braved the artillery and musket fire to a range of 70 meters. It looks like this will be a tough battle, Niu Ben said in a deep voice. Luo Xin also looked a little surprised. It seemed that the King of Yan and the King of Leang had made a great determination this time, otherwise they would not have resorted to such cruel means to force the soldiers to fight to the death. Replace grape shot, let the mortars use lime shells and shrapnel shells, and the field guns fire at the supervisors. Niu Ben gave the order to minimize casualties. Yes. Luo Xin immediately ordered the flag signalman to send out a flag signal. At this time, the artillery began to switch to grape shot. When the range of artillery was longer than that of flintlock rifles, artillery was the main force of the war. Boom, boom, boom. The field artillery using grape shot began to bombard the Allied musketeers. A grape shot immediately turned into a hail of bullets consisting of hundreds of projectiles. The musketeers who were preparing to shoot fell down one after another with screams, and the ground was filled with the wailing of wounded soldiers. Liu Fei on the opposite side had no expression of mercy. They had no grudges against these soldiers, but on the battlefield they were enemies. If they didn't kill them, they would be killed. 70 meters was also the effective range of the flintlock rifle. After enduring a wave of fire from the Allied musketeers, he ordered the rifled flintlock rifles and smoothbore flintlock rifles to fire at the same time. Under the fierce artillery fire and shooting, the Allied musketeers kept falling down. Finally, after 70 of them were killed, the Allied musketeers could no longer bear the collective retreat. Anyone who retreats will die, the supervisors roared, and the machetes in their hands fell on every fleeing soldier. But at this time, the threat of death could no longer prevent the soldiers from escaping. Luo Xin used a telescope to watch the group of governors. He ordered the artillery to bombard these governors, who were preventing the soldiers from retreating. Gradually, the commanders found that their number was decreasing, and they gradually lost control of the army in front. Under the fierce artillery fire of the Yunju army, more and more soldiers were defeated. Seeing this, Niu Ben breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time he sighed in his heart. If the king of Yan, the king of Leang, and the king of Zhao could come up with this method to deal with the barbarians, how could the barbarians bully the Dayu kingdom? So at this time he became more and more angry towards the king of Yan, the king of Liang, and the king of Zhao. In his opinion, they were nothing but a group of cruel tyrants. Asshole. Hui was furious in the tent. The rout of the musketeers caused chaos in the front army, making it impossible for the troops behind to charge forward and engage in hand-to-hand combat with the Yunju army, so they had to temporarily return to the main camp to reorganize their troops and fight again. The second prince's face darkened. It had been his idea to establish a military governor, but even that hadn't saved the day. He declared, all deserters will be killed without mercy. All of these returning musketeers must be executed. Kill them all. There are less than 2,000 musketeers left in our Yan state. Hui was extremely distressed. He now regretted believing the second prince's words. If it weren't for this group of warlords, how could his musketeers have suffered such heavy losses? You have 2,000 people left in Yan state, but we don't have a single musketeer left in Liang state. Your commander-in-chief is really good at using tactics and is merciless, the second prince sneered. Now all his musketeers were killed, and he would have a hard time explaining himself when he returned. After all, whether it was Yan or Liang, the musketeers were elite, and these elites were no match for the Qi army. Upon hearing this, Hui angrily said, Second Prince, what do you mean? This military governorship wasn't your idea. The Yan military governor supervises the Liang army, and the Liang military governor supervises the Yan army. This is all you said. Zhao Ang was the only one who hadn't suffered any losses in this battle. Secretly delighted, he pretended to advise, stop arguing, both of you. Let's think about how to attack the city. Even though we were defeated today, we only lost 30 men. We still have over 300. General Zhao, you're talking without any hesitation. It wasn't your cavalry that was lost, so of course you're not upset. General Zhao loves fighting so much. How about having the black armored cavalry break up the Qi army tomorrow? That's a good idea. The muskets are slow to load, but the cavalry can cover a distance of hundreds of meters in a flash. The second prince also agreed. Zhao Ang's expression suddenly changed. He said, don't forget that the Yunju army also has cavalry. If the black armored cavalry are gone, how will you deal with their cavalry? This time the three kings, coalition army appointed the king of Yan as its commander-in-chief. Hui said, General Zhao, this is an order. Zhao Ang's face turned extremely ugly when he heard this. He snorted and left the tent. Hui and the second prince both showed a cruel smile when they looked at Zhao Ang's departing figure. How could they let Zhao Ang watch the show comfortably after losing so many people? Yunju military camp. After a simple dinner, Niu Ben and other generals gathered in the tent again. They would prepare early in the morning, start the battle at noon, and call off the battle in the evening. Although they had a lot of advantages by taking advantage of firearms, hundreds of soldiers were still killed or wounded by the reckless shooting of the allied musketeers. This loss was still acceptable to them because the coalition forces suffered greater losses. General, if the coalition forces of the three kings continue to fight in this reckless manner, it will be troublesome. Their musketeers should have been defeated by now, and it's time to use cavalry and infantry to charge, Lu Fei analyzed. The generals nodded. Luo Hong said, a distance of 300 meters is just a few breaths for cavalry, and even infantry can rush over in just 20 breaths. Niu Ben agreed. He knew that if they continued this head-on, they would ultimately lose tens of thousands of men. If the coalition forces risked a charge and the battle turned into hand-to-hand combat, it would be extremely disadvantageous to them. After a moment's hesitation, he said, from tomorrow on, we will hold our ground and waste some time with them, wearing down their spirit. Qi Guangyi said, General, I request to lead 10 cavalry to harass their baggage. Bai Mu said, I am willing to go with you. Niu Ben nodded, remember, burn their food and fodder if possible, and don't fight to the bitter end. Yes, General, Qi Guangyi and Bai Mu said in unison. After a pause, Niu Ben continued, I have decided to hold out for 5 days starting tomorrow. After 5 days, we will use our chariots to completely surround the coalition camp. This way, we can take advantage of our firearms without having to worry about the infantry's charge. Lu Fei and other generals nodded in agreement when they heard this. Today they were just trying to lure the coalition's musketeers into a confrontation with them. In their opinion, the king of Yan and the king of Liang were too confident in their musketeers, thinking that they could exchange numbers 1 for 1 with these musketeers. In fact, these soldiers were just targets. They only exchanged for most of the coalition's musketeers at a small price. The next day, when Kui Huai, the second prince, and Zhao Ang led the army to the city of Yunzhu again, they found that the soldiers who had lined up in front of the city yesterday had all arrived on the city wall. Seeing this situation, Zhao Ang naturally felt relieved, while the second prince and Kui Hua had gloomy faces. Now there are only two options before them. One is to attack the city, and the other is to bypass Yunzhu City. However, if they bypass Yunzhu City, it means that their food supply route will be completely exposed under the nose of Yunzhu City. Once their food supply is cut off, it will be a disaster for them. So after weighing the pros and cons, they finally chose the first option of attacking the city. This time, they gathered an army of 350, and they had to get a satisfactory result. It was only when they attacked the city that they realized that the difficulty of attacking the city was no different from taking a detour through Yunzhu City. When the cannons on the city wall began to roar, they knew that they would return empty-handed today. Just as they thought when night fell, they left behind only a field of corpses outside the city and could not even pry up a single brick on the wall of Yunzhu City. Then came the second day, the third day. At the same time, when the coalition forces were still fighting outside the city of Yunzhu, King Yang's army took advantage of the Leang state's lack of military strength and arrived at the city of Bingzhu. The general leading the Yangzhou army this time was none other than Chen Xinren, a family general of King Yang. The army heading to Bingzhu was the elite division trained by him personally. This army consisted of 20 musketeers, 40 infantry, and 15 cavalry. The Liang state bordered the fiefdom of King Yang. After receiving the order from King Yang, they set out from Jizhu and headed all the way to Bingzhu. They encountered no resistance on the way. "General, Bingzhu City is ahead," a general said, pointing to the city ahead. Chen Xinren nodded and said to his generals, "Have the artillery brought up immediately. His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi is about to ascend the throne, and His Royal Highness the Prince of Yang has ordered us to capture Bingzhu City. This is a great gift from the Prince of Yang to the future emperor." "Yes, General." Upon hearing this, the general immediately went to inform the artillery. At this time, Chen Xinren looked towards Bingzhu City. Bingzhu bordered the land of King Yang. King Yang and King Liang had had many frictions here in the past. And now they can finally attack Bingzhu City openly. Boom, boom, booms. Amidst the fierce artillery fire, Chen Xinren launched an attack on Bingzhu City. Now the King of Liang has raised an army to attack the King of Qi, and all the elite troops in the country have been deployed. The prefectures and counties within Liang are short of troops, and there are only a small number of garrisons in each city. So even though their army was discovered by scouts when they entered Liang State, the King of Liang did not assemble his troops to fight. Among the many vassal states, King Yang's fiefdom could not be said to be wealthy, but relatively speaking, the soldiers of the Yang army were also tough because they had been defending against barbarians for many years. Even with the whole country's strength, Liang State was still able to fight against King Yang on equal terms. Now, facing the Yang army that came out in full force, Liang State was unable to stop it at all. The artillery first blasted through the gates of Bingzhu City. At this time, Chen Xinren shouted, "Soldiers, charge. The first person to enter the city will be rewarded with 10 taels of silver. After entering the city, looting is not a crime." With the huge reward, the Yang army soldiers rushed towards Bingzhu City with shouts, and Chen Xinren's order to condone looting also made these soldiers, who usually lacked wages and lived in extreme poverty, go crazy. Soldiers blinded by desire are terrifying. The Yangzhou army outside the city rushed into the city gate like wild beasts. The Yangzhou army launched an attack from the 4 city gates at the same time. The Bingzhu army, which originally had only 30 people, was scattered and could not stop the fierce attack of more than 100 Yangzhou soldiers. Soon the Yangzhou army rushed into the city located between the Yangwang fiefdom and the Liang state. The Yangzhou soldiers who entered Bingzhu City quickly rushed up the city wall and killed the stubbornly resisting Bingzhu soldiers one by one. At the same time, most of the Yangzhou soldiers began to plunder the city wantonly. Chen Xinren rode his horse into Bingzhu City. He looked coldly at the soldiers who were looting. The food and money provided by Xiao Ming this time could only allow them to capture Bingzhu City. If they wanted to capture other prefectures and counties, they would have to find a way to raise food and money on their own. It is for this reason that he allowed his soldiers to plunder, as it was the fastest way to solve the problem of food and wages. After taking Bingzhou City, Chen Xinren turned his attention to Fenzhou, which was the next city he wanted to attack. After Fenzhou was Yanzhou, and after Yanzhou was Qingzhou, where King Liang's palace was located. Just when Chen Xinren easily captured Bingzhou, the Liang Wang mansion in Qingzhou was already in chaos. The news that King Yang suddenly sent troops across the border had reached here, and King Liang was shocked when he heard the news. Why would Prince Yang send troops? King Liang still couldn't believe it. After Xiao Ming conquered Wei, he believed that King Yang would be wary of Xiao Ming, but now things are developing in an unpredictable direction. Your Highness, an old minister, warned us to be wary of Prince Yang's rebellion, but Your Highness simply trusted the second prince's words. Now that the army within the kingdom is depleted, the Liang kingdom is doomed. King Liang's face turned pale. At that time, some civil officials advised him to form an alliance with Yan State to first destroy King Yang, and then slowly take action against Qi State. However, it was the envoys from Yan State and the lobbying of the second prince that finally made him change his mind. Because the king of Yan promised that after he captured Qingzhou, he would give him the Yangdi and the 16 states of Yanyuan and divide the captured cities equally. However, he has not captured any city yet, and the city of Liang has been captured by the king of Yang. My dear ministers, what should we do now? King Liang was also at a loss. Your Highness, you should let the second prince lead his troops back immediately, otherwise it will be too late to regret, the officials said urgently. Prince Liang wiped the sweat from his forehead. A single oversight this time could lead to the destruction of the nation. He said, immediately order the second prince to lead his troops back. Yes, Your Highness. Qingzhou City. While the fierce battle in Yunzhou City was in full swing, Xiao Ming's coronation ceremony was also held in Qingzhou City. In the days before his enthronement, Qingzhou newspapers continued to publicize Xiao Ming's ascension to the throne to the people of various states. At the same time, the news about the Chang and rebellion was also thoroughly exposed in the newspapers. The prince murdered the king, Prince Zhao usurped the throne, Queen Zhao and the 13th prince were forced to ascend the throne by Prince Zhao. All these things were listed in detail, and for a time these news caused an uproar in Qingzhou City. In addition to exposing Prince Zhao's rebellious behavior, the newspaper also announced the imperial edict, proving that Xiao Ming's ascension to the throne was in compliance with the emperor's order. Xiao Ming is about to ascend the throne, and the people of the fiefdom are naturally overjoyed, because this means that the wise king in their eyes will become an emperor who benefits the world, and from then on they will live a well-fed and prosperous life under the protection of this emperor. So on the day of the coronation, a large number of people spontaneously flocked to Qingzhou City. They were all excited and cheery, shouting, "Long live the new emperor," and waiting for the coronation ceremony with joy. The smiles on the faces of Qingzhou merchants were no less than those on the faces of ordinary people. Under Xiao Ming's rule, their status had been greatly improved, and they believed that in the near future, Qingzhou would be more suitable for merchants to live in. There are also some people who used to be lowly craftsmen who have the same mood as the merchants. Now their status is not low, but on the contrary, they are gradually on an equal footing with scholars. The only ones who were unhappy were probably the Confucian scholars who had offended Xiao Ming. They were now trembling with fear and had kept their tails down. They dared not speak out loudly on such a day, otherwise they might really be beaten to death by the angry people. After all, Xiao Ming is now the true emperor in the hearts of the people, and he is also the reincarnation of the barefoot immortal from the upper realm who was sent by God to save the people. Barefoot immortal. In Prince Qi's mansion, Xiao Ming laughed out loud after learning about the rumors that were being spread by word of mouth among the people in the city. He looked at Fiji, who was standing silently by the side, and said, "Master Fei, this is you who is behind this again." 3 days ago, Fiji had submitted a memorial to him, which talked about deifying him. At that time, Xiao Ming was reviewing the news from the war in Yunzhou City. Seeing that it was not a big deal and not wanting to argue with Fiji about it, he sent him to discuss it with Pang Yukun, meaning that if the two of them reached an agreement, they would do it. But from the current situation, it seems that Pang Yukun obviously agreed. Pang Yukun smiled and said, "Your Highness, this has been the rule for generations. Now that Your Highness has ascended the throne, the historians must write a biography for Your Highness. This will also help Your Highness unify the Great Yu Kingdom. After all, the people of the Great Yu Kingdom still believe in this." Xiao Ming felt helpless when he heard this, but after thinking about it, it seemed to be beneficial to him at this stage. In addition to fabricating a reincarnation of a barefoot immortal, Fiji also made up a story that a real dragon appeared in the sky when he was born. Yes, Your Highness, I am also a loyal and devoted minister. Fiji smiled. He was a first-rate flatterer. Xiao Ming shook his head and said, "It's getting late. The coronation ceremony should start soon. The fighting situation in Yunju is intense, and I'm afraid there will be unexpected events." "Yes, Your Highness," Pang Yukon and Fiji responded at the same time. After saying this, the two men bowed at the same time and said loudly, "Your Highness, the Prince of Qi, please enter the hall to complete the ceremony." Xiao Ming nodded and took the gorgeously dressed Fei Yue on his hand as he boarded the imperial carriage. Under the protection of the guards, he headed towards the Qingzhou government office, which was now temporarily serving as the council hall. "Get going." Accompanied by Qian Dafu's long and loud shout, the imperial carriage set out from the palace and headed towards the government office. The streets of Qingzhou City were already filled with common people. When they saw Xiao Ming's carriage coming out, they bowed their heads to show their respect. Although the Deu Kingdom was bullied and humiliated by foreign enemies many times, everyone from officials to common people never performed the ritual of kneeling and bowing to the king. Sitting in the imperial carriage, Xiao Ming and Fei Yue looked outside through the gap in the curtains. Seeing so many people coming to congratulate him on his ascension to the throne, a warm feeling rose in his heart. Over the years, his efforts to improve the lives of his subjects have won them love and support. Coming from the modern era, he deeply understands that as long as he can gain the support of the people, he can stabilize his regime. As long as he controls public opinion, neither the powerful families nor the capital can be scary. Fei Yue held Xiao Ming's hand tightly. She was a little nervous at this time. After changing into the queen's clothes, she looked elegant and luxurious. Perhaps because of the rich food in the palace, Fei Yue was a little fatter than before, with some baby fat on her face, which made her look more wealthy and powerful, like the mother of the country. The imperial carriage arrived at the government office in a quarter of an hour along the wide street. At this time, Pang Yukon and Fiji came forward from behind, and the officials waiting in front of the government office all stood behind them. As the chief minister of the cabinet, Pang Yukon personally lifted the pearl curtain of the imperial carriage and said loudly, "Your Highness, please enter the hall." As soon as he finished speaking, all the officials inside and outside the government office bowed to welcome him. Xiao Ming and Fei Yue got off the imperial carriage together, and they walked side by side along the bluestone avenue of the main gate of the government office towards the council hall. The two walked at a leisurely pace. According to Fiji, when the bell of Qingzhou City rang for the 9th time, they happened to sit down on the dragon throne in the main hall. Xiao Ming had never heard of such a rule. Fiji's explanation was that it corresponded to the supreme ruler. As he stepped into the council hall, Xiao Ming immediately smelled a strong aroma of incense. The hall was filled with incense, with 2 rows of vermilion lacquered pillars on both sides and a dragon throne in the middle. At the same time, there is a tablet on the right side of the council hall. On the tablet, there are shining golden letters which read, "The throne of the emperor with great virtue, benevolence, filial piety, and purity." The emperor on this tablet was Xiao Wengshuan. Following Fiji's instructions, Xiao Ming stepped forward and performed the ritual of 3 kneelings and 9 kowtows in front of the tablet. At this time, Qian Dafu brought him a glass of wine. He raised the glass with both hands and then poured it in front of the tablet. Xiao Wengshuan died tragically in Chang, and so Xiao Ming naturally could not go to Chang and to pay tribute. So Fiji set up a tablet in the council hall, which was also the etiquette before the new king ascended the throne. After paying his respects, Xiao Ming said goodbye to Xiao Wengshuan. Then Princess Taiping, Duke Song and other royal relatives cried at the same time, looking like they were crying to the sky. This was a farewell ceremony. After the prescribed farewell ceremony was over, Pang Yukon led all the officials in shouting, "Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! 1,000 years to the empress! 1,000 years to the empress!" Xiao Ming and Fei Yue walked forward amid the congratulations of the ministers. Xiao Ming sat on the dragon throne, and Fei Yue sat beside him. Looking at the officials in the council hall, Xiao Ming and Fei Yue sat upright and accepted the officials' worship. When the shouts of "Long Live" rang out in the council hall, the people outside the government office responded and shouted "Long Live" at the same time. The whole Qingzhou city was in a frenzy. From then on, their King Qi would be the only emperor of Deu Kingdom. Xiao Ming smiled. He had only seen this kind of formal ceremony on TV. He had never thought that one day he would sit in this position and accept the worship of ministers. Fei Yue also had an excited look on her face. She tried hard to straighten her body to make herself look more like a queen. After accepting the courtiers' greetings, Kaiyan Dafu produced Xiao Wengshuan's will and read aloud. The late emperor's will says, "Since I ascended the throne, I have served the ancestral temple for over 15 years. Although I have worked diligently and cautiously, I was ultimately framed by treacherous individuals, leading to the Confederacy. The fall of our nation is entirely my fault, and I truly feel ashamed of my ancestors. My seventh son, Xiao Ming, is benevolent and filial, and wise and intelligent. He should obey the ancestral command and ascend the throne. Imperial relatives and princes are the most important guardians of the country and should not leave their fiefdoms without permission. They should send envoys to greet the new emperor. Those who disobey the edict and cause chaos will be considered traitors and will be punished by the entire nation." After the edict was read, all the ministers said in unison, "We obey your orders." Xiao Ming nodded, and then he said, "When I first ascend the throne, I will do my utmost to cultivate virtue at home and repel foreign enemies, to seek the welfare of the people of the world, and to establish a foundation for my descendants for eternity." After he finished speaking, Kaiyan Dafu picked up the prepared imperial edict and read, "Princess Fei of Qi, of a noble descent, born into a distinguished family, gentle and intelligent, kind and virtuous, possessing all 6 virtues, and long-standing virtuous character, has spread the 4 teachings in the palace and is truly a model mother to the world. By the gracious order of the Empress Dowager, I hereby enthronize her as Empress with the imperial decree." The first phase of the coronation ceremony had already ended. Pang Yukun shouted, "Draw the curtains, dismiss the class." Amidst another round of congratulations of "Long live the Emperor," all the officials left the council hall. Xiao Ming and Fei Yue stood up and walked outside at this time. There were still ceremonies of worshipping the ancestral temple and offering sacrifices to heaven below. The coronation ceremony lasted from morning to night. After all the complicated rituals were performed, Xiao Ming and Fei Yue returned to the palace in the imperial carriage at dusk. However, the plaque of the Prince of Qi's mansion had been removed and replaced with a gold-plated plaque with the words "Royal Headquarters." According to a group of officials, now that Xiao Ming has ascended the throne, the title of King of Qi has become a thing of the past. However, the imperial palace had not yet been built, and he had no choice but to live here, so this place should be converted into a royal residence. In this way, he could naturally live here, because this residence would be the emperor's temporary residence. "Your servant greets His Majesty, Your Majesty the Empress." When the two returned, the palace maids and eunuchs divided into 2 groups bowed and shouted together, "No need to be so polite," Xiao Ming and Fei Yue said with a smile. These palace maids and eunuchs all escaped from the Chang and rebellion. Zhenfei selected the clean ones among them to serve the 2 of them. In the past, the slaves in the palace were arranged to work in the kitchen, but now the kitchen has been moved to the courtyard next to the palace, because the emperor's bedroom cannot be permanently occupied by men other than the emperor. After accepting the greetings of the palace maids and eunuchs, Fei Yue said solemnly, "From now on you will all serve the emperor. I hope you will remember that in this palace you should do more practical work and less gossip. If anyone dares to betray me, don't blame me for my actions." "Yes, Your Majesty," all the palace maids and eunuchs said in unison. At this moment, Fei Yue's expression relaxed, and she said to Xiao Huan, who was serving beside her, "The emperor is so happy to ascend the throne today, and he will reward them with 10 taels of silver each." Xiao Huan had already prepared the small change, because this was also one of the procedures of the coronation ceremony, the purpose of which was to use both kindness and force on the servants. Siming Hall. This was once the side hall where concubine Zhen lived. After Xiao Ming ascended the throne, the name here was changed to Siming Hall, because Siming Hall specifically refers to the residence of the Empress Dowager in the Deu Kingdom. After admonishing the palace maids and eunuchs, Xiao Ming and Fei Yue went to Siming Hall. This was the last ritual of the enthronement ceremony to show the emperor's benevolence and filial piety. After the ceremony, Xiao Ming and Fei Yue both breathed a sigh of relief. They were both physically and mentally exhausted after a busy day, and now they could finally rest. Concubine Zhen has always disliked these messy etiquettes. If she had not reduced a lot of the etiquette for this coronation ceremony, the two of them would probably have been busy for several hours. The same goes for Pang Yukon and Fiji. The queen is pregnant, and they can't be any more frugal, Zhen Fei said as she pulled Fei Yue to sit down. Fei Yue said, "Mother, it's okay. The emperor ascended the throne today, and the ministers are very happy. They all think it would be better to have a grand ceremony. Okay, you are the best at being a peacemaker," Zhen Fei smiled. Now that Xiao Ming has ascended the throne and become emperor, she is relieved. From now on, her son will be above everyone else, and no one can challenge her authority. The only thing she needs to worry about is whether Xiao Ming will always be a famous monarch. After a pause, she turned to Xiao Ming and said, "Your Majesty, I don't want to say anything else. With the current situation in Dayu Kingdom, I only hope that you can be a person who can turn the tide as you did in the past. Don't worry, Mother. I won't indulge in pleasure and forget the original intention of ascending the throne," Xiao Ming said. He was a little uncomfortable with the sudden change of addressing I. The two of them sat in the Siming Hall for a while, and then came out. As the days passed, Fei Yue's belly grew bigger and bigger, making it more inconvenient for her to move around than before, so Xiao Ming didn't want her to show up in public. Back in the main hall, Xiao Ming helped Fei Yue sit down on the edge of the bed. At this time, Qian Dafu came to the front of the hall and asked, "Your Majesty, it's getting late. It's time to eat." Xiao Ming glanced at Qian Dafu, and there was a hint of excitement in Qian Dafu's eyes. After he ascended the throne, Concubine Zhen assigned Qian Dafu to Xiao Ming. According to Concubine Zhen, the eunuch around him must be reliable. Now the only person Xiao Ming could trust was Qian Dafu. After thinking about it, he did not refuse. Now Zhenfei also lives in the palace. When she is free, she can just let Qian Dafu talk to her. Zhenfei's mood has gradually stabilized. On weekdays when I have nothing to do, I eat vegetarian food and chant Buddhist scriptures. I don't need someone to accompany me all the time. Xiao Ming nodded. At this time, the palace maids brought the dishes into the main hall, and the table was soon placed with carefully cooked dishes. These dishes were handed over to the kitchen by Xiao Ming in order to provide Fei Yue with nutrition. After the dishes were served, Qian Dafu and the palace maids stood guard outside the door. The lights outside the bedroom were brightly on. Although this was still the prince's palace, there were some traces of palace life. However, despite this, for Xiao Ming, it was just a matter of changing his self-proclaimed name and changing his servants into palace maids and eunuchs. The country was still the same country, and he needed to conquer it bit by bit. "Your Majesty, our child is moving." Fei Yue's face was filled with the happiness of being a mother. Xiao Ming felt warm in his heart when he heard this. He said, "He is so naughty. He will definitely be a little prince in the future." Fei Yue smiled softly, stroking her belly and saying, "I actually hope she's a girl, so she won't be involved in future disputes." Xiao Ming looked gloomy. He naturally understood what Fei Yue meant. The Chang and rebellion must have left her with lingering fears. She didn't want her children to be caught up in such a cruel political struggle. But being in the royal family meant that she was destined to be unable to escape certain fates even as a princess. However, Xiao Ming would never allow the dispute between princes to happen again in the Dayu Kingdom. Because he will be the last emperor in the history of Dayu Kingdom, and after him, there will be no more imperial power passed down from father to son, from generation to generation. Since he holds the technological crystal, he must maintain his supreme imperial power so that he can fully promote the development of technology, otherwise he will only be sliced up. An emperor who has lost his power is no different from a dog. Apart from that, he believes that he can use the knowledge of technological crystals to lead the Dayu Kingdom in the right direction. It is precisely for this reason that he feels that there is nothing wrong with him occupying the throne, because no matter in the past or in the future, the Kingdom of Dayu will follow the principle of governing the country by wise men, so as to prevent the country from being destroyed because of personal interests. I will definitely protect him. Xiao Ming smiled gently, which made the happiness in Fei Yue's eyes even more intense. Unable to control herself, she leaned lightly on Xiao Ming's shoulder, and looking at the bright moon, she began to imagine the future days. Xiao Ming also looked at the bright moon in the sky. The coronation ceremony ended successfully. Today's smooth progress was achieved, because the soldiers of the feudal state fought bloody battles to resist the coalition forces of the three kings. He is a little worried now, wondering what the current battle situation in Yunju City is like. While he was thinking, the soldiers of Yunju City had just finished a battle. The walls of Yunju City were littered with allied soldiers and corpses. The blood had dyed the walls of Yunju City red, and the strong smell of blood was nauseating. Under the city, more soldiers, corpses were lying in various shapes. This was the 5th day of the Three Kings, coalition forces, siege. Facing the city defended by artillery and muskets, the coalition forces, which had lost the lives of 18,000 soldiers, were defeated again. Taking advantage of the night, Niu Ben and his generals commanded the soldiers to reinforce the city walls and transport artillery shells and gunpowder. Although the coalition forces of the Three Kings attacked the city as usual today, they clearly felt that the coalition soldiers were increasingly tired of war. Although the Allied forces' commander was still carrying out cruel military orders, the soldiers were not serious at all during the siege, and some soldiers even pretended to be dead under the city. When they were cleaning the battlefield, these coalition soldiers would suddenly stand up and surrender en masse. Tonight, when they were cleaning the battlefield, they detained another 2,000 coalition soldiers who were pretending to be dead. General, the number of soldiers in the coalition has decreased significantly in the past few days. According to these prisoners, there are more and more deserters in the army, and the commanders of Yan, Leang, and Zhao are also wary of each other and are unwilling to send their soldiers to the front. It seems that, as your highness said, these three kings are in cahoots, but there are many internal contradictions and they are also wary of each other, Lu Fei said. Niu Ben nodded and said, "It's just that now is not the time to counterattack. The news that the Yangzhou army has captured Bingzhou has not yet arrived. As soon as the news arrives, it will be time to march out of the city to fight." Lu Fei scratched his head. He had long wanted to leave the city to annihilate the coalition forces of the Three Kings, but Niu Ben was obviously much more steady. Now that the commander said so, he had no choice but to nod. Allied camp. Zhao Sa glanced at the faintly visible Yunju city with a gloomy expression. Since the coalition forces arrived at the city of Yunju, they have been attacking the city for 5 consecutive days. Today is the 6th day. Just like the previous 5 days, the coalition forces fought from morning to night, but they still could not break through the city of Yunju. The city of Yunju in front of them has become an iron wall. At the beginning, he thought that Zhao Ming's army only relied on the advantage of firearms, but facing such powerful and slow-loading weapons, he thought he could eliminate the disadvantage with numbers. However, after several days of fierce fighting, he gradually realized that things were not as simple as he thought. Compared with firearms, what made people more frightened was the soldiers' fearlessness and indomitable spirit. After the Allied soldiers climbed to the top of the city wall, they faced ice-cold bayonets that were more terrifying than muskets. Every time the soldiers on the wall drew their bayonets, the soldiers who climbed up the wall would always be defeated. In the past few days, not only he became a little anxious, but Cui Hua and Zhao Ang were also in a state of uneasiness. In their common sense, the coalition forces that gathered the elite troops of the Three Kings would easily capture Yunju City. However, now that time has dragged on, the morale in the camp has dropped to the lowest point, and soldiers have been fleeing continuously. Just when he was getting annoyed, he suddenly saw a fire lit up in the west of the camp. In an instant, his heart turned cold. A short while later, Zhao Ang arrived hurriedly. He said impatiently, "The grain and fodder we brought here from Kaiju was robbed. The cavalry from Yunju City set it on fire." Cui Hua was also alarmed at this time and rushed over. He said angrily, "Your Zhao Kingdom's black armored cavalry is really useless. They are known as the best cavalry in Dayu Kingdom, but they can't even protect the food and grass." Zhao Ang looked embarrassed. The food and fodder transported from Kaiju had always been protected by their black armored cavalry, but the distance from Kaiju to the coalition camp was 60 miles. How could their 40 cavalrymen protect such a long food route? During the days of siege, the cavalry of Yunju City often attacked the food and grass in small groups. They carried kerosene and burned the food and grass and left, never fighting to the end. This made it impossible to find the enemy to fight. His soldiers were exhausted these days, and now he was annoyed by Cui Hua's scolding. "My black armored cavalry are useless, and your Yan army is even more useless. We have been besieging the city for 5 days, and you have not taken an inch of Yunju City's wall. It is thanks to the wisdom of King Zhao that he long ago predicted that you would fail more than succeed. This time you are acting only for profit, without sincerity or determination." Hui's eyes were red, like the eyes of a mad beast. The war was not going well, and the soldiers suffered heavy losses. The coronation ceremony had been completed today, but they had not been able to set foot in Yunju City. Now, even if he captured Yunju City and returned, he would not be able to explain to the king of Yan. While the two were arguing, a cavalryman suddenly arrived in front of the camp in the darkness, shouting, "King Liang, urgent orders! King Liang, urgent orders!" Upon hearing this, Xiao Sa suddenly had a bad premonition, and he hurriedly ordered someone to let the messenger in. When he arrived at the camp, the messenger gave an urgent order. Prince Yang has sent a large army to attack Liangdi, and they are now approaching Qingzhou. Prince Liang has ordered your highness to lead the troops to break the siege immediately. There is no delay, Prince Yang. The second prince's face turned pale, with a hint of panic in his eyes. He immediately said to his deputy general, "Return to Qingzhou immediately." Upon hearing this, Hui stood in front of the second prince and said, "Xiao Sa, are you planning to betray the alliance?" Xiao Sa was well aware of the current situation of Liang State. If the Yang army attacked with all its might, Liang State would not be able to hold on. Moreover, with the support of Xiao Ming, the Yang army was equipped with a large number of firearms. He pushed Hui aside and said, "If Liang is destroyed, what good will this alliance do?" After saying this, he walked out of the tent and ordered the Liang army to turn back. How ridiculous, how ridiculous! Hui was shocked and angry. The departure of the Liang army meant that the coalition forces lost half of their strength. Now that the elite troops of the Yan army were all lost, the battle could not be fought any longer. Zhao Ang had long been considering withdrawing his troops. Seeing this, he said, "General Hui, the Liang army has left. This coalition is now in name only. I will not accompany you any longer." After he finished speaking, he also left the tent, gathered his cavalry, and prepared to escape back to Chang'an. Hui watched the second prince and Zhao Ang leave. His heart was cold. Since the coalition had failed this time, Xiao Ming would definitely attack the state of Yan to vent his anger. Sitting on the ground, Hui was at a loss. Yunju City. Niu Ben also received news from Bingzhou City. After reading Chen Xinren's letter, Niu Ben said, "Everything is according to your highness's plan. Now that Bingzhou City has been captured, the second prince, having received the news, will surely return to Qingzhou. This will cause the coalition forces of the three princes to fall apart. We should seize this opportunity to advance with our main force, annihilate the attacking enemy in one fell swoop, and seize Kaizhou, Bianzhou, and other royal cities occupied by the Prince of Yan." The generals in the tent were eager to fight. Now was the time for them to show their skills. Lu Fei was the most active. He said, "General, give the order." Niu Ben walked around with a serious expression. He said, "After a day of fierce fighting, I know you are all exhausted, but if we don't encircle the three kings' coalition forces tonight, they will flee. Now Lu Fei will attack the coalition camp from the front. Luo Hong and Yi Qingyan will surround the coalition camp from the left and right respectively. Fireworks will be the signal. Success or failure depends on this one move." "Yes, General," all the generals shouted in unison. The generals left the camp and immediately gathered the soldiers and charioteers to march out of the three city gates, moving towards the coalition camp under the cover of night. At this time, Qi Guangyi and Bai Mu also returned from outside the city. Seeing such a big commotion, they immediately understood what was going on. They found Niu Ben as soon as possible. "General, are you ready to fight back?" Qi Guangyi asked. Niu Ben glanced at the terrain on the sand table and said to Bai Mu, "Bai Mu, you will immediately lead 20,000 cavalry to bypass the allied camp and block the retreat of the Yan and Zhao armies. Qi Guangyi, you will immediately lead 20,000 cavalry to Bingzhou and together with Chen Xinren, set an ambush on the official road to Qingzhou and annihilate the Liang army." "Yes, General." Upon hearing this, the two men immediately summoned the cavalry. On a moonlit night, all the troops in Yunju City were mobilized. Niu Ben personally led the troops into battle this time. If they succeeded in encircling and annihilating the coalition forces of the three kings, the states of Yan and Liang would soon be incorporated into the territory. After a little thought, Niu Ben personally took to the battlefield. This night attack was too important, and no mistakes could be made. Riding out of the west gate on horseback, Niu Ben entered the central army where Lu Fei was. At this time, all the soldiers in the central army remained silent, and no soldier made any noise. What they wanted this time was a surprise attack. 20 miles is not a long distance. Within an hour, the coalition camp appeared in front of everyone. The hunting cavalry in the army passed the news back and forth. After learning that Bai Mu had circled the rear and the left and right armies were in place, Niu Ben drew his sword and roared, "Kill, kill." The soldiers in the central army shouted in unison, and the roar resounded through the night. Luo Xin completed the deployment of field artillery in the distance. At this time, with his order, the artillery roared and the shells flew towards the Allied camp. At this time, the coalition camp was full of lit torches. The Liang army was heading towards Qingzhou, and the movements in the camp could be clearly seen even from a distance. In addition, the retreat of the coalition forces caused chaos, and the sentries in the camp did not notice the approaching Yunju City army at all. The sound of artillery fire made the soldiers in the camp even more panicked. Zhao Sa commanded the Liang army to speed up their withdrawal from the camp. Hua was also frightened by the artillery fire and the roar. He immediately shouted, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! General, the Liang army has retreated, and Zhao Ang's cavalry is also preparing to withdraw. With only the Yan army left, we are unable to defeat the Qi army. General, there is still time to retreat." Alas, Hua knew the situation was hopeless. He sighed in despair. "Heaven is destroying our Yan state. Retreat." Upon receiving the order, the generals immediately shouted and gathered their soldiers to retreat towards Kaiju City. Boom, boom, booms. The brightly lit coalition camp was clearly visible to the artillerymen. This time, Luo Xin prepared all the artillery shells and gunpowder. Not only were field guns roaring, but mortars were also firing lime shells and shrapnel shells into the Allied camp, instantly turning the camp into a sea of fire. At the same time, the central army led by Niu Ben continued to approach the main camp, and the left and right armies also began to line up on both sides, constantly squeezing the space of the three kings, coalition forces. The battle was started by the right army. The retreating Liang army encountered the right army that was waiting for an opportunity. The right army, arranged in a column, did not use the traditional three-stage shooting, but used the hedgehog formation with more fierce firepower. The soldiers in the first row are responsible for shooting, while the soldiers in the second, third, fourth, and fifth rows are responsible for loading. After the soldiers in the first row shoot, the soldiers in the second row hand over the flintlock rifles to the soldiers in the first row. At the same time, the soldiers in the second row handed the unfired guns to the soldiers in the third row, and then took a loaded flintlock rifle. Faced with the densely retreating Liang soldiers, the continuous firepower caused heavy casualties to the Liang army in an instant. After a bloody fight, the Liang army soldiers, led by their general, retreated in a northwest direction. During this gap, the Yunju army had not yet completed the encirclement. Yi Qingyun calmly assessed the situation on the battlefield. The Liang army, now eager to retreat, had no intention of fighting any longer. They just wanted to break out of the encirclement as soon as possible. Their plan did not include plans to annihilate the Liang army here. Their military strength was limited, and fighting against an allied force of more than 300 at the same time would result in heavy casualties. Therefore, at the beginning they planned to let the Liang army go and concentrate their forces to annihilate the Yan army and the Zhao army. Now they launched an attack on the Liang army just to weaken the strength of the Liang army. After the Liang army soldiers withdrew from the shooting range, Yi Qingyun led his soldiers to drive the scattered Liang army out of the encirclement like driving ducks. At the same time, chariots carrying soldiers headed towards Beimu, completely completing the blockade of the coalition camp. Then he led the rest of the soldiers closer to the camp. At this time, fireworks in the sky had already exploded, which was the signal for the attack. In the camp, Zhao Ang hurriedly assembled his cavalry, but because the camp was too chaotic, many soldiers could not find their generals, and generals could not find their soldiers. The gunshots were getting closer and closer, and Zhao Ang was becoming more and more anxious. If they continued like this, none of them would be able to escape. He led the 20 people who had already assembled to retreat towards Kaiju. Bang, bang, bangs. The encirclement was completed, and the left, right, and center armies simultaneously pressed towards the Allied camp, with soldiers constantly stopping to fire as they moved. Amid screams, Yan army soldiers continued to fall. Hua had turned from despair to hysteria at this time. The Yan army had lost more than 60 people in the siege for several days, and now there were only more than 100 Yan soldiers left. At this time, the Liang army and the Zhao army both retreated, and the remaining Yan army also lost its advantage in numbers. But a trapped beast still fights. Faced with the desperate situation, Huai became bolder and led the elite Black Feather Guards of the Yan army not to retreat towards Kaiju, but to attack directly from the left. Kaiju City was once a royal city for him. Although it was conquered by the state of Yan, the powerful families in the city still refused to surrender. If he returned in a panic, he would probably be attacked from both inside and outside. The direction on the left is the shortcut to Yan State. As long as he breaks through here, he can escape back. Kill. Anyone who breaks through the siege will be rewarded with 10,000 taels of silver. Huai shouted with red eyes. In the state of Yan, he was a general deeply trusted by the king of Yan, and he was also the king of Yan's younger brother, and had great prestige. The Black Feather Guards were the most elite infantry of the Yan state, marked by the black feathers on their helmets. They were a direct descendant army of the Yan royal family, and most of their generals came from the clan and were very loyal. Led by Huai and other generals, 40 Black Feather Guards rushed towards the left wing of Commander Luo Hong like a vicious beast in the dark. Under the bright moonlight, a large group of soldiers were seen rushing towards them, and the soldiers of the left army clenched their flintlock rifles. They were determined and had stern eyes. Facing such a large-scale charge, everyone from soldiers to generals understood that even if they deployed fire hedgehogs, they could only fire 12 bullets at most, and then the enemy soldiers would rush in front of them. So they fixed their bayonets before the soldiers even came into range, because they would eventually get into hand-to-hand combat. Looking at the densely packed Yan soldiers rushing towards him, Luo Hong took a deep breath. He felt relieved when he saw the soldiers who were in neat order and not in a panic. He had to admit that the soldiers he led were the most elite soldiers in Dayu Kingdom. They were extremely loyal to Xiao Ming and had a passion for national and ethnic rejuvenation in their hearts. Even more powerful than the weapons in their hands is their indomitable spirit and their courage to fight. Open fire. Luo Hong completely abandoned his fear of death at this moment, and all his emotions turned into a single command. Bang, bang, bangs. The flames illuminated the night sky, and the bullets fired from the flintlock rifles flew fiercely towards the Black Feather Army of Yan State that was pouncing like vicious beasts. The Black Feather Army soldiers fell down one after another with screams, but the Black Feather Army behind them continued to rush forward over the soldiers' corpses. Archers, prepare. Huai was hiding behind the Black Feather Army's formation. Now was his only chance to leave here alive. As long as he could escape from the camp, it wouldn't matter even if all the Black Feather Army soldiers died. Under the urging of the general, the Black Feather Army continued to charge forward under the fire of muskets. The first person who breaks out of the siege will be rewarded with 50 taels of silver and be made a marquis of 10,000 households. Fearing that the soldiers would disperse, Huai shouted out an even crazier reward. There will always be brave men when there is a big reward. At this time, the soldiers of the Black Feather Army shouted and rushed forward madly. Shoot. At the sound of the command, the Black Feather Army suddenly launched a hail of arrows when they rushed to within 50 meters of Luo Hong's left army. In the moonlight, black arrows fell in an arc, and many soldiers of the left army groaned and fell down in pain. Bang, bang, bang. The shooting continued. The wounded soldiers were dragged to the back of the formation, and the vacant positions were quickly filled by other soldiers. The left army led by Luo Hong had 30 soldiers. After a round of shooting by the large column, the Black Feather Army suffered heavy casualties, but the remaining Black Feather Army still rushed to the front. At this time Luo Hong shouted, "Bayonet, kill!" Facing the rushing Black Feather Army, the soldiers of the left army formed a tight square formation and drew their bayonets. At this moment, the black torrent and the dark green bayonet wall collided with each other, and the two sides immediately engaged in hand-to-hand combat. Luo Hong, holding a sword in his hand, charged left and right in the Black Feather Army. The soldiers around him skillfully used bayonet fighting techniques to engage in a melee with the Black Feather Army, who were armed with swords, shields, and spears. At this time, Luo Hong finally understood why the Qingzhou army had to train the Singlixian bayonet fighting technique every day, and he also gradually realized that the advantage of firearms lies in defending the city. In larger-scale field battles, the advantages of firearms may be lost due to issues such as the number of soldiers, weather, and command. At this time, hand-to-hand combat is the only way to save the battlefield. He also understood why the Qingzhou army had to rely on chariot formations to fight against the barbarian cavalry in the Battle of Jizhu. If they were attacked by the barbarian cavalry in the wilderness at that time, they would probably face a disastrous defeat. Go to hell. The Black Feather Army general rushed towards Luo Hong with a long sword in hand. Faced with the tight bayonet formation of the left army, the Black Feather Army, which had been scattered by muskets, had no idea how to fight and could only rely on instinct to fight the left army. At this time, the difference in discipline and organization between the two armies was immediately apparent. Luo Hong raised his sword to block the long sword of the Black Feather Army general, then raised his foot and kicked the Black Feather Army general to the ground immediately. At this time, the soldiers beside Luo Hong immediately raised their bayonets and stabbed the general of the Black Feather Army. With a scream, the general of the Black Feather Army was stabbed by 3 bayonets. Although they were shot at by muskets, there were still more than 20 Black Feather Army soldiers left, and their fighting spirit had not completely collapsed. But even so, the Black Feather Army did not gain the upper hand in the hand-to-hand combat with the left army, but was defeated. Kui Huai was screaming in the army. No matter how high the reward he offered, it would not change the situation of the battle. He knew that he had lost, and he also understood why the King of Wei was defeated so thoroughly. Now he only felt a deep sense of powerlessness and despair in his heart. The two sides were fighting fiercely when suddenly there was a burst of intensive gunfire from behind the Black Feather Army. The Black Feather Army soldiers at the back were shot and fell one after another. A Qi army had circled behind them at some point. It turned out that Lu Fei had already cleared out the Yan army in front. Seeing that the left army was caught in a melee, he immediately led a part of the army to support, and the remaining soldiers were led by Niu Ben to continue forward. Being attacked from both inside and outside, the Black Feather Army soldiers in the front retreated, while the soldiers behind who were being shot at pushed forward. For a moment, the Black Feather Army was in chaos. In the chaotic order, the Black Feather Army was increasingly no match for the left army, and casualties increased rapidly. This was when the Black Feather Army finally collapsed. Faced with a completely hopeless battle situation, they dropped their weapons, knelt on the ground, and raised their hands. Luo Hong was like a killing god. He carried a strong smell of blood, and his body was already stained red with the blood of the enemy. He tightly grasped his sword and ordered, "Find the general of the Black Feather Army immediately." After a while, Kui Hua and his 150 generals were brought to the front of the battle. With the help of the Black Feather Army soldiers, Lu Fei and Luo Hong quickly identified the positions of these generals. "Commander-in-Chief of the Yan Army, it seems we have caught a big fish," Luo Hong laughed. Kui Hua was also a tough guy. He said, "Kill me if you want, why humiliate us?" Lu Fei and Luo Hong looked at each other. The war was not over yet. These Yan captives were a dangerous factor. If any general instigated chaos, it might cause disaster. However, Kui Hua's status in Yan state was extremely high, second only to the King of Yan, so perhaps he was still a valuable bargaining chip. After weighing the pros and cons, Lu Fei said sternly, "Detain all these generals separately. They must not be allowed to be with the soldiers." Luo Hong nodded. He meant the same thing. Kui Hua was stunned for a moment, but he could not say anything. The soldiers, as ferocious as tigers and wolves, immediately escorted them to the prison in Jinling City. After losing their general, the remaining Yan soldiers were like a pile of loose sand and could only accept the reality of becoming prisoners. After controlling the Yanzhou soldiers in the camp, Lu Fei and Luo Hong did not sit idle, but led the army forward. Some Yan soldiers also fled to Kaiju, and the most important were King Zhao's 40 Black Armored Army. Now the vassal state is still short of horses, which means they can only be on the defensive when facing the barbarians. They can only rely on the advantage of firearms to defend the city to prevent the barbarians from moving south. If you really want to destroy the barbarians, you have to rely on cavalry. It was for this reason that generals like Lu Fei were envious of the cavalry. Now that they had trapped 40 Black Armored Cavalry, winning this battle would allow them to add a new batch of excellent war horses to the fiefdom. Select a group of high-quality war horses from these and send them to Yannian Horse Ranch. Within a few years, there will be a large number of high-quality war horses. When the two men moved forward, Zhao Ang had already engaged in combat with the chariot formation. After the chariot formation arrived, Bai Mu's cavalry was dispersed into 10 chariot formations. The soldiers armed with firearms in the chariot formation kept shooting at the black armor army, and Bai Mu also sent cavalry out of the chariot formation to attack them from time to time. Zhao Ang had no way to deal with this chariot formation that was like a fortress, and the cavalry lost its mobility at this moment. In just 3 hours, they lost 10-0 men, and behind them, the Yunju army, which had defeated the Yan soldiers, was approaching. At this time, the sky in the east was already turning pale, and the black-armored cavalry was exhausted after a night of fierce fighting. Seeing this, Zhao Ang became more anxious. He ordered the cavalry to launch another attack on the chariot formation blocking the road, but they were quickly repelled by the cooperation of muskets and cavalry. As the sun gradually rose higher, Zhao Ang could clearly see the Yunju City army slowly approaching him. The densely packed musketeers marched towards them in neat steps, like Yama about to reap the harvest. There are wolves in front and tigers behind. Zhao Ang raised the knife in his hand. If he could not bring the black armor iron back, he would be dead in front of King Zhao. Now he has no choice. Kill, Zhao Ang shouted hoarsely. He led the cavalry to charge the chariot formation again. This would be his last charge. Thousands of horses were galloping, and the remaining 20-0 cavalrymen rushed towards the chariot formation frantically. Gunshots rang out again in the chariot formation. Bai Mu narrowed his eyes and raised his hand. When Zhao Ang rushed to the chariot formation and was frustrated by his chariot again, he ordered all the cavalry to attack. At this time, generals such as Niu Ben also arrived with the musket team. The fighting lasted from morning to noon. In the melee, Bai Mu took the lead and rushed directly towards Zhao Ang, who was killing the soldiers of the feudal state. The two men were extremely jealous of each other when they met, and Zhao Ang also raised his saber and rushed towards Bai Mu. The warhorse was galloping, and the moment they passed each other, Zhao Ang's head flew high. Bai Mu laughed loudly, reined in his horse, turned back, and raised his sword to pick up Zhao Ang's head, shouting, "The commander is dead, why don't you surrender quickly?" At this moment, the black-armored cavalry, known as the best cavalry of Dayu Kingdom, was defeated. The midday sun shines on the huge battlefield in front of Yunju City. The strong smell of blood drifted with the north wind and could be clearly heard. The originally yellow land had now been dyed crimson with blood, and the corpses of the soldiers from Yan and Leang were scattered across the endless land. In the sky, crows were circling, and their low cries seemed to be singing a dirge for the war. Some of the remaining black-armored cavalry still refused to surrender. They attacked the chariot formation again and again, while some cavalry came towards Niu Ben's large column, Hollow Square. Under Gao Qiang's command, the original columns quickly turned into hollow squares one after another. As the Xuanjia army rushed over, Niu Ben shouted loudly, "Fire!" Bang, bang, bangs. White smoke came out of several hollow square formations at the same time, and the black armor army that rushed over was immediately thrown to the ground. Zhao Ang died in the battle, and there were not many Xuanjia soldiers left who resisted stubbornly. The disparity in numbers was huge, and the outcome of the war was already determined. When the sun set, the remaining Xuanjia army was completely wiped out. "We won, we won." Suddenly, a soldier shouted loudly, followed by a huge cheer on the battlefield. Facing the arrogant coalition forces of the Three Kings, they fought a beautiful annihilation battle, and the 350-0 coalition forces of the Three Kings were wiped out in the blink of an eye. After 8 days of fierce fighting, the country did not lose an inch of land, and their relatives behind them also avoided being slaughtered by the coalition forces of the Three Kings. The soldiers' cheers that resounded through the sky made Niu Ben and other generals smile. Lu Fei was sweating profusely. He said to Niu Ben, "General, we have defeated the coalition of the Three Kings. Now the king of Yan, the king of Liang, and the king of Zhao will surely come to us crying and begging for mercy." Ha ha ha. Niu Ben was in a good mood. He had been on edge throughout the battle. After all, 350-0 coalition forces was not a small number. However, with the cooperation of the Yang army, they successfully prevented the invasion of the Three Kings' coalition army into the vassal state. At the same time, as he had promised Zhao Ming, they successfully wiped out the effective forces of the Three Kings' coalition army in this battle. Now on the battlefield, except for the surrendered soldiers, the rest are the soldiers of the Three Kingdoms who died in battle, even though the second Prince Zhao Sa led the Liang army back. However, Qi Guangyi and the Yang army had already ambushed them halfway, and he believed that it would not be long before news came that the Liang army had been annihilated. Luo Hong, Bai Mu, Luo Xin, Yi Qingyun, and other generals also rushed over at this time. With excitement in their eyes, they shared the joy of victory with each other. They also knew in their hearts that this battle was a key battle that would determine the situation in the north. If they won a great victory this time, the decision-making power in the north would be transferred to the hands of Fengguo. Hehe, isn't the state of Yan very rampant? Now we have to see how rampant it can be, Luo Xin said with a laugh. Yi Qingyun echoed, that's right. The envoys sent by the three kings actually dared to show off their power to your highness. They are simply like an old woman eating arsenic, tired of living. What His Highness? He's the emperor now, Bai Mu reminded. Yi Qingyun was startled, raised his hand and smacked himself twice. You crow's mouth, Bai Mu is right, it's the emperor, it's the emperor. The others laughed when they saw it. At this time, Luo Hong wiped the blood from his sword and said in a serious tone, I really hope we can fight back to Chang, and one day earlier. This sentence silenced the generals. Only then did they realize that the war had just begun, although they no longer missed Chang, and it was once the imperial capital of Dayu Kingdom. As long as they don't take the imperial city, they will regret it. Niu Ben glanced towards Chang and city and said, the three kings, coalition forces have lost their elite troops. The offensive and defensive situation in the north is changing. These rebels won't survive long. The generals nodded when they heard this. After a pause, Niu Ben said, although the battle is over, these prisoners still need to be dealt with. Now, lead your respective tribes to clean up the battlefield immediately to avoid causing the plague. Lu Fei and others' expressions suddenly tightened when they heard this. This plague is something that makes people shudder, and it always appears during war. They dare not neglect it, and immediately organize soldiers to collect and burn the corpses. At the same time, they also collected weapons and armor from the battlefield. These things could be sent to the Qingzhou Steel Workshop for steelmaking to make more firearms for them. After issuing the order to clean up the battlefield, Niu Ben immediately sent someone to report the results of the battle to Qingzhou. This would be the biggest gift for Xiao Ming, who had already ascended the throne. But his mission is not over yet. He will take advantage of this victory to attack Kaizhou and Bianzhou, two cities that originally belonged to the royal family. After these two cities, they will gradually recover other states and counties. 3 days later, Niu Ben's battle report arrived in Qingzhou. On this day, Xiao Ming was discussing state affairs with his ministers in the council hall as usual. At this time, the postman delivered the battle report of the great victory in Yunzhou to the outside of the council hall, shouting all the way. All the ministers were shocked when they heard the news. Xiao Ming was stunned for a moment, and then he was overjoyed. He immediately asked the post commander to submit the battle report. His Highness the Counselor, Pang Yukun and Fiji stood at the front, and behind them were officials from the 6 ministries, the Chamber of Commerce and other institutions. After being shocked, they gradually revealed expressions of ecstasy. Although they were not on the front line, they were also nervous about the war in Yunzhou, because this war would determine the rise and fall of the feudal state. After receiving the battle report, Xiao Ming immediately started reading it. In the report, Niu Ben described the situation of the battle in detail. In the decisive battle, the coalition forces of the three kings were completely defeated. My dear ministers, the coalition of the three kings was completely defeated in this battle and suffered heavy losses. General Niu can be said to have won a great victory. This shows that the coalition of the three kings is nothing but a paper tiger and cannot withstand a single blow, Xiao Ming said loudly, his heart full of ambition. First, they eliminated the king of Wei, and then defeated the coalition of three kings. The advantage of firearms coupled with strict training and discipline allowed the army of the vassal state to easily defeat the traditional feudal army. This victory gave him great confidence. The king of Yan, the king of Liang, and the king of Zhao were no longer enemies that he feared. Now he could finally turn his eyes to the north. The civil strife in Dayu Kingdom should also end. Killing each other among the same ethnic group is meaningless. The real enemy of Dayu Kingdom is the foreign race. Those who are not of our race must have different hearts. Whether it is the barbarians, Japan, or the Western powers, their ambition to destroy the Chinese nation has never disappeared. Whether it is the past, present, or future, He comes from the modern era and can see more clearly the historical changes of these hundreds of years. Now that he has come, he must seek to leave lasting blessings for his country and nation in this jungle of the world. At the same time as the news of the battle reached Qingzhou, the news of the destruction of the coalition forces of the three kings also reached Baju and Chang'an. When the king of Yan heard the news from the defeated soldiers, he collapsed on the throne, his face as pale as flour, and his eyes seemed to have lost their luster. Father, what should I do? In the main hall of Prince Yan's mansion, Kui Hao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and his body was shaking slightly. He had just returned to Baju from Qingzhou a few days ago. For this battle, the state of Yan sent out all its elite troops. Even the Kui family's most elite Black Feather army was sent out, but now all these 170 soldiers are gone. The king of Yan seemed not to have heard Kui Hao's words. He looked at the roof of the main hall, which looked like a clay sculpture. At this moment, a group of officials suddenly ran into the main hall in panic. One official shouted, "Your Highness, there's a rebellion. The fourth prince has rebelled." The troops of the Tian and Jai families followed the fourth prince to seize the city gates. They are heading towards the palace. Kui Hao almost jumped up in shock when he heard that. The king of Yan seemed to have just woken up from his dream. He was shocked and angry. This ungrateful bastard, I have raised him for nothing for these past few years. If I had known earlier, I would have killed him when they fled to Baju. Then he asked, "How many of them are there?" An official said hurriedly, "Your Highness, the Tian and Jai families have been plotting this for a long time. This time they are bringing with them the powerful families affiliated with them, with an army of over 50 men. Your Highness, if you don't leave now, you won't be able to leave. 50,000 people. Father, there are only 25 Black Feather army members left in the city. We may not be their match," Kui Hao said. Prince Yan narrowed his eyes and suddenly laughed crazily. "I've misjudged this little Xiao Ming. The Tian and Jai families certainly don't have the guts to do this. Xiao Ming must have made the promise. I never thought I'd be bitten by a snake after spending all my time hunting them." Outside the palace, the sounds of fighting between the Black Feather army and the powerful clans could already be heard. A group of officials and generals anxiously said, "Your Highness, please make a decision soon." Upon hearing this, the king of Yan sighed bitterly and said to Kui Hao, "Go to Yingzhou immediately. Your elder brother is leading 70 soldiers in Yingzhou to defend against the king of Huainan. It's the only safe place right now." "Yes, father," Kui Hao said. Chang'an Palace. Sitting upright on the dragon throne, King Zhao looked down upon his ministers like an emperor. When the memorial about the defeat of Yunzhu City was delivered to him, his heart could not help but beat violently. The officials and generals in the hall were all looking at King Zhao. The news of the defeat in Yunzhu City had spread to Chang'an City along with the merchants and the defeated soldiers. Now they were all waiting for King Zhao's decision. Queen Zhao sat behind the pearl curtain holding the 13th prince, who was almost 2 years old. Prince Zhao was only Prince Zhao, and Queen Zhao still had to bring the 13th prince with her to attend court. But in fact, she was just pretending to do so to appease the old ministers in Chang'an City. When she heard the news from Yunzhu City, Queen Zhao smiled behind the pearl curtain. The Prince of Yan and the Prince of Leang are really useless. Their army of 350 cannot even capture the city of Yunzhu. Father, don't worry. Even if the coalition forces are defeated, Xiao Ming's army must be very tired. We should take over Shu as soon as possible and must not be distracted by this matter, Zhao Yunliang said loudly. King Zhao seemed not to have heard what Zhao Yunliang said. He read out, 40,000 black armored cavalrymen. These are my own black armored cavalrymen. 40,000 are gone. Seeing King Zhao like this, the court officials in the hall had different expressions. When King Zhao entered Chang'an, many ministers joined his army, but some ministers had to go in and out of the court to serve King Zhao just to protect themselves. Now that the coalition forces of the three kings had suffered a great defeat, they, with their keen sense of smell, immediately realized that following King Zhao would not last long. If the Battle of Kangzhou was accidental, the Battle of Jizhu was accidental, and the Battle of Wei was also accidental, then the Battle of Yunzhu City was inevitable. Xiao Ming has proved time and again that his army is invincible, but everyone has ignored this point. Now the failure of the three kings, allied forces has completely awakened many people. Glancing at his father, who seemed somewhat out of control, Zhao Yunliang suddenly said, "Let's adjourn the court. Long live our emperor, long live our emperor, long live our emperor." After shouting, the ministers turned around and left the palace. After all the officials left, Zhao Yunling asked cautiously, "Father, Xiao Ming, I'm going to kill you at this moment." King Zhao suddenly drew out his sword and slashed wildly at the chopping board in front of him. The exquisite chopping board was chopped into pieces by King Zhao's sharp sword. The 13th prince was frightened and suddenly burst into tears. Faced with Prince Zhao pretending to be crazy, Queen Zhao immediately protected the 13th prince and walked towards the inner hall. Zhao Yunling didn't dare to breathe. He knew his father's temper very well. Whoever touched him would be in trouble. Suzaku Avenue. After the court session, the ministers walked together in twos and threes, whispering to each other. The coalition forces were defeated this time. I wonder what advice Secretary Ji has for us. Near the edge of Suzaku Avenue, 3 officials in purple official attire were walking side by side. Judging from their official uniforms, all 3 of them are first-rank officials in the court. The person asking the question had gray hair and a thin body. He was the current Minister of Revenue, Yu Ziyang. Ji Yiren squinted her eyes and looked at Yu Ziyang. After Fiji escaped from Chang, and he was promoted to the position of Zhang Shuling. This was not because he was deeply trusted by King Zhao, but because he had the longest seniority among the many officials in Chang and City, and was the top scorer in the 3 examinations that year. However, although he was the minister of the Secretariat, he had no real power. It was just an empty title in the past 2 years, and the real government affairs were still handled by King Zhao's people. Whether we win or lose, what does it have to do with us? No matter who replaces us in Chengqing Palace in Chang and City, won't we still be our own officials? Ji Yiren said lightly. Naiquang, the Minister of Rights, who was walking to Ji Yiren's left, shook his head and said, Secretary Ji is wrong. The Prince of Qi has ascended the throne in Qingzhou with the late Emperor's edict. If this edict is true, he is the new ruler of Deu. Moreover, this new ruler has an eccentric personality and is different from ordinary people. Even if he were to defeat the Prince of Zhao one day, he probably wouldn't make Chang'an his capital. Yu Ziyang nodded. That's right. A few days ago, I met a businessman from Qingzhou. He said that all the officials from Chang and who went to Qingzhou are now serving in the King of Qi's fiefdom, and Fiji is now a member of the cabinet. Cabinet? What is this? Ji Yiren asked puzzledly. This cabinet was established by the King of Qi. It is said to be above the 6 ministries. There are 9 people in the cabinet who discuss state affairs together. Now there are only 2 people in the cabinet, and there are 7 vacancies, Yu Ziyang added. Naiquang then said, Gentlemen, in my opinion, the Prince of Qi has a promising future. He might even become the future Emperor of Deu. We should start preparing as soon as possible. Ji Yiren was also moved when he heard this. He said he didn't care, but who would have thought that he would have to throw away his official robes? Having been in official circles for many years, they are well aware of the importance of following the right people. White clouds are floating lazily in the deep blue sky. Ji Yiren looked up at the sky above her head and asked, Then according to your 2 opinions, what should we do now? As the saying goes, you can't hang yourself on a tree. Now that Prince Zhao is at the peak of his power in Chang, and we can only bow our heads temporarily. However, someone in Qingzhou should also pass a message to Prince Qi to prevent him from thinking that we are determined to follow Prince Zhao. Yu Ziyang pondered. After all, we have achieved our current status thanks to the support of our respective families. We must avoid dragging down our families in the future. Naiquang nodded continuously, agreeing deeply with what he said. Ji Yiren was a little surprised. It turned out that the 2 of them were instigating him to contact Fiji secretly. After all, Fiji had always had a good relationship with him when he was in Chang, and Ji Yiren was somewhat tempted, but having been in officialdom for many years, he naturally knew that words can cause trouble. After all, Chang was under the governance of King Zhao. If he rashly agreed, he might get into trouble for his debts. After all, no one in the officialdom of Chang could be trusted. He said calmly, You 2 are worrying a bit unnecessary. For thousands of years, no matter who has been on the throne, the powerful families have remained powerful families. The royal families of all generations have been busy trying to win them over, so how can they vent their anger on us when the time comes? And according to the news from Wei, weren't the powerful families under the king of Wei doing well? Yu Ziyang and Naiquang were stunned when they heard this. They wanted to say something else, but Ji Yiren still left. The 2 looked at each other in confusion. Naiquang asked, What on earth does this Ji Yiren mean? No matter what he means, if he doesn't do it, we will. Although what he said makes sense, who doesn't want to have a seat in the future court? Yu Ziyang said with his hands behind his back. Naiquang nodded. Brother Yu is right. If he doesn't participate, we can secretly contact Qingzhou. If the King of Qi's army attacks in the future, if we come to cooperate with them, we will also be heroes in the future, right? That's right. This way, there will be one less person competing with us for credit." After the two of them finished speaking, they resumed their nonchalant expressions. Lin ends. The news of the defeat of the three kings, coalition also spread here at an extremely fast speed. Before the war, everyone in Dayu Kingdom had their eyes fixed on Yunju City. Now that the outcome of the war has been decided, some are happy while others are worried. They were defeated, and so completely. I really overestimated the king of Yan and his men. The king of Chu looked towards the direction of Qingzhou, as if thinking about something. Xiao Ming's ascension this time was a major event that shook the world, and now the coalition of the three kings was defeated when he ascended the throne, which would certainly make Xiao Ming's reputation unparalleled. "Uncle, it's not that the king of Yan, the king of Zhao, and the king of Leang are incompetent, but that Xiao Ming's army is too powerful. Since the Battle of Kangzhou, Xiao Ming has won victory after victory. This is enough to explain something," the third prince said lightly. The king of Chu fell silent. Xiao Ming's ascension to the throne was clearly a slap in the face of King Zhao and him. After all, only King Zhao and he were kings in the kingdom of Dayu. However, although he was angry, he had no choice. Now was not the time to break up with Xiao Ming, and this time the coalition of the three kings was defeated, so he dared not have any improper thoughts about the area south of the Yangtze River. After thinking about it, he finally sighed. Now his only option was to continue cooperating with the French to consolidate his military strength. In order to avoid being attacked by Xiao Ming, he could only think of a way to temporarily paralyze Xiao Ming. Thinking of this, he looked at the third prince Xiao Zhen and said in a strange tone, "Zhen, uncle is sorry for you. For the safety of the Li family, uncle can only rely on you." The third prince's face turned pale instantly, and then he suddenly laughed like a madman. "Father is right. My brothers are unreliable, and outsiders are even less reliable. I really deserve it." The king of Chu showed no trace of guilt. He said, "Don't blame my uncle for being unkind. For the sake of the state of Chu and the Li family, I had no choice but to do this." After a pause, he shouted, "Come here. The third prince has forged the imperial edict. This is a heinous crime. He must be taken into custody immediately and taken to Qingzhou to await the emperor's decision." "Yes, your highness." The guards in the palace responded and stood behind the third prince, one of them holding one of the third prince's arms. Li Chaiyun was also in the main hall. He asked, "Father, are we supposed to submit to Xiao Ming? So what if we become our vassal? It's just an empty title. The important thing is that after we become our vassal, Xiao Ming will have no reason to use military force against our Chu state. This way we can bide our time, develop secretly, and wait for the opportunity." Although Li Chaiyun was somewhat unwilling, he had to admit that this was the best solution at the moment. Now that Xiao Ming had defeated the coalition of three kings and was now powerful enough to dominate the world, everyone had to think twice. Upon hearing this, the third prince's eyes were filled with resentment. He said, "Just wait. One day Xiao Ming will chop you into pieces. You should worry about yourself." Li Chaiyun sneered, "I wonder how Xiao Ming will deal with a prince who ascended the throne without permission, ha 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 ha." The king of Chu frowned. "Chu Yuan, please do not be rude. Xiao Zhen is still the prince no matter what. Even if Xiao Ming wants to kill him, it is a family affair of the royal family. To show my sincerity, you will be sent to Qingzhou in person. You will stay in Qingzhou for a while." "Father," Li Chaiyun was horrified. "Why should I stay in Qingzhou?" The third prince looked gloating as he said, "Don't you understand? Of course he'll be a hostage. That way Xiao Ming will feel at ease." Li Chaiyun had actually thought of it, but he just couldn't believe it. The king of Chu sighed deeply, holding Li Chaiyun's forehead, and said, "Darling, it's not that father is cruel, but if Xiao Ming unifies the north, he will definitely go south to attack Chu. The three kings of Yan are no match for Xiao Ming, so how can the Chu state alone resist Xiao Ming? Our only option now is to submit as a vassal and serve as a hostage." Li Chaiyun was unwilling in his heart, but what could he do now? The king of Chu had already made a decision. Could he go against it? "Yes, father." Li Chaiyun's eyes were red, and he felt very aggrieved. The king of Chu felt a little sorry for him. After all, this was his own son, so he said, "When you return from Qingzhou, the throne of King Chu will be yours. No matter what your father does now, it will be yours in the future. Your son understands your father's painstaking efforts. Going to Qingzhou can firstly reassure Xiao Ming, and secondly, I can report the news of Qingzhou back to you at any time. This time, your son will not disappoint your father's expectations." Li Chaiyun gritted his teeth. The third prince sneered repeatedly, and then burst into tears. Recalling his past glory and looking at his current situation, he now deeply regretted ruining the future of Dayu Kingdom for the throne. But no matter what he thought now, it was too late. He would be escorted to Xiaoming, and his younger brother, the king of Shu, would definitely be defeated by the king of Zhao because of the loss of the support of the state of Chu. After all, the king of Chu needed the king of Zhao to deal with Xiaoming openly. Qi Zuer was a little dazed as she looked at the crabapple blossoms in full bloom in the palace. Her mother had returned from Qingzhou 2 days ago and brought back the imperial edict allowing her to enter the palace as a concubine. Although her father and mother were very happy, she was not happy at all. For her, going to a distant and unfamiliar place to marry a man she had never met was not something to be thankful for. It was just her parents' orders and the matchmaker's words. Moreover, as the daughter of a vassal king, she had no choice at all. What are you thinking about?" At this time, a loud voice sounded, and a tall and sturdy man in gorgeous clothes walked towards her. Seeing the newcomer, Qi Zuer's eyes turned into a crescent moon as she smiled. "Father, why are you here? Father has come to see you. After all, my daughter is about to become the imperial concubine of Dayu Kingdom," King Huainan said loudly. Upon hearing this, Qi Zuer pursed her lips, looking as if she was about to cry. She said, "My daughter is going to Qingzhou, and father is not only not distressed, but is actually very happy. It seems that father does not feel sorry for his daughter at all." The king of Huainan was stunned for a moment, then he suddenly burst into laughter and said, "It is precisely because you are about to become the imperial noble consort that your father is so happy. In my heart, the only one in the world who is worthy of you is the current emperor. Yes. In the past 4 years, your majesty first defeated the barbarians in Kangzhou, and then defeated the barbarians again in Jizhu. My daughter's ears are numb from hearing it." Qi Zuer covered her ears. Seeing his daughter's expression, the Prince of Huainan's smile widened. He said, "However, this time your majesty has truly impressed my father. Just a few days ago, the coalition forces of the 3 princes were defeated, and your majesty's position is now unshakable. Once the princes of Yan, Leang, and Zhao are destroyed, the northern part of Dayu will be stable." Qi Zuer just rolled her eyes when she heard this. She didn't care about these things. Seeing his daughter's lack of interest, the king of Huainan rolled his eyes and got to the point. "Your mother has already selected the maids who will accompany you into the palace. They will take care of you and won't let you suffer any grievances in the future." Qi Zuer nodded. At this moment, she was only worried because she didn't know what kind of person she would face. As if he could see his daughter's worry, the king of Huainan comforted her. "The world is in chaos now. The emperor attaches great importance to us. Even for the sake of your father, the emperor will treat you as he pleases. You can rest assured." Qi Zuer heard the reluctance in her father's words and smiled. "Don't worry, father. It is my honor to join the royal family. I just can't bear to leave you, father and mother." The king of Huainan felt a pang of sadness in his heart. The marriage between the daughter of a vassal king and the royal family was a tradition of the kingdom of Dayu, and it was for the sake of the long-term stability of the kingdom of Dayu. As the two were talking, a young man in armor and armed with sharp weapons suddenly approached. Seeing the king of Huainan, the young man said, "Father, the army has been assembled and can march to Yingzhou at any time." Qi Zuer was shocked when she heard this. She said nervously, "Father, are we going to fight again?" The Prince of Huainan looked solemn. He said, "The emperor has issued an order. The first is that you enter the capital within the next 2 days, and the second is to capture Yingzhou and destroy the king of Chu's army." Qi Shang'an also looked at Qi Zuer and said, "Don't worry, sister. The king of Yan is already at the end of his strength. The conquest of Yingzhou is also a credit given to us by the emperor. After the war is over, I may go to Qingzhou to serve as a general. Then I can see you more often." Qi Zuer felt relieved. She said, "If my brother were here, I wouldn't be worried." Qingzhou. Only 5 days after the Battle of Yunzhou, another battle report arrived in Xiao Ming's study. On the day of the Battle of Yunzhou, Xiao Sa led the remaining Liang army hurriedly back to Qingzhou to defend the king, but was successfully ambushed by the coalition forces of Qi Guangyi and Chen Xinren on the way. Xiao Sa is dead. Looking at the contents of the battle report, Xiao Ming was slightly surprised. The second prince was shot by a musket. When Qi Guangyi found him, he was already dead. This battle report was delivered by Niu Ben himself. The Battle of Yunzhou was over, and there was no need for him to stay in Yunzhou anymore. It was enough to leave the rest of the battle to Lu Fei, Luo Hong, and others. Xiao Ming was silent for a while. The crown prince was dead, and now the second prince was also dead. The death rate of princes in feudal dynasties was indeed high. However, when Xiao Ming heard that the second prince had died, he was only slightly surprised, because he had not had much interaction with this prince and had always wanted to kill him. He was a stranger to this person, so if he died, he died. Your Majesty, all the elite soldiers of the Liang army were killed. The Liang state has become an empty shell. We should take this opportunity to capture the Liang state in one fell swoop, especially Jiang Pass, to prevent the king of Liang from going crazy and destroying the pass, Niu Ben said. Xiao Ming nodded and said, have Qi Guangyi continue to cooperate with the Yang army to attack Liang state. If we take Jiang Pass, we must keep the pass in our own hands. Yes, Your Majesty, Niu Ben responded. He already knew about Prince Yang's surrender, but even so they could not completely trust Prince Yang. After all, Prince Yang was still one of the vassal kings. Their national policy was to eventually reduce the power of the feudal lords, but they had to endure it temporarily for the sake of the unification of the Great Yu Kingdom. He picked up the battle report and continued to read it. It also included news of the capture of Kaiju and Bianju. Kaiju, this is a precious land. Kaiju of Dayu Kingdom is Paiyang County in modern Henan Province. Paiyang County is located in the northeast of Henan Province, on the banks of the Yellow River, at the junction of Shandong and Anhui provinces. It is known as the hometown of Emperor Shun and the dragon capital of China in modern times. According to the information in the Science and Technology database, Paiyang County is rich in natural resources, and its oil and natural gas production accounts for 70 and 90 of the total production of the Central Plains oilfield. In addition, Kaiju has rich underground salt mine resources, with proven reserves of 140 billion tons. Thinking of this information, Xiao Ming was most sensitive to oil, which was a necessity for internal combustion engines in the future, and this place was very close to Qingzhou. However, the only difficulty was that the ore layer was too deep, requiring extremely advanced drilling technology. The three kings, coalition forces, have been defeated. We should take this opportunity to quickly seize the former royal prefectures and counties. In addition to stationing troops in Kaiju and Bianju, we should have Lu Fei and Yi Qingyun seize the opportunity to continue to capture nearby prefectures and counties, control more land, and reduce the sphere of influence of King Zhao. After a pause, he continued, I have already issued an order to the King of Huainan to send troops to attack Yingzhou. The affairs of Yan state can be left to him. King of Huainan, Niu Ben was a little surprised. Your Highness, is King of Huainan reliable? I just want to test whether he can be trusted. If he captures Yingzhou and returns the imperial prefectures and counties, the King of Huainan can be used. If he still refuses to leave, it means he has ambitions, and I will treat him differently. A faint scent of sandalwood permeates the study. Niu Ben pondered for a moment, his expression worried. Your Majesty is absolutely right. If the Prince of Huainan were to take action, it would save us a lot of effort and would also weaken his power. If Yan, Liang, and Zhao were all destroyed, only the Prince of Huainan and the Prince of Yang would remain north of the Yangtze River. But does Your Majesty intend to allow the vassal states to continue? After all, this civil unrest in Dayu clearly demonstrates the harm that the vassal kings can do to Dayu. What General Niu can see, I can see too. However, although Prince Yang and Prince Huainan have submitted to me, I cannot easily use military force against them. The only thing I can do now is to appease them and wait until Dayu Kingdom is stable before I implement the policy of reducing the power of the princes. This way the people can be spared from the suffering of war and the problem of the princes can be solved without bloodshed. Besides, the threat of the barbarians has not been eliminated, so I just want to put down the rebellion as soon as possible, Xiao Ming said thoughtfully. It's not that he doesn't want to solve the problem of the vassal kings once and for all, but everything requires a strategy. Since he can defeat them one by one, why should he challenge all the vassal kings by himself? And an important issue is that if the war continues, the Dayu Kingdom will be completely turned into a mess. The casualties in the Battle of Yunju City were all young and strong people of the Dayu Kingdom. Not to mention the number of deaths in the Battle of Yunju, many civilians who transported food and fodder to the coalition forces of the three kings also died, not to mention the chaotic army that looted and killed civilians everywhere after the defeat. It was easy to say that the coalition of the three kings was defeated, but in fact it caused serious war problems for the Dayu Kingdom. To understand this issue, one only needs to look at the contemporary Middle East situation to see what the people in the north are experiencing. During World War II, soldiers took pleasure in killing civilians indiscriminately. In this far-from-civilized era, killing people during war was commonplace. Niu Ben's battle report on the Yunzhu battle was on the table, while the information Wang Xuan had collected was under the table. According to information provided by the secret guards, the coalition forces of the Three Kings were extremely treacherous this time. Most of the civilians they recruited came from the occupied royal counties. At the same time, the food and supplies for this battle were also forcibly imposed on the people of these counties. The people of these counties and prefectures had already suffered massacres during their capture of the city, and now they were suffering even more. If the barbarians attacked at this time, he really doubted that the people in these places would eventually help the barbarians, because these vassal kings would not necessarily treat them any better than the barbarians. Based on these, after careful consideration, he decided to win over the dependent vassal kings and stabilize the country as soon as possible. After all, the real enemies of Dayu Kingdom have been keeping an eye on him, and it is in his interest to completely destroy the north. Although these dependent vassal kings are a hidden danger, at least they can maintain stability in the area. Moreover, after getting rid of the king of Yan, the king of Zhao, and the king of Leang, the king of Yang and the king of Huainan could no longer pose any threat to the central government and could be slowly digested. Your Majesty is farsighted. It seems that I have been worrying too much. Niu Ben breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Ming glanced at Niu Ben. Pang Yukun, Zhan Xingcheng and other officials had mentioned this issue in the past 2 days. This was different from the attitude of Fiji and other old officials of Chang'an. Xiao Ming understood after a little thought that after he ascended the throne, the officials in Chang'an and officials from feudal states such as Pang Yukun became increasingly at odds with each other. One reason is that the officials in Chang'an still value family background and look down on officials of commoner origin like Pang Yukun. The other reason is that these officials tend to be conservative in their thinking and are not as open-minded as the officials in the feudal states. Pang Yukun and others are the vested interests of Xiao Ming's elimination of the powerful families. Psychologically, they have an instinctive wariness towards the powerful families, and they are worried that the powerful families will gain power and they will be liquidated. After all, there are intricate connections between the wealthy families in Qingzhou and other wealthy families in Dayu Kingdom, and they have great opinions about Pang Yukun and others. Secondly, Pang Yukun is trying to restore the legalist thought, while these officials from Chang'an still have strong Confucian ideas, and the two are at loggerheads. From Xiao Ming's perspective, he naturally favors Pang Yukun, but as the land under the jurisdiction of the fiefdom continues to expand, he has to rely on old officials to govern the prefectures and counties for him. He was also a little troubled by this contradictory problem, but there was no solution at present. After all, it had only been 5 years since he came to Qingzhou. The achievements he has made in the past 5 years are unprecedented in the Dayu Kingdom. However, even so, the number of officials he can train is limited. Even so, some officials trained by Bowen Academy are hypocritical and still respect Confucianism in their hearts, just like conservative officials such as Fiji. However, he was very unhappy when Niu Ben raised this question, because he knew very well that the army should not have thoughts, otherwise it would easily cause chaos. No matter how much the officials make a fuss, it is just talk. A modern army will get into trouble if it acts rashly. So he said sternly, "General Niu, you are meddling too much in this matter. Soldiers only need to obey orders and do not need to worry about government affairs." Niu Ben's heart trembled when he heard this, and he suddenly came to his senses. "Your Majesty, I am guilty. Don't do it again next time. I know what you are worried about, but you think too much. Don't forget that it was my idea to massacre the powerful families. Some people can't turn the tables." Xiao Ming's words seemed to have a hidden meaning. With the emperor's words, I feel at ease. Niu Ben bowed and said that Xiao Ming is now the emperor, and he gradually felt that Xiao Ming is transforming into an emperor. "That's right. I will reward you based on your merits in a few days," Xiao Ming said with a smile. He still hoped that these generals would continue to fight for him, so appropriate appeasement was necessary. Niu Ben bowed and turned to leave the study. At this time, Xiao Ming put down the brush in his hand and stood up. Looking at Niu Ben's figure as he crossed the stone bridge, Xiao Ming sighed softly. Only after becoming the emperor did he realize that being a tyrant was easy, but being a wise ruler was extremely difficult. Because balancing the people under his command is difficult enough, and at the same time he has to worry about the army. After all, in this era, it is common for generals to disobey orders and keep their own troops. Even in modern times, military coups often occur in some countries. The fundamental reason is that the army has become the private army of certain generals. This situation was very common in feudal dynasties. Because of this, the emperor imposed many restrictions on military generals. Now Xiao Ming is also facing this problem. He must not allow a general to easily lead his army to rebel when he wants to kill him. After thinking about it, he felt that the solution to this problem was to nationalize the army. If so, he would have to take strict control of the military's chief historian. Your Majesty, Tong Hongcheng and other nobles from the Wei region have been waiting outside the headquarters for a long time. Should we summon them in now? Qian Dafu's voice suddenly sounded outside the door. Xiao Ming came back to his senses and only then remembered the meeting with the nobles of Wei. When Fiji returned from Jinling City, he brought these powerful families to Qingzhou, but he had left them aside because of the coronation ceremony. Now that he had some free time, Fiji immediately arranged for these powerful families to meet with him. After all, the longer Xiao Ming didn't meet them, the more uneasy these powerful families became. Summon them to the main hall and wait. Xiao Ming frowned. According to the information provided by Wang Chuan, these powerful families are the actual managers of various states and counties, and if they want to collect taxes normally, they have to rely on them. The fact that taxes from the 13 states could be collected so easily this time was entirely due to the cooperation of these powerful families. In his opinion, he would have to rely on these people to collect taxes for a long time. Yes, Your Majesty. After Qian Dafu left, Xiao Ming stretched his body. These days he, the emperor, was not very tired but a little annoyed. After all, he ruled more and more states and counties, and there were all kinds of things to do. After reviewing a few memorials in the study, Xiao Ming went to the main hall. This was either to make these powerful families attack without any purpose or to demonstrate the imperial power. Long live our emperor. Seeing Xiao Ming enter the main hall, the wealthy families headed by Tong Hongcheng immediately stood up and bowed to Xiao Ming. At this time, the nobles of Wei were divided into two groups. Xiao Ming walked through the middle, his eyes sweeping over them one by one. He sat down in the main seat and said, "Everyone, please don't be polite. Please take a seat." Only then did Tong Hongcheng dare to look up at Xiao Ming. According to what they knew, Xiao Ming was only 23 years old. Before they came, they always thought that Xiao Ming was a vicious and evil person, but now they know that he is a tough and handsome man. How dare we, as lowly beings, sit in the same room with the emperor? Tong Hongcheng was still standing, not daring to sit down. At this moment, their palms were sweating with nervousness. The person in front of them holds the future prosperity and decline of their family in their hands. Xiao Ming had a faint smile on his face as he said, "This must be the Tong family, the only wealthy family in Jinling City besides the Zhang family." Tong Hongcheng was named, and he felt both fear and excitement. He said, "Your Majesty, I am Tong Hongcheng, the head of the Tong family. However, the Tong family and the Zhang family have always been at odds with each other. I hope Your Majesty will understand. Lord Fei has already told me that all of you who have come to Qingzhou this time are powerful families willing to serve me, and I rely on your help in collecting taxes this time. This is what we should do." "It is our honor to serve the emperor," a group of nobles said in unison. Xiao Ming smiled upon hearing this and said, "I am relieved, but you all should also be relieved. As long as you are willing to serve me and abide by the laws in your respective counties, you will be able to live comfortably. As for the rumors outside that I am annihilating the powerful families, they are all slander, so don't take them seriously." Tong Hongcheng's forehead was slightly sweaty. Xiao Ming's words seemed to be nothing wrong. He was just trying to comfort them, but there was a hidden thorn in his side. On the other hand, if they do not serve the royal family and do not abide by the law, they will be killed. His calves trembled slightly, and Tong Hongcheng said, "We will remember the emperor's teachings." Xiao Ming had said what he needed to say, so he asked, "During this time you have been living in Qingzhou. What are your thoughts? Qingzhou's flourishing commerce and the prosperity of its people are truly rare in the world. Furthermore, there are many novelties that have truly opened our eyes. This trip to Qingzhou is truly worthwhile." A noble family spoke up, "Your Majesty, we are all willing to disband our troops, but we don't know if we can do business. After all, our family is prosperous, and we will starve to death without work." A wealthy family member took the opportunity to say, Tong Hongcheng agreed with this. In order to save their lives, they disbanded the powerful families and handed over the occupied land. In their opinion, only by doing business could they continue the prosperity of the family. This idea became stronger after they came to Qingzhou, because they found that merchants in Qingzhou had a high status and would not be bullied by officials. Many wealthy businessmen owned extremely luxurious houses and purchased a large number of slaves to serve them. Their lives were even better than those of the wealthy families. How could they not be tempted by such a situation? The fundamental principle of Xiao Ming's governance is to develop the country through commerce. Only the prosperity of private capital can make the people rich. After all, this is a truth that has been tested for hundreds of years. Therefore, Xiao Ming not only did not oppose the wealthy families doing business, he even encouraged them to do business. Now the facts have proved that the people of Dayou Kingdom still lack interest in doing business, and there are very few farmers who can voluntarily give up their land to enter factories and do business. The harmful effects of small peasant mentality cannot be changed overnight. The most important thing is that they have no funds. After all, not everyone has the courage to mortgage their land to a bank to do business. There has even been a lot of criticism from the public about Xiao Ming's policy, with some people criticizing the government for using this incident to annex land. This incident surprised Xiao Ming a little, but after thinking about it, it was understandable. He overestimated the thoughts of the people of this era. Some things have to develop naturally before they can trigger a complete change. As for the policies, he formulated them and publicized them, and the rest could only be left to the people themselves. Moreover, in Xiao Ming's opinion, not everyone is cut out for business. If a large number of people blindly engage in business and fail, the government will have to take the blame in the end. So relatively speaking, the wealthy families are more proactive in doing business because almost all of them have participated in business and they have strong capital. Even if they fail, they can only look for other business opportunities. At the same time, Xiao Ming gradually understood through reading the information in the Science and Technology Library that when the feudal system collapsed and moved towards capitalism, the first to benefit were the aristocracy. That is, social change was basically carried out from top to bottom. The same situation is now happening in Qingzhou. No matter what, the common people cannot compete with the traditional big businessmen. The big businessmen eat the meat, and the common people can only drink the soup. After powerful people like Princess Taiping turned to commercial trade, they had more advantages than big businessmen. For Xiao Ming, the business waters of Qingzhou have become muddy. He doesn't mind the wealthy families coming in to share some of the profits, because if more people share, it will prevent one company from dominating the market. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before Qingzhou would have super merchants, and that wasn't what he wanted to see. So he said, of course, I've always encouraged commerce and trade. Tong Hongcheng and others were overjoyed when they heard this. The prosperity of Qingzhou's business had made them eager to do business in recent days. Now they could finally boldly do business with Qingzhou's merchants. Tong Hongcheng led a group of nobles and said at the same time, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace." The light outside the main hall gradually dimmed. Tong Hongcheng and others did not want to stay any longer after getting Xiao Ming's promise. After all, serving a king is like serving a tiger. If they said something wrong, they might be in trouble. So after saying some meaningless words, they all left. Even if Xiao Ming allowed them to do business in Qingzhou, they would naturally take this opportunity to find some ways. Seeing that these powerful families had left one by one, Xiao Ming felt refreshed. He didn't have much to say to a group of strangers. He had reminded them of what he needed to remind them, and the rest of the things he just had to do was to follow the script. The most important thing for him now is the Great Unification War in the north. The defeat of the coalition of three kings is just the beginning. The key is to destroy them one by one. In his plan, King Yan was naturally the first person he needed to deal with, because he was the closest to him. Now the fourth prince has joined forces with the Tian and Jai families to cause trouble. The king of Chu has already lost half of his territory, but he is still worried about the fourth prince. How can I allow others to sleep peacefully beside my bed? I must keep the state of Yan firmly in my hands. Thinking of this, he said to Qian Dafu, "Li San should have returned yesterday. Go find him now. I have something to tell him." Qian Dafu was holding the dustpan. He looked like a professional eunuch, dressed in black and a tall flat hat. He laughed when he heard this. Your Majesty, Li San must be with Liuli now. If you want to find Li San, just look for Liuli. Liuli, isn't this the maidservant beside my mother? Xiao Ming asked. That's right, Your Majesty. You don't know that Li San has long had feelings for Miss Liuli, Qian Dafu said with a smile. Xiao Ming nodded. Li San was not young anymore and had long reached marriageable age. He pondered for a moment and said, Li San is the commander of the Secret Guard, and the Secret Guard is my eyes. Therefore, their loyalty is of paramount importance. Your Majesty is absolutely right. Your Majesty has been staying in Qingzhou. The Great Yu Kingdom is so big that it is impossible for him to know everything. All the internal and external affairs are passed on to Your Majesty by the mouths of officials. If they intentionally deceive Your Majesty, you will not be able to detect it, Qian Dafu said. It is for this reason that I set up secret guards to prevent this from happening, Xiao Ming said. Qian Dafu seemed to understand something and said, Your Majesty, instead of doing this, why not grant a marriage between Li San and Liuli? This way, Li San will be grateful to Your Majesty and will be even more loyal to you. I think so too, but I'm afraid this is not enough, Xiao Ming said. It would be appropriate if Mother could adopt Liu Qiu as her adopted daughter. The Emperor has really prepared a generous gift for Li San this time. Qian Dafu said with emotion, This isn't just for Li San. Liuli risked her life to protect Mother when she was in Chang, and Mother is grateful to her. She once mentioned to me the idea of adopting Liuli as her adopted daughter, and this time I'm just going along with it. If that's the case, it would be perfect. Qian Dafu said with a smile, I'll go find Li San right away. After waiting in the main hall for a while, Li San, wearing a purple cotton gown, walked in. Seeing Xiao Ming, he bowed and said, Secret Guard Commander Li San greets the Emperor. No need to be polite. Xiao Ming helped Li San up and asked, When did you come back? Your Majesty, I just came back last night. Li San felt a little guilty. Qian Dafu had a strange smile on his face when he was looking for him. Based on his intuition gained from being a secret guard over the years, he felt that something was about to happen. Is Liuli beautiful? It looks good, Li San said instinctively, like a nymphomaniac. Then, suddenly panicked, Your Majesty, I deserve death. Xiao Ming laughed heartily. He said, What are you afraid of? I didn't say anything to you. Besides, this is Qingzhou, not Chang'an. Li San was very nervous. Meeting with the palace maid could be a big deal or a small one. To put it in a serious way, it would be adultery, which would result in dismissal from office and imprisonment. Seeing that Li San looked terrified, Xiao Ming simply said, You are not young anymore. You are 29 this year. This time I will act as a matchmaker and give you the Liuli. Li San became more and more terrified. He knelt down in front of Xiao Ming with a plop and cried, Your Majesty, this is all because of your humble behavior. It has nothing to do with Liuli. If Your Majesty wants to kill someone, please kill me alone. Qian Dafu couldn't help laughing the whole time, and now he advised, Li San, you are usually smart, but this time you can't tell the truth from the lies. The Emperor heard about you and Liuli, and he felt sorry for you, so he specially ordered the Mandarin duck. Why are you crying? Li San stopped crying at this time. He looked at Xiao Ming and then at Qian Dafu. Both of them looked at him kindly. Only then did he hesitate and ask, Is what the Emperor said true? I am the Emperor. Do I say this casually? Of course, if you don't like it, I will give the Liuli to someone else. Then there will definitely be a lot of people fighting for it. Your Majesty, I like it. I liked it the first time I went to Chang, and Li San said hurriedly. Xiao Ming nodded. In that case, I will grant your wish. However, before your wedding, I still have something I need you to do. Your Majesty, please make it clear. Li San's playful smile returned to his serious expression. The fourth prince has great ambitions. I didn't want to destroy the state of Yan, but I made it happen for him. Doesn't the North need another vassal king? Li San understood that the intelligence of the left and right secret guards was shared. He said, This rebellion was originally the work of the Tian and Jai families. The fourth prince is just a fox borrowing the power of the tiger, but he wants to take advantage of this opportunity to replace the king of Yan and govern Yan. It's a joke. For me, I only need to appease the Tian and Jai families. He is superfluous. I understand. Before the Prince of Huainan captures Yingzhou, I will definitely get rid of the fourth prince, Li San said in a deep voice. Xiao Ming nodded. He was assassinated just after arriving in Qingzhou. The assassin was none other than the fourth prince. How could he hand over the Yan territory to such a vicious person? It would be better to fight back, so as not to be bitten by the snake while saving it. Although assassination is a somewhat unscrupulous method, anyone at the pinnacle of power has their hands stained with blood. A kind person cannot command an army, and a righteous person cannot be a businessman. If you want to be an emperor and manage the kingdom of Deu in an orderly manner, how can you rule the world if you're not cunning enough? Remember to leave no traces. It's best to let the Tian and Jai families do it themselves to avoid more trouble, Xiao Ming reminded. Li San nodded. He was full of energy at this moment. For him, handling this matter perfectly was his reward to Xiao Ming. Of course, this was just Xiao Ming's original intention to find him, not to exchange Liulai. After saying this, Xiao Ming asked Li San about the situation in Wei, and then let Li San go back. Yangzhou. This is a city in the southern part of Yan State. Compared with Baju, the city of Yingzhou is not big, only 10 miles long and wide. After the king of Yan led his officials to flee here, the already small Yingzhou became even more crowded. Father, Baju is now occupied by the fourth prince. Only half of Yan State's cities remain in our hands. What should we do now? A group of officials in the temporary palace in the city looked at Prince Yan eagerly. At this time, the king of Yan looked depressed, lying on the chair, and seemed very tired. Bad news came one after another in the past 2 days. The Black Feather Army ultimately failed to stop the powerful family's troops. Today, Baju has been completely occupied by the fourth prince. At the same time, the royal prefectures and counties once occupied by the state of Yan have been successively conquered by the army of the king of Qi, and all 6 cities have been lost. Being deserted by his friends and relatives, the king of Yan gradually lost his composure and became increasingly irritable. The prince of Yan remained silent, but the officials underground became increasingly anxious. If they continued to hold on, they would be the next to suffer. An official took the opportunity to say, "Your Highness, Xiao Ming has already ascended the throne. All he wants is the great Yu kingdom. If you submit to Xiao Ming now, he will surely be delighted and may even let this matter go." "Yes, Your Highness, the king of Qi's army is unstoppable. He who knows the times is a hero," another official said loudly. "Yes, it's not too late to pledge allegiance now." Following these 2 officials, other officials followed suit. Upon hearing this, King Yan suddenly sneered a few times and looked at the officials. These officials naturally hoped that he would be loyal to Xiao Ming, because by then he would be cut into pieces by Xiao Ming, but they would still be officials, and Xiao Ming would still use them to manage Yan. So for him, everyone can surrender, but he alone cannot surrender. No need to say more. I have made up my mind. Anyone who mentions surrender again will be killed like this. The king of Yan suddenly drew his sword and chopped it on the table in front of him. Suddenly, the table was broken into 2 by the sharp sword. Seeing this, all the officials shrank their necks and dared not say anything. With a snort, King Yan waved his hand and asked the officials to leave, leaving only the brothers Kui Cheng and Kui Hao. At this time, the king of Yan said, "Keep an eye on these officials. If anyone wants to betray their own family like the Tian and Jai families, just..." Having said that, the king of Yan made a gesture of cutting his neck. Kui Cheng and Kui Hao exchanged a glance and nodded. Kui Cheng said, "Father, the king of Huainan has already sent 100 troops to attack Yingzhou, but there are only 70 soldiers in the city. If Yingzhou is lost again, we will have no place to hide." The king of Yan pondered and said, "I may not be Xiao Ming's opponent, but I will never let the king of Huainan manipulate me. From now on, I will immediately recruit soldiers from the remaining 5 states. All men over the age of 13 must serve. If Xiao Xiaming wants to kill me, I will fight him to the death." 13 years old. Kui Cheng looked surprised, but it seemed too late to him. The conscription age in Dayu State was 16, but now they are conscripting soldiers from 13 simply because they have no way out now. After hesitating for a moment, the 2 said in unison, "We will obey our father's orders." At the same time, the king of Huainan and his eldest son Kui Sheng arrived in Guangzhou yesterday with an army of 100. Guangzhou is located in the southwest of Yingzhou, only 70 miles away from Yingzhou. In the past, it has always been a military stronghold for the king of Huainan to resist the king of Yan. "Father, I have already sent people to investigate the situation in Yingzhou City. Currently, there are only 70 troops stationed in Yingzhou City." Standing on the city wall, letting the north roar past, the prince of Huainan looked towards Yingzhou City and said, 70,000 men. This prince of Yan is indeed very powerful. Even after being badly defeated by the emperor, he still has so many troops. Kui Shengen felt a little unfair. The prince of Yan is a 1-Richter prince, while my father is a 2-Richter prince. Not only is his status lower than that of the prince of Yan, he also has fewer cities than the prince of Yan. But in terms of loyalty to the royal family, who can compare to my father, ha. Daling, what you said is wrong. The title of vassal king was decided during the time of Emperor Geazu. the royal family did not dare to change the title of the vassal king easily. But even if he is a Wunkrichter king, so what? He will still be killed and disgraced one by one. There was a wise light in the eyes of the king of Huainan. Your Majesty is right. It is precisely because you have never had any ambition that the emperor trusts you so much and allows my sister to enter the palace and become the imperial noble consort. Qi Sheng and said thoughtfully. The Prince of Huainan sighed, Your Highness is not confident in any of the vassal kings, otherwise he would not have sent us to attack Yingzhou. This is a test in itself. Father personally led the expedition this time to reassure the emperor. Father does not want to follow in the footsteps of the Prince of Wei. Compared with other vassal states, his vassal state only had 5 states and a population of only 900, which was considered weak among many vassal states. In the past, they had always been living in the cracks between many vassal kings, so they had never had the intention of betraying the royal family. After the king of Wei was destroyed, he keenly felt that his opportunity had come. If he took this opportunity to join Xiao Ming, he would surely have a bright future in the future. His choice this time can be said to be a kind of speculation, but judging from the current situation, it seems that he made the right choice. Qi Shenggen remained silent. After a while he said, But father, the attack on Yingzhou has exhausted the strength of the vassal kings. If 100 people are defeated in Yingzhou City, wouldn't it greatly damage the strength of the vassal state? Those who achieve great things don't dwell on trivial matters, said the king of Huainan. Fighting is a sign of my father's loyalty to the emperor. If we can't win, it's because we lack strength. We've done our best. Qi Shenggen nodded upon hearing this. I hope the emperor can understand my father's loyalty and allow him to become a single-character king from now on. As the two were talking, a general suddenly climbed onto the city wall and said to the king of Huainan, Your Highness, 2 merchant ships from Qingzhou have arrived outside the city. The merchants on board said they're carrying 50 cannons for your highness on the orders of the emperor. Cannons. King Huainan was delighted when he heard this. Really, I did see cannons on the ship, and on another ship there were cannonballs and ammunition. The people who came said that the difficulty in attacking the city lies in the strength of the city walls, and we only need to use cannons to blow down the walls. There will be people on the ship to train the soldiers on how to use cannons, said the general. Upon hearing this, the Prince of Huainan burst into laughter. Your Majesty still cares about me. I've heard about the benefits of artillery for a long time. Having artillery this time is like adding wings to a tiger. Qi Shenggen's brows also relaxed. At first, he always suspected that Xiao Ming wanted to make them both suffer losses, but now it seems that he misunderstood. After the excitement, the two immediately followed the general to Guangzhou Wharf to receive the artillery. In 5 days, they trained an artillery team consisting of 50 artillery pieces. After mastering the use of artillery, King Huainan and Qi Sheng and personally led the army towards Yingzhou. A heavy rain suddenly covered Qingzhou. The sound of raindrops outside the study and the damp smell of rain soaking the ground hit Xiao Ming in the face, making him suddenly find some childhood memories. When I was a child, I would always smell this fresh natural scent when sitting under the eaves watching the rain, but now the scent is even stronger and makes people feel refreshed. Facing the pouring rain, Xiao Ming frowned. A few days ago, he asked the caravan to deliver 50 cannons to King Huainan. King Huainan must have received them by now. With these cannons, King Huainan would suffer fewer casualties when attacking the city, and once the city was captured, the rest of the tasks would be much easier. In his opinion, the King of Yan was just a spent force, and the performance of the Tian and Jai families was enough to show the speculative nature of the powerful families. For these powerful families, they don't care who rules them. All they want is the prosperity of their own family. Now that the Prince of Yan has lost Baju, the remaining powerful families must have different ideas. It is impossible for them to resist the Prince of Huainan wholeheartedly at this time. Perhaps when the Prince of Huainan broke the city, the Prince of Yan's army would collapse, so in his opinion, the Prince of Yan's demise was imminent, and the Prince of Leang would not be able to hold on for a month. In this way, he eliminated 2 of the 3 kings in the north, leaving only King Zhao. Among the 3 kings' coalition forces, King Zhao has the fewest troops. It can be seen that this old fox does not think highly of the 3 kings' coalition forces at all. Perhaps for King Zhao, the only people he truly trusts are the barbarians. At this time, he eliminated the King of Yan and the King of Liang, which was in line with his wishes, and saved him the trouble of doing it himself. This time, Zhao Ming sent 50 cannons to King Huainan not on impulse, but because in his opinion, he still needed King Huainan's helper to deal with King Chu. He did not want King Huainan to be devastated after this battle. What he needed was for King Huainan to withdraw his power to the south of the Yangtze River. While he was thinking, an official suddenly came out of the rain with an oil paper umbrella and walked towards Qian Dafu. After saying a few words, the eunuch left. Qian Dafu walked in at this time and bowed and said, "Your Majesty, Prince Li Chaiyuan of Chu has taken the third prince to Qingzhou. Let him come to see me when the rain stops." Zhao Ming did not show any surprise, because he had received an expedited letter from the King of Chu 3 days ago. In the letter, the King of Chu made up a whole set of excuses, implying that the third prince was the culprit of the coronation farce, and he was just deceived. Secondly, he was willing to submit to the emperor, and then he let Li Chaiyuan live in Qingzhou. Simply put, he made Li Chaiyuan a hostage to show his sincerity. Zhao Ming could only sneer at this trick. If he couldn't see through this delaying tactic, he wouldn't have to be the emperor. However, the King of Chu made the right bet this time. Zhao Ming really has no intention of touching the King of Chu now. After all, the most important issue now is to solve the problem in the north. His minimum requirement for the King of Chu was to make his fiefdom a dumping ground for goods. For the time being, he did not want the wealthy south to be turned into a mess. The rain continued from early morning until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. At 3 o'clock, Li Chaiyuan arrived at the headquarters with the third prince. Prince Li Chaiyuan of Chu pays homage to the emperor. Long live the emperor, long live the emperor, long live the emperor. In the main hall, Li Chaiyuan bowed and shouted, "No need to be polite." Zhao Ming had a smile on his face. Even though he hated Li Chaiyuan in his heart, he had to put on a show of pretending. Li Chaiyuan then raised his head. This trip to Qingzhou really shocked him. The prosperity and wealth of Qingzhou exceeded his expectations. This also gave him a deeper understanding of Zhao Ming. "Your Majesty, your humble servant Zhao Zhen pays homage to the emperor. Long live the emperor, long live the emperor, long live the emperor." The third prince and Li Chaiyuan entered the main hall together. After Li Chaiyuan shouted, "Long live the emperor," the trapped third prince suddenly knelt down and shouted. Zhao Ming was a little surprised. He looked at the third prince. The third prince was in a very miserable state at this moment, and his body had become much thinner. He no longer had the glory he had in Chang'an. Li Chaiyuan took the opportunity to say, "Your Majesty, the third prince forged the imperial edict. If I hadn't believed him, my father would never have accepted him as the king. I hope your Majesty will understand this." Zhao Ming laughed heartily. He said, "Thank you, King Chu and the crown prince, for your trouble. I will punish such a rebellious person severely." A smile appeared on Li Chaiyuan's lips. So far, their plan had no flaws. After a pause, Zhao Ming continued. In the letter, the King of Chu said that the crown prince would live in Qingzhou for a few years. I wonder what the crown prince thinks. Li Chaiyuan was well prepared when this matter was mentioned. He said, "Thank you for your concern, your Majesty. I have always longed for Qingzhou, and it is my wish to stay in Qingzhou." "Very good. In that case, the prince can stay in Qingzhou," Zhao Ming said lightly. He didn't need to be too polite to a hostage. After a few more casual words, Zhao Ming sent Li Chaiyuan away, but left the third prince in the main hall. At this time, Zhao Ming looked at the third prince and said, "Do you know why I left you alone? Because I, a guilty minister, am still of some use to the emperor." The third prince seemed to have noticed this a long time ago. When we were in Chang'an, the ministers all said that the third prince was very talented. Now it seems that it is true. Zhao Ming chuckled. This is nothing more than a minister promoting a guilty minister. The third prince lowered his head. He knew very well that the smarter the prince, the sooner he would die. With a light snort, he said, "The King of Yan is an outsider after all, while you are a member of the royal family. Now that Dayu Kingdom has become like this, how could I choose to trust the King of Chu instead of you?" The third prince's expression shifted slightly. He sighed and said, "Your Majesty, it was I who forged the imperial edict. However, this was all at the behest of the King of Chu. Otherwise, without any troops or power, how could I, a sinner, dare to ascend the throne? Even so, your crimes are enough for me to chop off your head 10,000 times. However, the great Yu Kingdom is in danger now. If you can atone for your sins, I will spare your life." The third prince's voice was a little agitated. He said, "I will send a letter to the King of Shu right away, asking him to delay the King of Zhao's troops." Zhao Ming nodded after hearing this. This was the reason why he kept the third prince. When the King of Chu abandoned the third prince, he also abandoned the fifth prince. After all, the third prince and the fifth prince were brothers. The fifth prince has always respected the third prince and obeyed his words. The king of Chu's plan is just a delaying tactic. Allowing the king of Zhao to obtain Shu is undoubtedly an opportunity to plunge the north into continued war. Seeing this, Xiao Ming naturally did not want to let the king of Chu's evil plan succeed. Without the support of the king of Chu, who knows what kind of evil things the fifth emperor would do. This isn't just a letter. The king of Shu is already on his last legs. I will send 20 troops to accompany you into Shu. You can only choose between your life and property or your power. 20,000 soldiers enter Shu. The third prince's expression was somewhat stiff. This time the king of Chu betrayed him, which was equivalent to betraying the king of Shu. After all, the king of Shu was so rebellious that he would never be loyal to the king of Chu. As a result, the king of Shu became isolated and could not hold out for long against the attack of the king of Zhao. After all, after the king of Zhao mastered the forging technology of the matchlock gun, he trained a group of musket teams. With the muskets, the black-armored cavalry, and the barbarian cavalry, the king of Shu was in a very difficult situation. If Xiao Ming had not provided him with a batch of artillery to defend the city, it would be a question whether the king of Shu could hold on until now. Therefore, in the eyes of the third prince, Xiao Ming attached great importance to Bashu. Otherwise, he would not have put aside his past grudges and provided artillery and ammunition to the king of Shu, whom he hated. It was precisely because of this problem that when the king of Chu decided to escort him to Qingzhou, he felt a little lucky, because he was still of some use to Xiao Ming, but to the king of Chu he was a complete burden. This is just the first batch of soldiers. In my opinion, 20 elite soldiers are enough to help the king of Shu stop the king of Zhao from moving south. Of course, the prerequisite is that the king of Shu pledges allegiance to me. If he fails to do so, these 20 people will be the last straw that breaks the camel's back. Do you understand? Xiao Ming's tone left no room for doubt. The third prince was silent for a moment. He then asked, is the emperor sending this guilty minister to Shu in order to persuade the king of Shu to return to his loyalty? No, I want you to take his place. The king of Shu is stupid, and you are talented. It is more appropriate to hand over Bashu to you. Hand it over to the criminal. Isn't the emperor afraid that the criminal will occupy Bashu and become powerful? The third prince was a little confused. Xiao Ming laughed when he heard this. I only asked you to be in charge of the political affairs of Bashu. I have the final say on military affairs. Do you think these 20 people came to Shu just to help resist King Zhao? The third prince's heart sank. Only then did he understand what Xiao Ming was planning. Once the king of Shu pledged his loyalty, Xiao Ming could legitimately revoke the king's title on the pretext that he was defending against the king of Zhao. In order to appease the king of Shu, Xiao Ming would let him replace the king of Shu, but all he could have was the title of king of Shu, without being the real king of Shu. Seeing the third prince fall silent, Xiao Ming reminded him, for me this is just one solution. Even if the prince of Zhao takes over Bashu, it will only require more effort on my part in the future. The coalition of the three kings suffered a crushing defeat, so how can the king of Zhao alone be the emperor's opponent? Third prince, the emperor just can't bear to see the royal family continue to kill each other. This is a chance for you to survive and continue to enjoy wealth and glory. If you miss it, it will be gone forever. Qian Dafu and Xiao Ming sang a duet. The third prince had a complicated expression and was clearly struggling internally. He asked, Your Majesty, how will you deal with the king of Shu? How about I let him be a leisurely prince? Xiao Ming picked up the tea and took a sip. For him, the most important thing now was to stabilize Bashu and prevent King Zhao from succeeding in his plan. As for the third prince and the king of Shu, it didn't matter if they stayed for the time being. After all, they had lost their military power and were nothing more than fish on the chopping board. It would be fine if the two of them could behave themselves and be leisurely princes, but if they are not honest, they can be killed at any time. If his plan succeeded, he would be able to obtain the abundant land of Bashu, avoid a long expedition, and curb the expansion of King Zhao. Your Majesty, this is true. The third prince's eyes rolled around, but he was no fool. He had thought of everything Xiao Ming had thought of, so he said, If the emperor is truly sincere, I hope the emperor can grant the king of Shu and the guilty minister a golden medal of immunity from death. They cannot be killed unless they are guilty of treason. Golden medal of immunity from death. Xiao Ming looked confused. Qian Dafu knew that Xiao Ming was not very clear about Dayu's past, so he explained, Your Majesty, when Dayu was first established, Emperor Gyazu awarded 3 of his generals with a golden medal of immunity from death and established a rule that those who received the medal of immunity from death could not be executed unless they were guilty of treason. Xiao Ming nodded when he heard this. This golden medal of immunity from death had also appeared in contemporary history. In fact, it was just a form of appeasement from the emperor to his meritorious officials. In the course of contemporary history, this golden medal of immunity from death has been proven to be of little use. Since the crime of treason cannot be exempted from death, officials can still kill people as long as they make a fuss about it. After all, sometimes you are guilty even if you are not guilty, and you are innocent even if you are guilty. However, if the third prince could truly change his ways and loyally support him, there would be no need for him to kill him. So Xiao Ming just thought about it for a moment and said, "This is easy. As long as you can handle this matter for me, I will grant you too a golden medal of immunity from death and let you enjoy a prosperous life." The third prince breathed a sigh of relief. He had made the right bet this time. For him, if things continued to develop as they did, he and his brother would be dead. Now he was lucky to be able to survive in this world. "Thank you, your majesty, for your grace." The third prince bowed deeply. Xiao Ming was even satisfied in his heart. If he could conquer Yan, Leang, Zhao, and then get Bashu, no one would be able to shake him in Dayu Kingdom. The two reached an agreement. Xiao Ming asked Qian Dafu to arrange a house for the third prince to temporarily stay in Qingzhou City. After 20 soldiers were withdrawn from the front line, he would send the third prince and these soldiers on warships and merchant ships along the Yangtze River into Bashu. After all, the surrender of the king of Huainan allowed the warships to be supplied along the Yangtze River, and the only fiefdom between the king of Shu and the king of Huainan was the king of Riang, which only owned 3 states, and its location was equivalent to the border between western Hubei and Chongqing today. At the same time, this entry into Shu was also a deterrent to King Riang. Now King Riang was the only one who had not had contact with him, and he didn't know what King Riang was thinking. After taking control of Bashu, the king of Riang was caught between the king of Huainan and Bashu, which he controlled. He believed that the king of Riang would be unable to sit still at this time. After the third prince left, Qian Dafu said, "Your Majesty, besides the third prince, Qizu, the daughter of the prince of Huainan, has also arrived in Qingzhou. Would your Majesty like to see what Qizu, looks like? Your Majesty has been toiling day and night these past few days, so consider this a bit of fun." At this point, Qian Dafu suddenly laughed slyly. In his opinion, it was normal for the emperor to take a concubine. Xiao Ming's heart moved slightly when he heard this, but after thinking about it, he gave up the idea. After all, since Qizu had arrived, she would probably go to the palace to meet the Queen Mother soon, and then he would accompany the Queen Mother to meet her. Moreover, Fei Yue, was pregnant and was about to give birth. He felt a little guilty about indulging in romantic affairs at this time, and he also didn't want to be caught by the ministers and criticized. Thinking of this, he said to Qian Dafu, "Let's forget about this matter. Why don't you follow me to see how the construction of the imperial palace is going?" After the heavy rain, a ray of pure blue sky appeared in the thick dark clouds, and the sunlight shone through the gap, as breathtaking as a sign of good fortune from heaven. Qian Dafu looked up at the sky and said, "Your Majesty, it looks like the sky is going to clear up. We can go out now. I will call Zhao Long and Zhao Hu right away." Xiao Ming nodded when he heard that. He then went back to change into casual clothes. He didn't want to go out in an ostentatious manner. Wearing a dragon robe would be too conspicuous. Moreover, when he was in Qingzhou, he was already accustomed to frequently searching in and outside the city, so it was very uncomfortable for him to stay at the headquarters every day. When he returned to the bedroom, he took a look at Fei Yue. The girl was very sleepy, and the noise he made while changing clothes did not wake her up. After stopping Xiao Huan from waking up Fei Yue, Xiao Ming left the camp alone and headed towards the south of the city under the protection of the guards. For Xiao Ming, the ideal capital is of course Yuzhou, but for now, Yuzhou is not suitable as the capital for him. After all, Yuzhou is now poor, and the city's infrastructure is very poor. According to Pang Yukun, it is called a state, but in fact it is not even as good as a county in Qingzhou. So after repeated consideration, Xiao Ming still planned to make Qingzhou the capital, and consider moving the capital after Yuzhou developed, but this time is estimated to be about 20 to 30 years. Your Majesty, the fighting outside is so intense, but our Qingzhou is becoming more and more lively. Qian Dafu smiled, which made his already small eyes become slits. Zhao Long said, "Those who came here are merchants and wealthy families. They are very shrewd and know that the emperor is invincible. Qingzhou is as stable as Mount Tai and will not be subject to war. It's not just merchants and wealthy families. The number of refugees outside the city has also increased recently. The government has set up many porridge distribution centers outside the city, Zhao Hu added. Compared with the past, the two are now more ambitious. After all, they are no longer palace guards, but imperial guards. This has made many Qingzhou army soldiers envious. In the past, many people were unwilling to do this unprofitable job. Zhao Ming now looks a bit like someone who has been in a detention center for half a year and then released. Since he ascended the throne, he found that his freedom of movement is far less than before. His daily schedule basically involves the council hall, the study, and the bedroom. All the big and small matters in Qingzhou City are reported to him through the officials, and he also conveys his orders to the outside world through Kaiyan Dafu. Suddenly, he became a canary in a cage, and Zhao Ming had an instinctive wariness of this closed environment. Having read history books thoroughly, he knew very well that emperors of all dynasties were deceived by powerful ministers and eunuchs around them, because everything he knew came from the mouths of others. He can only listen to what others say, so he will naturally get a lot of untrue information and information that is influenced by the opinions of powerful officials. However, Zhao Ming was prepared for this situation, and that was the secret guard, who was his eyes outside. However, the secret guards also have their limitations. In an era where transportation basically relies on walking and messages basically rely on shouting, the limited secret guards are mostly used to monitor important figures, and basically cannot provide timely feedback on the lives of ordinary people. Based on this, he has been thinking about ways to obtain real information in the past 2 days. After much thought, he believes that the only way to solve this problem is to let the newspaper report impartially. Just as Niu Ben was worried that Zhao Ming would allow the powerful families to gain power, it was now obvious that every official and general had his own ideas and considerations. As for the army, he can only consider nationalization of the army. Of course, the nationalization of the army is just a false proposition. For him, the essence of the nationalization of the army is the royal power of the army. He must ensure his absolute leadership over the army and prevent generals from turning the army into their own private army. After all, his army would compete with Western powers for colonies in the future, and he didn't want his generals to occupy a colony and then become independent. As for officials, in addition to dividing the court into 2 groups to supervise each other, he also plans to adopt a top-down supervision model. This model is the newspaper he thought of. After all, contemporary facts have proved that media disclosure has played a very good role in exposing official corruption and is also conducive to supervising officials. The only drawback is that there is only one newspaper in Qingzhou now, which makes some newspaper articles too subjective, so he plans to establish 2 more newspapers in Qingzhou and open both newspapers to businessmen at the same time. This means that there will be 3 official newspapers and 2 private newspapers in Qingzhou. The diversified competition will allow some cover-it-up scandals to be uncovered. Thinking about what they were going to do next, the group unknowingly arrived at the south of the city. At this time, a building complex was gradually taking shape under the work of the construction camp. He was quite concerned about this palace where he might live for the next 20 or 30 years, so the design of the palace was basically done by him. In addition to the regular buildings, there were also secret passages for escape. Of course, the original intention of the design was to give the palace some modern atmosphere, so the construction of the palace used a lot of brick and wood structures. This structure is not only much stronger than the pure wood structure, but also saves a lot of construction time. After all, building walls with red bricks is much simpler than carpentry work, and he also asked the craftsmen to reserve porcelain tubes in these red bricks, which will be used to pass electrical wires in the future. It is precisely based on this simple and ancient design that the palace was built at an unprecedented speed. It can be occupied in just 8 months. At a normal speed, it would take at least 5 to 10 years to build the palace. Your Majesty, this construction team is truly remarkable. I have never seen a palace built like this in such a short time. At this time, the walls and gates of the imperial palace had been completed, and the walls were also dyed red. A group of people walked in through the palace gate. There was a staircase in front, leading from the bottom to the Zheng de Guangaming Hall in front. This Zheng de Guangaming Hall was the place where the imperial palace held political meetings. It was named Zheng de Guangaming in order to alert officials at all times. Compared with the luxurious palace in Chang, and Xiao Ming required simplicity for his own palace, so he did not ask for things like white jade steps and used whatever materials could be found locally. Passing the Zheng de Guangaming Hall is where the concubines live. Each has a separate small courtyard. On the right side of the palace is the Ministry of Internal Affairs, which is where the eunuchs live, and on the left is the East Palace. Overall, the general layout of his palace is somewhat similar to that of the palace in Chang, but there are also differences, such as the boiler water tower standing in the palace. While Xiao Ming was examining his future palace, a huge change sweeping across the state of Yan quietly took place. After 5 days of marching, King Huainan and Qi Sheng led 100 Huainan soldiers to Yingcheng and set up camp. After 3 days of preparation, Qi Sheng ordered the artillery to bombard Yingzhou City, and Yingzhou City was in chaos for a while. Cannons, cannons again. How could the king of Huainan have cannons? This must have been done by Xiao Ming. It must have been him. Prince Yan was furious in the temporary palace. The reason why he was so confident about Yingzhou City was that 60 cannons were installed in the city, which were part of the cannons he purchased from Qingzhou. It was because he was confident in the power of these artillery to defend the city that he sneered at the king of Huainan, because he believed that his artillery would definitely defeat the king of Huainan's army. But now everything was beyond his expectations. The king of Huainan not only had artillery, but the range of his artillery was far beyond that of the artillery in Yingzhou City. Now Yingzhou City could only suffer the bombardment of Huainan King's artillery in vain, but he could not use artillery to fight back, which made him extremely furious. Only then did he realize that he had been deceived by Xiao Ming, and Xiao Ming had never sold the real artillery to them from the beginning to the end. "Father, if this continues, our city wall will collapse." Qi Cheng's voice was a little difficult. 100,000 people surrounded the city, and the densely packed soldiers surrounded Yingzhou City so tightly that no one could get out. Now they could neither fight nor escape. So what if it collapses? My soldiers weren't born to rely on the city walls. The king of Yan suddenly drew his sword and said, "This time I will personally lead the army to fight the king of Huainan to the death." After saying this, Prince Yan strode towards the South City, which was the key area of Prince Huainan's attack. Qi Cheng and Qi Hao did not charge forward with the king of Chu this time. Qi Cheng looked at Qi Hao and said, "The powerful families within the city have already become disloyal. They will definitely not unite with us in our fight against the king of Huainan, and my father has refused to listen to my advice and has submitted to Xiao Ming. What should we do now?" Qi Hao's face was filled with despair. He said, "I've been in Qingzhou for over a month. From what I've seen and heard, I've always expected the Three Kings coalition to be defeated. I just didn't expect it to be so complete. Now that Xiao Ming is so powerful, Yan will undoubtedly bear the brunt of the impact. What's the point of mentioning this now? I just want to ask whether Xiao Ming told you what he would do to spare the state of Yan when you were in Qingzhou," Qi Cheng said anxiously. "Before I left, Xiao Ming did ask Pang Yukun to talk to me about this matter. He said that unless the king of Yan apologized and voluntarily gave up his title and fiefdom, he would not let Yan go," Qi Hao said. Qi Cheng fell silent upon hearing this. In his opinion, this was absolutely impossible. He sighed deeply, drew his sword, and chased after King Yan. Seeing Qi Cheng leave, Qi Hao turned and walked in the opposite direction. When Xiao Ming ascended the throne, he saw that the coalition of the Three Kings might not be able to achieve anything. Pang Yukun did say that to him, but he also mentioned that if he was willing to lend a helping hand, he would ensure his wealth and glory in the future. He was only the second son of the king of Yan. To him, the land of this fiefdom would never belong to him. Under the current situation, he was more worried about his own life rather than what would happen to the state of Yan. After leaving the temporary palace, Qi Hao walked straight into an alley. When he arrived at a house, he knocked 6 times and the door was opened. At this time, some powerful families had gathered in the yard. These powerful families were all those who opposed Prince Yan to continue fighting with Huainan. After all, the outcome was already decided, and not everyone was willing to die with Prince Yan. "Prince, when will we start the rebellion?" asked the patriarch of a powerful family. "My father has already climbed the city walls and is just waiting for the king of Huainan's artillery to blow down the city walls. By then, the city will be in chaos, and that will be the time for us to raise our army." Qi Hao's eyes flashed. He thought to himself, "Father, you treat me unkindly. Don't blame me for being ungrateful. My elder brother is enjoying a comfortable life in Yan State, but you sent me to Qingzhou to suffer." Upon hearing this, all the nobles nodded and waited for the city to fall as a signal. Outside the city, 50 cannons bombarded the south gate continuously. Deep holes continued to appear on the fragile south city wall under the artillery fire. These holes continued to expand until there was a loud bang and the entire city gate collapsed. "Father, the city wall has collapsed," Chang'an said in surprise, and he immediately prepared to lead his troops into the city. "Wait, it's not time yet." The king of Huainan looked at the collapsed gate on the east side of the main gate, then looked to the west. The artillery on the west gate was still intact. He said, "Now concentrate your artillery on the west wall. Once the wall collapses, attack the city immediately." Shang'an looked towards Zicheng and realized something. He said, "The artillery given by the emperor is really powerful. The artillery of the king of Yan can't hit us at all. Instead, we are constantly hitting us." The prince of Huainan looked gloomy. He said, "This is the emperor's strength. He has long been wary of us princes, so he sold some inferior artillery to the prince of Yan, the prince of Leang, the prince of Zhao, and others. Could it be that the emperor had already foreseen that the Dayu kingdom would be in chaos?" Shang'an asked in surprise. The king of Huainan said, "Who could possibly know? But this alone is enough to show that our emperor is no ordinary person." While the two were talking, the walls of the west city collapsed under the bombardment. At this time, King Huainan and Sheng were both shocked. Immediately afterwards, the sound of war drums resounded throughout the battlefield, and the morale of the Huainan army soldiers was greatly boosted as they rushed towards Yingzhou City with roars. Inside Yingzhou City, Prince Yan and his personal guards dodged the collapsed city wall in a panic. Through the collapsed wall, he saw soldiers rushing towards Yingzhou City like a tide. The king of Yan's eyes were bloodshot, and he shouted with his sword in hand, "Soldiers, fight to the death with me and the enemy." As soon as his voice fell, except for the personal guards who shouted loudly, the other soldiers were numb, and some of the young men who had just been drafted into the army were even trembling with fear. When had they ever seen such a powerful weapon as artillery? Besides, they were forced to join the army. Kill. The Huainan army rushed in from two collapsed areas at the same time, and the well-equipped soldiers immediately fought with the soldiers defending the city. Some nobles who supported the king of Yan also brought their troops to fight a bloody battle with the Huainan army. For a while, the city walls were filled with howling and fighting. The bodies of soldiers from both sides kept falling to the ground, and blood was flowing on the ground. Prince Yan led his personal guards into battle. When he was killing fiercely, loud shouts of killing suddenly rang out from the city. A group of nobles with red cloth tied on their foreheads rushed out from the streets. However, they did not fight with the Huainan army, but fought a bloody battle with the Chu army and the powerful tribes who supported him. At this time, the Chu army, whose morale was already low, collapsed instantly. The king of Yan seemed to have lost all his strength at this time. Just as he was stunned, a general of the Huainan army stabbed the king of Yan's chest with a sword. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, King Yan gradually sank into darkness. "The king of Yan is dead. The king of Yan is dead." A guard who was protecting Prince Yan shouted loudly, and the other guards immediately looked at Prince Yan, who was lying in a pool of blood. At this moment, all the guards lost their will to fight, and they all fled. After the guards collapsed, the soldiers also lost their will to fight. Now that Prince Yan is dead, who would be willing to continue working for him? Soon, the news of King Yan's death spread to all parts of Yingzhou City, along with the defeated soldiers. Under the influence of this news, the Yan army was in chaos. Shang'an was very keenly aware of the changes in the Yan army. He immediately led his soldiers to launch a fierce attack. At this time, the Yan army, which was already demoralized, continued to retreat, and more Huainan army soldiers poured into the city. At the same time that Prince Huainan attacked Yingzhou, Li San arrived in Baju. According to Xiao Ming's plan, the fourth prince would die when Yingzhou City was broken. After meeting the heads of the Tian and Jai families in Baju, Li San mentioned the killing of the fourth prince. "Kill the fourth prince," Tian Wen said in shock. Jai Tong, the head of the Jai family, was also surprised. He said, "Commander Li, is this really the emperor's order?" Li San's eyes rolled around. It was naturally Xiao Ming's idea to kill the fourth prince, but Xiao Ming could not be held responsible for this matter. After all, killing one's brother was an unkind act and would even become a reason for criticism in the future. So he said, "This matter can only be understood, not explained. If you two can accomplish it, it will naturally please His Majesty." As for whether to do it or not, it is up to you two. Tianwen and Jai Tong looked at each other. Both of them were smart people and understood what Li San meant. In that case, please allow us two to discuss this, Commander Lei, Tianwen said. Li San nodded and said, in that case, I won't bother you anymore. Then he turned and left. At this time, Tianwen said, it seems that this is the Emperor's intention, but the Emperor does not want to bear the crime of killing his brother. That's right, but if we kill the fourth prince and the Emperor turns against us in the future, we'll probably end up in a bad situation. That's true, but if we can please the Emperor, the status of our two families will be preserved. Tianwen was a little expectant. Jai Tong pondered for a moment, then said, but I do have a plan. Killing the fourth prince rashly would be a heinous crime, but if we use his crimes to imprison him and then have him commit suicide in prison out of fear of punishment, then we have nothing to do with him. Yes, Brother Jai is really smart. In that case, we will invite the fourth prince to a banquet at noon today and set up a Hongmen banquet. Tianwen laughed. Jai Tong also laughed at the same time. At noon, the fourth prince arrived as scheduled with his guards. Tianwen had prepared a banquet in the mansion and was waiting for him and his family. In the side rooms on both sides of the main hall, Jai Tong led his troops and only used Tianwen's smashing of cups as a signal. Thank you very much for your kindness, Mr. Tian, the fourth prince bowed. Tianwen said affectionately, Your Highness has been in Baju for over a year now. I feel really ashamed that I have only just found the time to invite Your Highness and all the other generals to a banquet, sir. That's too serious. To be honest, it's my fault for not knowing the rules and not paying you a visit. The fourth prince sat down directly. He was about to become the new king of Yan, and he was very happy. After a pause, the fourth prince asked, Mr. Tian invited us here to discuss Baju government affairs. What does he want to discuss? Everyone was seated. Tianwen said solemnly, a few days ago, the people came to me and complained that Your Highness had seized a lot of good farmland and incorporated it into the imperial estate. Moreover, Your Highness was secretly collecting taxes from them. I wonder how Your Highness would explain this matter. The fourth prince's expression froze instantly, and the other family generals fell silent upon hearing this, each with a look of horror on their face. It was indeed he who did this. To be honest, he did not trust the king of Yan or the nobles of Baju, so he took advantage of the opportunity of driving away the king of Yan to seize land and collect taxes to enrich his treasury for the purpose of recruiting soldiers. After all, he did not have a trustworthy army, and he was always a puppet of these powerful families. However, the land he occupied belonged to Prince Yan, his son, and the officials who fled with Prince Yan. He originally thought that the Tian family and the Jai family would turn a blind eye, but he didn't expect Tianwen to mention this matter at this time. The fourth prince rolled his eyes, smiled wryly, and said, What do you mean, sir? What do you mean? Your Highness, the matter of the Prince of Yan has not yet been decided. It is also unknown whether this Prince of Yan is Your Highness. It is not appropriate for Your Highness to occupy the land at this time. After all, the land is supposedly owned by the Emperor. As the governor of Baju, I have no choice but to intervene. Governor of Baju, you must be joking. When did you become a governor? The fourth prince sneered. Tianwen then took out the imperial edict that Li San had brought and said, This is the imperial edict. Your Majesty has appointed me as the governor of Baju. As the governor of Baju, I have the responsibility to manage the royal property on behalf of Your Majesty. The fourth prince was shocked, his eyes narrowed. Xiao Ming had conferred the title of imperial secretary on Tianwen, but he had ignored him. He suddenly had a bad feeling, so he said, Governor Tian, everything depends on evidence. You can't convict me based on the nonsense of a few unruly people. Tianwen said coldly, Then I'll convince you. Come, bring the account book. As Tianwen finished speaking, the door of the side room suddenly opened, and Jai Tong led his troops out and surrounded the fourth prince and his entourage. This scene made the fourth prince and the household generals' faces turn pale. He vaguely understood something and sneered. Xiao Ming is really smart. He has endured for so long and is finally going to take action against me. Humph, here's this ledger that records all your crimes. Tianwen pointed at the ledger in his hand. What else do you have to say? How could the fourth prince willingly surrender? Having fallen into Tianwen's trap, he remained calm. Governor Tian, don't forget, we're all on the same page. Do you think the emperor will ever let you go? This imperial decree could appoint you governor today, but could take your life tomorrow. So why bother? If we join forces, we'll have the final say in Yan state. Then we'll enjoy endless wealth and glory. How ridiculous. You think you can defeat the emperor with the few men you've privately recruited. You've got a brilliant plan, but why would we go along with you? Tianwen said. Fourth prince, your ambition is clear as day. Blame it on your greed. Not only do we know about this private recruitment of soldiers, but the emperor knows it too. After saying that, Jai Tong immediately ordered his troops to arrest the fourth prince and others and put them in jail. The next day, Li San received the news that the fourth prince had committed suicide in prison out of fear of punishment. At this time, he immediately sent secret guards to the prison to confirm. It was just as Tian Wen said. He sneered twice. Tian Wen and Jai Tong were really old foxes. Now that the fourth prince is dead, all we need to do now is get rid of the Prince of Yan and the Prince of Yan, and the state of Yan will be stable. As night fell, Prince Huainan and Qi Sheng and stopped their attack. After the king of Yan was killed in the chaos, the Yan army fell into chaos. They took the opportunity to attack the city, but they never expected that the originally smooth war would be reversed because of the appearance of Qi Sheng. This time, in order to deal with them, the king of Yan forcibly conscripted a large number of able-bodied men. There were as many as 250 men in the small Yingzhu. After a fierce battle, they were driven out of the city again. This Qi Chengguo is certainly capable, but most of the Yan army has already fled during the day, and I'm afraid even more will flee tonight. As such, the Yan army will undoubtedly focus their energy on stopping the deserters and won't anticipate our attack at night. Qi Sheng nodded. He had prepared 10 elite troops to attack the Yingzhu camp at night. At midnight, he led his soldiers to quietly enter Yingzhu City through the damaged city wall. Just as the king of Huainan guessed, more and more soldiers entered the Yan army camp and fled at night, and the patrolling soldiers were constantly attracted by the fleeing soldiers. In the darkness, the patrolmen could not detect deserters or enemy troops. In this situation, Qi Sheng quickly led his soldiers to the Yingzhu camp. Light the arrows. At this time, the Yingzhu camp was brightly lit, and Qi Sheng gave the order. After receiving the order, more than a dozen torches were lit. The soldiers took out arrows with oilcloth wrapped on the front ends and lit them one by one on the torches and strung their bows. Following Qi Sheng's order, flaming arrows flew towards the Yan army's camp. Those arrows accurately landed on the tents of the Yan army. These tents were made of cotton cloth. When they came into contact with fire, the fire spread instantly, illuminating the Yan army's camp. When the soldiers lit the arrows, the Yan army's sentries had already discovered them and immediately shouted loudly, but it was too late for them to stop them. The flaming arrows flew towards the Yan army camp one after another. In just a few minutes, the Yan army camp turned into a sea of fire. The flames shot up into the sky and illuminated the night sky. At this time, King Huainan led the soldiers outside the city and immediately rushed into the city. Qi Sheng's purpose was only to disrupt the Yingzhu camp and create chaos. The Yan army camp fell into chaos. At this time, the king of Huainan stood up and shouted, "Kill, kill." He was responded by the angry shouts of the Huainan soldiers, who rushed into Yingzhu City like a vicious tiger descending from the mountain. A Yan army soldier woke up from his sleep. He was so frightened that he rushed out of the tent in the flames without even having time to put on his clothes. However, he was faced with soldiers from the Huainan army. Before he could even shout, he felt a chill on his chest, and then he watched his blood gushing out of his chest. Before he died, extreme fear made him let out a last scream. The Huainan army rushed into the camp like a tiger into a flock of sheep. The Yan army soldiers died under their swords as soon as they rushed out of the tents. Some were even stabbed in the heart in their sleep. Chaos quickly spread in the Yan army camp. The whole camp was filled with the breath of death. Qi Sheng gathered the soldiers under the protection of his personal guards. He looked at the camp that was a sea of fire. His body was 3 times colder than the swords in the winter. A voice told him that the Yan army was finished this time. Those armored Huainan soldiers were slaughtered like cattle and sheep, leaving only cold corpses wherever they went. He had organized several attacks, but the terrified soldiers had no resistance at all and were quickly defeated. He was able to repel the Huainan army during the day because his troops had no idea that the king of Yan had died in battle. Now that all the soldiers knew about it, the morale of the Yan army had fallen to the bottom. "Prince, let's go. It will be too late if we don't leave now," said a general, covering his arm. At this time, his arm was bleeding. It was scratched by a soldier. If it weren't for several Yan army soldiers who helped him in time, he would probably have lost his life. Qi Sheng looked at the camp in flames, stamped his feet hard, jumped on his horse, and fled towards the west gate under the protection of dozens of riders. When Qi Sheng attacked, King Huainan led his soldiers to seize the west gate of the Yan army as planned. They still used artillery in the dark. Although King Huainan had seen the power of firearms, he He did not expect that such weapons could produce huge destructive power in war. There were at least 3,000 or 4,000 Yan soldiers guarding the gate, but a few rounds of artillery fire defeated all of them. After taking the west gate, the king of Huainan said to a cavalry commander beside him, "General Qi, I leave the pursuit of the defeated troops to you." "Yes, your highness," he shouted. "Soldiers, it's time to harvest the enemy's heads. Charge, kill." The soldiers were full of fighting spirit. The rumbling sound of horse hooves beat like war drums. Hearing this sound, the Yan soldiers completely lost their will to fight and fled in droves. Most of them laid down their weapons and surrendered to the Huainan army. When King Huainan and Qi Shang entered the military camp, they encountered almost no resistance along the way. Yan soldiers were kneeling on the ground everywhere. Leading the cavalry to disintegrate the last resistance of the Yan army, the soldiers of the Huainan army did not stop but lit torches and chased directly westward. They had already learned that Qi Cheng had fled to the west. However, the king of Huainan was not in a hurry because the west gate had been captured by them, and other city gates were also captured one after another. Now Qi Cheng had nowhere to escape. So he simply ordered the soldiers to clean up the battlefield. Because of the surprise attack, most of the Yan army soldiers were not on their horses, and a large number of war horses were tied in the stables, which gave him a great advantage. In addition to war horses, he also captured many civilians of the Yan army. He ordered that those who did not resist should not be killed. This time more than 50 civilians were captured, plus nearly 80 soldiers who surrendered and were captured. A total of 130 Yan people were captured. The operation to clear the battlefield continued until the next morning, when the Huainan army's cavalry returned, led by General Qi, holding Qi Cheng's head in his hand. Arriving before the king of Huainan, General Qi dismounted from his horse and threw Qi Cheng's head to the ground. He said, "Your Highness, Qi Cheng refused to surrender and was killed by me." The king of Huainan nodded. The state of Yan had always oppressed the state of Huainan, so he hated the king of Yan very much. This attack on the state of Yan was also in line with the will of the people. Now the king of Yan was dead, and Qi Cheng was also dead, but he suddenly thought of a question and said, "I remember that Qi Cheng had a younger brother, Qi Hao. Where is he?" Qi Shanggan then said, "Father, after Qi Cheng learned of Qi Hao's rebellion, he led his troops to slaughter all the nobles who participated in the rebellion. He killed Qi Hao." "Really? This means the lineage of the king of Yan is completely cut off." King Huainan sighed. "The state of Yan is destroyed." It is autumn now, and compared to the scorching heat of midsummer, Jinling City is now cooler than before. After inspecting the imperial palace 5 days ago, Xiao Ming put the newspaper matter on the agenda. This newspaper was also called the media in later generations. In addition to having top-down supervisory power, the most important role of the media is to guide public opinion. After the establishment of the newspaper, he took advantage of the newspaper's characteristics to consolidate his power. However, Jinling is becoming more and more prosperous, and more things are happening every day. The space of a newspaper is far from meeting the current needs of Jinling. It was for this reason that he finally decided to increase the number of newspaper offices. However, regardless of whether the newly added newspapers are government-run or privately-run, they still need to be reviewed before publication, rather than being allowed to report whatever they want. Coming from the future, Xiao Ming knew very well that the media was a double-edged sword. If he did not occupy this position himself, it would be occupied by the enemy in the future. Therefore, whether it is government-run or privately-run, the newspaper must be under the emperor's name and cannot go against his will on matters of principle. Your Majesty, if we establish more newspaper offices, what will happen to the reporters who have been sent to various prefectures and counties? In the council hall, Fan Zheng said loudly that he was now wearing a red official robe and held the 4th rank. After ascending the throne, Xiao Ming naturally promoted his old subordinates vigorously, and Fan Zheng was not left out. He gave Fan Zheng the position called Zhangxuanxi. As the name suggests, the duties of this central propaganda envoy are to be responsible for the court's internal and external propaganda, and also include future censorship of other newspapers and newspapers. After a pause, Xiao Ming said, "The true duty of a journalist is to record the suffering of the people, not to read newspapers. After you leave office, you will transfer all those who read newspapers to the Central Propaganda Department. Their duties will remain the same, but they will no longer have any connection with the newspaper. From now on, propaganda will be propaganda, and journalists will just be journalists. Yes, Your Majesty. Fan Zheng was delighted. The establishment of the additional newspaper office was undoubtedly a happy event for him. Before, he only managed one newspaper office, but now he can manage 5. Moreover, his current identity has transcended the newspaper and become a vital institution in the court. Now Xiao Ming has incorporated scholars who read newspapers into the court, and he has a lot more manpower under his command. Pang Yukon and Fiji had no idea about the newspaper. They could not understand what role the Central Propaganda Department would play in the future, so they remained silent about Xiao Ming's idea of setting up another newspaper. Fan Zheng retreated back to his column. Niu Ben stepped forward and announced, Your Majesty, reports have arrived from Jinling City regarding the battle of the Prince of Huainan. The Prince of Yan and his eldest son, Qi Cheng, were both killed in battle. His second son, Qi Hao, was also killed. The line of the Prince of Yan is now extinct. As soon as Niu Ben's words came out, the officials in the council hall began to whisper, and an ecstatic atmosphere enveloped the council hall. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty. From now on, Deu Kingdom will no longer be threatened by Yan Kingdom. Pang Yukon looked excited. Fiji also said, the state of Yan has been destroyed. Your Majesty is one step closer to the day of uniting with the great Yu state. Now all you need to do is get rid of the king of Leang and the king of Zhao, and the northern country will be stable. Xiao Ming burst into laughter at this time. In fact, he had already received this news in advance. Not only was the lineage of King Yan cut off, but the 4th prince also died in prison. Now the state of Yan was leaderless and was just waiting for him to send officials to govern it. The king of Yan is dead. From now on, there will be no Yan state. Prime Minister Pang, Minister Fei, you two will draft a list of officials to be sent to Yan. After I review them, I will send these officials to serve in the prefectures and counties. Yes, Your Majesty. The two of them bowed in response at the same time. After a pause, Xiao Ming looked at Niu Ben again and said, the state of Yan has been destroyed. How long will the state of Liang have to wait? Niu Ben heard a hint of dissatisfaction in Xiao Ming's tone. The king of Huainan successfully captured Jinling City, but now the army of the feudal state has not yet captured Qingzhou. This is really unacceptable. However, there was indeed a reason why Lu Fei and his men hadn't destroyed the state of Yan this time. Niu Ben said, Your Majesty, Lu Fei and Luo Hong were leading 50 soldiers and should have reached the city of Qingzhou, but on their way to Qingzhou, a group of barbarian cavalry appeared. Barbarian cavalry, Xiao Ming frowned. At the same time, the atmosphere in the council hall became solemn. The barbarians, the northern enemies that the officials of Deu Kingdom were terrified of, finally could no longer hold back. Xiao Ming took in the expressions of the officials one by one, the officials from Chang, and all showed fear on their faces, while the officials headed by Pang Yukon looked calm. Niu Ben continued, I just received news from Lu Fei that this group of barbarian cavalry numbered 50. They didn't engage Lu Fei head-on, but instead continuously attacked the grain route. This forced Lu Fei to dispatch a large number of troops to protect the grain, delaying the attack on Qingzhou. 50,000, Xiao Ming frowned. The barbarians sent 50,000 cavalry to Qingzhou. How could it be such a coincidence? Your Majesty, this group of cavalry was sent by the barbarians to Qingzhou. According to the prisoners captured by Lu Fei, thanks to the mediation of the barbarians, King Zhao and King Liang have now put aside their past grudges and are now willing to unite their forces to jointly respond to our attack. Xiao Ming breathed a sigh of relief. He said, Wang Xuanxuan has sent word that the barbarians have already sent troops to help Goryeo resist Japan, and now they have no time to move south. This time the barbarians did not send other cavalry, but instead used 50 cavalry to cut off our food supply, simply to buy time. In fact, they are unable to send a large army to support us. General Niu should seize this opportunity to destroy Liang and Zhao in one fell swoop. We cannot delay any further. Once the barbarians withdraw from Goryeo and march south in large numbers, our country will have no peace. Niu Ben suddenly felt the burden on his shoulders became heavier. After defeating the coalition of 3 kings, Xiao Ming's strategy changed accordingly. Compared with his previous conservatism, Xiao Ming's military strategy is now more radical. The strong combat effectiveness of the feudal army makes him very confident. He believes that unifying the north is no longer a problem. After unifying the north, he could keep the barbarians outside the Great Wall and implement a strategy of keeping the enemy out of the country. Yes, Your Majesty, I will go to Qingzhou today and destroy King Liang, Niu Ben said with a fist salute. Zhao Ming nodded slightly, glanced at the civil and military officials in the court, and when he saw that no one else came out, he signaled to Qian Dafu. Qian Dafu immediately shouted, "If you have something to report, please report it early. If you don't, please leave the court." All the court officials had nothing to do and were about to leave when Lin Wentao, who was sitting in a corner of the council hall, suddenly woke up as if from a dream. He said urgently, "Your Majesty, I have something to report." Lin Wentao's voice immediately attracted everyone's attention, because the officials all knew that many of the strange things in Qingzhou were made by Lin Wentao. Zhao Ming also showed an interested look. He said, "My dear, what do you want to report? Your Majesty, I have recently built a steam locomotive according to your instructions. Would your Majesty like to come and see it? Steam locomotive, what is that? This Lin Wentao is really a weirdo. I wonder what he has come up with this time. If he dared to say it in the court, it must be something very important." The officials in the council hall were talking about this. In their eyes, people like Lin Wentao had always been mysterious, and because these people did not participate in government affairs, they did not pay much attention to Lin Wentao. The officials didn't understand, but Zhao Ming did. After overcoming the difficulties of the steam engine, Lin Wentao shifted his focus to the use of the steam engine. Zhao Ming has been in Qingzhou during this period. When he is free, he goes to Lin Wentao's workshop to discuss various steam-powered machines with him. The steam locomotive and steamship were naturally the focus of their discussion, but ironclad ships equipped with steam engines would be difficult to build without modern shipyards, so he focused on the steam locomotive. After living here for 5 years, Zhao Ming's deepest impression is that transportation in this era is too messed up. Both military and material transportation were quite slow, and this slow pace seriously restricted the development of industry. Because of the advent of the steam engine, Qingzhou's consumption of industrial materials has increased by more than one level, while the efficiency in transportation has hardly changed. So he personally guided Lin Wentao and used technological crystals to teach him. With sufficient industrial capacity, the steam locomotive was successfully manufactured. "My dear ministers, I guess you don't know what a steam locomotive is. Today I will take you to see it," Zhao Ming said. Now Qingzhou's steam engine and steelmaking technology have made a leap forward, which means that Qingzhou can produce all the steel parts needed for the Western Industrial Revolution. As a result, the next logical thing is the explosive emergence of various types of steam machinery, and this is exactly what he is going to do next. With the fall of King Yan, the North gradually stabilized, and his wish to establish a complete industrial system was gradually realized. To this end, in addition to handling government affairs, Zhao Ming is prepared to personally participate in the construction of the industrial system, and 5 years of talent preparation has also given him a group of available people. "As you command," said the ministers, who were also very interested in steam locomotives. Nodding, Zhao Ming led the officials and accompanied Lin Wentao to the steam engine workshop. "Your Majesty, this is a steam locomotive," Lin Wentao said excitedly. At this time, the steam locomotive was parked on a 100-meter-long railway track. The moment he saw the front of the locomotive, Zhao Ming suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Now this thing is the modern steam locomotive, commonly known as the bobbin car. Simply put, this steam locomotive is a steam engine lying on its side fixed on a wheeled vehicle. The reciprocating motion of the connecting rod crankshaft and the flywheel drives the wheels to rotate, allowing the locomotive to move along the rails. "Your Highness, this steam locomotive took us more than half a year." Lin Wentao sighed in his heart. During this period, they worked day and night to research, produce, and assemble it. Now this steam locomotive can finally move forward along the rails. Although he thinks the speed is not very fast, its future potential is definitely huge. "Isn't this just a big iron can?" Fiji glanced at it. Pang Yukun also nodded. Zhao Ming and Lin Wentao looked very excited, but they were confused. In modern times, the world's first steam locomotive was invented by the British George Stephenson in 1814. If we follow the current standards of the West, such a thing will probably appear in 40 or 50 years. But now he is the first person to manufacture a steam locomotive. Although this steam locomotive is still a bit rough and simple, it doesn't matter if it is ugly, as long as it can run. Seeing the dismissive attitude of many officials, Lin Wentao said, "It is indeed a big iron can, but it is a moving iron can." Then, without further explanation, he turned to the 2 craftsmen who usually drove the steam locomotive and said, "Now, you two will operate the locomotive for His Majesty to see." The two men nodded and climbed onto the steam locomotive. One of the craftsmen picked up a shovel and added coal to the boiler, while the other craftsman stared at the steam pressure gauge. When Lin Wentao was developing the steam engine, he asked craftsmen to make this pressure gauge, and it can now be used on steam locomotives. This allows the locomotive operator to judge the pressure in the boiler and adjust the steam pressure. The rails in the workshop were naturally made by Lin Wentao at Xiao Ming's request. These rails formed a circle along the wide workshop so that the locomotive could move in this circle. However, these rails also consumed a lot of his steel, which made him very painful. But now that he has a steam locomotive, all this is worth it, because the next step is to build a railway along the mining area so that he can transport coal and iron ore to Qingzhou in a steady stream. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The steam pressure inside the steam locomotive was getting higher and higher. At this time, the craftsman blew the whistle, and with a hum sound, the steam locomotive slowly moved forward along the rails. This scene immediately shocked the officials. They all kept their distance from the steam locomotive, fearing that this steel monster would hurt people. When Lin Wentao saw the embarrassed look of these officials, he finally laughed. It was because these officials knew nothing about it, and yet they were pointing fingers at the steam locomotive. HMPH, HMPH. The connecting rod of the steam locomotive tilted and moved up and down, driving the wheels to rotate through the flywheel and crankshaft. At this time, the heavy wheels finally moved. As the motorcycle started moving, its speed gradually increased. In the first circle, it was as slow as half the speed of a person walking, and in the second circle, it was like riding a bicycle. By the third lap, it was already galloping like a horse. Under such tremendous power, the officials' expressions were very interesting. At this moment, they might be truly impressed by technology from the bottom of their hearts, rather than the philosophy of the ancients. Xiao Ming brought them here this time to let them witness the true power of science and technology. Otherwise, these officials would still cling to Confucian classics and would not value science and technology in their bones. What he wanted was for them to suddenly wake up when they thought of this steel monster in their dreams in the middle of the night. "Your Highness, is this steam locomotive okay?" Lin Wentao asked excitedly. Xiao Ming nodded. When designing this locomotive, the goal was to achieve the maximum power that Qingzhou could currently achieve. After all, if the efficiency of the steam engine could not be improved, the speed of the locomotive could not be increased either. Now Lin Wentao has only improved the Watt steam engine, making the efficiency of the steam engine slightly higher, so this level of locomotive can only be compared with the original locomotive, but it is enough for Xiao Ming. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The sound of whistles rang out in the workshop one after another. The noise that had sounded to Xiao Ming before now sounded like heavenly music. The emergence of steam locomotives not only means that Qingzhou's steel and lathe processing levels are capable of producing the spare parts needed for steam locomotives. At the same time, for him, this was also the beginning of the barbarians losing the mobility advantage of horses. As long as he could transport troops quickly, the northern barbarians would no longer be a threat. But after a moment of excitement, Xiao Ming calmed down again and decided to eat the meal bite by bite. The steam locomotive was developed, but laying rails required a lot of steel, so now he could only choose to lay key roots. Even so, it is a huge burden on the finances. Although it has gradually surpassed the West in science and technology, it is far inferior to the Western countries that have become rich through plunder in terms of wealth. If you compare it to others, he was really poor. To him, building the railway was not a technological issue, but an economic issue. After verifying that Lin Wentao's steam locomotive could operate, Xiao Ming left with a group of officials. The next step was to discuss tightening their belts and building the railway. At the same time, he was eager for the war in the north to end as soon as possible so that he could focus on development. Jiangzhou. After 5 days of marching, Lu Fei, Yi Qingyun and his party arrived at the city where King Leang lived. Under the attacks of the barbarians these days, they have been moving very slowly in order to protect the food supply route. If they had followed the plan, they should have captured Qingzhou City by now. However, when they arrived in Jiangzhou, they suddenly found that the city was not as easy to capture as they had imagined. Because Jiangzhou City faces water on one side and is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, its location is very dangerous. King Liang's troops have been completely destroyed, so there must not be many soldiers in the city right now. If we can suddenly break into the city, we will definitely be able to capture Qingzhou City in one fell swoop, Lu Fei said. Yi Qingyun looked at the wide river in front of Qingzhou City. This was not Qingzhou. They had no boats to use, and a frontal attack was impossible. Now the barbarians were still harassing them. If they could not take Qingzhou City in time, they would inevitably lose more soldiers. At this moment his gaze swept across the high mountains on both sides of Qingzhou, and he said, "There may be small paths through these high mountains and steep ridges. Why don't we offer a large reward to find a small path from the mountains to the city?" "Yeah, I had the same idea." Lu Fei replied yes. He called over a Goi captain and said a few words to him. The Goi captain took the order and left. Luo Hong then said, "Qingzhou City only has one wall. If we can find a mountain road, we can directly attack the city. But if there is a mountain road, how could King Liang not know about it and leave a loophole? It's better to give it a try than to just sit there and watch Jeonju," Lu Fei said carelessly. Everyone agreed with what he said. After setting up camp outside Qingzhou City and resting for a night, Lu Fei's men arrived the next day with a person to collect the reward. Lu Fei was overjoyed when he heard this. He hurried to the door of the tent to meet the person who came to collect the reward. This was a middle-aged man carrying a bow and arrow on his back. Behind him was a boy of 15 or 16. The boy seemed a little afraid of people. He hid behind the middle-aged man and looked at the soldiers coming and going with timid eyes. The middle-aged man also had a hint of uneasiness in his eyes, and he did not dare to look Lu Fei in the eye. Lu Fei was a man of generous disposition. He laughed heartily and said in a familiar manner, "Brother, please come in." The middle-aged man nodded. He looked at the tent surrounded by strange chariots with a hesitant expression, as if he had something to say. Lu Fei immediately understood and said to his general, "Give this brother 100 taels of silver." 100 taels of silver was exactly the amount of the reward offered by Lu Fei. Upon hearing this, the general trotted back to the camp and came back with the 100 taels of silver in a short while. The middle-aged man seemed relieved to see the silver and said to Lu Fei, "Thank you, General. This is what you deserve," Lu Fei said with a smile. After putting away the 100 taels of silver, the middle-aged man said, "General, please follow me." After that, the middle-aged man walked out. Lu Fei thought that this journey would probably waste a lot of time, so he asked Yi Qingyun to call over 1,000 cavalrymen and asked 2 soldiers, one with a middle-aged man and the other with a young man, to follow behind. According to the middle-aged man's words, the group walked about 6 miles south and stopped. The middle-aged man dismounted and pointed ahead, saying, "General, this is the path we took to get up the mountain. We can follow this path to get up the mountain." Lu Fei looked in the direction the middle-aged man's finger pointed, and in front of him was a winding path hidden in the grass. He and the others immediately dismounted and climbed up the path. When they reached the top, he looked down and saw a straight cliff 15 meters high. Yi Qingyun frowned and said, "It's too dangerous. If we fall, we'll be dead." Lu Fei felt the same way. This place was not only smooth, but also very narrow, only 30 centimeters wide. Moreover, the stone slope in the ground formed an angle of almost 90 degrees. Most people would not dare to try it. "It's narrow, steep, and slippery," Lu Fei concluded. Hearing the two people's discussion, the middle-aged man became a little nervous and said, "General, this is the lowest cliff from the ground among the 3 mountains. The other places are 50 steps high. It's no problem to go down from here. Sometimes I use a rope to go down from here when I go hunting." The middle-aged man's words gave Lu Fei an idea. Rope climbing is one of the training subjects of the close-door army. If we throw some ropes down from here, we will definitely be able to sneak into Jeonju City. Thinking of this, Lu Fei expressed his idea. Yi Qingyun nodded in agreement and sent the soldiers back to the barracks to get ropes. The middle-aged man also breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that these ferocious soldiers would mistake him for a liar. The soldiers came back quickly with 7 or 8 long and thick hemp ropes. Following Lu Fei's method, the soldiers tied the hemp ropes to an old tree on the edge of the cliff, and then went down to tie other hemp ropes to different trees. "Let's launch a surprise attack this time," Lu Fei ordered the cavalry to dispatch 20 musketeers up the mountain. At this time, he observed Qingzhou City through a telescope. Just as he imagined, there were not many soldiers in Qingzhou City. This time, the second prince was killed, the Liang army was destroyed, and other states and counties were captured by the Yang army. The king of Liang could not gather many troops temporarily, and these 20 people were enough. Below them were only some residential areas. Their soldiers could go down from here to gain a foothold and provide subsequent soldiers with an opportunity to enter the city safely. After waiting for a while, 20 musketeers arrived at the top of the mountain. At this time, Liu Fei ordered, "Go down along the rope." The midday sun was hot and bright, and the Qingzhou soldiers descending the ropes immediately attracted the attention of the people in Qingzhou City. Some people screamed and ran towards the city, shouting at the same time. After years of training, the Qingzhou army has mastered the use of ropes to perfection, and the soldiers can descend to the ground from the ropes one by one without any gaps. In order to ensure the success of the surprise attack, Liu Fei dispatched the most elite 10 Qingzhou troops and 10 Dengzhou troops. These soldiers were experienced in battles, and it was not difficult for 20 people to capture Qingzhou City. The soldiers who came down to the ground quickly formed a formation to guard against the attack of the Jiangju soldiers, while subsequent soldiers continued to come down from the mountain. When only 2,000 people gathered on the ground, rumbling footsteps were heard, and then the armored Jiangju army appeared. The Qingzhou army, which had formed 3 firing formations, immediately fired. The Qingzhou army rushing towards them was caught off guard, and the soldiers in the front fell down like leeks being cut. However, these Qingzhou troops are obviously elite. Now that the enemies have entered the city, they have received the order from King Leang to fight to the death. If Qingzhou City is lost, the Liang kingdom will be finished. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire continued to ring out, and the Jiangju army that rushed over retreated and charged again, charged and retreated again. As more and more soldiers came down from the mountains, the Jiangju army's resistance gradually ended. While the two sides were fighting fiercely, a smoke signal suddenly rose in the city. When Liu Fei on the mountain saw the smoke signal, he suddenly had an ominous premonition. He picked up the telescope and searched, and suddenly saw a large group of barbarian cavalry coming from the north and south, and rushing directly towards their camp. Yi Qingyan also saw this and said angrily, "This King Liang is indeed colluding with the barbarians. Now he is ready to fight to the death." Liu Fei said worriedly, "I hope Qi Guangyi and Bai Mu can withstand these cavalrymen." At this point, Bai Mu and Qi Guangyi also noticed the barbarian cavalry. They exchanged glances and said, "The main camp is protected by the chariot formation, so we don't have to worry about it. However, these barbarian cavalry must be eliminated, otherwise they will continue to harm our forage. This time, why don't we take the initiative and lure them into a trap, catching them off guard? I observed this when I came here. There's a valley nearby. It's very narrow and long, perfect for artillery bombardment. Luo Xin, this time, your artillery will cooperate with our cavalry to kill these barbarian cavalry." "Are you talking about the valley in the west?" Luo Xindao said. Qi Guangyi nodded and said, "That's right. We need to feign defeat to lure them into this valley. Then you will cooperate with us in the attack." After a moment of contemplation, Luo Xin gritted his teeth and said, "No problem. I'll gather the field artillery and deploy them to the valley now." Qi Guangyi and Bai Mu nodded, and then Bai Mu led a cavalry group in the direction of the barbarian cavalry, while Qi Guangyi and Luo Xin led the cavalry and artillery to the valley. This was a long, narrow valley, over 5 miles long and a mile wide. After arriving at the valley, Luo Xin said, "Qi Guangyi, I'll leave the cavalry to you. I'll lead the artillery in an ambush on both sides of the valley and establish artillery positions. At the appropriate time, follow my signal to attack. Okay, I'll take the cavalry in ambush on the other side of the mountain." After saying that, Qi Guangyi led the cavalry to the other side of the valley. More than 20 cavalrymen were quietly waiting for the battle to come. Seeing Qi Guangyi leave, Luo Xin searched the valley, trying to find a place that was conducive to artillery fire. At this time, Bai Mu led 20 cavalrymen and marched in neat steps towards the barbarian cavalry. Pretending to be defeated is also a technical job. If the enemy is not pretending to be defeated, it will easily make them suspicious. If they are not careful, the pretended defeat may even turn into a real defeat. So Bai Mu was extremely nervous, but when he saw the barbarian soldiers, he recalled the hatred when the barbarians ravaged Qingzhou. The barbarian soldiers obviously did not expect that Bai Mu would lead the cavalry to fight against them. They rushed towards Bai Mu with a hint of bloodthirstiness in their eyes. Kill. Bai Mu led the cavalry and collided with the barbarian cavalry, and a fight began. This unexpected attack caught the barbarians off guard. They did not expect that the people of Dayu would actually fight against the barbarian cavalry. "Captain, this might be a trap." A barbarian general on a hill not far away looked at the battlefield below. "We must fight them, otherwise we will not be able to explain to the Khan." Tenger was the leader of the barbarian army. This time he was ordered to help King Leang resist the army of King Qi. Although they tried their best to harass the army's food supply, they were still able to reach the city, so they hid outside Jeonju, waiting for the opportunity. At this time, King Liang's call for help sounded, and they had to attack. Form a formation, Bai Mu ordered, and the 20-0 cavalry quickly adjusted their formation. As the barbarian army approached, Bai Mu saw clearly a man in front of the hill. This man seemed to be a barbarian general. Kill! Bai Mu looked at the general provocatively and shouted with gritted teeth. The cavalryman immediately rushed towards the barbarian army like a tide. At this time, he was like meeting an enemy and was extremely jealous, but he still remembered the strategy they had discussed. He rushed into the barbarian army and killed them for a while. Then they turned around and left. The barbarian army had just gained the upper hand and was unwilling to give up when a horn sounded from the rear, signaling an all-out attack. Qi Guangyi and Luo Xin had been lying in ambush in the valley for a long time. With the help of the telescope, Qi Guangyi saw Bai Mu fleeing towards the valley. He licked his lips and decided that this time they must severely punish this group of barbarian cavalry. They had suffered enough these days. According to the agreed plan, Bai Mu led the cavalry into the valley. After confirming that all the barbarian troops had entered the valley, his army suddenly stopped and then adjusted its formation to face the pursuing barbarian army. Plugging up the horse's ears, Bai Mu shouted to prevent the horse from getting scared. On the hillside, after the barbarian army had all entered the valley, Luo Xin ordered his troops to remove their camouflage. 100 black field guns aimed their muzzles at the barbarian cavalry, and the musketeers who were protecting the artillery also joined the battle, suddenly appearing on both sides of the cliff. "Oh no, we've fallen into a trap." Tenger's face turned pale. Just as he finished his thought, there was a sudden loud boom sound coming from the hillside, followed by a continuous boom sound like thunder in the sky. Hiss, hiss. Such a loud noise made the horses the cavalry were riding move back and forth restlessly, and some horses even ran wildly out of control. The cavalry on the side near the valley were in even greater chaos. Before they could see what was happening, hundreds of cavalry were beaten into mud, and blood was splattered all over the ground. Tenger has lived on the grassland all his life and has never seen such a horrific scene. In an instant, his heart and fear shattered, and he had no desire to fight anymore. But just as they were about to turn around, they saw countless cavalrymen wearing silver breastplates surrounding them from behind. The leader held a saber in his hand and plunged into the barbarian army like a sharp sword, and immediately shouts of killing rang out. Bai Mu looked at the barbarian army that had lost control, his face filled with joy, and he galloped towards Tenger. If he could kill this man in this battle, it would be a great achievement. Kill! Qi Guangyi's army took action, and the soldiers under Bai Mu were also shocked. Qi Guangyi's surprise attack threw the barbarian army into chaos in just a moment. Standing on the top of the cliff, Luo Xin looked at the battle situation below. The barbarian army was now being attacked from both sides, and the musketeers kept attacking the middle of the team, causing the barbarian army's formation to be in chaos. They could not fight at all when huddled together, and the horses were in chaos and out of control after hearing the cannon sound for the first time. This sudden panic caught the barbarian soldiers off guard. Now Qi Guangyi and Bai Mu are just fighting a bunch of headless flies. Observing carefully through a telescope on the mountain, Luo Xin's eyes lit up. In the center of the barbarian army, a figure who looked like a general was directing the troops to adjust their formation. The soldiers around him quickly recovered, indicating that this person's prestige in the army was very high. He turned and said to a nearby artilleryman, "Aim at the man in silver scale armor and kill him." The person Luo Xin was pointing at was Tenger. He could never have imagined that the barbarian army, which had always been invincible, would be ambushed here and beaten without any chance of fighting back. He anxiously commanded his army to attack Bai Mu's army with all his might, trying to open a gap, because the silver cavalry behind him was slaughtering his soldiers like devils, and he was completely unable to resist. "Attack forward," Tenger shouted again, and at the same time there were continuous loud noises. Tenger turned his head to look in the direction of the sound and saw countless black projectiles coming directly towards him. Tenger's heart almost stopped beating, because the dense artillery shells did not leave him any room to hide, and the terrifying speed made it impossible for him to dodge. In the last moment, Tenger only saw his body flying into the air, and the soldier beside him was knocked flying like him. Blood spilled all over the ground, and then he lost consciousness. A single volley killed the barbarian general. Luo Xin continued to observe the subsequent situation. Sure enough, after the general's death, the barbarian army began to lose control. Seeing this opportunity, Luo Xin immediately shouted loudly, "Your commander is dead, why don't you surrender quickly?" Hearing Luo Xin's shout, the cavalry in the valley followed suit and shouted, "Your commander is dead, why don't you surrender quickly?" "The commander is dead, surrender quickly." More people shouted, and their voices echoed throughout the valley. Upon hearing the news, none of the barbarian cavalry surrendered, but these tens of thousands of people had lost their organization and were no match for the well-trained Qingzhou cavalry. Under artillery bombardment and attacks from both sides, they quickly defeated this group of barbarian cavalry. The cannon fire stopped. The battle lasted for 3 hours, from noon to dusk, and the barbarian cavalry was almost completely wiped out. His body stained with blood, Bai Mu dismounted from his horse, saber in hand. He said, "I wonder what happened to General Lu. Let's go back and see. Maybe they've already taken Qingzhou City." Nodding, Qi Guangyi and Luo Xin ordered their troops to charge towards Qingzhou City. The city of Qingzhou was already in chaos at this time. After gaining the advantage, Lu Fei and Yi Qingyun did not stop, but attacked directly towards the south gate. They wanted to lower the bridge in front of the city gate so that the army outside the city could enter the city. However, the closer they got to the south gate, the greater the resistance they encountered. Now they have figured out that this army is not the Qingzhou army, but the King of Liang's royal guard. However, although these guards were fearless, they were still defeated under the muzzles of muskets. After fighting for several hours, when it was getting too dark, the two men led their soldiers to occupy the south gate. At this time, Lu Fei immediately ordered the soldiers to lower the city gate. King Liang of the Imperial Guard was furious at what he saw. His most elite Imperial Guards hadn't even been able to get close to this army. Just as he was feeling angry, he saw the wooden bridge lowered, and some soldiers immediately entered the city carrying strange weapons. Before he could react, a huge explosion suddenly sounded, and then he saw soldiers in the army splattering blood in the green smoke. On the city wall, Lu Fei looked at the Liang Wang army that was being bombarded. He had to say that this Imperial Guard was quite fierce, but it was a pity that they encountered the Qingzhou army. "Yi Qingyun, take 5,000 men and go around to cut off their retreat. King Liang seems to be in the army, and we can't let him escape," Lu Fei ordered. After receiving the order, Yi Qingyun nodded and led his army around the battlefield and quickly advanced towards the rear of King Liang. At this time, King Liang and the Imperial Guards had been stunned by the shrapnel. At this moment, Yi Qingyun, who had gone around behind, led the soldiers to launch an attack. Bang, bang, intensive gunfire rang out. More of King Liang's soldiers fell in a pool of blood before they could react. King Liang was so frightened that he stood there in a daze. "Your Highness, please leave. It will be too late if you don't leave now." A general rushed towards King Liang, his face covered in blood. "What the hell is going on? What the hell is going on?" King Liang muttered nervously. Soldiers fell one after another before his eyes, and he couldn't see the enemy at all. The screams and shattered flesh around him made him feel as if he were in hell. Seeing King Liang like this, the generals no longer cared about anything and pulled him to the east. At this time, King Liang's army had no order at all, and everyone was scared out of their wits by this strange way of death. Forward, free firing. The early attacks had already caused the loss of most of King Liang's army. Lu Fei seized the opportunity and ordered the soldiers to take the initiative to attack. Following his order, the soldiers rushed out howling. At this moment, King Liang's soldiers realized that they had no hope of winning, which made them even more frightened. Just as the generals were fleeing with King Liang, the rumbling sound of horse hooves was heard, and Bai Mu and Qi Guangyi led the cavalry and quickly rushed into Qingzhou City. They have been waiting for the day to capture Qingzhou for a long time, and now they will not allow King Liang to escape again. With wolves in front and tigers behind, King Liang and his generals immediately realized that there was no place to escape. The gunshots gradually became less frequent, and the battle in Jiangzhou City was nearing its end. The drawbridge dropped, and the remaining artillerymen and musketeers poured into the city along the drawbridge. Seeing more and more soldiers from King Qi appearing, the morale of King Liang's army in Qingzhou City became increasingly low. "King Liang, why don't you surrender immediately?" Lu Fei and Qi Guangyi surrounded Prince Liang and his 300 guards. Among the guards, Prince Liang was particularly eye-catching in his royal robes. Qi Guangyi recognized him at a glance. After discovering King Liang, he immediately led his cavalry to surround King Liang and his followers. Prince Liang glanced at Lu Fei calmly. Instead of replying, he asked, "How is Prince Yan? How is the second prince? Prince Yan is dead, and the second prince is also dead." Lu Fei's tone was as cold as winter frost. At this moment, Prince Leang seemed to have aged a few years. He had no children and had always treated the second prince as his own son. Now the person who could have inherited his throne is dead, and the king of Yan who could have joined him in attacking Qi is also dead. Now he seems to have nothing left. The victors take it all, and the losers are the bandits. Is this the destiny? This country will eventually belong to the Zhao family, King Liang said dejectedly. After a pause, he said to Lu Fei, "My death is enough. I hope the general will not implicate innocent people." King Liang knew that he was doomed to die, and if Zhao Ming ascended the throne and became emperor, they would be considered rebels and traitors. With a light snort, Lu Fei said, "Whether they are innocent or not, I have my own thoughts on this matter. King Liang does not need to worry about it." No matter how pitiful King Liang looked now, he would not sympathize with him. If King Liang and King Yan had not instigated the three kings to attack Qi, how could he have lost so many soldiers in the Battle of Yunzhu? So when he thought of this, he wanted to kill King Liang with his own hands. This hypocritical man was nothing but a villain. First he colluded with the barbarians, and then he rebelled. Why should we show mercy to such a traitor? There was a flash of anger in King Liang's eyes at this moment. If it were in the past, how could Lu Fei be worthy of shouting in front of him, "Take them all down"? Without waiting for King Liang and the others to react, Lu Fei gave the order. The soldiers surrounding King Liang immediately tightened the encirclement with bayonets in hand. Some of King Liang's guards immediately protected King Liang in the middle, while other guards rushed towards Lu Fei, and the corpse broke through and escaped from here. Lu Fei sneered. King Liang had no sympathy for his guards just now. He said this deliberately to make these guards fight to the death to get him out of the city. But King Liang had obviously made a wrong decision. Now the Qingzhou soldiers in the city had either died in battle or surrendered. Even if he broke out of the encirclement, he would not be able to get help from other soldiers. Besides, these 300 people were simply unable to protect him. "Shoot," Lu Fei said lightly as he looked at King Liang hiding among the guards. Bang, bang, bangs. Smoke and flames came out of the muskets, and the guards of Prince Liang who rushed over fell one after another. The soldiers in front of him fell one by one, and King Liang finally showed a look of fear, but Lu Fei didn't seem to have any intention of letting the soldiers stop. When King Liang was the only one left in the encirclement, Lu Fei ordered to shoot again. Bang, bang, bangs. The musket fired, and the bullet exploded in a cloud of blood mist on King Liang's body. Blood spit out of his mouth, and King Liang fell down in disbelief. Until his death, he would never believe that Zhao Ming would allow a general to kill him. But he forgot that the second prince died at the hands of this army, let alone him, the king of Liang. "General, now that King Liang is dead, will the emperor blame us?" Luo Hong was a little worried. After all, King Liang was a vassal king. If he executed him so simply, he would be impeached by officials in the court. "Your Majesty is too lazy to deal with King Liang. I will kill him for you. You will only be happy." Lu Fei knew Zhao Ming's temper very well. Zhao Ming has never had any good feelings towards these vassal kings of different surnames. After killing King Liang, there are still many things to do, the most important of which is to occupy Jiangyuan. Jiangyuan is the gateway for the barbarians to pass through Liang State. If it is not taken in time, the barbarians can march straight in. When he set out this time, Zhao Ming specifically explained this matter. After a moment's thought, Lu Fei said to Qi Guangyi and Bai Mu, "With the fall of Qingzhou, the Liang generals are leaderless. The generals at Jiang Pass are likely to surrender to the barbarians. You too should lead your cavalry to Jiang Pass immediately. Luo Xin and Luo Hong will lead a force to support you in capturing Jiang Pass." "Yes, General," Qi Guangyi and Bai Mu said at the same time. Lu Fei's military rank was higher than theirs in this western expedition. After giving this order, Lu Fei said to Yi Qingyun, "Although King Liang is dead, there are still some powerful families in the two countries who support King Liang. These powerful families must be eliminated." Yi Qingyun nodded. This was what they had to do every time they captured a city, because only by eliminating those nobles loyal to King Liang and supporting those loyal to Zhao Ming could this place be stabilized. After explaining these things, Lu Fei sent someone to report the news of the capture of Qingzhou City back to Qingzhou. Then he looked towards the direction of Chang'an, which was now occupied by King Zhao. Now that Wei Yan and Liang have all been pacified, the only one left in the north is King Zhao. If we can capture King Zhao, the north will be unified. From then on, they could focus on dealing with the barbarians in the north. In the minds of the Qingzhou generals, the real enemy of Dayu Kingdom has always been the barbarians in the north. This country is powerful, and its people are cruel by nature, as they serve as soldiers on horseback and civilians on foot. As long as the barbarians are not eliminated, the Dayu Kingdom will be threatened by this nation. Once the Dayu Kingdom falls into decline, the barbarians will take the opportunity to rule the Central Plains, which is something no one wants to see. In fact, they have been worried that the barbarians would take the opportunity to go south and harass the north. However, according to Xiao Ming, the barbarians now seem to have their own troubles and have no time to go south. But this is not a reason for them to relax their vigilance. They should take this opportunity to control the northern passes and keep the barbarians out of the country. After all, the northern part of Dayu Kingdom has been in war for more than a year. The people have been displaced, and farming has suffered severe damage. They needed some time to recuperate. After all, years of war had put enormous financial pressure on Qingzhou, and it was difficult to deal with the barbarians with the financial resources of Qingzhou alone. While he was thinking, a cavalryman wearing Leang army armor was heading quickly north outside Jinling City. The direction he was heading was Jiangyuan. Now that Qingzhou has fallen, he must pass this news to Zhang Chengwen, the commander of Jiangyuan, who is the third brother of King Leang. It was for this reason that King Leang gave him the jurisdiction of this important pass. Jinling City was only 200 miles away from Jiangyuan. 2 days later, the cavalry arrived at Jiangyuan, and he immediately told Zhang Chengwen the news. Jinling City has fallen, Zhang Chengwen exclaimed, his eyes rolling as he said, I must go see Wuzhu Gudeji now. Only the Golden Horde can save our Liang Kingdom now. Jinling City has fallen. In the silver tent, Wuzhu Gu frowned. 3 days ago, Zhang Chengwen led a team of cavalry out of Jiangyuan and headed straight for the silver tent of the Golden Horde. He needed to tell Wuzhu Gu this news. At that time, King Leang sent envoys to the capital of the Golden Horde. As one of the envoys, he and Wuzhu Gu had some interactions. The news is absolutely true. The army of King Qi defeated the coalition of 3 kings in Yunju City, and then they marched all the way into the state of Liang with an unstoppable force. Zhang Chengwen's eyes wandered. Wuzhu Gu glanced at Zhang Chengwen and snorted coldly. If that's the case, why didn't you tell me this news earlier? I'm afraid you have something to hide and want to replace King Leang. Zhang Chengwen was taken aback by Wuzhu Gu's words. He was about to explain himself when Wuzhu Gu suddenly said, You don't have to explain. For us in the Golden Horde, it doesn't matter who the king of Liang is. As long as he's obedient, that's all that matters. Zhang Chengwen was delighted when he heard this. He said, Taiji, the Prince of Liang has always been hypocritical towards you, but I am completely sincere to you. Wuzhu Gu nodded slightly and said, It seems that the king of Qi is a real threat to our Golden Horde. If it weren't for the Japanese attack on Goryeo at this time, we would have used all our national strength to destroy him. Zhang Chengwen said, Taiji is absolutely right. However, the Qi king's army is still unstable, so it's not too late. Wuzhu Gu frowned. It's just that my father Khan doesn't want to fight on 2 fronts. Even if we were to support you, we can only send 30, 0 cavalry and 70, 0 slave soldiers. Only when the war in Goryeo ends can we focus on dealing with the king of Qi, Taiji. I'm afraid that by then the king of Qi will also destroy the king of Zhao, and then no one will be able to help Taiji. Zhang Chengwen was a little anxious. He came here originally hoping that the Golden Horde would send a large army to help him recapture the city of Liang, so that he could become the king of Liang with full legal status. After all, now that Jinling City has been broken, the life and death of King Liang is uncertain, and the second prince died in battle. He is the only one left in Liang who can inherit the throne. What you said makes sense, but I, Taiji, am helpless right now. The threat from Japan is right in front of us. This is a provocation to the Khanate. Father Khan is furious, but he can't care about King Qi at this moment. These soldiers are also prepared by Father Khan for you and King Zhao. There are really no others, Wuzhu Gu said. Zhang Chengwen was extremely disappointed. These soldiers were only enough for him to defend Jiangyuan. As if he could see what Zhang Chengwen was thinking, Wuzhu Gu said, These troops are for you to defend Jiang Pass. When the war in Goryeo is over, I promise to lead the army to destroy the king of Qi. Zhang Chengwen sighed inwardly. This was all he could do now. He said, I only hope that Taiji can lead his troops here soon. Wuzhu Gu nodded. Zhang Chengwen did not dare to stay any longer. After saying goodbye to Wuzhu Gu, he hurried back to Jiangyuan. However, when he arrived at the pass with the barbarian support troops, he was immediately killed and wounded. At this time, the soldiers on Jiang Pass were no longer from Leang State, but were clearly the Qi King's army wearing green uniforms. In just 6 or 7 days, Jiang Pass had changed hands. "Give me back Jiangyuan," Zhang Chengwen cursed. He had never expected that the king of Qi's army would take Jiangyuan so quickly. However, the only response he got was the roar of artillery. At the same time, Niu Ben also arrived at Jiangyuan. He was ordered to supervise the battle, but he had just arrived in Qingzhou when he learned the news that King Liang had been captured. Then he hurried to Jiangyuan. Because Lu Fei immediately led his troops to attack here at a rapid march. After entering Jiangyuan, Niu Ben immediately felt a tense pre-war atmosphere. The people coming and going in Jiangyuan were all walking in a hurry with worried looks on their faces. There was not a single vendor on the street, and fully armed soldiers appeared from the alley from time to time. "General, you must be tired after all the traveling. Let's go to the camp first," Lu Fei said when he saw a hint of fatigue on Niu Ben's face. Niu Ben shook his head and said, "No, the war is urgent, and there are so many barbarian soldiers outside the city." "General, according to the soldiers inside the city, this man is Zhang Chengwen, the commander of Jiang Pass. He is probably bringing troops borrowed from the barbarians, numbering approximately 100, 0 men including 30, 0 cavalry and 70, 0 slave soldiers." Jiangyuan is the northwestern gateway of Dayu State, located between the territories of Liang State and the Golden Horde. There are many mountains around Jiangyuan, especially on the side adjacent to the plateau, where the mountains are high and the roads are dangerous. Jiangyuan is located at the throat leading to Liang State. The construction of Jiangyuan was also based on its military characteristics. It faces south, and the north wall is thick and high. The Jiangyuan camp is stationed in the north city, ready to defend against threats from barbarians at any time. As they were talking, the two arrived at the west city. There were obviously more soldiers here, and they were very busy, constantly shuttling back and forth. Soldiers carrying ammunition and transporting stones were everywhere. Yi Qingyun said at this time, "We were able to successfully capture Jiang Pass this time thanks to the Yang army. Chen Xinren also led the troops to attack the city this time and helped us capture the last city of Liang State." Niu Ben showed an admiring look when he heard this. He said, "I didn't expect that Prince Yang has such a brave general under his command. This Chen Xinren is a talented person." Lu Fei did not deny it. As the three of them were talking, they arrived at the camp, and in front of them was the city wall. The city wall of Jiangyuan is not high, only about 12 meters. It is made of bluestone and looks very solid. Climbing up the 2-meter-wide stairs to the city wall, Niu Ben suddenly saw the green grassland. Not far from the pass were the roaming barbarian cavalry and barbarian slave soldiers. Niu Ben picked up the telescope and looked at the barbarian soldiers not far away. After observing for a while, he said thoughtfully, "Don't worry. These are not the elite barbarians. The emperor is indeed very smart. The barbarians are unwilling to fight on 2 fronts, so the cavalry they sent out are not elite." Lu Fei and Yi Qingyun also breathed a sigh of relief. He said, "General, the soldiers have been fighting for months and are extremely tired. It's time to let them rest for a while." Niu Ben understood what Lu Fei meant. The problem caused by the continuous and arduous fighting was the soldiers' war weariness, which needed to be vented through rest and relaxation. After a pause, he said to Lu Fei, "Go and gather the women from Liang State, pay them some silver, and have them sing for the soldiers. But be careful not to force them, or you will ruin the emperor's reputation." Lu Fei's eyes suddenly widened. Not to mention the soldiers, he himself also felt irritable during this period. This was all caused by the depression of the war. It was naturally wonderful to have such a pleasure. So he was naturally happy to carry out this matter, so he smiled and said, "General, do you want me to pick a top card for you? Get lost." Niu Ben glared angrily. "I didn't ask someone to find you for something under the bed. If you act recklessly, I'll show you how I'll deal with you." The strong wind kept blowing across the grassland, and the slight chill indicated that the next cold winter was coming. Niu Ben naturally knew what Lu Fei and other generals were thinking, and he came here just to resolve this matter. As a veteran of the Dayu Kingdom, he was well aware that soldiers would violate various laws during war, and this would have a very bad impact on the occupied cities. The war reports sent to him over the past year showed an increasing trend of cases of soldiers bullying local women of good families. He originally held an indifferent attitude towards this matter, because in his opinion, the fact that there were no large-scale rape and looting in the army was enough to prove that it was a disciplined army, and the mistakes made by a few soldiers were not a big deal. However, when the battle report was delivered to Xiao Ming was very worried about this matter, so he received an order to entertain the troops. This time he came for one purpose to supervise the battle, and for another purpose to entertain the troops. After defeating the coalition of 3 kings, Liu Fei and his generals led their soldiers to fight continuously. The battles were extremely difficult as they captured one city after another. Now that Jiangyuan has been captured, the war in Liang state has finally ended, but the war is far from over. Chang'an city is still in the hands of King Zhao, and there are many battles to come. Moreover, Liang state itself borders Zhao state. If Liang state is destroyed, King Zhao will definitely stop them from moving further westward. In this kind of long-term war, soldiers who are facing life and death at all times can easily lose control and violate military discipline. At first he didn't quite understand what the entertainment for the troops meant, but after Xiao Ming explained it, he suddenly understood. According to Xiao Ming, soldiers need more than just the monthly salary. They fight bravely for the enemy and need more honor and recognition from the country. This entertainment for the troops may seem like an insignificant thing, but when it is actually implemented, it will bring unexpected results to the army and may even appease the soldiers' dissatisfaction caused by their boring lives. Simply put, it is to let the soldiers know that the country has not forgotten them when they are fighting on the front line, and also recognizes their contributions to the country. Thinking of this, Niu Ben had a smile in his eyes. He had never heard of this theory, but he had to say that Xiao Ming's words touched his heart. After this war, not only will the USO become one of the military's regular events, but more policies will also be issued regarding the status of soldiers. Although he was scolded by Xiao Ming in the court for delaying the war, he was very happy throughout the journey. Because he could see that Xiao Ming intended to improve the status of the army, which was unprecedented in the kingdom of Deu. The emperors of previous dynasties all valued civil affairs over military affairs. The repeated failures in the war against the barbarians and the political orders that dissatisfied the army have always made the generals dissatisfied, which is one of the reasons why the generals are unwilling to fight. Liu Fei was scolded, but he still had a playful smile on his face. He said to Niu Ben, "General, I am really grateful for your consideration for the soldiers. I just hope that the emperor won't know about this. This was originally ordered by the emperor." Niu Ben did not hide it. "If you want to be grateful, then thank the emperor." "Your Majesty," Liu Fei's eyes widened. He said in disbelief, "Your Majesty has always been strict with the army." Why would he explain this matter this time? HMPH, the emperor is indeed very strict in disciplining his army, but he has also been nagging at you, saying that you are fighting hard outside, that many soldiers have made sacrifices and are facing death at any time. He said that he cannot go to the battlefield in person and can only ask you to find a way to entertain the soldiers. Niu Ben repeated Xiao Ming's words. Upon hearing this, Niu Ben felt warm in his heart and his eyes turned red. These days, from Qingzhou to Yunzhou, and from Yunzhou to Qingzhou, they had fought all the way and felt that they had been fighting all the time. They gradually became numb every day, like a scarecrow. Niu Ben's words suddenly made them feel that all the suffering they had to endure was worth it. "Okay, let's do it quickly while the war is temporarily suspended." Liu Fei's expression made Niu Ben agree more with what Xiao Ming said. Just this simple order made a man like Liu Fei so moved. "Yes, General," Niu Ben smiled and ran down immediately. Yi Qingyun and other generals were also very happy. The days of marching and fighting were very boring. If it were not for the military chief who strictly controlled the military discipline, they really wanted to let the soldiers plunder. But now this good thing has suddenly made them give up such thoughts. While they were talking, the barbarian cavalry and slave soldiers outside Jiangyuan suddenly turned around and retreated deep into the grassland. All this made the generals feel relieved. It seemed that the barbarians were not planning to attack the city. "General, the barbarian soldiers have retreated." Zheng Chengwen probably knew that he could not capture Jiang Pass, Yi Qingyun said. Niu Ben nodded and said, "That's good. If the barbarians were to attack in large numbers right now, it would be troublesome. So while the barbarians and the Japanese are fighting, we should capture Chang'an and destroy the king of Zhao." Luo Hong and Luo Xin looked at each other. Chang'an was their hometown that they missed so much. They most wanted a general to attack Chang'an, and because they still had some relatives in the city. After reminding the generals about the upcoming battle, Niu Ben ordered the generals defending the city not to relax, and then he went down the city wall with the generals. Kengzhou. The excitement brought by the steam locomotive lasted only 3 days, and he was angered by the officials at the morning court on the 4th day. What angered him this time was the question of the military status. Your Majesty, throughout history, there have been countless cases of generals rising to power, gathering their own forces, and rebelling against the imperial court. In my humble opinion, the military status is already much higher than before, and Qingzhou has even established a hall of heroes for its fallen soldiers. Why increase the rights of soldiers now? In the council hall, Fiji spoke loudly. I second the motion. Pang Yukan also stood up at this time. The decree proposed by Xiao Ming this time made the civil servants somewhat dissatisfied. I second the motion. I second the motion. After Fiji and Pang Yukan, one civil servant after another stood up, including Yu Ming, Ko Jun, and other officials. Looking at the officials who stood up one by one, Xiao Ming frowned. It was really rare that Pang Yukan and Fiji peed in the same pot this time. This shows to what extent the Dayu Kingdom values culture over military affairs. Seeing Xiao Ming constantly improving the status of soldiers, these officials finally became restless. Are you forcing me? Xiao Ming frowned. During this period, he wanted to let these officials use their talents to assist him in managing the Dayu Kingdom, which was in need of reconstruction. Therefore, in order not to dampen their enthusiasm, he adopted some suggestions that were not important. But at this moment, he suddenly realized a problem. Since ancient times, there has always been a natural conflict between imperial power and the bureaucratic group, because strengthening imperial power will inevitably damage the interests of the bureaucratic group. During this period, he was too compliant, and these officials seemed to have the illusion that he was another Xiao Wengshuan. Your Highness dares not do so. We only hope that your Highness will reconsider. The musketeers are now extremely powerful. If any of their generals develop disloyalty, it will be a great threat to your Highness. Fiji said loudly. Pang Yukan was also somewhat worried. He said, Your Majesty, continuing to elevate the military status will only make the generals more arrogant. Arrogance will lead them to disregard imperial authority. Xiao Ming naturally understood what the two said. This was a drawback of the feudal army. After all, the army in this era was just the private army of the generals. However, what these officials failed to see was that they were turning the army into a royal army. In the future, they could punish generals without the army taking any action. Moreover, these two people are obviously avoiding the important issues. The policy they proposed is to improve the status of soldiers and allow them to enjoy more conveniences in civilian life. This convenience is similar to the policies of modern station windows that have dedicated channels for military personnel and priority employment for military personnel. After a pause, he spoke directly. My dear ministers, I'm afraid you have misunderstood my intentions. This decree is by no means intended to encourage arrogance among the generals, but rather to allow more ordinary soldiers to feel the court's understanding of them, to let them know that they are fighting abroad with the court's best interests at heart. Only in this way can the people enthusiastically join the army to expand the court's territory and defend the great Yu nation against foreign enemies. Fiji and Pang Yukan exchanged a glance, and he said, Your Majesty, the soldiers' daily wages are sufficient. I believe that even without these soldiers, we can still fight for the court. Moreover, we have given the soldiers so many conveniences. What do the scholars, farmers, merchants, and artisans think? Haven't they done their part for your Majesty? Speaking of scholars, farmers, merchants, and artisans, Xiao Ming chuckled. Today's Western countries have clearly entered the modern state model, while Dayu Kingdom still has a strict class system, which will seriously limit the vitality of Dayu Kingdom's development. He said Master Fei mentioned the terms scholar, farmer, merchant, and artisan. I now remember that. I have decided to abolish these terms. From now on, all citizens of Dayu, regardless of their social status, will be called common people, civilians. Fiji was shocked. He asked, What do you mean by civilians? All the people under my rule are of equal status. They are civilians. Xiao Ming said lightly. He had anticipated the shock of Fiji and others. Since ancient times, scholars, farmers, merchants, and artisans have been the solidified classes in every dynasty. Scholars have the highest status, so there is the saying that all other things are inferior except for reading. Merchants have the lowest status, so commerce was suppressed in feudal dynasties. Of course, Xiao Ming does not deny that this hierarchical system is very beneficial to the development of the feudal dynasty. After all, the agricultural-based feudal dynasty needs food rather than unproductive, cunning, and treacherous merchants. But times are changing, and for him, many of Daewoo's systems are no longer suitable for competing with the Western systems of the era. Perhaps he could defeat Western countries with his technological advantages, but the backward feudal system would eventually hinder his efforts to unify the great Yu kingdom. How can this be possible? How can these lowly businessmen be on equal footing with scholars? Yes, the system of scholars, farmers, merchants, and artisans is the family law passed down from our ancestors. How can it be changed so easily, Your Majesty? Absolutely not. As soon as Xiao Ming finished speaking, the court was in an uproar, especially the officials from Chang'an, who were as if their parents had died. Although Pang Yukun and other reformist officials were dissatisfied, they were more adaptable to Xiao Ming's bizarre ideas. But even so, they now have some ideas. In the past, Xiao Ming only improved the status of merchants and craftsmen, but now Xiao Ming directly denies the status of scholars. The council hall was in a mess, but Xiao Ming remained indifferent. These two things were the two main things he wanted to promote. Before he said these two things, he had anticipated that he would encounter fierce opposition, so he now understood that he could not accomplish it all at once, and it would probably take some time to deal with these officials. Now all that is missing is King Zhao in the north to achieve unification. He is implementing these two policies at this time in preparation for development after unification. The purpose of raising the status of soldiers was to create a martial spirit in Daewoo. Too much literary atmosphere was a drawback of feudal dynasties, and he had to get rid of this drawback. The abolition of the four classes of scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants was for the purpose of balanced development, so that becoming an official would no longer be the only way out for scholars. So for Xiao Ming, these 2 points are crucial. In the contemporary era, both the Qing dynasty and Japan were forced to change and learn from the West only after their doors were opened by Western artillery. Because of the suffering and the danger of national destruction, everyone from the royal family to the people realized that change was needed. However, the Daewoo Kingdom had not yet been invaded by advanced Western civilization, and neither officials nor people could take the initiative to participate in the change. This kind of reform could only be initiated by him, which is why he became emperor. Only by holding the supreme imperial power can he implement reforms, otherwise those who demand change will die without hiding. After all, he has encountered opposition from so many officials when he issued such a decree with the power of the emperor. You can imagine the terrible consequences of touching other people's cheese. However, the officials' reactions made Xiao Ming more determined to reform. These days, he has been analyzing the current situation of Daewoo Kingdom. Generally speaking, the current situation is still that the scholar official class has not declined, and the common people class is not yet strong, so he will encounter collective opposition when he implements such policies because he touches the interests of the scholar official class. "Shut up, everyone," Xiao Ming suddenly shouted as the council hall turned into a vegetable market. The angry words immediately silenced the court. Xiao Ming stood up and said loudly, "Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Honestly, you're all working for yourselves. You've studied hard for 10 years to finally reach the pinnacle of officialdom, yet you're unwilling to accept this. Why should these unscrupulous merchants and peasant farmers be able to stand on equal footing with you, right?" As Xiao Ming spoke, he walked from the dragon throne to Fiji and other officials. "But you haven't thought about this. Without the money and effort of these merchants, would Yuzhou and Jinling City have been taken so smoothly? Without the people joining the army, how could I fight the king of Zhao? You have forgotten how rotten the great Yu kingdom was before. Do you want me to follow the old emperor's path?" Turning to Pang Yukun, Xiao Ming pointed at him and cursed, "Pang Shufu, you spent so much time studying at Bowen Academy for nothing. You've given it all back to me. Do you still have any of the ambition you once had?" Pang Yukun lowered his head in shame. Now that the war was going well and the North was unified, many officials began to think about their own status and interests, and forgot about the proactive approach during the difficult times. After being scolded by Xiao Ming, he felt like he had been hit by a bolt of lightning. The council hall was completely silent. After Xiao Ming spoke these words angrily, the officials looked at each other in bewilderment. The reformists led by Pang Yukun were naturally ashamed. Just when Xiao Ming thought that his words could wake up these officials, he saw more than 10 officials behind Fiji kneeling down together. Your Majesty, this kind of policy is unheard of by us. If it is implemented, it will inevitably cause dissatisfaction among scholars all over the world. I hope Your Majesty will revoke the order. Yu Ming said anxiously. Your Majesty, please revoke your order, the other ministers echoed in unison. Seeing this, Xiao Ming burst into laughter. He didn't expect that the scene he had often seen in TV dramas would appear in front of him this time. Are these ministers planning to threaten me by kneeling down for a long time? What if I insist on implementing it? Xiao Ming said coldly. Yu Ming said, if the emperor does not withdraw his order, we will remain kneeling. Xiao Ming glanced at Fiji at this time. Yu Ming and Kao Jun were both people he had recommended to him because they were both well known for their virtue among the officials in Chang'an. At that time, these two officials were indeed useful to him. After all, they were rare, honest officials. But now the problem arose. The former virtuous officials of Dayu Kingdom were increasingly opposed to his policies. Xiao Ming understood this question after a little thought. In his opinion, these people were like the modern model students. They respected their teachers too much, to the point of being pedantic. So in their view, some of Xiao Ming's policies were unorthodox. If Xiao Ming was not the emperor, they would probably have sprayed him to death with their saliva. This was the first time in such a long time that Xiao Ming and the officials had such a fierce confrontation. At this time, Xiao Ming understood that this was actually a struggle between the royal power and the bureaucratic group. If he loses this time, these officials will further restrict his power in the future and will definitely try their best to obstruct anything they don't like. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming became more determined. He said to Yu Ming, since you like kneeling, then keep kneeling. After saying this, he walked straight out of the council hall and no longer paid any attention to these officials. When Qian Dafu saw Xiao Ming leaving, he immediately shouted, "Dismiss the court." When he passed by Yu Ming, he snorted in a sarcastic tone. The officials watched Xiao Ming disappear. Pang Yukan then said to Yu Ming, "Minister Yu, don't kneel. I think the emperor is determined this time. Even if you kneel to death, it will be useless." Feiji sighed and said to Pang Yukun, "Prime Minister Pang, was the emperor like this in the past?" Pang Yukun recalled and said, "The emperor's temper has improved a lot now. In the past, no one would dare to disobey his orders." Fiji nodded. Ever since Xiao Ming followed his advice about marrying Kui Zuer from a wealthy family, he suddenly felt like he was back to the days when he was with Xiao Wengshuan. At that time, Xiao Wengshuan would basically listen to his suggestions. This familiar feeling made him think that Xiao Ming and Xiao Wengshuan still had something in common. However, what happened at the morning court today finally allowed him to see another side of Xiao Ming. Unlike the usually kind Xiao Ming, he just saw the power of an emperor in Xiao Ming. "Minister Yu, stop kneeling and get up. The emperor has left," Fiji also advised. Although he also opposed Xiao Ming's decree, his instinct to smooth things over prevented him from pushing himself into a dead end. Yu Ming has always been known in Chang, and for not giving face to anyone. He is not afraid of either treacherous or wise ministers, and only does things according to his original intention. If the emperor does not revoke his order, I will remain kneeling in this council hall. Yu Ming looked like he was ready to fight to the death. Fiji and Pang Yukun looked at each other helplessly. He said, "Why bother with this? We can just waste time with the emperor. Maybe the emperor is just in a momentary mood and will make up his mind in a few days." Yu Ming shook his head, still ignoring him. He said, "The emperor's decree will only unsettle the people. If there are no scholars, farmers, merchants, or artisans who will study and become officials, who will work hard in the fields, they might as well just become peddlers and porters." Pang Yukun said, "Minister Yu's words have some truth to them, but after the emperor's rebuke, I suddenly felt that the emperor had his reasons. Before this, the decrees of the feudal states were all made by the emperor, and only now have the feudal states become strong. If not, I'm afraid there would be no Kingju and no council hall. Prime Minister Pang is wrong. In the past, the emperor was only the king of Qi, so he naturally only cared about Qi. But now the emperor is the ruler of Dayu Kingdom, and he must take the people in other places into consideration. What works in Kingju may not work in other places," Fiji said. Pang Yukun said, "Could it have been possible in Qi before? It all depends on human effort." After saying that, he shook his head and turned to leave the council hall. The reason he opposed this time was that the introduction of these two policies would lower the status of civil servants in the court. Even if he didn't say that he opposed it, I'm afraid all civil servants would feel uncomfortable. Putting this aside, these two policies are extremely beneficial to the kingdom of Deu, and he was also temporarily obsessed with them in the court. Thinking of this, he felt even more ashamed, because he didn't know when he started to consider his own interests, which he had never done before. He gritted his teeth, sighed, and felt that he should go back and reflect on himself. While the officials were still making a fuss in the council hall, Xiao Ming had already returned to the headquarters under the protection of the imperial guards. "Dafu, keep an eye on the council hall for me. Tell me if anything happens," Xiao Ming ordered. Qian Dafu nodded. This Yu Ming is a stubborn person. Who knows, he might really keep kneeling. Xiao Ming was a little confused. He needed some upright officials, but upright officials were sometimes a double-edged sword. If he likes to kneel, let him kneel for a few days. I will never compromise on this matter. Xiao Ming snorted coldly. Qian Dafu nodded and said, "Your Majesty is absolutely right. These officials are simply rebelling. If your Majesty listens to them this time, who knows how much more trouble will happen in the future. I will send someone to keep an eye on them now." After saying that, Qian Dafu turned and left. Watching Qian Dafu leave, Xiao Ming frowned. He was not afraid of these civil servants because later generations told him that political power comes from the barrel of a gun, so his focus has always been on the army. Thinking of this, he didn't know whether Niu Ben had captured Qingzhou, and whether he had gone to reward the troops as he said. While he was thinking about these things, Niu Ben and a group of generals were discussing an imminent war. Lu Fei, who was preparing to find a brothel girl to entertain the troops, suddenly received a secret message, which told them that King Zhao's troops were advancing towards Jiangyuan. After watching silently for such a long time, King Zhao finally stepped forward, Ji Yirn. In the Jiangyuan camp, Niu Ben was holding a letter in his hand. This was the secret letter that Lu Fei had just received. When he was about to leave the city, a servant acting suspiciously outside the city aroused his vigilance. Suspecting that the man was a spy, he immediately sent someone to arrest him. Unexpectedly, the servant handed him a secret letter and claimed that they were sent by Ji Yirn. "General, who is this Ji Yirn?" Niu Ben knew nothing about the officials in Chang'an. Niu Ben placed the secret letter on the candle and burned it to ashes. At this time he said, "This Ji Yirn is from the Ji family in Chang, and it is said that she has some personal relationship with Lord Fei and once served as the left servant in the court." Left Prime Minister Lu Fei sighed. "This is a high-ranking official, a minister of great power." Luo Hong, a general in Chang'an, was naturally familiar with Ji Yirn. He said, "This Ji Yirn is very good at adapting to the situation. Now that he has brought news of the King of Zhao's intention to attack Jiang Pass, he must be trying to gain advantage in the future." Niu Ben said, "Let's not talk about what kind of person Ji Yirn is. If it's true, we must take precautions. Now that the King of Leang and the King of Yan are dead, he's probably restless and will inevitably collude with the barbarians. He's desperate." "Yes, General," the generals said in unison. After a pause, Niu Ben continued, "Bai Mu, immediately send the hunting cavalry to locate the King of Zhao's troops. The rest of you will follow me and defend Jiang Pass." The generals received the order and left. Niu Ben then asked Lu Fei to count the number of soldiers in Jiang Pass and deploy defenses in the city. In order to capture Jiangyuan this time, Lu Fei only brought 30 elite troops, plus Qi Guangyi and Bai Mu's cavalry, a total of 70 people, and the remaining soldiers were all in Qingzhou City. Now that King Liang is dead, there is no point in attacking Qingzhou City. King Zhao's decision to send troops to Jiangyuan at this time is undoubtedly a well-considered decision. King Liang and King Yan are dead. Now the only ones who can help him are the barbarians. If Jiangyuan is lost, the barbarians can only attack Xiao Ming's army through his fiefdom. Wanzhou. This is an important military town in the territory of Zhao State, adjacent to Liang State. It is located 200 miles northwest of Chang, and 180 miles west of here is Qingzhou, and 150 miles northeast is Jiangyuan. Since the army of King Qi invaded Liang, this place has become unprecedentedly lively, and a large number of soldiers have entered this city from all over Zhao State. Your Highness, there are now 120 soldiers and horses assembled in the city, including 20 musketeers, 30 to 50 cavalry, and 50 archers and swordsmen. The Yunzhu camp, a group of Zhao generals gathered. Zhao Yunling sat in the main seat and listened to the generals' opinions on the war. Zhang Chengwen has sent someone to bring news. He said that the 100 troops lent to him by the Golden Horde are still under his command. Then we can attack Jeongyun from the inside, and they can attack Jeongyun from the outside. In this way, the troops in Jeongyun alone will definitely not be able to withstand the internal and external attacks. Zhao Yuanliang said thoughtfully. This time, the King of Qi's army fought all the way from Yunju City to Qingzhou, which frightened the officials and generals in Chang'an. Because Qingzhou City is less than 200 miles north of Chang'an City, it only takes a few days for the King of Qi's army to reach the foot of Chang'an City from Qingzhou City. Faced with the relentless pressure from the King of Qi, the King of Zhao had no choice but to withdraw troops from Bashu to Yunju City, preparing to attack Jeongyun and Qingzhou City to stop the King of Qi's army from moving south. However, they did not expect that Zhang Chengwen would suddenly send a messenger to come. The two men immediately agreed and prepared to attack Jeongyun fiercely. While taking Jeongyun, they also opened up a passage to the south for the Golden Horde. Your Highness, there are only 30 soldiers of the King of Qi at Jiang Pass. An attack of 200 will surely be successful, a descending man said. Zhao Yunliang narrowed his eyes and said, speed is of the essence in war. General Deng has already led 50 troops to Jiang Pass. You must immediately provide support. Also, General Zhao will immediately lead 20 black armored cavalry to Qingzhou City to prevent the Qingzhou army from supporting Jiang Pass. Yes, Your Highness. Upon receiving the order, the generals immediately went back to prepare. On that day, two armies set out from Wenzhou City and headed for Jeonju City and Jeongyun respectively. 3 days later, the army of King Zhao arrived at Jiang Pass, where they saw the soldiers of King Qi covering the entire city wall. General, they are coming. Lu Fei put down the telescope in his hand. In the sky, some sword and shield warriors wearing black armor first appeared in everyone's sight. In addition, there were also some archers. Mixed in with these soldiers were some horse-drawn artillery pieces. This was not the first time Lu Fei had seen such a scene. King Zhao's army was so densely packed that it made one's scalp tingle, just like ants crawling out of a hole when their nest was destroyed. They were divided into neat square formations, with spears and daggers held straight up in their hands, shouting slogans to boost morale. The shouts came from afar like rolling thunder. Don't underestimate King Zhao's troops. Among the many vassal kings, King Zhao has always been famous for his ability to fight. Moreover, the one leading the troops this time is the Zhao general Deng Yuan. Niu Ben's expression was solemn. They have been sending people to investigate continuously over the past 3 days, and they have basically figured out the details of the army that set out from Yunju. Hearing the name Deng Yuan, Luo Hong, Luo Xin, and others looked even more solemn than Zhao Ming. This Deng Fei came from a family of generals and had led the Zhao army to defeat the invading barbarian armies many times with few defeats. This time, King Zhao appointed Deng Yuan as the commander-in-chief to lead more than 100 soldiers to attack, so they had to be on high alert. After all, there are only more than 70 people in Jeongyun now, and they also noticed the movement on the grassland. Zhang Chengwen did not go far, but kept waiting for an opportunity. This time they may face a war with a huge numerical disparity. Luo Xin, when the time comes, give me the artillery and fire it hard. Niu Ben ordered Luo Xin. After experiencing several wars, Niu Ben became more and more fond of artillery because artillery has a long range and great destructive power and can kill a large number of enemies in every war. Yes, Luo Xin shouted. Although there were only 30 musketeers in Jeongyun this time, almost all the artillery for the Western expedition was concentrated in Jeongyun. More than 300 field guns were enough to give the attacking Zhao Wang army a hard time. Each general was given a clear division of labor, and all that was left for everyone was to wait. As the Zhao King's army approached, the atmosphere of war became more and more intense. Knock, knock. There was an open and flat area in front of Jiang Pass. The roar of Zhao King's army's marching footsteps kept echoing. 3 miles away from Jiang Pass, Zhao King's army suddenly stopped. Then King Zhao's army began to set up camp around Jiang Pass, intending to fight for a while at Jiang Pass. General, barbarian cavalry, and barbarian slave soldiers have appeared on the grassland. When Niu Ben and other generals were observing King Zhao's army, suddenly a general came from the north city of Jeongyun. This time, Prince Zhao and Zhang Chengwen are indeed planning to attack Jiang Pass from both inside and outside. Niu Ben frowned and said to Lu Fei, "Let's go to the north gate and take a look. The troops of Prince Zhao who have arrived now are only the vanguard. They won't attack the city for now." They will definitely wait until the soldiers and food arrive in the rear. Liu Fei nodded. This time he was responsible for the north gate. Leaving Yi Qingyan to keep an eye on King Zhao's troops, Niu Ben and his party arrived at the northern wall of Jiangyuan. At this time, a large number of barbarian troops on the grassland were heading towards the pass. The barbarian army stopped 500 meters outside the city. The slave soldiers held up their shields and stood in front of them. They had learned lessons from the battle with the Qi King's army and did not dare to approach the city wall rashly this time for fear of being bombarded by artillery again. Not long after the barbarian army stopped, a cavalryman suddenly rode forward and shouted to the defenders on the city wall, "You bold lunatics, how dare you occupy Jiang Pass? Wazhu Gyudaji said that if you hand over Jiang Pass, you will be spared. If you refuse, you will be slaughtered after the city is captured." Niu Ben's expression was grim. King Zhao and the barbarians attacked Jiang Pass at the same time, which shows how important Jiang Pass was. Otherwise, the barbarians would have to take a detour of 800 miles to invade Dayu from King Zhao's fiefdom. As a result, the barbarians' supply lines became longer and longer, and they were always in danger of being hijacked. So for Niu Ben, this battle must be fought for both sides. So much nonsense in a war. Liu Fei was in no mood to engage in a war of words with the barbarians. He patted an artilleryman on the shoulder and pointed at Zhang Chengwen, who was surrounded by barbarian soldiers. He said, "Fire that thief who has taken a thief as his father." Yes, the artilleryman nodded, and the soldier in charge of the artillery immediately began to load ammunition. For Liu Fei, he was not worried about this war. Just like before, the hope of victory over the barbarians this time was to take advantage of the barbarians' unfamiliarity with hot weapons. They would never have thought that the things mounted on the city walls now had an effective range of 3 or 4 miles, and that firearms were now more powerful than before. The cavalry shouted for a while in front of the city gate and then returned. Seeing that the cavalry's words received no response, Zhang Chengwen showed an impatient look. He said to the barbarian general beside him, "General Dulong, according to our agreement with King Zhao's army, today is the time to attack the city." "Understood." Doran showed an evil smile, and he asked a cavalryman to blow the horn of attack. At this time, the barbarian cavalry quickly made way, and the barbarian slave soldiers carrying ladders immediately rushed to the city wall. At the same time, Niu Ben saw the barbarian artillery hidden among the slave soldiers. When these slave soldiers attacked the city, these artillery took the opportunity to move forward. The barbarians suddenly launched an attack, which made Niu Ben and Liu Fei a little stunned. After they came to their senses, they immediately stood guard. "Immediately send the artillery to destroy the barbarians' artillery. We must not let them blow through the city wall." Niu Ben looked serious. If the city gate was broken, it would be a disaster for 100 people to attack the city. At this moment, Niu Ben suddenly felt unprecedented pressure. "Kill." The slave soldiers shouted and rushed towards Jiangyuan under the bombardment of artillery. Bang, bang, bang. Facing the barbarian slave soldiers who were swarming like marching ants, the musketeers began to spray flames wantonly. The barbarian slave soldiers in the front row fell down one after another like rice being harvested. But even so, the slave soldiers behind them had already rushed towards Jiangyuan regardless of everything. At this moment, the barbarians once again showed their fearlessness and bravery. For this battle, Niu Ben mobilized most of the soldiers to other city gates because the northern wall of Jiangyuan was the most dangerous and difficult to attack. The southern wall of Jiangyuan was very weak. They had originally attacked Shanhaiguan from the inside, so they were well aware of this weakness. Therefore, under this arrangement, the number of soldiers in the north city was more than 6-0, but these 6-0 people were all equipped with rifles. Barbarian slave soldiers who rushed over from a long distance would be shot to death. Dulong obviously also discovered this. The King of Qi's soldiers could kill their slave soldiers from a long distance. But even so, they still couldn't stop more than 70-0 slave soldiers from climbing the city walls. Soon, some slave soldiers who climbed up the ladders engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the soldiers defending the city. Liu Fei held a long sword in his hand and kept slashing at the slave soldiers who rushed up, while other soldiers set up a protective circle for the artillery to prevent the gunners from being killed by the slave soldiers. Niu Ben saw all of this. Everyone looked solemn at this moment. War has never been an easy thing. When the slave soldiers rushed up the city wall, Dulong ordered the slave soldiers to push the cannons towards the Jiangyuan gate. "Yes, prepare artillery fire." Niu Ben's tone contained a hint of anxiety. The artillerymen all looked serious, but not panicky. More than a year of war had enabled them to remain calm in the face of battle. They aimed at the barbarian artillery and fired quickly. If they could not stop the barbarian artillery from blasting open the city gate, they would most likely lose the war. Once firearms lose their long-range advantage, numbers will become the barbarians' advantage, and even if one of them defeats 10, they will not be able to win. The shells kept flying towards the barbarian artillerymen, and some of them hit them accurately, which caused the barbarian artillerymen to panic. Some of them even ran around to avoid the attack of the shells. Many barbarian artillerymen were killed tragically by the shells in the chaos. There were more and more barbarian slave soldiers on the city wall, and New Ben became anxious when commanding the artillery. He also drew his sword and joined the battle for the city wall, leaving the words, "Continue to fight the barbarian artillery." Lu Fei's body was almost soaked with the blood of the slave soldiers. He threw another slave soldier off the city wall and looked at the situation outside the city wall. At this time, the barbarian artillery was frightened and became confused because of the bombardment. However, the artillery focused on bombarding the barbarian artillery, which allowed more slave soldiers to climb onto the city wall. More and more soldiers gave up shooting and fought with the slave soldiers with bayonets. "General, we need support here now, otherwise we can't hold on." The situation became more and more serious. Lu Fei realized at this time that he had overestimated the combat effectiveness of firearms. Compared with the armies of King Yan and King Leang, the barbarians were obviously much more difficult to deal with. As soon as he finished speaking, the faint sound of drums suddenly came from the South City. New Ben's face changed. He said, "Oh no, King Zhao's army is attacking the city. This Deng Yuan really doesn't fight according to the rules. Fortunately, I left most of my troops to defend the South City, otherwise it would be finished." Deng Yuan looked at Jiangyuan in front of him with a complicated expression. Half a month ago, he was leading his army in Bashu to fight against the king of Shu, but in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the city of Jiangyuan. However, after understanding the current situation, he realized that he could not allow King Zhao to continue attacking King Shu, because if King Qi's army was not stopped now, Zhao would be destroyed in the blink of an eye. Knock, knock, knocks. The war drums beat, and the soldiers who received the order carried ladders and rushed towards Jiang Pass. It is a taboo in military strategy to rashly start a war before the subsequent troops and supplies arrive. Deng Yuan knew this very well, but when he heard the sound of artillery from the north of Jiangyuan, he still chose to attack the city because it must be the barbarians who launched an attack. He had heard of the reputation of King Qi's army even when he was in Bashu. In his opinion, neither he nor the troops provided by the barbarians at this time could defeat Xiao Ming alone. Only by attacking from both the north and the south could there be some chance of winning, so he chose to attack the city not to break it, but to tie down part of the troops in Jiangyuan so that they could not respond to the barbarian attacks in time. Of course, it would be even better if he could break the city in one fell swoop. "I never thought that one day I would have to join the barbarians in attacking the king of Qi's army. It's really ridiculous and pathetic." Deng Yuan's eyes were filled with grief and anger. At Deng Fei's side was his deputy, Cao Kun. Upon hearing this, Cao Kun said, "The barbarians are ambitious. Helping them seize Jiang Pass would be aiding and abetting the tyrant. However, the king's orders are unbearable. We can only obey the orders of the king of Zhao." Deng Fei sighed. He had always supported King Zhao and was extremely loyal to him. His complaints were just his dissatisfaction with King Zhao's alliance with the barbarians. After all, he had fought against the barbarians several times, and many of his generals and soldiers had suffered casualties in the battles with the barbarians. Boom, boom, booms. Amid the beating of war drums, a roar suddenly erupted from the top of Jiangyuan city wall, and black shells in the fire and smoke rushed towards the soldiers who were rushing towards Jiangyuan. The shells landed on the ground and rolled like lightning. Where the shells bounced, the soldiers of King Zhao screamed, and dozens of soldiers were killed or injured in a straight line. Seeing this scene, Deng Yuan's face turned pale. Just this round of shooting would result in hundreds of soldiers being killed or injured. Boom, boom, booms. The artillery opened fire again, and there was another bloody storm on the ground. Cao Kun then said, "General, the Qi King's army has always been known for its firearms. If this continues, more soldiers will die." Deng Yuan's expression was impassive. He said, "No war requires the sacrifice of human lives. This is the only way to deal with the king of Qi's army. This siege not only ties down the city's forces, but also consumes their gunpowder and shells." The king of Qi's army has been fighting all the way from Yunju to Qingzhou. Their ammunition and fodder supplies are definitely insufficient. Furthermore, they've already consumed a large amount of ammunition in Qingzhou, so Jiang Pass must be short of ammunition. Once their artillery runs out of shells, and their muskets run out of gunpowder and bullets, taking Jiang Pass will be a piece of cake. General, you have a far-sighted vision. I have never thought of this, Cao Kun laughed. Deng Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Soldiers were rushing towards Jiang Pass one after another. One wave was repelled, the second wave continued to rush forward, followed by the third wave. In the North City, more and more barbarian slave soldiers climbed up the city wall. Niu Ben and Lu Fei became more and more anxious. If this continued, it would only be a matter of time before the North City was captured. Just when he was anxious, suddenly, a large number of cavalry soldiers wearing silver breastplates and holding sabers rushed towards the city wall. Qi Guangyi appeared in everyone's sight at this time. He said to Niu Ben, "General, the Qingzhou cavalry is coming to support us. Why are you cavalrymen here to join in the fun? This is a battlefield," Niu Ben said with a frown. Qi Guangyi complained, "General, we cavalrymen are soldiers too. When we're on horseback, we're cavalrymen, and when we're off horseback, we're no less capable than musketeers. You are so stupid. How long does it take to train a cavalryman? If you finish fighting, will the emperor spare us?" Lu Fei also said. Qi Guangyi said, "It's already late. If Jiangyuan is lost, no one can escape the blow to the head. I am not a coward, and neither are my soldiers. If the emperor blames me, I will bear the responsibility alone. If there's anything to be done, it's naturally my responsibility." Niu Ben glanced at Qi Guangyi cheerfully. The Qingzhou army's generals were all men of courage. Go. Qi Guangyi was immediately overjoyed. He shouted to his soldiers, "Kill them. Let the musketeers see how powerful our Qingzhou cavalry is." Kill, with Qi Guangyi's angry shout, 20-0 Qingzhou cuirassier cavalry rushed onto the city wall, and the situation on the city wall began to reverse immediately. The barbarian slave soldiers, who climbed up the city wall, kept falling from the sabers. Faced with more and more soldiers wearing silver breastplates, the barbarians temporarily stopped their attack after leaving behind 3,000 or 4,000 corpses in another round of attack. By this time, the sun had already set, and from morning to evening, both sides had been fighting for almost the entire day. Wiping the blood off his face, Lu Fei said, "General, the Zhao army in the South City has also stopped attacking." Hearing this, Niu Ben finally breathed a sigh of relief. He said to Lu Fei, "Increase your vigilance to prevent the barbarians from playing dirty tricks." "Yes, General," Lu Fei responded. After a pause, Niu Ben continued, "Have the soldiers and artillerymen count the ammunition immediately." After explaining the matter, Niu Ben arrived at the Jiangyuan camp. After a while, all the generals returned. Fortunately, the general brought ammunition supplies with him this time. "I will use up all the ammunition I brought today." Luo Xin entered the tent and said. Yi Qingyun said, "But if we continue to waste resources like this, I'm afraid the ammunition the general brought this time won't last for a few days." Niu Ben nodded. "Most of the ammunition produced by the military workshop has been brought here. Originally, this batch of ammunition was intended to capture King Zhao in one fell swoop, but we never expected something like this to go wrong. Is this all the ammunition most people have?" Luo Xin was dumbfounded. Niu Ben sighed, "You don't know how expensive firewood, rice, oil, and salt are, as long as you're not in charge of the household. The supply of saltpeter, iron, and lead can't keep up, and ammunition is being consumed too quickly. You should use it sparingly now." Lu Fei and other generals were only responsible for fighting and never considered the shortage of ammunition. With a wry smile, Luo Hong said, "I've always said that muskets and cannons cost money. The money the emperor spent on setting up the firearms battalion nearly emptied the treasury. Even if Qingzhou was wealthy, it's become impoverished after these 2 years of war." Niu Ben looked at Luo Hong with appreciation. Luo Hong was once the commander of the firearms battalion, so he naturally knew about spending money to buy ammunition. No wonder the emperor is so anxious to end the war in the north. This is the reason. Lu Fei said, "If we continue fighting like this, the muskets in the hands of the soldiers will burn the city. You can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. What's the point of burning a stick?" Niu Ben glared at Lu Fei. Lu Fei was startled suddenly, chuckled twice, and didn't dare to say anything else. Niu Ben glanced at the generals and said, "Jiangyuan cannot be lost. We are in a state of war and ammunition is of no use." The generals nodded in agreement. Yi Qingyun then said, "General, most of the soldiers from the western expedition are now in Qingzhou City. If they could come to support us, we would be able to resolve this crisis. What you can think of, Deng Yuan must have thought of. Now in Qingzhou City, there must be troops from King Zhao to contain them. This time, the only ones who can break the deadlock are the troops from King Yang and King Huainan. King of Huainan, the generals asked in surprise. They fought with King Yang's troops, but why did King Huainan want to attack Chang, and with them? Niu Ben explained. After the King of Huainan defeated the King of Yan, he requested permission to join the Western Expeditionary Army in attacking the King of Zhao. They must have been heading for Qingzhou when I set out. The generals nodded and Lu Fei said, Chen Xinren's troops are stationed in Yanzhou, but it takes 3 days to get here from Yanzhou. 7 days, this is the time we have to hold on. If we can hold on for these 7 days, the state of Zhao will be destroyed, Niu Ben said with narrowed eyes. The generals' expressions became resolute. The unification of the north was just around the corner. As long as they defeated King Zhao's troops at Jiangyuan, it would be much easier to capture Chang'an. The next day, the barbarians and Deng Yuan attacked the city from both the north and south directions as usual, and they seemed determined to break through Jiang Pass. At this time, the troops of King Huainan had arrived in Qingzhou. Your Highness, we discovered a large number of cavalry cruising ahead. They seem to be King Zhao's black-armored cavalry, said a cavalryman who came back from patrol. How come the black-armored cavalry appeared in Qingzhou? King Huainan was shocked. On the way, they received the news that the Western Expedition Army had captured Qingzhou, so he went straight to Qingzhou, preparing to join forces with the Western Expedition Army to attack Chang'an. Hui Shangin said, Father, the appearance of the black-armored cavalry is definitely not a good thing. We should now join forces with the Western Expedition Army in Jinling City to defeat this cavalry. You're right, Qingzhou City is under siege. We can't just stand by and watch. Otherwise, someone will use this as evidence to gossip to the emperor. The king of Huainan nodded and said slowly, Have the cavalry ready to advance immediately. Yes, father. Choi Sangin immediately led the army towards Jinling City. The appearance of King Huainan's army quickly alarmed the black-armored cavalry outside Qingzhou City. The leading cavalry general immediately sent 20 cavalry to attack King Huainan's army. The scouts of the Huainan army kept observing the movements of the black-armored cavalry. When they saw 20 cavalrymen coming straight towards them, the scouts immediately told the news to the king of Huainan. Father, the black-armored cavalry are the king of Zhao's most elite cavalry. They must have sent 20 men this time to test our strength. The king of Huainan was so excited about the victory over the Yan army that he laughed heartily, then let them experience the power of artillery. After saying this, he immediately ordered the army going to Jinling to form a battle formation. He was well aware of the dilemma of infantry encountering cavalry on the plains. If they were defeated, they would suffer a great defeat, and if they won, they would win a small victory. The black-armored cavalry soon appeared in the sight of King Huainan, and the black steel torrent gave people a huge pressure. After the black-armored cavalry entered the firing range, the king of Huainan, who was marching with artillery, shouted, Fire! The black-armored cavalry apparently also discovered the formation of the king of Huainan, and immediately split into 2 groups to prepare to encircle it from the flank. Upon noticing this, the king of Huainan immediately ordered the artillery to fire, and the shells whizzed into the distance. Boom! The horses and men in the middle of the galloping black-armored cavalry were immediately thrown into chaos. The shells landed and splashed with mud. The black-armored cavalry who were hit were directly shattered to pieces. The black-armored cavalry in a line suffered heavy casualties. But this did not frighten the black-armored cavalry at all. They continued to charge towards the king of Huainan's position. They are indeed the black-armored cavalry, who are not afraid of death. The black-armored cavalry team was not panicked at all under the artillery fire and still carried out the order to encircle the enemy. Several artillery bombardments caused considerable casualties to the black-armored cavalry. Some black-armored cavalry whose legs were blown off and some black-armored cavalry who were lying on the ground had not even wailed before they were trampled to death by the following black-armored cavalry. The black-armored cavalry, like a black wave, made King Huainan a little frightened. The distance of several hundred meters only took a short time for the black-armored cavalry. In the blink of an eye, the black-armored cavalry rushed to the front of the Huainan army. After entering the shooting range, the sounds of bows and arrows rang out densely, and the arrows in the sky shot towards the rushing black-armored cavalry like dark clouds. The cavalrymen who were charging forward kept falling down, but the pace of the black-armored cavalry did not stop. At this time, Hui Shangin immediately ordered his spearmen to quickly build a spear formation in front to prevent the black armored cavalry from directly attacking the infantry. At the moment when the spearmen raised their spears, the black armored cavalry and the army of King Huainan officially came into contact. The black armored cavalry collided head-on with the spear formation. After the sound of flesh being pierced by spears was heard, the black armored cavalry, wielding machetes, crossed the spear formation and rushed into the array. The two sides immediately engaged in a melee. Relying on the flexibility of their horses, the black armored cavalry charged left and right on the battlefield and quickly tore a gap. When the king of Huainan saw this, his expression was solemn. The black armored cavalry showed naked contempt for them, and they could be defeated with 20-0 people in the future. "Stop the gap immediately and don't let the black armored cavalry break through the formation," shouted King Huainan. Qi Shang'an nodded, and he personally put on his armor and led the only 8-0 cavalrymen to charge towards the black armored cavalry. When a part of the black armored cavalry saw Qi Shang and leading the cavalry, they did not retreat. Instead, they went back and separated some of the cavalry to directly charge towards the cavalry of the Huainan army. The two sides immediately bumped into each other, and the sound of fighting resounded throughout the battlefield. At this moment, bursts of gunfire suddenly came from the direction of Jinling City. Faint shouts and screams were heard from inside the city, and the gunshots were getting closer and closer to the king of Huainan's army. It turned out that when the defenders of Jinling City discovered that King Huainan's army had arrived outside the city, they immediately rushed out of the city, formed a chariot formation, and headed directly towards King Huainan, trying to join forces with King Huainan's army. Hearing this, the king of Huainan was greatly encouraged. He shouted, "Soldiers, the soldiers of the Western Expedition Army are just ahead. Let's kill these minions of the king of Zhao together." At this time, the blood of King Huainan was boiling. Although the artillery and bows and arrows caused some casualties to the black armored cavalry, the impact of the black armored cavalry caused him to lose more soldiers. These cavalrymen came and went like the wind, and his soldiers could not outrun them on foot. Even though his soldiers outnumbered the black armored cavalry by a lot, they still could not pose a threat to them. Perhaps only muskets could deal with these tiger-like and wolf-like soldiers. Dark clouds covered the sky. The sounds of fighting on the battlefield were like rolling thunder. The black armored cavalry galloped across the battlefield with the flexibility of their war horses. From time to time, they launched attacks on the army of King Huainan, but at this time they would never fight to the end. They would often kill some soldiers and then quickly withdraw. Although the soldiers of King Huainan fought bravely, they were often unable to achieve significant results in the face of the cavalry that came and went like the wind. The cavalry led by Qi Shang'an collided with the black armored cavalry and began to chase and fight on the battlefield, but the cavalry of the Huainan army was obviously at a disadvantage. Faced with the experienced black armored cavalry, the Huainan cavalry, which had never fought the enemy on the battlefield, seemed very clumsy, and thousands of people were killed or wounded in a short period of time. King Huainan saw all this. Although he was anxious, he remained calm in order to stabilize the morale of his troops. Bang, bang, bangs. Outside Jinling City, the soldiers of the Western Expedition Army fought against the black armored cavalry with the help of chariots. The soldiers inside Jinling City were led by Dai Ying, the captain of the Jinling army. When the black armored cavalry appeared outside Jinling City but did not attack, he realized that Jiang Pass might be in danger. However, the number of black armored cavalry was large, and the soldiers and horses in Jinling City were all infantry, so he was helpless against these cavalry. Yesterday he sent out chariots to protect the musketeers and the black armored cavalry, but the black armored cavalry did not engage in battle with them. However, once the chariots moved too far away from the city, the cavalry tried to separate the musketeers and encircle and annihilate them. There were more musketeers in Jinling City than the ones Lu Fei took away, but the number was only 60, 0, and 20. 0 of these 60, 0 had to be left behind to defend the city. After all, once Jinling City was breached, Jiangyuan became a completely isolated city. These 40-0 people are facing 50-0 black armored cavalry. Even if they force a breakthrough, they will probably suffer heavy losses. So Dai Ying has been thinking about how to get rid of the black armored cavalry these 2 days. So when the troops of King Huainan arrived today, Dai Ying was overjoyed. He immediately led the musketeers in the city out of the city to join the Huainan army. As soon as the chariot formation appeared, the black armored cavalry suddenly panicked. Under the protection of the chariots, the musketeers relied on the protection of the chariot bodies to move while shooting at the black armored cavalry. The black armored cavalry had witnessed this kind of chariot formation that gave them a headache yesterday, and now with the addition of the Huainan army, they were suddenly a little panicked. Keeping a distance from the chariot formation, the black armored cavalry felt powerless for the first time. This chariot formation was like a hedgehog. If you get too close, you will be killed. The only way to break through this chariot formation is for the infantry to charge and break the formation. Bang, bang, bangs. The chariot formation kept moving, and the black armored cavalry kept falling down along the route of the chariot formation. Seeing this, the morale of the Huainan army soldiers was immediately boosted. The king of Huainan saw hope at this time. As long as their soldiers entered the chariot formation, these cavalrymen would be helpless against them. Kill, King Huainan shouted loudly. Kill. The battle formation of the Huainan army reorganized and headed towards the chariot formation. The black armored cavalry tried to prevent the Huainan army and the king of Qi's army from joining forces, but in order to stop them, they had to fight the Huainan army head-on. But at this time, the Huainan army had formed a dense formation, and if they fought head-on, they would inevitably suffer heavy casualties. On a hill, the commander of the black armored iron cavalry, Wang Chuan, looked at the battlefield in front of him. The tension on the battlefield at the moment made him frown. General, the king of Zhao is doomed. This time the king of Huainan has also led his troops here. Together with the army of the king of Yang, the king of Zhao will be unable to resist. Deputy General Wei Sheiji stood beside Wang Chuan. Wang Chuan frowned upon hearing this. He asked, "What does Captain Wei mean by this? Isn't this simply boosting others' morale and destroying your own prestige? General, you are wrong. As the saying goes, a man who understands the times is a hero. The king of Leang and the king of Yan are dead, and the barbarians are fighting in Korea and Japan, and we cannot send troops to help. The king of Zhao cannot escape this disaster this time. And even if the barbarians sent troops, how could they easily defeat the army of the king of Yang, the king of Huainan, and Zhao Ming?" Wang Chuan snorted softly. "So what? Even so, we have no choice but to fight to the death." Wei Sheiji sighed and looked at the battlefield again. At this time, the musketeers and the army of King Huainan were getting closer and closer, while the black armored cavalry was becoming weaker and weaker. They could only watch the chariot formation and the Huainan army merge. But when the chariot formation and the Huainan army gathered together, the soldiers of the Huainan army immediately entered the chariot formation and formed a more powerful chariot formation together with the king of Qi's army. Even if there were still infantry at this time, they would probably not be able to break through this chariot formation easily. Dai Ying then met the king of Huainan and said, "Your Highness, the Huainan army must follow the chariot formation." The king of Huainan breathed a sigh of relief and said to Dai Ying, "I will temporarily hand over the full command of the Huainan army to you." Dai Ying was a little overwhelmed. In just such a short period of time, the Huainan army had lost over 10,000 soldiers. Fighting with cavalry in a flat area must have scared the king of Huainan. If so, I will be overstepping my bounds. Dai Ying said that he immediately dispersed the Huainan army into various chariot formations and placed the Huainan army's food and supplies in the middle of the chariot formations. At the same time, he ordered spearmen to protect both sides of the chariot formation, and they formed a rectangular formation and headed towards Jiang Pass. Faced with the constantly moving chariot formation, the black armored cavalry continued to attack, but the increasingly tight defense of the chariot formation left them helpless. Wang Chuan and Wei Sheiji were anxious after witnessing all this. Wang Chuan said to Wei Sheiji, "You lead 20 cavalrymen to Jiang Pass immediately. I will lead the black armored cavalry to follow them. If there is a chance, we will delay their progress towards Jiang Pass." "Yes, General," Wei Sheiji responded and immediately ordered his men to head towards Jiang Pass. Now they were unable to stop these soldiers from reinforcing Jiangyuan and could only go to Jiangyuan to join them. Seeing this, Dai Ying and King Huai's expressions gradually relaxed. They walked and stopped for the next 3 days. King Huainan also learned his lesson. They made the baggage carts used to transport food and fodder act like chariots to protect the army from cavalry attacks. The two armies headed towards Jiangyuan at the same time. At the same time, Chen Xinren, who was recuperating in Yanzhou, also received news that Jiangyuan was under siege. He immediately ordered a small number of soldiers to be left to guard the city, and most of the soldiers set out for Jiangyuan. 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, the barbarians and Deng Yuan launched attacks on Jiang Pass again and again, but were repelled every time. Under the fierce firepower of muskets and artillery, both the barbarians and Deng Yuan suffered heavy casualties. Niu Ben was not feeling well either. Many soldiers were killed or wounded in the 3 days of hard fighting, and the ammunition was becoming less and less every day. If they continued to waste time, it would be very disadvantageous to them. After repelling another round of siege soldiers that day, Niu Ben habitually picked up the telescope and looked into the distance. At this time, the Western Expedition musketeers protected by the chariot formation appeared in his eyes. Niu Ben burst into laughter and said, "It's time to show down the winner, Deng Yuan. I'll meet you right away, General. The Huainan and Yang armies will soon arrive at Jiang Pass." In the Zhao army camp, Wei Xiaoji reported to Deng Yuan. He arrived at the city of Jiangyuan a day earlier, awaiting Deng Yuan's orders. "How many troops are there in total in the Huainan army and the Yang army?" Deng Yuan asked. "The Huainan army should still have 80 men. The Yang army is estimated to have 70 men, and there are also 40 musketeers coming this time." Deng Yuan's face seemed to have aged a little. The combined number of the 3 armies reached over 200, and the situation on the battlefield had been reversed. Moreover, he had become less and less confident of victory in the past few days. The Qi King's army was very familiar with the use of firearms. He had lost 20 people in the siege these days, and this only caused a small number of casualties at Jiang Pass. "Retreat." After pondering for a long time, Deng Yuan uttered a word softly. "Retreat." The generals in the tent were horrified. Deng Yuan nodded and said, "We're already struggling to deal with the army of the King of Qi alone. Now with the armies of the King of Huainan and the King of Yang added to the mix, we're doomed to defeat. Instead, we should retreat to Yunzhu and use its strategic location to defend against Niu Ben's attack." As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp voice suddenly rang out, "Retreat. General Deng, that's easy for you to say. If we fail to capture Jiang Pass and defeat the King of Qi's army, then Chang'an will be lost. General Deng, can you bear the responsibility for this, Minister Wang?" Deng Yuan was surprised to see the person coming. This was none other than Wang Zai, the eunuch beside Prince Zhao. Wang Zai snorted softly and said to Deng Yuan, "Your Highness was worried that General Deng might act according to his own will, so he sent Zajia to supervise the army. This shows that your Highness is truly farsighted. If Zajia had arrived later, the general would have had to withdraw his army to Yunzhu." Deng Yuan explained, "Minister Wang, the art of war states, when your force is 10 times yours, surround it. When your force is 5 times yours, attack it. When your force is twice yours, engage it. If your force is equal, divide it. If your force is smaller, flee. If your force is inferior, avoid it. Therefore, the strength of a small enemy is the strength of a larger one. At this moment, our forces are already smaller than the enemy's. We should avoid engaging them in battle, and instead rely on their natural defenses to engage them." Wang Zai became even more dissatisfied after hearing this. "If we attack 5 times, why couldn't you take Jiangyuan before when you had more men? Now that you see the enemy has more men, you're thinking of escaping. How dare you talk to me about military strategy?" The generals around Deng Yuan all looked angry when they heard this. Wang Zai relied on his status as a favorite of King Zhao and always looked down on generals like them who were fighting outside. He also often took credit for capturing Chang'an. Many Zhao army generals were dissatisfied with this eunuch, but they did not dare to offend him. Deng Yuan was a veteran, but he had to bow before Wang Zai. He said, "Minister Wang, the King of Qi's firearms are indeed powerful. The soldiers who attacked the city have suffered heavy losses in recent days, and their morale has plummeted. The favorable conditions of time, place, and people are no longer there." Wang Zai didn't care about all this. When King Zhao sent him here, he ordered him to stop King Qi's army from marching south to Chang, and if he couldn't take advantage of this opportunity to destroy King Qi's army at Jiang Pass, Chang'an would inevitably become the target of attack. "Minister Wang, if you don't leave, all your Highness's troops will be lost here," Deng Yuan said anxiously. Wang Zai was proficient in conspiracy and trickery, but he knew nothing about marching and fighting. Wang Zai snorted coldly and said, "This is not up to you. Although Zhang Chengwen is leading the troops this time, it was actually Wuzhugu Teji who ordered Zhang Chengwen to attack Jiang Pass with your Highness. If you withdraw now, where will you put your Highness, and how will you explain it to Wuzhugu Teji?" Hearing the name Wuzhugu, Deng Yuan narrowed his eyes and said, "Minister Wang, the barbarians are manating wolves. If you coexist with them, you will not have a good end in the future. Deng Yuan, Wang Zai screamed, "How dare you? You are slandering His Highness. When we return to Chang'an, I will definitely explain this to His Highness." Deng Yuan laughed sadly when he heard this. He had long been dissatisfied with the fact that King Zhao had submitted to the barbarians. In the battle with the barbarians, his 3 sons were all killed. If King Zhao had not been kind to him, he would not have helped the barbarians attack King Qi's army even after his death. Wang Zai was now worried about offending Wuzhugu, and he was immediately furious. He said, "Minister Wang can tell Your Highness what he wants to say when he returns to Chang, but I don't want Zhao's soldiers to die in vain. Retreat, how dare you?" Wang Zai's chest rose and fell rapidly. He then took out a golden fish talisman and said, "This is the military talisman that His Highness has bestowed upon my family. Without my family, you can rest and mobilize every soldier." Deng Yuan was shocked when he saw the golden fish talisman. Wang Zai sneered and said, "General Deng, if the king of Qi's army attacks Chang, and you and my family will be dead." Deng Yuan sighed, stomped his feet heavily, and walked out of the tent angrily. While the two were arguing, King Huainan's army had already set up camp on the spot. At the same time, Chen Xinren also led his troops to the scene. He immediately led his army to join forces with the king of Huainan. General Niu said to wait for his order before attacking. Dai Ying said while looking at the flag bearer on the city wall. The flag signalman had just passed the order to him. Chen Xinren, king of Huainan, and Qi Shanggan stood together and nodded when they heard this. Niu Ben was deploying troops in Jiangyuan. At this time, he asked Qi Guangyi and Bai Mu to reorganize the cavalry, and the musketeers in the city were responsible for the defense of the North City. Now the offensive and defensive situation has changed. They no longer need to defend the city, all they need to do is attack with all their strength. After the cavalry assembled, Niu Ben looked at the sun and saw that it was noon. He then climbed up the city wall. At this time there was still no sign of retreat in King Zhao's camp. What is Deng Yuan thinking? Does he really think he can defeat an army of 200? Niu Ben was very confused. But he only thought about it briefly. For him, he was eager to retaliate against Deng Yuan's fierce attack a few days ago. After waiting for an hour, Niu Ben asked the flag bearer to issue orders one after another. At this time, Qi Guangyi and Bai Mu, who had gathered enough strength, led the cavalry out of Jiangyuan at the same time. At this time, Dai Ying immediately led the chariot formation towards the Zhao army camp with the cooperation of the Huainan army and the Yang army infantry. At the same time, Luo Xin concentrated all the field artillery and began to bombard the Zhao army camp. Defending the city these days has made him feel very frustrated, and now he wishes he could fire all the shells. Qi Shanggan and Chen Xinren mounted their horses at the same time. Chen Xinren led 15, 0 cavalrymen, and Qi Shanggan led 5, 0 cavalrymen to join Qi Guangyi and the other 2. The army gathered together and pressed towards the Zhao army camp like a dark cloud. Deng Yuan looked at the powerful coalition forces with a hint of despair in his eyes. Even if the god of war possessed him, he could not save his fate of defeat at this moment. However, he had already figured out King Zhao's intention. Just as he sent his soldiers to die to consume artillery shells, in this battle they were only used to consume the enemy. The strong wind blew up the dust on the battlefield, and the sky was painted yellow. The coalition forces composed of Huainan army, Yang army, and Zhejiang army marched towards the Zhao army camp step by step. Deng Yuan concentrated 50, 0 infantry and 50, 0 cavalry on both wings, a total of 100, 0 troops, and formed a battle array in front of the camp. Suddenly a rapid charge sounded. This sound came from Jiang Pass, which was the signal to launch an attack on the Zhao army. Qi Guangyi and Bai Mu each led 20, 0 troops to protect the flanks. The central formation was composed of musketeers from the Western Expedition Army, while the Huainan Army and the Yang Army were responsible for hand-to-hand combat during the battle. With the advantage in numbers, the morale of the Western Expedition Army was high. Every soldier, whether from the Western Expedition Army, the Huainan Army, or the Yang Army, was full of confidence that they would win. Knock, knock, knocks. The Zhao Army's war drums beat, and 100, 0 Zhao soldiers marched in an orderly manner towards the westward expeditionary force. Luo Xin had already dispatched some artillerymen to set up artillery positions outside the city. When the two armies approached, these artillerymen continuously poured shells into the Zhao army's formation. Screams continued to be heard from the Zhao army. The solid bullets and shrapnel shells of the Western Expedition Army's artillery killed and injured soldiers in the dense Zhao army. Deng Yuan had no way to deal with the artillery attack. If he dispersed into a full formation at this time, he would inevitably be slaughtered by the enemy's dense formation. Every general knows that the battle formation must not be in chaos on the battlefield. But for the Zhao army, this was just the beginning. When the distance between them was 400 meters, the artillery suddenly replaced the shells with grapeshot. This type of artillery shell has the ability to kill enemies on a large scale on the battlefield, but its range is only 400 or 500 meters. Fire, an artillery general shouted. Boom, boom, boom. With the sound of cannon fire, the front row soldiers of the Zhao army who were covered by artillery fire fell down like wheat being cut. Finally, faced with the sharp killing power of firearms, the Zhao army in front fell into chaos. Deng Yuan watched this with gritted teeth. He had already expected that this war would be hopeless. During the siege, he gradually understood the power of firearms in the hands of the Western Expedition Army. Niu Ben saw the chaos in the Zhao army, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. At this time, he drew the sword from his waist and pointed it directly at the Zhao army. Suddenly, the charge horn sounded loudly, and the battle flags fluttered in the strong wind. The cavalry on both wings led by Qi Guangyi and Bai Mu were the first to move out. The Central Army composed of the Western Expedition Army, Huainan Army and Yang Army marched in neat steps, advancing like giant trees on the mountains. Kill, kill. Whenever they took 5 steps, the soldiers would shout, kill, with great momentum and composure. The two sides were getting closer and closer. At this time, the cavalry on both wings also rushed forward, and the Zhao army's center army composed of arquebuses also moved forward steadily. Bang, bang, bangs. Finally, the two armies met, and with the advantage of distance, the Western Expedition Army fired the first shot. The Zhao army's musketeers suffered heavy casualties before they could even open fire, and their formation was immediately thrown into chaos. Although some musketeers continued to advance, their entire formation could no longer pose a threat to the Western Expedition Army. They advanced under the fire of the Western Expedition Army, and the remaining musketeers began to shoot at the Western Expedition Army after reaching the shooting range. Sporadic gunshots were heard, and only dozens of soldiers of the Western Expedition Army fell. The Western Expedition Army continued to move forward at this time. At a distance of 50 meters, the Western Expedition Army launched another round of shooting, and immediately a large number of Zhao soldiers fell down again. This attack basically destroyed the Zhao army's musketeers, and the remaining musketeers immediately fled. Kill. The distance of 50 meters was already within the range for both sides to charge and kill. The Western Expedition Army immediately raised their bayonets. At this time, the Zhao army's sword and shield soldiers had already rushed towards them. A rumbling sound echoed throughout the valley, like the sound of angry waves hitting the table. The moment the swords came into contact, they collided with a violent collision sound. Bayonets and spears clashed, sabers and scimitars flew, and dense rain of arrows came like a swarm of locusts. Furious shouts and screams before death filled the entire battlefield. Prince Zhao is quite capable in training his troops. Niu Ben looked out over the entire battlefield, constantly directing the Western Expedition Army in the melee through flag signals to change the direction of attack and formation. Although he was praising Zhao Jun, a smile of victory appeared on his face. The Zhao army had already lost a lot of soldiers under the bombardment of artillery, and with the shooting of musketeers, 1/10 or 2/10 of the troops were lost before they even made contact with the Zhao army. At this time, the Zhao army was no longer able to fight. The black armored cavalry, known as the elite of the Zhao army, was also entangled by Qi Guangyi and Bai Mu at this time. The long war had made the cavalry of Qingzhou veterans, and they were not much inferior to the black armored cavalry at this time. The two sides fought evenly, and neither could gain the upper hand. However, in doing so, the Zhao army lost the cooperation of the black armored cavalry and collapsed even faster. The Central Army soon could not hold out under the coalition forces' overwhelming superiority, and the soldiers began to disband and flee. Minister Wang, this is what you want to see. Deng Yuan was riding on his horse. The situation was hopeless, and he was powerless to turn things around. Wang Zai's face turned pale. He was shocked and angry. How could 100,000 men be so weak? These are the elite of my Zhao army." The king of Zhao asked Deng Yuan not to retreat, on the one hand, in order to capture Jiang Pass, and on the other hand, out of confidence in the Zhao army. The scene of such a crushing defeat before his eyes made Wang Zai dumbfounded. The Zhao army is elite, and the king of Qi's army is no pushover. I have repeatedly warned Minister Wang, but he has turned a deaf ear and insisted on fighting them at Jiang Pass. The blame for this defeat lies solely with Minister Wang. Nonsense, this is all because of your poor command, Deng Yuan. Wang Zai was furious, but Deng Yuan no longer paid any attention to him. Instead, he ordered the retreat horn to be blown. Wang Zai no longer dared to stop them. He mounted his horse and fled towards Yunju with Deng Yuan. When the black-armored cavalry heard the horn, they immediately retreated. However, Qi Guangyi and Bai Mu kept chasing them for 5 miles before returning to pursue the infantry of the Zhao army. They did not return to Jiang Pass until sunset. At this time, King Huainan, Chen Xinren, had already entered Jiang Pass. After the great victory, they saw that the troops were stationed outside the city. The small Jiang Pass was enough to accommodate the Western Expedition Army. I am very happy about this great victory. I feel happy when I think of King Zhao's furious look. Haha, King Huainan laughed uncontrollably in Niu Ben's tent. Qi Shanggan said, when the king of Zhao was in Chang, and he often spoke disparagingly of my father. This time I can say that I have avenged myself. Chen Xinren laughed in agreement. He said to Niu Ben, General Niu has come here on orders. I wonder what the emperor's wishes are. Niu Ben put away his smile, picked up his sword, pointed it at Chang'an and said, now we must seize the opportunity to pursue our victory, break through Hilo Pass and enter Chang'an City. This is the emperor's order to me, Chang'an. The generals in the tent all had complicated expressions. Chang'an is the capital of Deu Kingdom. As long as Chang'an is not taken, Deu Kingdom will always be under the shadow of King Zhao. The king of Zhao has been entrenched in Chang, and for more than 2 years. Now it's time for him to get out of Chang'an, said the king of Huainan. Niu Ben nodded and said, the Zhao army has suffered a crushing defeat this time and is no longer able to stop us from advancing on Chang'an. After a few days of rest, we will drive the king of Zhao out of Chang'an and reclaim the capital. Yes, general, the generals said in unison. The king of Huainan smiled. The king of Zhao was defeated this time, which made him more confident in his choice this time. The king of Yan and the king of Leang were already dead, and the king of Zhao was just a beast trapped in a cage. He would eventually become the most glorious vassal king of Deu Kingdom. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but think of his daughter, and he didn't know whether she could enter the palace now. Kengzhou. The debate against abolishing the classes of scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants, and classifying the people of Deu Kingdom as commoners continues, and seems to be getting more intense. As a result of the successive conquests of Wei, Yan, and Liang, most of the land in the north is now under the jurisdiction of the court. As a result, scholars from these 3 places flocked to Qingzhou. After all, Qingzhou is now the capital of Deu Kingdom and also the political and commercial center. The prosperity of Chang'an will inevitably move here. Yu Ming is still kneeling in the council hall. In the study at the headquarters, Zhao Ming was eating melon seeds and reading memorials. Since he ascended the throne, he felt that he was not as busy as before. Although the scope of the imperial court's jurisdiction was getting larger and larger, government offices in various prefectures and counties were also established with the busy work of Fiji and Pang Yukon. Now everyone in the court is doing his or her job, and everything is going well. The only flaw is probably the conflict between the old system and old ideas and the new system and new ideas. In modern times, reforms in feudal dynasties often end in failure. The reason is simple. The reforms infringe upon the interests of the powerful. Even if a strong person appears in his lifetime and pushes forward reforms, things will immediately return to their previous state after this person dies. Even when facing the invasion of Western powers, the Qing dynasty failed to complete the reform under humiliation and was eventually completely overthrown. Therefore, in Zhao Ming's view, the reason why reforms were obstructed was nothing more than that they infringed upon the interests of those in power. This time he abolished the system of scholars, farmers, merchants, and artisans, and the class that suffered the most was the scholar-official class, which included officials, wealthy families, and scholars among the common people. It was for this reason that he encountered fierce opposition this time. It's very simple. The court is now full of representatives of the scholar official class, and the agricultural, industrial, and commercial classes have no say at all. This has also led to the fact that this policy is applauded by the people but not popular in the court. Your Majesty, Minister Yu is still kneeling. It has been 7 days, and he doesn't go back to handle government affairs every day. Alas, Qian Dafu sighed. Xiao Ming had an indifferent look on his face, then let him continue to kneel. Qian Dafu gave a bitter laugh and said, Your Majesty, it's not a big deal that Minister Yu is kneeling, but the government affairs in this office are left unattended and are piling up. Hearing this, Xiao Ming frowned. It was time for Yu Ming to go to court. When he was there, he asked to revoke his decision. If Xiao Ming didn't agree, he would kneel down. However, Xiao Ming couldn't see Yu Ming kneeling, so he naturally didn't bother to pay attention to him. However, his behavior itself was a strike, and the government affairs in his hands could not be left unattended. We can't let Yu Ming continue to cause trouble, otherwise where will my dignity be? Xiao Ming stood up and said firmly, These old officials of Chang and are really abominable. If that's the case, I will dismiss him. If Dayu Kingdom is compared to a company, for Xiao Ming, Pang Yukun, Fiji and Yu Ming are just employees to him. He is the chairman, while Pang Yukun and Fiji belong to the board of directors, and Yu Ming is one level lower and belongs to senior management. The problem now is that he is well aware of the shortcomings of the Dayu company and wants to reform them so that the company can compete with companies from Western powers. However, the management team headed by Yu Ming still went against him in ways that would cause the company to lose money, so he had no choice but to make an example of him and let him go. Four-legged chickens are hard to find, but two-legged officials can be found in abundance. Qian Dafu was shocked. He knew that Xiao Ming was really angry this time, but Yu Ming was really tactless and was walking into danger. Draft an imperial edict. Minister of Revenue Yu Ming does not pay attention to government affairs and disrupts the government. His behavior and morals are not worthy of the responsibility of the Minister of Revenue. From today on, he will be dismissed and put on hold. Xiao Ming said word by word. Qian Dafu immediately took out pen, ink, paper, and inkstone and wrote down the imperial edict according to Xiao Ming's instructions. After reviewing it, Xiao Ming stamped the imperial seal on the imperial edict. Go to the council hall and sell rice paper. I want to put an end to this unhealthy trend. Yes, Your Highness. Qian Dafu took the imperial edict and went to the council hall. After Qian Dafu left, Xiao Ming frowned. Now he doubted whether these Chang and officials in Fiji had really accepted the new policy ideas of Bowen College. Or they only learned the methods of government administration, but did not keep up with the times in terms of thinking, and it was precisely thinking that was the most difficult thing for them to control. If this is the case, he must increase ideological education at Bowen College and cultivate a group of officials who are in sync with his thoughts. Otherwise, these conservative officials will become an obstacle to his reforms. Although he could kill all these officials, without them there would be no one to work for him, so now he had to continue to live with them. For him, this situation will obviously continue for some time, and he does not want to take too big a step. After all, reform is a double-edged sword. He suppressed the scholar official class, and the capitalist class was bound to rise. Later experience told him that if the capitalist class really came to power, it would not be reform, but revolution. To prevent this from happening, he decided not to focus on any one side while carrying out the reform. While he was thinking, a eunuch came in with a message. Your Majesty, the commander of the secret guard, Wang Xuan, requests an audience. Let him in, Xiao Ming said. The eunuch left, and soon Wang Xuan walked in. Xiao Ming smiled and said, You must not have any good news when you come to see me. Your Majesty, I have really become a disgusting crow now, Wang Xuan said with a wry smile. Xiao Ming shook his head, but what I need is you, the crow, tell me. Wang Xuan nodded, his expression solemn. The barbarians in Japan have been fighting in Goryeo for several months, with both sides winning and losing. I have received news that Beishan is preparing to cede 2 southern counties of Goryeo to Japan in exchange for Japan not advancing further north so that they can focus on dealing with us. The sandalwood incense in the study lingers in the air, and its refreshing fragrance makes people feel refreshed. Xiao Ming stood up and walked to the west wall of the study and looked at the map in front of him. The map in front of him covered the entire west wall of the study. It was a huge world map, marking all the countries in the world that he knew of. 2 southern counties. Xiao Ming looked at the map. after Goryeo surrendered to the barbarians, as if to show its determination to distance itself from the Dayu kingdom, the king of Goryeo changed all the states in the country into counties. The so-called two southern counties are nothing more than the former Wuzhou and Jiangsu. According to the modern division, they are South Jeolla Province and North Jeolla Province in South Korea, which are two counties close to Japan. Koryo is a mountainous country, and Japan mostly uses captured cities as strongholds to fight the barbarians. This prevents the barbarians from taking advantage of their cavalry. After months of negotiations, coupled with the fact that Beishan has no intention of fighting Japan, this complicated situation has now arisen. Wang Xuan frowned. It's that Beishan again, Xiao Ming snorted softly. Even if he's exiled to Korea, he'll still have the will to destroy us. Your Majesty, Beishan has always been a man of revenge, and the barbarians are very wary of Your Majesty's unification of the North, which is why they are eager to withdraw troops from Korea to deal with Your Majesty. Xiao Ming nodded. I originally hoped that Japan could keep the barbarians in Korea and let them fight to a point of mutual destruction. I never thought that Beishan was also a smart man. However, since Japan and the barbarians are willing to reconcile, I don't have much time left. Indeed, Japan has occupied Wujin and Quanjin of Goryeo. This is equivalent to taking root in Goryeo. Japan's ambitions are no longer small. This is a threat to Dayu Kingdom itself, not to mention the addition of a barbarian tribe. If Japan and the barbarians are complicit, Dayu Kingdom will be in danger. Wang Xuan's words were not alarmist. The barbarians and Japan obviously had a common interest now, and that interest was to divide up the Great Yu Kingdom. But now, because of Goryeo, the two are incompatible. If one day they find that they cannot deal with the Dayu Kingdom alone, they will inevitably form an alliance. Although the history of the Three Kingdoms period and before is the same in this time and space, the history of the past 500 years has completely changed. It is difficult for Xiao Ming to draw lessons from contemporary history because the countries he faces are unfamiliar, and he cannot use his old experience to deal with them. Furthermore, his arrival once again influenced the course of history, and anything was now possible for him. Because countries, like individuals, will adjust their survival strategies according to the environment, and now the environment in East Asia has changed. This is the butterfly wings of history, so the war in the north should end sooner. Xiao Ming clenched his fists. Now that he had sent his entire army forward, he didn't believe that King Zhao could still hold on. After a pause, he asked again, besides this, is there any other important information? Also, regarding the King of Chu, his cooperation with the French is becoming increasingly close. Besides selling firearms to the King of Chu at high prices, the French are said to have sent 100 missionaries to Lin, and, according to information I've received, these missionaries are merely craftsmen in disguise, and the King of Chu has also sent some of his noble sons to the French to study. Wang Xuan's words made Xiao Ming's heart sink. Many of the actions taken by the King of Chu now showed that he was ready to learn from the West. Being beaten by the Dutch and facing threats from them all the time, the King of Chu now seemed to have grasped the last straw of the French. Keep your eyes on the King of Chu. Xiao Ming pondered and said, no matter how the King of Chu struggles now, everything he has worked so hard to build will be mine. The cooperation between the King of Chu and the French would undoubtedly make it more difficult for him to attack Chu, but he was confident that his progress would be faster than that of the King of Chu. In terms of technology, the French could not save the King of Chu. After all, the overall industrial level of Western countries was only much higher than his, and they had no advantages in specific technologies. Although Xiao Ming also wanted to eliminate the threat of King Chu in time, the new developments of the barbarians in Japan made him unable to take care of the King of Chu south of the Yangtze River. The King of Zhao has not yet been executed, and the threat of the barbarians has come again. It is not wise to go south now. Moreover, this war in the north has been very costly, and the supply of ammunition has gradually become a problem. At the same time, the cities captured also need to be taken over and managed, which further restricts his hands and feet. Yes, Your Majesty, Wang Xuan bowed in response. The two talked about some things happening in different places, and then Wang Xuan chose to leave. As soon as he left, Li San walked in. Your Majesty, Li San bowed when he saw Xiao Ming. After completing the mission for the fourth prince last time, Li San returned to Qingzhou to oversee all domestic affairs. Sitting down on the chair, Xiao Ming reviewed the memorial again and said, you and Wang Xuan seem to have a good understanding. Tell me, what's going on? Li San chuckled twice and said, Your Majesty has been very kind to me. I cannot afford to lose to Wang Xuan. HMPH, you only rely on your mouth to show off. Xiao Ming didn't even raise his head. Li San was still smiling. Now Xiao Ming had betrothed Liulai to him, and the Empress Dowager had adopted Liulai as her adopted daughter. He was now very successful in Qingzhou. But getting to the point, Li San's face turned serious. He said to Xiao Ming, "I wonder if the emperor knows of a school called the Law Society." Law Society. Xiao Ming's movements froze for a moment. Due to his experience in later life, he was always very sensitive to such things. What is this Law Society for? Seeing that Xiao Ming had no idea about this, Li San said, "This Law Society was founded by a student named Miao Gyun from Bowen College. Miao Gyun once studied at the School of Government Affairs in Bowen College and has always respected the classics of legalism. This Law Society is also to revitalize legalism." Miao Gyun. Xiao Ming was somewhat familiar with the name. He said, "Prime Minister Pang did mention this person's name to me." Li San continued, "That's right. This Law Society was established with the support of Prime Minister Pang. Whether it is Confucianism or legalism, these are both means used by rulers to govern the world. In modern times, from the Han Dynasty to the Qing Dynasty, both legalism and Confucianism were respected. As the name suggests, this, inner legalism and outer Confucianism, means that on the surface, Confucianism is advocated, but in actual operation, it also relies on the ideas of legalism. It is often a combination of Confucianism and legalism, and Confucianism and legalism help each other. However, the legalist thought here is definitely not that a gentleman who breaks the law is guilty of the same crime as a commoner, but that the monarch is the law, the monarch is the core of everything, and what the monarch says is the law. The essence of the rule of law is to obey the monarch's orders. This is the true meaning of internal law and external Confucianism. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming said, "Why don't you try to plant a spy in there to see what kind of law this Law Society is promoting?" For him, it would be acceptable if the Law Society wanted to strengthen his rights because it was a protection of imperial power. If this Law Society does something weird and adopts Western practices, he will have to intervene. "Yes, Your Majesty." Li San's eyes narrowed slightly. He was loyal to Xiao Ming. In his opinion, everything he had was given by Xiao Ming. The two talked for a while, and Xiao Ming asked Li San to strengthen supervision of Qingzhou before letting him leave. After seeing Li San off, Xiao Ming fell into deep thought. It is easy to conquer an empire, but difficult to keep it. Now the North has not been unified yet, and such troubles keep happening one after another. First, Yu Ming opposed the abolition of the system of scholars, farmers, merchants, and artisans, and then came the Law Society, which was also supported by Pang Yukun. As a king, Xiao Ming trusted all his ministers, but at the same time he was wary of all of them. This contradictory mentality immediately made him realize what it meant to be alone. Now he is no longer a political novice. He understands that when he takes this position, he and the bureaucracy will form a relationship of mutual growth and decline. A cruel fact is that in order to establish his unique status, the king will inevitably crack down on bureaucrats and powerful people to prevent the emergence of people who threaten him in this class. At the same time, bureaucrats and powerful people would try every means to limit the king's power because they were worried that the king would put a knife to their necks at any time. Therefore, the result of this confrontation was the emergence of parliaments in the West, the creation of constitutional monarchy. The power of the monarch was undermined, and ultimately the powerful won. This contradiction manifested itself in the history of the Great Yu Kingdom as treason and rebellion. Therefore, although he believed in Pang Yukun, he also left a little room in his heart. Pang Yukun was a supporter of the Law Society. No one knew what ideas the Law Society would eventually promote, so he had to be on guard. However, the establishment of the Law Society also proves that the trend of 100 schools of thought is reviving. Thought is a double-edged sword and needs to be guided in a timely manner. Because of these things, Xiao Ming lost interest in reviewing the memorials. He stretched and went to Siren Hall. As the saying goes, knowing thy enemy and knowing yourself will ensure victory in 100 battles. It is very dangerous to always use modern thinking to consider the ideas of the ancients. This gap is not conducive to the rule of the country, so he likes to ask the Queen Mother directly, because the Queen Mother's ideas are often the same as those of these ministers. Only by understanding the essence of the minister's ideas can he choose the methods and means to implement the changes. When he was heading to Siren Hall, Qian Dafu arrived at the council hall. Facing Yu Ming, who was still kneeling in the council hall, Qian Dafu said, "Minister of Revenue Yu Ming, accept the order. I obey your order." Yu Ming was shocked and suddenly had a bad premonition. Minister of Revenue Yu Ming does not pay attention to government affairs and disrupts the government. His behavior and morality are not worthy of the responsibility of the Minister of Revenue. From today on, he will be dismissed and put on hold. "This is my decree," Qian Dafu said loudly. "Thank you for your grace, your majesty." Yu Ming bowed deeply. Qian Dafu then handed the imperial edict to Yu Ming and said earnestly, "Minister Yu, why are you doing this?" The abolition of the scholar, farmer, artisan, and merchant classes was something the emperor had already decided. There's no way he'll change it just because you're kneeling like this. Yu Ming took the imperial edict, his expression still stubborn. He said, "Abolishing the classes of scholars, farmers, merchants, and artisans is to undermine the foundation of the country. Allowing merchants to gain power will surely lead to chaos in the future. I am devoted to the country. How can I ignore the rise and fall of the dynasty for my own personal gain?" Qian Dafu sighed and said, "How could the emperor not have thought of what you have considered? Alas." After saying that, Qian Dafu turned and left. After Qian Dafu walked away, the ministers who followed Yu Ming immediately became panicked. Yu Ming, the Minister of Revenue, was dismissed from his post. If they continued to make trouble, their fate would probably be even more miserable than Yu Ming's. They helped Yu Ming up from the ground, and an official said, "Minister Yu, it seems the emperor is determined. It's best not to oppose him on this matter." Yu Ming had a sad look on his face. He glanced at the frightened official. The emperor's move was so cruel that it instantly destroyed all his efforts of many days. For these officials, the official uniforms they wear are naturally more important than the scholars, farmers, merchants, and artisans. With a sigh, Yu Ming stood up and walked out of the council hall tremblingly. He felt lost at this moment. His proposal was rejected, and he also lost his official position. The excitement of coming to Qingzhou from Chang and disappeared instantly. Qian Dafu quickly returned to the headquarters, asked around, and went straight to Siren Hall. "Your Majesty, the decree has already been announced. Judging from the fear and trepidation shown by the other officials, no one will oppose your Majesty after Yu Ming's dismissal." When he saw Xiao Ming in Siren Hall, Qian Dafu said directly, "Just dismiss them. These ministers are really unreasonable. The emperor has only been on the throne for a few days, and they are already forcing him the same way they forced the late emperor. Now that Zhenfei is the Empress Dowager, her tone has become more majestic." Xiao Ming naturally told the Empress Dowager about this matter. He said, when the late emperor was still alive, Yu Ming was a rare honest official in Chang'an City. Even Lord Fei praised him highly. I have always been optimistic about him and even wanted to have him join the cabinet. However, Yu Ming is stubborn and likes to dwell on trivial matters. He needs to be polished. The Empress Dowager nodded and said, "Your Majesty is absolutely right. Let Yu Ming live in Qingzhou as a commoner for a while. He will naturally understand the pros and cons of the scholar, farmer, merchant, and artisan classes. If he can see through it, let him come back. If not, there's no need to keep him." Xiao Ming nodded. The Empress Dowager knew him best. Qian Dafu flattered her, saying, "What the Queen Mother said is really to the point." The Empress Dowager put down the Buddhist scriptures in her hand and said, "I don't care about these matters in the court. What I care most about is the continuation of the emperor's lineage. Your Majesty, Qizhu, has been in Qingzhou for some time. It's time for her to enter the palace." Unlike the empress who was married in a formal ceremony, the emperor did not need any etiquette to take a concubine. He only needed the Empress Dowager and the eunuchs to preside over the ceremony and send the concubine into the palace. On the second day after the concubine entered the palace, the eunuch would ask the emperor to flip the cards. If the emperor was interested in the concubine, he would flip the card. If he didn't like her, he might never flip the card. Your Majesty can make the decision on this matter. Like Fei Yue Qizhu, was also the result of a political marriage. This kind of marriage is more about mutual respect, and the emotional foundation is not even as good as that of Liu and Ziyuan. Xiao Ming looked indifferent. The Empress Dowager said, "Since Qizhu has entered the palace, some things should be done together. Liu and Ziyuan have been with you for a long time. It is not appropriate for them to be maids. Besides, they are your people after all. It is even more inappropriate for them to leave the palace. In this case, let's confer titles on them together this time. However, the status of these two girls is a bit low after all. Why not give them the status of nobles?" Xiao Ming had always wanted to talk to concubine Zhen about this. Since both the empress and the imperial noble concubine were political marriages, it didn't seem excessive for him to confer the title of noble lady on the two girls. After all, noble lady was the lowest rank among the concubines. The queen mother is absolutely right. Liu and Ziyuan are both sensible girls. They are perfect for serving the emperor. Qian Dafu still liked Green Ivy and Aster very much, and the Empress Dowager's order made him quite satisfied. Xiao Ming naturally had no reason to refuse, so he said, "Since that's the case, I will issue an edict to confer the titles of noble ladies on Ziyuan and Liu." The Empress Dowager nodded and said to Xiao Ming, "You should talk to the Empress about this matter to avoid making her feel uncomfortable. After all, the Empress is the ruler of the 6 palaces, and the future harmony of the 6 palaces depends on the Empress." "Yes, mother," Xiao Ming said. The two chatted for a while, and Xiao Ming left Siren Hall and went straight back to the bedroom. At this time, Fei Yue was feeding the fish in the pond on the stone bridge, accompanied by Xiao Huan. Seeing Xiao Ming approaching, Fei Yue was about to bow, but Xiao Ming immediately supported her and said, "The queen is already 8 months pregnant. There's no need to worry about these empty formalities now." Ever since she became pregnant, Fei Yue has been able to eat much more than before, and she can never get enough of the delicious food in the kitchen. Now that the kitchen has mastered the art of cooking, Xiao Ming naturally moved various modern dishes to the kitchen. It can be said that Fei Yue never eats the same thing every day. Fei Yue had a smile on her face. Ever since she came to Qingzhou, Xiao Ming had always treated her with respect and care. As a woman, she was naturally very happy to receive such care, and she felt more and more in agreement with Xiao Ming. Gently holding Xiao Ming's arm, Fei Yue asked, "Your Majesty, you must have something to ask me at this time. Usually, Your Majesty is in the imperial study at this time." After a pause, Fei Yue blinked. Being extremely clever, she quickly thought of a possible reason and asked, "Your Majesty, could this be about Qi entering the palace? The queen is very clever. I just came back from the queen mother's office. She mentioned this to me and said it's time for Qi to enter the palace." Fei Yue's expression remained unchanged. In her opinion, it was normal for Xiao Ming to have some concubines. The families of these high-ranking officials in the court already had 4 or 5 concubines, not to mention that Xiao Ming was the king of a country. She said, "I would also like to meet the sister Zhu. I heard that Qi was born with fair skin and beautiful looks. She is also a little beauty. With her company, I will not be bored anymore." Nodding, Xiao Ming continued, "Besides this Qi matter, my mother asked me to confer the title of noble ladies on Liu and Ziyuan. What do you think of this, Queen, Pothos, and Aster?" Fei Yue repeated, a smile on her face. She had long known the relationship between Xiao Ming and the two, so she usually didn't treat them as servants. She vaguely guessed that this day would come, so she said, "Liu and Ziyuan are loyal to the emperor, and both are cold-hearted and skillful. They also take care of some government affairs for the emperor. They are 2 virtuous wives. I have long intended to let them serve the emperor." Now that the Empress Dowager has spoken, I don't have to say it anymore. Xiao Ming carefully observed Fei Yue's expression. He could not see any unusual emotions on her face. It seemed that she had been prepared for all this. Because he came from the modern era, Xiao Ming was able to personally experience the horror of feudal ethics at this time. This kind of thinking made women in ancient times nothing more than vassals of men. "Your Majesty, what are you thinking about?" Fei Yue asked when she saw Xiao Ming was a little dazed. Coming back to his senses, Xiao Ming asked, "Queen, are you really not feeling uncomfortable at all? Why should I feel uncomfortable? If I harbor such thoughts, wouldn't I become a jealous woman?" Fei Yue said, smiling. She continued, "I have read some of the books your highness gave me, and they contain some novel ideas. However, in my opinion, some of them are not suitable for Dayu Kingdom." Hearing this, Xiao Ming showed an interested look. He had forgotten that Fei Yue was also a woman. It would be more realistic to know her reading experience of his books than to guess the thoughts of other ministers. "Queen, why don't you talk to me?" As he spoke, Xiao Ming helped Fei Yue sit down in the pavilion. Fei Yue spoke first. "One of the reasons why the emperor has doubts must be because of monogamy, right?" Xiao Ming nodded. "Your Majesty said that the ideas in some books came from Western countries. So in my opinion, this kind of thinking does not conform to the current situation in Dayu Kingdom. Dayu Kingdom has been at war for years, and the number of men has sharply decreased. The number of women exceeds that of men because they do not participate in the war. After this war, the population in the north has decreased sharply. If your Majesty wants to recuperate, he must require the people to give birth to more children to restore the population. If so, why should your Majesty change the previous customs?" Fei Yue said. Xiao Ming nodded. It seems the queen didn't just skim the surface, but read these books in depth. I agree. Government orders should be formulated based on the current situation of Dayu Kingdom, rather than simply copying the models of other countries. Fei Yuir laughed. Your Majesty has already made up his mind, and I am sorry to show my ugliness. What the queen said makes sense. As long as the queen can understand my painstaking efforts, I will feel at ease, Xiao Ming said. As a person with modern ideas, he sometimes has no common topics with the ancients. If Fei Yue can accept modern values, he will really have someone to talk to. Fei Yue also heard about Yu Ming's story and knew that Xiao Ming was speaking out of emotion because of it. She said, the emperor's ideas are different from those of ordinary people, but they are often beneficial to the great Yu kingdom. Many ministers are short-sighted and cannot see the long-term benefits. Why should the emperor care about their opinions at this time? He just needs to act according to his own ideas. Xiao Ming was getting happier, and Fei Yuir was increasingly understanding that this was a good thing. He said, so I've figured it out, and that's why I dismissed Yu Ming. Otherwise, my future policies will be constantly obstructed. Fei Yue had a faint smile on her face. She was very happy to be able to help Xiao Ming solve his problems. The two chatted for a while, and it was getting dark. At this time, Green Radish and Aster came back together. Now the division of labor between the two is very clear. One is responsible for the theater, and the other is responsible for textiles. As more and more people come to watch the theater, the textile industry is gradually flourishing. Now the two are so busy all day long that they are rarely seen. Seeing the two of them, Fei Yue called Liu and Ziyuan over. Of course she needs to speak personally about the canonization matter. After all, it is related to the harmonious relationship in the future. Your Highness, Your Majesty the Queen. Liu and Ziyuan were smiling. They were busy now, and Xiao Ming was busy too. They hadn't seen Xiao Ming for a while, so they were naturally happy to see him at this time. Fei Yue excused the two from their formalities and said, from now on you can call me sister. The Queen Mother has already issued an order. From today on, you two are honored ladies. Aster and Green Radish were immediately shocked. Your Majesty, please stop teasing me. How can we, as lowly as we are, be qualified to serve the emperor? The air seemed to stagnate for a moment, and Ziyuan was the first to react, feeling terrified. Liu was also a little flustered. Ever since Xiao Ming ascended the throne, the difference between the high and the low has become more and more insurmountable. At this time, Fei Yue's words sounded to them as if she was driving them away. Seeing the two of them pale, Xiao Ming smiled helplessly and said, I testify for the queen that this is absolutely true. When Xiao Ming spoke, Ziyuan and Liu believed him, and their panic gradually turned into joy. The two of them have followed Xiao Ming for 5 years and have developed a deep affection for him. If they leave here one day, they don't know how to survive. They had wished for this countless nights, but they never expected that one day this wish would become a reality. Thank you, Your Majesty, and thank you, Your Majesty. Ziyuan and Liu bowed happily. Xiao Ming and Fei Yue also smiled. He said to them, if anyone has to thank anyone, it should be the Queen Mother. Aren't you going now? Yes, Your Majesty. Liu and Ziyuan went to Siren Palace happily. Seeing the two walking away, Fei Yue glanced at Xiao Ming with a look of reproach and said, now the emperor doesn't have to secretly meet with these two every now and then. Tonight, the emperor can turn over the cards. Xiao Ming suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Some things really could not be hidden from women's sharp eyes. During the time when Fei Yue was pregnant, he had often had secret meetings with the two girls. After all, Xiao Ming is a normal man, and he always has some physical needs. After laughing twice, Xiao Ming said, I won't turn over anyone's card. The queen is pregnant, so I have to accompany her. Upon hearing this, Fei Yue covered her mouth and laughed. The next day, the imperial decree appointing Qi Zuer as imperial noble consort and Liu and Ziyuan as noble ladies was delivered to the three of them. That same day, Qi Zuer entered the headquarters and temporarily lived in the Chunhua Pavilion of the headquarters. The Chunhua Pavilion is just behind Xiao Ming and Fei Yue's bedroom. Xiao Ming can reach it by coming out of the bedroom and taking the small path. After finishing this matter, Xiao Ming felt relieved. The king of Huainan was very active in this northern war. Not only did he make great contributions in destroying Yan, but he also took the initiative to participate in the attack on the king of Zhao. Xiao Ming knew very well that the king of Huainan did this so that Xiao Ming could be nicer to her daughter. However, the war in the north has now reached a critical juncture. Xiao Ming's decision to let Qi Zuer enter the palace is also to give King Huainan a reassurance so that he can fight bravely on the battlefield. Congratulations to the emperor for winning the beauty this time. The first thing Qi Zuer did after entering the palace was to go to Siren Hall to pay her respects to the Empress Dowager. Then she, Ziyuan and Liuliu went to the bedroom to pay their respects to Fei Yuer, who had met Qi Zuer earlier. He had just returned from the council hall when Fei Yue told him about Qi Zuer. I don't believe there is a woman in this world more beautiful than the queen. Xiao Ming is smooth-talking and deeply influenced by contemporary culture. He is very skilled in coaxing his wife. These words made Fei Yue feel sweet in her heart. She said, I'm afraid that the emperor will forget what I said now after seeing Qi Zuer. As the two were talking, Qian Dafu suddenly came over and said to Xiao Ming, Your Majesty, Lu Tong requests an audience. Lu Tong, let him in. Xiao Ming said lightly that Lu Tong had been busy with various chemical experiments during this period. One of the experiments was the preparation of mercury fulminate that he had instructed Lu Tong to do. After nearly 5 years of teaching, he now has a group of basic talents. Although these people have mastered some techniques, sometimes they don't know where to start or what to research first. So after ascending the throne, Xiao Ming simply formulated a research and development plan and asked technical talents such as Lu Tong, Lin Weniao, Song Changping, Chen Qi and others to produce various technological items one by one according to the plan he listed. For Lin Wentao, it was the steam engine and steam locomotive, while for Lu Tong, it was the most basic firing propellant, mercury fulminate. After all, smokeless gunpowder is just propellant. If you upgrade your firearm to a percussion gun, you must use this percussion powder. When it came to government affairs, Xiao Ming no longer met Lu Tong near the bedroom, but waited for him in the main hall. After a while, Lu Tong appeared outside the main hall and walked towards Xiao Ming. Your Highness, Lu Tong bowed and said as he approached. Xiao Ming looked at Lu Tong and asked, Did you make any progress when you came to see me this time? Your Majesty is very wise. This time I am going to talk about mercury fulminate. This detonating agent has been successfully synthesized in the laboratory, Lu Tong said excitedly. Xiao Ming smiled with satisfaction when he heard this. In 1799, E.C. Howard produced mercury fulminate, and in 1814, fulminate of mercury began to be used to make percussion caps. At this time, the percussion cap was not used for metal fixed loading bullets, but a separate percussion cap was inserted to replace the flint. However, even so, this greatly increased the firing speed of the gun because it eliminated the step of pouring gunpowder into the gunpowder pool. After the birth of the percussion cap came the birth of the firing mechanism and the breech-loading rifle, followed by the emergence of metal fixed ammunition. Now that Lu Tong has produced fulminate of mercury, Xiao Ming can make a percussion cap and a firing device to upgrade the flintlock rifle into the most primitive percussion rifle and increase the firing rate of the rifle. However, metal fixed ammunition was still impossible for him because even in modern times, there were said to be only 13 countries that could produce bullets and artillery shells. It can be imagined that the production of bullets and artillery shells requires a sufficiently strong industrial system. However, for Xiao Ming, Qingzhu's industry has just started, and the production of metal fixed ammunition is extremely difficult. Not bad, not bad, Xiao Ming smiled. Although the firing device could only increase the firing rate and could not change the range and power, it was still a huge improvement for him, because on the battlefield victory was often achieved by being able to fire 2 more shots. Lu Tong looked relaxed. This was the task assigned to him by Xiao Ming. Now that he had completed it, he felt relieved. Your Majesty, although mercury fulminate has been synthesized, in my opinion, it is somewhat unstable and prone to explosion. If it is used in a musket, it must be carefully preserved. Xiao Ming nodded and said, Don't think your work is over. Mercury fulminate has been developed, but you still need to help Song Changping to make the percussion cap with mercury sulfate. Flash cap, Lu Tong scratched his head. He knew nothing about this kind of thing. After all, he was only responsible for synthesizing various things. At this time, Xiao Ming asked Qian Dafu to bring paper and pen and began to draw the structure of the primer on the paper stroke by stroke. At the same time, under the influence of the technological crystal, Lu Tong gradually became clear about what a primer was. Your Majesty, I understand. I will discuss this matter with Song Changping. Lu Tong looked a little excited, and this kind of flash cap actually interested him. Xiao Ming nodded. Generally speaking, Qingzhou's current firearms level is basically no different from that of Europe. Both sides use flintlock rifles, small batches of rifled guns, field artillery, and other firearms. If Xiao Ming used the same weapons to fight against the Western army, he would basically have no advantage and would most likely be caught in a protracted war of mutual attrition. So any progress is necessary at this time. If the percussion cap is successfully manufactured this time, he will be able to gain a slight advantage over Europe in firearms. Just as Lu Tong was about to leave, Xiao Ming suddenly remembered something and said, "Oh right, you and Lin Wentao, Song Changping, Chen Qi, and the others should communicate more frequently. That way you can share what you have. Maybe Lin Wentao makes something you need, and you make something Lin Wentao also needs. That way Qingzhou's technology can improve as a whole, rather than just you beating your drum and them beating their gong." "Yes, Your Majesty, I will remember it," Lu Tong bowed. After saying this, Xiao Ming asked Lu Tong about the chemical industry before letting him leave. Now the North is about to be unified. After this unification, it will be a period of recuperation and industrial upgrading. He is already preparing for this. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but think of Niu Ben and others. Now the war in the North is in their hands, and he just hopes it can end quickly. After all, the situation is constantly changing, and the longer it is delayed, the more disadvantageous it will be for them. Jiangzhou. After the Battle of Jiangyuan, Niu Ben concentrated most of his troops in Qingzhou. At the same time, he asked King Huainan and Chen Xinren to leave 20 troops each to garrison Jiangyuan, and the Western Expedition Army also left 20 troops to cooperate with them in the battle. The barbarians chose to retreat on the day they defeated the Zhao army. The barbarians were not fools. If they stayed, they would only suffer greater casualties. The Zhao army was severely weakened after the Battle of Jiang Pass. They are no longer able to fight us in the open field. They can only rely on the natural barriers to stop us. The overall offensive and defensive situation has changed. Now we should take the initiative and completely eliminate King Zhao. Niu Ben said in the tent. The king of Huainan nodded. General Niu is absolutely right. The barbarians at Jiang Pass and the Zhao army colluded that day, clearly intending to exploit the situation. If the war drags on, I'm afraid it will become even more difficult if the barbarians intervene. General Niu, just give the order. Speed is of the essence in war. As long as we take Hilo Pass and Chang, and the rule of Dayu Kingdom will be settled, Chen Xinren said. Now the only remaining rebel in Dayu Kingdom is King Zhao. Although the king of Chu still occupied the area south of the Yangtze River, he had already pledged allegiance to Xiao Ming. Niu Ben nodded when he heard this. This is also the reason why I have summoned you all here today. From today on, the army will march out and we must capture Hilo Pass and Chang, and in one fell swoop and pacify the north. Yes, General. The generals looked excited. They were looking forward to the day when they could ride horses to Chang'an. King Huainan and Chen Xinren looked at each other and ordered their generals to gather their soldiers and prepare to leave the city. 3 days later, the coalition forces appeared in front of Hilo Pass. Hilo Pass is a strategic pass east of Luoyang. If you conquer this pass, you will be able to occupy Luoyang. From Luoyang, you can conquer Tongyuan and go straight to Chang'an. This time, Niu Ben came with the determination to capture Chang'an. When he arrived at Hilo Pass, he launched a ruthless bombardment on the city walls and gates of Hilo Pass. In the Battle of Jiang Pass, King Zhao almost sent all the elite troops of the Zhao army to the battle. The defenders left at Hilo Pass were just surrendered ministers who pledged allegiance to him when Chang'an was captured. The generals at Hilo Pass had never seen such a scene before, and their legs were immediately trembling with fear from the artillery fire. Since he could beg for mercy from King Zhao, the commander of Hilo Pass could naturally beg for mercy from Niu Ben. During the 4th round of artillery fire, the commander of Hilo Pass ordered his men to open the city gate and personally went out to welcome Niu Ben. Chen Guodong, you are a good fence-sitter. Luo Hong was familiar with the generals of Hilo Pass, and he couldn't help but make sarcastic remarks at this time. Chen Guodong was a man of medium build with a dark complexion. Upon seeing Luo Hong and Niu Ben, he immediately put on a servile demeanor and said, General Niu, General Luo, although I am in the Zhao camp, my heart is always with the emperor. It is precisely because of this that I will take the initiative to come out and surrender. I hope the generals will understand. When Niu Ben and Luo Hong learned that the commander of Hilo Pass was still Chen Guodong, they decided to bombard him to scare him. They all knew Chen Guodong and knew very well that he was a man who knew how to deal with current situations. Let's not talk about this matter for now. I just want to ask you how many people and soldiers there are in Luoyang City, Niu Ben asked. Chen Guodong sighed deeply when he mentioned this. He said to Niu Ben, General Niu, you don't know that Luoyang has become a deserted city, empty city. Niu Ben was shocked. Chen Guodong nodded. Just 10 days ago, the king of Zhao suddenly ordered the people of Luoyang to be driven into Tongyuan and the entire city to be burned down. Anyone who refused to leave was brutally slaughtered. The king of Zhao also announced that if the general attacked Tongyuan, he would burn down Chang and then drive all the people back to Zhao. How can this be? Niu Ben was furious. He cursed. What's the difference between this guy and Dong Zhuo? Chen Guodong had a mournful look on his face. He said, General, it is precisely because I do not want to be associated with the king of Zhao that I refuse to go to Tongyuan and am waiting here for your arrival. Bullshit. It must be that King Zhao looked down on you and left you at Hilo Pass to work for him. You talk so nicely. Luo Hong snorted. Chen Guodong's words also made him furious because he had relatives in Chang and City. After being scolded by Luo Hong, Chen Guodong dared not say anything and was shaking with fear. Lu Fei then said to Niu Ben, General, the king of Zhao is forcing us to retreat. If we fall for his scheme, the barbarians will arrive and the battle will be very difficult. We must at least capture Tongyuan. If we do that, the barbarians will have to break through the pass if they want to come in. Niu Ben's eyes gradually became resolute, and he said, You are right. We cannot let Zioran ruin the greater good at this moment. He looked at Chen Guodong and said, If you want to stay alive, you must obey me now. Now tell your soldiers to take off their uniforms immediately. Take off the military uniform, Chen Guodong asked in confusion. Stop talking nonsense, Luo Hong scolded. Chen Guodong seemed a little afraid of Luo Hong and immediately ordered his soldiers to take off their armor. At this time, Niu Ben ordered the Qingzhou army to take off their uniforms and change into the uniforms of Chen Guodong's soldiers. Chen Guodong, this is your chance to survive. If you can help me capture Tongyuan without anyone noticing, I will speak well of you in front of the emperor. Niu Ben said thoughtfully. He already had a plan in mind. The cold wind from the north made the flags at Hilo Pass flutter. Chen Guodong's heart was colder than the wind at this moment. Looking at the murderous Niu Ben, he had no choice but to ask his subordinates to take off all their armor. Because Chen Guodong voluntarily surrendered, Hilo Pass was easily captured, but Niu Ben did not think that this was just because of Chen Guodong's duplicity. Chen Guodong has always been a man of opportunistic behavior. His choice to surrender at this time shows that King Zhao is doomed, and those who once paid tribute to King Zhao have become helpless. But even so, Niu Ben would not completely trust Chen Guodong. Military affairs are of great importance to a country. If Hilo Pass is handed over to Chen Guodong's soldiers, if an accident occurs, their retreat will be cut off and they will become trapped beasts in a cage. Niu Ben ordered the soldiers of the Qingzhou army to change into the traditional armor of the Dayu kingdom and temporarily detain the soldiers of Hilo Pass. In Niu Ben's opinion, King Zhao was already making his last struggle because no one who wanted to take over the world would do such a cruel thing at this time. The longer he delayed, the more likely King Zhao would do something crazy, so he planned to let Chen Guodong lead soldiers disguised as Hilo Pass defenders to sneak into Tongyuan and capture Tongyuan in one fell swoop while blocking the news of Tongyuan being broken. In this way, they would be able to quickly reach the city of Chang and then catch King Zhao off guard. After a night's rest, Niu Ben led his army directly to Luoyang the next day. They arrived in Luoyang in the evening. Just as Chen Guodong said, Luoyang was already a deserted city at that time. There was no trace of any civilians in the city. There were only burned-down houses and messy streets. Luoyang was once a prosperous city second only to Chang, but now it has become like this. Luo Hong was heartbroken. Lu Fei said this Chang and in Luoyang area will probably be completely destroyed by the king of Zhao. What a shame it's become a once prosperous place like this. Yi Qingyun sighed as he looked at the empty Luoyang city. However, he continued, Chang and in Luoyang are densely populated, while Dengzhou is sparsely populated. If we can save the people this time, we can relocate some of them there. Niu Ben frowned. That's the emperor and his ministers' business. We just need to carry out the emperor's orders. After saying this, Niu Ben ordered the army to camp in Luoyang City and make a fire to cook. Because Liang and Yan were conquered, the route from Yunzhou to Chang and is now safe and food and supplies can be transported smoothly. It can be said that they have everything going for them in this western expedition, and if they fail, it will be really difficult for him to meet Xiao Ming. The next day, the army set out from Luoyang and headed towards Tongyuan. At this time, the army led by Liang Guodong was in the front, while Niu Ben led the follow-up army behind. This time their plan was to have Chen Guodong trick the gate of Tongyuan into opening, and the disguised Qingzhou army would immediately attack and take control of the gate after entering the city. Upon receiving the signal, the subsequent troops will quickly attack to control Tongyuan in one fell swoop, and then use Tongyuan as a stronghold to directly reach the city of Chang'an. 3 days later, Chen Guodong and Yi Qingyun arrived at the foot of Tongyuan. In order to prevent Chen Guodong from doing anything unexpected, Niu Ben ordered Yi Qingyun to enter the city with Chen Guodong. In this way, if Chen Guodong dared to play tricks, Yi Qingyun could kill Chen Guodong immediately. Hey, isn't this General Chen? When Chen Guodong and Yi Qingyun arrived at Tongyuan, a man who looked like a guard appeared on the city wall. Seeing this person, Chen Guodong laughed. This person was a close confidant of King Zhao named Sun Liang. He said flatteringly, "So it's General Sun. General Sun, please open the city gate and let me in." Sun Liang looked down on him. "General Chen, weren't you at Hilo Pass? Why are you back?" His Highness said that in order to prevent spies from entering Tongyuan, no one is allowed to enter the city. To be honest, brother Sun, the King of Qi's army is truly formidable. I resisted them for a whole day, but was unable to hold them back. That's why I led my army here, hoping to engage in a decisive battle with the Qi army here. Sun Liang's face changed when he heard this. "So Hilo Pass is lost. Brother Sun, it was lost." Chen Guodong said truthfully, "The King of Qi's army only needed 1 day to attack the city. This is not a false rumor." Sun Liang's expression grew increasingly grim. He glanced at the soldiers below the city and said, "If that's the case, I can't let you in. Why is this? You and I both serve King Zhao. Why does brother Sun treat me like this?" Chen Guodong was a little anxious, and at the same time he began to curse King Zhao in his heart. Now he understood that he was just a discarded pawn, and King Zhao had sent him to guard Hilo Pass just to die. Thinking of this, he was so angry that he wanted to kill King Zhao with his own hands. Sun Liang said lazily, "It's simply because King Zhao doesn't trust you at all." The conversation between the two made Yi Qingyun frown. Using this method to take Tongyuan was their first plan. The second plan was to launch a strong attack, just like the attack on Hilo Pass, but this would inevitably alert the enemy. However, judging from the current situation, it seems that only the second plan can be adopted. Chen Guodong noticed Yi Qingyun's expression. He gave Yi Qingyun a reassuring look and turned to Sun Liang, saying, "Brother Sun, I don't mind. It's a pity that I can't take back the silver I robbed." After saying that, Chen Guodong pointed at the box carried by the soldiers. When in Luoyang, Chen Guodong told Niu Ben about the Tongyuan defender Sun Liang. According to Chen Guodong, Sun Liang was an extremely greedy person and had a history of withholding military pay. Therefore, he asked to bring the silver from Hilo Pass in order to lure Sun Liang to open the pass. Sure enough, when Sun Liang learned that the box contained silver, he showed greed. The news of the defeat at Jiangyuan has spread. The Zhao army suffered heavy losses in this battle, and many people realized that Chang'an could not be defended. Because of this, King Zhao ordered his army to plunder Luoyang and took the people of Luoyang to Zhao. If King Qi's army continued to attack Tongyuan, Chang'an would be the next target of the Zhao army's looting. So in Sun Liang's opinion, they would have to withdraw sooner or later. In this case, it would be better to make more money before going back. After rolling his eyes, Sun Liang asked, "How much silver is here in total?" "There is still more than 1 million taels." Chen Guodong knew that Sun Liang was tempted. After hesitating for a moment and glancing at the more than 50 soldiers under the city, Sun Liang felt that this number of people could not pose a threat to the 30 troops in the pass. He finally nodded and said, "Switch." A smile appeared on Yi Qingyun's lips. Under Sun Liang's order, the gate of Tongyuan slowly opened. As long as they captured the city gate, Tongyuan would be theirs. The soldiers entered Tongyuan in orderly steps. Inside the pass, Sun Liang had already come down from the city wall. Looking at Chen Guodong's soldiers with strict military discipline, Sun Liang suddenly felt a little strange. But this strange feeling was soon replaced by a desire for silver. "General Chen, King Zhao will definitely reward you for bringing him so much silver." Sun Liang laughed, but he was thinking in his heart how to take possession of the silver. Chen Guodong and Yi Qingyan have already entered the pass. Chen Guodong still has a flattering smile on his face, but a cold look flashes in Yi Qingyan's eyes. The Qingzhou soldiers who came with him this time were all elite veterans. Although there were only 50 of them, it was enough to capture the city gate. Sun Liang had not yet realized the danger was coming. He and Chen Guodong exchanged greetings while walking to the front of the box. Just as Sun Liang reached out to open the box, Yi Qingyan suddenly attacked, drew the sword from his waist, and stabbed Sun Liang in the heart from behind. This sword was extremely deadly. Sun Liang fell to the ground without even a scream. The other Zhao soldiers were shocked when they saw it and rushed towards Yi Qingyan and Chen Guodong. Kill. The Qingzhou soldiers who entered the city rushed towards the Zhao soldiers at the same time. Although they were now using firearms to kill the enemy, their close combat skills had never been compromised. Moreover, the hardships of war have made them experienced, and there are fewer useless tricks in each move, and each move is fatal. Sun Liang's death caused some confusion among the soldiers at the city gate. After fighting with the Qingzhou army, they were beaten back again and again. The Zhao army soldiers were horrified and kept retreating towards the interior of the pass. At this moment, Yi Qingyan lit the fireworks, and with a bang, colorful flames exploded in the sky. It was almost dusk. In a woods 5 miles away from Tongyuan, Niu Ben saw fireworks coming from the direction of Tongyuan. At this time, he said to Qi Guangyi and Bai Mu, "You lead the cavalry to the rescue immediately, and I will lead the troops right away." "Yes, General." Qi Guangyi and Bai Mu said, and the two of them rode their horses and led the cavalry towards Tongyuan. Niu Ben then led the army to follow closely. When he arrived, Yi Qingyan had already successfully controlled the city gates and walls, while Qi Guangyi and Bai Mu quickly controlled the other city gates with the advantage of cavalry. "General, Sun Liang, the commander of Tongyuan, is dead. The defenders in the city are leaderless and are no match for us. They have been defeated," Yi Qingyan said. Niu Ben nodded. The cavalry led by Qi Guangyi and Bai Mu were more numerous than the defenders, so there was no reason why they could not take it. He ordered Lu Fei to lead his soldiers into the city to further suppress the Zhao army in the pass. At the same time, he said to the king of Huainan and Chen Xinren, "Your Highness, General Chen, if we take Tongyuan, Chang, and will be within our reach. I hope you can help us take Chang, and in one fell swoop." King Huainan and Chen Xinren now admire the Western Expedition Army. In their opinion, this is indeed an elite army. The two men bowed to Niu Ben and said in unison, "It's all at the general's command." Niu Ben nodded. The fact that Tongyuan was captured so easily this time was a sign of the success of their plan, but the most important point was the issue of the garrison at Tongyuan. In the past, Tongyuan could have accommodated at least 100 soldiers, but now the huge Tongyuan only has 30 soldiers. First it was Hilo Pass, then Tongyuan. He saw the weakness of King Zhao, and now was the opportunity to destroy King Zhao in one fell swoop. The army entered the city, and the remaining defenders in the city were quickly wiped out. That night, Niu Ben once again gathered the generals to formulate a plan to attack Chang'an. Unlike usual, Niu Ben's attack plan this time was quite bold. He ordered Qi Guangyi and Bai Mu to lead the cavalry to Chang'an first. If Chang'an's defenses are weak, he will take the opportunity to harass it. At the same time, he asked Qi Guangyi and Bai Mu to contact the wealthy families in Chang'an. At this point, if these wealthy families still cannot see the situation clearly, they can only be said to be too stupid. However, in Niu Ben's view, as soon as Qi Guangyi and Bai Mu's cavalry arrived, it would be the last straw that broke the camel's back for King Zhao. Because by then the wealthy families in Chang'an will definitely side with them to deal with this rebel. Chang'an. The sudden increase in the number of soldiers on the streets made the people feel uneasy, and the peaceful atmosphere in Chang'an over the past month gradually became a little weird. The fact that Luoyang City was looted by the Zhao army made them extremely worried, fearing that they would end up like the people of Luoyang. "Father, the Qi army is coming with such force that I feel Chang'an is not a place to stay for long. It would be better to plunder the money and take the people back." Zhao Yuanliang advised in the palace study. Prince Zhao caressed the exquisite ceramics in his study with fascination. These were official kiln porcelains that only an emperor could enjoy, but now he had to abandon them all, and he was unwilling to do so. HMPH, if Deng Yuan and Wang Zai weren't incompetent, I wouldn't be in such a mess now. King Zhao was furious. Zhao Yunliang naturally took all the blame for the defeat at Jiangyuan, but in fact he was the main general in the Battle of Jiangyuan. But he was afraid of death and did not even go to the battlefield and stayed in Yuanzhou. Although he hated Xiao Ming very much, he was a little afraid of Xiao Ming's army in his heart. He was still in fear from his last trip to Qingzhou. Father, you are absolutely right. It's just that Wang Zai was thrown into prison, but Deng Yuan is still of some use. I hope father will think twice. King Zhao nodded and said, you have some truth in what you said. Let Deng Yuan continue to serve in the army and make amends for his sins. Zhao Yunliang breathed a sigh of relief and continued, but father, are you still planning to stay in Chang'an? After all, this isn't a place to stay for long. King Zhao had already made up his mind to evacuate Chang'an. He had looted all the treasury in Chang'an, and apart from this palace, there was nothing else worth staying for. But he still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. If the king of Qi no longer moved westward, he might not have to withdraw from here. After all, who would be willing to leave this place full of flowers? Now we are just waiting for news from Tongyuan, but you also have to prepare. If the news is unfavorable, burn Chang and immediately enforce the people to move to Yunzhou. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in King Zhao's eyes. He didn't care about the rise and fall of Dayu Kingdom at all. In his eyes, there was only his own royal power. For this, he could destroy everything and betray everything. Yes, father, I will prepare it right away. Zhao Yunliang was secretly delighted. He had the same idea as King Zhao. Even if he could not obtain the imperial power of Dayu Kingdom, he still wanted to enjoy the glory and wealth in his own fiefdom. After a pause, he suddenly remembered something and asked, Father, what should we do with the 13th prince? Leave the 13th prince to Xiao Ming. I want to see how he treats a 2-year-old prince. King Zhao sneered. Zhao Yunliang laughed at the same time, and then he took his leave and left the palace. However, his and King Zhao's pride came to an abrupt end the next day. Are these people outside the city really Xiao Ming's? In the Ji mansion in Chang'an City, Lady Ji asked the housekeeper anxiously, Master, it is absolutely true. I heard it myself from the general who led the troops. When this cavalry arrived outside Chang'an City, they claimed to be from Qingzhou and took General Niu's visiting card to visit many wealthy families outside the city, said the butler. Ji Yiren's expression was complicated when he heard this. He said, so Tongyuan has been lost. There were 2 other people around Ji Yiren, namely Yu Zhiang and Naiquang. When they learned that cavalry appeared outside Chang'an, they came to Ji Yiren's house to discuss countermeasures. Lord Ji, King Zhao was badly defeated in the Battle of Jiang Pass. The ones lost in this battle were King Zhao's elite troops. Now King Zhao is just a spent force. Now Xiao Ming's troops have arrived, which means Niu Ben has conquered Hilo Pass and Tong Pass in succession. If we just stand by and watch, once Niu Ben takes Chang'an, we will be traitors to our country. Yu Zhiang was a little anxious. Naiquang said, that's right. Besides, King Zhao is crazy. He looted Luoyang and drove the people into Zhao. Now he has such thoughts about Chang'an. Lord Ji, Chang'an is the foundation of our family. If we lose it, I will be a stray dog, Naiquang said. Yu Zhiang and Naiquang were anxious, but Ji Yiren was not anxious at all because he had already sent a secret letter to Niu Ben during the Battle of Jiangyuan. However, this was not enough for him. If he wanted to join Xiao Ming's court in the future, he had to show his merit. So he said, I understand what you two are thinking. The king of Zhao is unjust, incurring the wrath of heaven and the resentment of the people. How can we continue to serve such a tyrant? We should join forces with the current emperor to fight him. Yu Zhiang and Naiquang immediately became excited. This was the first time that Ji Yiren directly expressed her intention to deal with King Zhao. Ji Yiren glanced at the 2 of them and continued, without further delay, we should each mobilize our clan members and contact the clan members of the Imperial Guard to start an uprising. Lord Ji, if that's the case, we will go back and make preparations. The 2 of them bowed and turned to leave. After watching the 2 leave, Ji Yiren said to the housekeeper, you must immediately gather the troops who have infiltrated the city and have them wait for my order to open the city gates at any time. Yes, sir. The housekeeper looked solemn. These troops were arranged by their Ji family to be in the city. If they were exposed, their Ji family would have no way out. While the officials were each trying to find a way out for themselves, the news of the cavalry also reached the ears of King Zhao, which shocked him greatly. Tongyuan has fallen. Why didn't anyone from Sun Liang send a message? King Zhao paced back and forth. The sudden appearance of this cavalryman completely disrupted his plan. Zhao Yunliang said, Father, I'm afraid Sun Liang has either surrendered or died. None of them are useful at the critical moment. Prince Zhao angrily threw the memorial in front of him to the ground. In the past 2 years, he has truly experienced the feeling of holding great power. But now all of this is about to leave him, and he is really unwilling to accept it. Now Xiao Ming's cavalry is outside the city, and the musketeers will arrive one after another. He has no way of defeating the coalition forces of more than 200. But it was too late for him to evacuate Chang, and now, there were no more than 30 trustworthy soldiers in the city. This number of soldiers was obviously no match for this cavalry. Zhao Yunliang was also thinking about this. He said, "Father, let's retreat. It will be too late if we don't leave now." King Zhao was a veteran of the battlefield and was much calmer than Zhao Yunliang. In this situation, the only option left for them was to fight to the death. They had no way of escaping. He believed that those who had once kowtowed to him were now sharpening their knives and preparing to attack him. With a glint of viciousness in his eyes, he said to Zhao Yunliang, "You can't escape. However, I will not leave Xiao Ming with a prosperous Chang, and mobilize the army and massacre the city immediately." Massacre, Zhao Yunliang was horrified and said in disbelief, "Father, this Yunliang, Xiao Ming will not let us go, and our Zhao state will be destroyed." There was a hint of desolation in King Zhao's voice. Zhao Yunliang felt sad. He had lived such a glorious life in the past 2 years, with countless gold and silver treasures and endless beauties to play with, but now all of this was going to be taken away from him. Like King Zhao, Zhao Yunliang was filled with despair and suddenly felt a surge of madness in his heart. "Xiao Ming, all you will get is a scorched earth." Nodding heavily, Zhao Yunliang turned and left. Immediately afterwards, a sudden shrill scream was heard in the palace. At this moment, King Zhao's imperial guards turned from protectors of the imperial palace into destroyers. Upon receiving the order, the guards raised their butcher knives against the eunuchs and palace maids in the palace. The once beautiful and peaceful palace suddenly turned into a Shura hell, with soldiers burning, killing, looting, and committing all kinds of atrocities. At the same time, another group of imperial guards entered the city. They raised their butcher knives against the people and killed anyone they saw, including some officials and civilians. Every time they slaughtered a civilian, they would set the house on fire. For a time, Chang and city was filled with smoke. The atrocities committed by the Zhao army soon spread throughout the city. The people and officials in Chang and were frightened and fled in all directions, but some officials remained very calm. They immediately gathered the troops in the city, distributed weapons and armor to them, and headed straight for the city gate. Now the only thing that can stop King Zhao is the army outside the city. The strange things in Chang and city also attracted the attention of Qi Guangyi and Bai Mu. The rising smoke made them very confused. "What's going on?" Qi Guangyi asked. At this time, 8,000 powerful tribesmen had gathered around them, and these tribesmen were supported by the big tribes outside the city. Just as Niu Ben said, when they arrived outside the city of Chang, and these powerful families were very tactful and accepted their request to jointly attack King Zhao. Bai Mu said, "The smoke is coming one after another. I'm afraid there's a big problem in Chang and city." Qi Guangyi rolled his eyes and said, "Could it be that the powerful tribes in the city started fighting with King Zhao first? That shouldn't be the case. War is war, but this looks like burning houses. Could it be that King Zhao is massacring the city?" Bai Mu exclaimed. Qi Guangyi had just thought of this and said, "It's very likely. The king of Zhao is always vicious and he is capable of doing this." After a pause, he said, "We can't wait any longer. If we wait any longer, Chang and city will probably become a ruin." Bai Mu looked at the army composed of the sons of the powerful families. At this time, one of the sons of the powerful families said, "Don't worry, generals. My family leader has already ambushed troops in the city. This time, they will definitely open the city gates to meet us." As soon as he finished speaking, a horseman came riding up and said, "General Qi, the north gate of Chang and is open." Qi Guangyi and Bai Mu were overjoyed and immediately led the cavalry towards Chang and city. This was a great opportunity to make a contribution. Flames and thick smoke obscured the sky of Chang, and screams, howls, and desperate cries before death combined to become the background music of Chang and city at this time. The barbarity of human nature was fully demonstrated by the soldiers of the Zhao army at this moment. In their eyes, the people of Chang and were no longer human beings, but pigs and sheep at their disposal. Zhao army soldiers rushed out of one neighborhood and entered another. The streets were full of bloody footprints left by the Zhao army soldiers. The old people and children on the street were hacked to death by Zhao soldiers before they could escape, and the hysterical cries of women could be heard from the dark corners from time to time. An atmosphere of terror enveloped Chang'an City, but the ferocious Zhao army encountered obstruction when they continued to slaughter people in the south of the city. At this time, some powerful tribesmen suddenly appeared on the street and fought with them. This situation curbed the massacre of the Zhao soldiers, and they suffered casualties continuously as they advanced. Prince Zhao murdered the late emperor, framed the former crown prince, and threatened Queen Zhao and the 13th prince. Such a traitor deserves death. Now, my people, Prince Zhao is attempting to massacre the city. If we don't resist, no one will survive. Join us in killing the enemy. When Ji Yiren learned that the Zhao army was massacring the city, he was shocked. He understood that King Zhao was completely crazy. Without hesitation, he immediately sent part of his troops to the North City to seize the city gate. At the same time, he and Naiquang and Yu Jiang took other troops to organize the people to stop the Zhao army from slaughtering Chang and kill this bastard. Led by Ji Yiren, a group of the leaderless people were organized. Facing death, these people were unwilling to surrender. Kill King Zhao and support the royal family. Kill King Zhao and support the royal family. The people were outraged and shouted as they rushed towards the Zhao soldiers who were raising their knives against them. However, the nobles and common people lacked combat experience compared to the experienced Zhao soldiers. After a fierce charge, they were beaten back step by the Zhao soldiers. Ji Yiren and the other two watched this scene. This situation was something they had expected, but if they didn't resist, they would die. Between waiting to be killed and being killed after resisting, the three chose the latter. The number of resisting civilians and powerful tribes became smaller and smaller as the battle went on. Ji Yiren became anxious and kept looking towards the north gate. Just when their resistance was about to collapse, suddenly the sound of horse hooves approached them like thunder. When this voice rang in his ears, Ji Yiren saw cavalrymen wearing silver-white breastplates and riding war horses. Each of these cavalrymen was strong and powerful, and the sabers made of fine steel in their hands flashed with a cold light. In an instant, these cavalrymen rushed directly from Suzaku Avenue into the Zhao army soldiers who were slaughtering. The Zhao army, immersed in the massacre, did not react at all. When they turned around, they only saw sabers chopping off their heads. The sound of fighting rang out, and the Zhao army that came into contact with the cavalry was cut in half by the Qingzhou cavalry like running water encountering hard rock. Some Zhao soldiers thought that these were still the troops of a powerful family, and they rushed towards these cavalrymen with contempt in their hearts. In just the moment of fighting, they realized that this was an army more ferocious than theirs. These cavalrymen were very skilled in riding horses, and even more skilled than riding horses was their ability to kill the enemy. The cavalrymen who rushed into the crowd were still able to protect and cooperate with each other. What frightened them most was the ferocity of this cavalryman. In front of them, they suddenly became lambs to be slaughtered. The most difficult thing on the battlefield is morale. Facing the cowardly people, the morale of the Zhao army was high, and the pleasure brought by looting made them extremely ferocious. But an army with will is something they cannot match. More and more cavalry poured in from the North City, and the Zhao soldiers who massacred the civilians were driven by the cavalry to flee to the South City. After the cavalry gained a foothold, the powerful tribesmen rushed in from outside the city in increasing numbers, and they cooperated with the cavalry to charge and kill. When Ji Yiren saw these cavalrymen, a stone fell from his heart, and then he found Qi Guangyi. "General, my name is Ji Yiren." When she came in front of Qi Guangyi, Ji Yiren directly gave her name. Qi Guangyi was about to head to the palace to capture Prince Zhao, but upon hearing the name, he stopped and asked, "Are you Ji Yiren, the one who brought us the information?" Ji Yiren was overjoyed. He nodded vigorously and said, "It's me." Yu Jiang and Naiquang looked at each other and realized that Ji Yiren was an old fox who had secretly established contact with the king of Qi's army. Qi Guangyi's expression softened and he said, "It's Lord Ji. General Niu asked me to greet you when I see you. General Niu is so polite." Ji Yiren laughed. After exchanging pleasantries, Qi Guangyi asked directly, "Excuse me, Lord Ji, how many of King Zhao's troops are there in this city?" "General, there are only 60 soldiers and horses of King Zhao in this city. Most of King Zhao's soldiers and horses went to Yuanzhou, but they were defeated at Jiangyuan. In addition to King Zhao's soldiers and horses, there are still 50 imperial guards in this city. These imperial guards followed King Zhao in rebellion when the late emperor was alive. Ji Yiren said, 100,000 people. Qi Guangyi frowned. This time they had a total of 40 people. If the Zhao army came to their senses and attacked again, they might not be able to withstand it. As if seeing Qi Guangyi's worry, Ji Yiren said, General Qi, I am an old man with no talent, but I am willing to go to the Imperial Guard camp to persuade them to surrender, as long as you can spare their lives. Qi Guangyi was delighted to hear this and said, if that's the case, when the general comes, I will definitely ask for merit on behalf of Ji. Ji Yiren became more and more delighted. He continued, I have great prestige among the nobles in Chang, and I can provide the general with some more helpers at this time. Yu Zhiang and Naiquang said anxiously, General, we can also gather our troops to fight for you. The smile in Qi Guangyi's eyes grew more intense. He knew that these people saw that King Zhao's situation was hopeless and were eager to join a new master and establish merit. Now that King Zhao is right before our eyes, as long as we destroy him, the North will be unified from then on. It doesn't matter if we give these people credit for their contribution. He said, then I will rely on the three of you to help me defeat the rebellion. The three of them bowed. Ji Yiren went to the Imperial Guards camp, while Yu Zhiang and Naiquang went to gather their troops. At this moment, more and more powerful families learned that Xiao Ming's troops had arrived, and they all brought their troops to help in the battle. The battle lasted from noon to night. By the early morning of the next day, the number of powerful tribesmen who came to help had reached 25. Ji Yiren also brought the news that the Imperial Guards had surrendered. Qi Guangyi was not in a hurry to attack at this time. He ordered his men to surround the city gate and wait for Niu Ben to come. When the sky began to turn pale, soldiers wearing dark green uniforms and carrying flintlock rifles appeared on the official road outside Chang'an City. After learning that King Zhao was trapped in Chang, and Niu Ben led his army on the journey that night and finally arrived at the city of Chang'an this morning. Chang'an. Luo Hong and Luo Xin burst into tears the moment they saw Chang'an City. This was where they were born and where they had lived for more than 20 years. Thinking about how they had to evacuate Chang'an and seek refuge in Qingzhou 2 years ago, now 2 years have passed and they are standing outside the city of Chang'an again, but unlike the first time when they were in such a mess, this time they returned as victors. General, the remaining Zhao soldiers are still holding out in the inner palace with their artillery. Just come and blast the inner palace open with your artillery. Qi Guangyi rode forward on horseback. Niu Ben said, the king of Zhao is now trapped in a jar. There is no need to rush. The most important thing now is to capture the nearby prefectures and counties to avoid being attacked from both sides. Speaking of this, Qi Guangyi laughed and said, General, you are worrying too much. Now every powerful family in Chang'an is eager to join the emperor's army. The prefectures and counties around Chang'an have already surrendered to me. That's good. Niu Ben nodded and then said, the king of Zhao is now deserted by his friends and family. Such a ruthless person should be punished. Along the way, Niu Ben witnessed that the people were living in hardship. In order to wage wars and manufacture firearms, King Zhao continuously levied high taxes on the people, causing the people to live in dire straits. And this is not the most terrifying thing. What he saw on the route where the people of Luoyang were said to have migrated were piles of bones. For the sake of his own royal power, King Zhao had become so crazy. Before arriving in Chang'an, his heart was already filled with hatred for King Zhao. General, you are absolutely right. Before you arrived, King Zhao actually ordered a massacre in the city. If it weren't for the nobles like Ji Yiren who led their troops inside the city to open the city gates as an insider, the people in Chang'an would probably be left with only 1 in 10. Qi Guangyi clenched his fists. Luo Hong and Luo Xin were even more furious after hearing this. Luo Hong said, what a beast. General, please leave this attack on the inner palace to me. Many of the officials in Chang'an have relatives of the soldiers of the firearms battalion, and I will avenge them. Niu Ben nodded slowly and said, then let King Zhao pay for his blood debt with blood. The group talked for a while at the city gate, and Niu Ben led the army into the city. King Huainan and Chen Xinren looked at each other, and there was some relief in their eyes. After this battle, they could return to their vassal states. This expedition was very long, and unlike Niu Ben's army, they were already exhausted. As soon as they entered the city, a large group of people suddenly swarmed in. They carried bread and water on their shoulders and distributed food and water to the soldiers. This scene really shocked Niu Ben, and he couldn't help but look at Qi Guangyi. Qi Guangyi chuckled twice and said, "General, this wasn't my idea. The people came here on their own accord. They said we saved their lives and hope we can quickly kill the rebels and restore peace to Chang." And Niu Ben's serious expression softened upon hearing this. He looked at the people and said, "The emperor said that the people are the foundation of the world. As long as the people are wholeheartedly loyal to us, we will have soldiers and food wherever we go. It seems that this is indeed true." The other generals all laughed when they heard this, and their determination to unify the North became even stronger, because only with unification could the people have a stable life. In the past 2 years, they have fought from north to south and from east to west, and have witnessed too many tragedies along the way. Because of the war, the princes plundered the people by trickery, bandits ran rampant in the countryside and killed people, production was cut off, and the people starved. A once prosperous world was torn to pieces by war, and the population suffered huge losses in the war. Now the bodies of civilians can be seen everywhere on the road. They were either killed by soldiers or died of hunger and cold. And the moment they entered Chang'an, the civil strife that had swept across the kingdom of Dayu finally came to an end. The entry of more than 100 troops into the city immediately filled the empty camp in Chang'an. After settling the soldiers, Luo Hong and Luo Xin led 40 people to approach the inner palace. They prepared cannons and muskets to bury King Zhao's troops. This King Zhao has installed a lot of artillery in the inner palace. Luo Xin put down the telescope 500 meters away. Knowing the range of the export artillery, he was not worried that he would be hit. This time, Niu Ben asked Luo Hong and Luo Xin to be responsible for the siege, and they were also followed by soldiers from the former firearms battalion. This time they shared a common hatred for the enemy and were eager to kill King Zhao. "How do you plan to attack the city?" Luo Hong asked. Luo Xin said lazily, "How else can we attack the city? Do we need to be polite when dealing with King Zhao?" Turning around, he shouted, "Blast the city gate to pieces. Fire." Under his command, the field artillery opened fire at the same time, and the huge roar continued. Although the walls of the inner palace were solid, they could not withstand the continuous bombardment of so many artillery pieces. After another 20 minutes, the front tower collapsed directly. Luo Xin did not stop at this time, but continued to bombard the city walls on both sides, continuously expanding the hole. It was not until a 100-meter collapsed area appeared in front of him that he ordered to stop the shelling. Kill. When the cannon fire died down, Luo Hong rushed into the inner palace first, followed closely by the soldiers who had once belonged to the firearms battalion. They followed Luo Hong like crazy with bayonets in hand. Niu Ben was not in command this time. According to Niu Ben, if Luo Hong couldn't even capture the inner palace at this time, there was no need to go back to see him. The gap was opened, and the rest of the things became simple. More and more soldiers rushed into the inner palace. When Luo Hong, a soldier who encountered King Zhao, always commanded his soldiers to complete a round of volleys, and then raised their bayonets to fight against the Zhao army. The Zhao army soldiers had been defeated in the battle with Qi Guangyi, and their morale had plummeted. Now a group of musketeers with higher morale than the cavalry rushed in, and they were unable to resist. Although they inherited the Zhao army's tough style and fought just as fiercely, the advantage of firearms and regular bayonet killing techniques caused their casualties to continue to increase. As more and more musketeers poured into the inner palace, the will of the resisting Zhao army began to collapse. Luo Hong noticed this and attacked the Zhao army even more fiercely. The battle lasted from morning to evening. With the ever-expanding advantage, Luo Hong successfully led his soldiers to capture the inner palace. In the former Chengqing Hall, they found Prince Zhao sitting on the dragon throne, while Zhao Yuanliang was kneeling on the ground and trembling. Blood gathered into streams, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. The corpses of the Zhao army were scattered all over the place, filling the open space in front of Chengqing Palace. Covered in blood, Luo Hong rushed into Chengqing Hall like a god of death. Looking at King Zhao on the throne, he walked straight up, lifted King Zhao from the dragon throne and threw him down. The king of Zhao was old and staggered down the stairs, hitting his forehead and causing blood to flow. Ha 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 ha, King Zhao was humiliated by Luo Hong, but instead of being angry, he laughed wildly. As he laughed, a hint of desolation suddenly appeared in his voice. Luo Hong drew his sword, pointed it at the king of Zhao, and cursed, "Traitor, I want to see how long you can keep laughing." He said to his soldiers, "Tie them all up." Upon hearing this, the two soldiers immediately tied up Prince Zhao and Zhao Yuanliang. Luo Xin then walked in and reminded them, "Brother, there are also Queen Zhao and the 13th prince." Luo Hong nodded with a gloomy face. He immediately led the other soldiers to the harem and left the front matters to Luo Xin. The road leading to the harem was littered with the corpses of palace maids. Seeing this scene, Luo Hong felt increasingly gloomy. But there was something important at hand, so he didn't dare delay. The 13th prince was helped to ascend the throne by King Zhao, but the people of Chang'an City who did not know the truth thought that the 13th prince was the current emperor of Dayu Kingdom. Therefore, the 13th prince's current identity is very special. General, look. While Luo Hong was thinking, suddenly a soldier pointed to a well in the palace. The person standing by the well was none other than Queen Zhao. Seeing this, Luo Hong immediately ran over with his soldiers. "My lady." Luo Hong stopped 3 meters away from Queen Zhao. Seeing them coming, Queen Zhao did something that shocked them. She stood by the well. Queen Zhao was in a trance, a few crow's feet appearing on her stunning face. She looked at Luo Hong blankly and said, "It seems that the king of Qi's troops are really coming. I want to ask you, is the king of Zhao dead?" Queen Zhao is the wife of the previous emperor. Now that Xiao Ming has ascended the throne, it stands to reason that Queen Zhao should also be one of the empress dowagers. Out of loyalty to the late emperor, Luo Hong was still dissatisfied with the neglect of Queen Zhao. He said, "Prince Zhao has been captured. The teacher and I are dead, but we have to wait for the emperor's decision. Your Majesty, has Xiao Ming ascended the throne?" There was a slight fluctuation in Queen Zhao's eyes. Yes, the late emperor left a will, allowing His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi to ascend the throne. When Xiao Wengxun was mentioned, Empress Zhao's emotions became more and more obvious. She couldn't help but sob softly, muttering to herself, "Your Majesty, it is I who have let you down. It is I who have caused the great Yu kingdom to become like this. I deserve to die." Empress Zhao cried so hard that Luo Hong couldn't bear it. He said, "Your Majesty, please accept my condolences. As the saying goes, there is no construction without destruction. Now that the North is unified, we no longer need to worry about threats from the vassal kings." Queen Zhao stopped crying upon hearing this. She gently caressed the 2-year-old 13th prince in her arms. After a long silence, she said to Luo Hong, "I know why you've come here. It must be for the 13th prince. There can't be 2 tigers in one mountain, and there can't be 2 masters in the world. Does Xiao Ming want you to kill the 13th prince?" With despair in her eyes, Queen Zhao took another step toward the well. She said, "Go back and tell Xiao Ming that I have wronged him, and I will not cause him any trouble." Luo Hong was horrified. He hurriedly tried to dissuade him. "Your Majesty, the 13th prince is only a 2-year-old baby. What has he done wrong? The emperor will not kill the 13th prince. As long as your Majesty reveals the truth about the rebellion in Chang, and your Majesty and the 13th prince can continue to enjoy wealth and glory." Queen Zhao just smiled bitterly upon hearing this. "Treason is a serious crime that will be punished by the entire family. I cannot escape it." After saying this, she took a step and was about to jump into the well. But at this time, the 13th prince suddenly burst into tears, and Queen Zhao's body suddenly seemed to freeze. Luo Hong's eyes flashed, and he immediately strode forward, grabbed Queen Zhao, and pulled her and the 13th prince down from the well. "I'm sorry, Your Majesty," Luo Hong said to the soldiers, "Protect Your Majesty." There was a hint of sadness in Queen Zhao's eyes, but she no longer struggled at this time. There was no one in the palace who needed to be arrested, so Luo Hong brought Prince Zhao and his son, and Queen Zhao and her son to the camp. They didn't dare live in the imperial palace. Even though the imperial palace was now in Qingzhou, living there was still disrespectful. After returning to the camp, Luo Hong reported the results of the battle to Niu Ben, and then told him everything about King Zhao and Queen Zhao. "General, what should we do with Prince Zhao and his son, and Queen Zhao and her son?" Luo Hong asked. After a pause, Niu Ben said, "The identities of Prince Zhao and his son, and Queen Zhao and her son, are extremely sensitive, and it is not convenient for me to deal with them. Now I can only send them to Qingzhou and await the emperor's decision." Luo Hong nodded. This kind of thing was indeed not something he could get involved in. He cupped his hands and prepared to leave when Niu Ben's voice rang out again. "Wait a moment, I have something else to tell you. only by the general's orders. We've already taken Chang'an and we've captured the king of Zhao. The state of Zhao exists in name only. Even so, there's still much we need to do. A few days ago, I received a decree from the emperor, ordering us to seize this victory and capture the Zhao cities in one fell swoop, completely cutting off any possibility of their advancing south. After much deliberation, I've decided to have you lead the army independently to recapture Zhao and stay behind to defend the natural barrier. What do you think? Luo Hong was overjoyed when he heard this. Niu Ben's arrangement showed his trust in him, and compared to King Zhu, he liked Chang and more. Thank you, General, for your training. Luo Hong expressed his gratitude. Niu Ben smiled and said, "Your father is my best friend, so it's only natural for me to take care of you brothers. After all, I promote talented people regardless of their ties to relatives. However, defending the state of Zhao is a major undertaking. You must not cause any trouble for me, or I won't be able to hold it against the emperor. General, rest assured, I will work diligently and conscientiously," Luo Hong said. Niu Ben nodded, and then he let Luo Hong go back. After watching Luo Hong go back, he turned his gaze back to the map in front of him. King Zhao was captured, and the state of Zhao was in their pocket, which also foreshadowed the end of the war in the north. But next they will face the real enemy, the Golden Horde. In the edict, Xiao Ming made it very clear that the Golden Horde was withdrawing its troops from Goryeo. It goes without saying that the purpose of this withdrawal was to concentrate on dealing with the Dayu Kingdom. In his opinion, the Golden Horde was definitely not as easy to deal with as the vassal kings in the country. It was a very barbaric race, and most importantly, everyone in it was a soldier. If the Golden Horde is determined to fight to the death with the Dayu Kingdom, it will definitely be much more difficult than dealing with these vassal kings. The weather is getting colder day by day, the dew on the grass and trees is gradually turning into white frost, and the long winter is about to come again. The battle report from Chang and was transmitted to King Zhu through the post station yesterday, and the news that King Zhao was captured caused a huge uproar. The people cheered not only to celebrate the victory of the war, but also because they were looking forward to the return of their sons and husbands from afar. The officials naturally thought much more than the common people. With the capture of King Zhao, the fragmented kingdom of Dayu was united again. Basically, the kingdom of Dayu was unified on the surface. This unified situation is even more powerful than when Xiao Wengxuan was there. After all, the king of Wei, the king of Yan, and the king of Leang are all dead, and the king of Zhao will eventually die as well. As a result, the only remaining vassal kings were the king of Chu, the king of Huainan, the king of Yang, the king of Riang, and the king of Shu. In the eyes of the ministers, among these vassal kings, only the king of Chu could be considered a threat, and the other vassal kings were no longer a concern. Your Majesty, the army has suffered heavy losses while on the battlefield. Now that the war is progressing smoothly, we only need to leave Luo Hong and his troops to attack Zhao. The remaining troops should return to their respective bases as soon as possible. In the council hall, Pang Yukun spoke loudly. Xiao Ming nodded. During the Western expedition, the army fighting outside had almost emptied the treasury. Now Xiao Ming truly realized that the so-called war was really about making money. In addition, he mobilized 390 able-bodied men to transport food and ammunition for this war, and these men also needed food and drink. Because of their participation in the war, grain production in various states has been affected to some extent this year. With no able-bodied men left in their families, many people had to reduce the amount of land they cultivated, and some even had to abandon their land. However, this is only one of the negative effects of this northern war. What gives Xiao Ming the most headache is the former Yan area, Liang area, and the royal land west of Yunzhu. Not only did these captured cities fail to bring him any taxes, the plundering and wars of the three kings caused the people in these areas to be displaced. Instead, the provincial governors in various states and counties submitted memorials to him, requesting the allocation of silver and grain to help the victims. In the past, the Qingzhou treasury was relatively wealthy, but now that its rule has expanded to the entire north, it is really like water entering the sea. Approved, Xiao Ming spat out 2 words, except for Niu Ben, let the armies of King Huainan and King Yang return to their respective fiefdoms, otherwise my treasury will be bankrupted by them. All the ministers smiled helplessly upon hearing this. This time, King Yang and King Huainan were very active in the war, which made the court very satisfied. However, the food and fodder for the two armies, expedition this time, were all borne by the imperial court. Needless to say, King Yang was extremely poor. If he had no money and food, his soldiers would have mutinied long ago. The king of Huainan paid for the food and fodder himself when he attacked Yingzhou, but after he marched towards Chang'an, he asked the court to provide food and fodder. The king of Huainan was not taking the opportunity to blackmail. Huainan was originally a second-class vassal state with limited talent and financial resources. Yingzhou was very close to the king of Huainan and could supply him with food and grass, but he could not maintain the supply of food and grass during the expedition to Chang'an. Generally speaking, he was self-sufficient in the first half of the war and started to rely on the court for support after the Battle of Jiangyuan. With nearly 200 more troops to feed, it was naturally a heavy pressure on King Zhu's treasury. After all, he had also spent a lot of money to purchase various mineral resources to manufacture guns and ammunition. At the same time, the north was devastated, and the business chain in the north was broken, which greatly reduced the profits of the Chamber of Commerce. Now the Chamber of Commerce's profits are basically maintained by trade with the King of Chu and the Dutch. After discussing the withdrawal of the army, Pang Yukun continued, "Your Majesty, General Niu has been unstoppable this time. He has captured 7 upper prefectures, 15 middle prefectures, and 36 lower prefectures, totaling 163 counties. This number of prefectures and counties requires a huge number of officials, both large and small. King Zhu currently does not have enough officials to send to these places. As the saying goes, it is easy to conquer a country but difficult to keep it. After Zhao Ming's army conquered so much land, they then faced the problem of management." He said, as Prime Minister Pang said, "King Zhu does not have that many officials right now. We urgently need a group of experienced officials to manage these places for me and restore people's livelihood. Moreover, I have received news that the barbarians have withdrawn their troops from Korea. Next, the barbarians will inevitably launch an attack on the passes along the Great Wall. If the border troops cannot receive timely supplies due to a lack of officials, it will be a disaster for Dayu. Right now, Dayu has more than enough defense but less offense, and needs some time to recuperate. Your Majesty, the solution to this problem is actually very simple. There are many officials in Chang'an City, and when General Niu attacked the prefectures and counties, many local powerful families also assisted him. These powerful families often have relatives serving in the prefectures and counties. As long as Your Majesty can appoint them, the management of these prefectures and counties will not be a problem. I have naturally thought about this problem, but can these officials and nobles be trusted? He was thinking about this problem when he received the war report, and found that appointing old officials from various states and counties was the only way. Now he finally understood why, when Cao Cao attacked the Eastern Wu during the Three Kingdoms period, all his counselors shouted for surrender. Because they knew very well that even if they changed their master, he would still need their help to manage the conquered land. But even so, the officials still have to select and choose, try to keep the excellent officials, and let the officials with bad character go home. Your Majesty, when I was in Chang'an, I had some understanding of the officials from all over the Dayu Kingdom. I am willing to take on this task and select capable officials for Your Majesty, Fiji said actively. Seeing this, Pang Yukun suddenly laughed. Master Fei has always been indifferent to matters that do not concern him, so why is he so concerned about the appointment of officials now? Prime Minister Pang is wrong. It is the duty of a minister to share the emperor's worries, Fiji said with a smile. Pang Yukun was alert. The appointment of this official was an extremely sensitive matter. If Fiji was allowed to take all the power, he would probably gather a large number of officials for himself. Now that the conservative faction's voice in the court was growing, he was becoming increasingly uneasy. So he said to Zhao Ming, "Your Majesty, Lord Fei is old and may not be able to handle some things. I am willing to share this matter with Lord Fei." Zhao Ming's eyes scanned the two of them, and he said, "In that case, the selection and appointment of officials will be jointly drafted by you. Once finalized, it will be submitted to me for review." "Yes, Your Majesty," they both said in unison. After a pause, Zhao Ming continued, "Inspired by the recent rebellion of the feudal lords, I have decided to learn from the Qin dynasty's reforms to strengthen the country. Officials are the most important part of implementing the new policies. I spent the whole night thinking about this and decided to split up Bowen College." Splitting up Bowen College. Pang Yukun and a group of officials were greatly surprised. Zhao Ming nodded. "Since we conquered Wei, Yan, and Leang, scholars from these 3 lands have flocked here. The number of scholars seeking admission to the academy has increased several times. The original purpose of Bowen Academy was to provide talent for the original feudal states. Now that we have included scholars from Dayu, the academy is no longer sufficient. After a pause, Xiao Ming continued, every profession has its own specializations. Bowen Academy brings together the strengths of many schools, making it both broad and diverse, which also makes it difficult to keep secret technologies confidential. Pang Yukun nodded and said, Your Majesty, overall, the Great Yu Kingdom currently lacks effective governance over Bowen Academy and its various schools. Speaking of this, Fiji and others had no say. Compared with Pang Yukun, they didn't know much about these things. Prime Minister Pang is right. When I was the Prince of Qi, I established a small state and needed few talents. It didn't matter if the Broad Literature Academy was a little casual. Now that the world is unified, we need more talents. It's time to put this matter on the agenda. This is the second item of the reform, which is to establish a Ministry of Culture and Education. Ministry of Culture and Education. The officials were discussing the matter. They were familiar with the Secretariat, which was the office in charge of confidential matters and issuing imperial edicts. However, despite the discussion, no officials strongly opposed it this time. Ever since Xiao Ming dismissed Yu Ming last time, officials in the court knew that the emperor was determined to carry out reforms. The abolition of the classes of scholars, farmers, merchants, and artisans was the first item, and now the second item has appeared. Fiji didn't object, but he had some questions he needed to clarify, so he asked, Is the emperor going to abolish the imperial examination system? The imperial examination system doesn't need to be abolished, but it needs to be reformed, Xiao Ming said. After the Ministry of Culture and Education is established, it will oversee all schools in Dayu. The reform of the imperial examination system will also be implemented by the Ministry of Culture and Education. After studying at Bowen Academy for a period of time, the officials had actually been mentally prepared for this. Future imperial examinations would no longer test the 4 books and 5 classics, but would instead be replaced by all kinds of unique knowledge. Clearing his throat, Xiao Ming continued, The chief official of the Ministry of Culture and Education will be called the academician. The Ministry of Culture and Education in Qingzhou will be responsible for commanding the Ministry of Culture and Education in other prefectures. Mansion, not only Fiji was shocked, even Pang Yukun was a little surprised. This was something they had never heard of. Your Majesty, what is this mansion? Pang Yukun asked. Xiao Ming smiled softly and said, This is the third item of the reform, abolishing the feudal lords and establishing government offices, strengthening the court's governance over the prefectures and counties. Although Xiao Ming has now conquered Wei, Yan, Leang, and other areas, just like when Qin Shi Huang conquered the 6 kingdoms, the people in these places still retain the living habits of the vassal state period. This was naturally intolerable to Xiao Ming. His purpose in killing these vassal kings was to establish centralized power. How could he tolerate the people in these areas still calling themselves Wei people and Yan people? So after careful consideration, he decided to abolish the feudal system and establish a prefecture. The former Wei state was set up as Jinling Prefecture, and Jinling Prefecture was used to govern the 13 prefectures of the former Wei area, and the prefectures were used to govern the counties. Baju Prefecture was established in the old territory of Yan State, with Baju as the center to govern the 10 states of Yan State, followed by Kaifeng Prefecture, Chang'an Prefecture, Qingzhou Prefecture, Yuzhou Prefecture, and finally his Qingzhou Prefecture. In this way, he divided the land he occupied into 7 prefectures, which greatly strengthened the management of the local area. After expressing his thoughts, Xiao Ming looked at the officials, waiting for their opinions. At this time, Pang Yukun and Fiji both fell silent. This time, Xiao Ming's reform was too drastic. Pang Yukun said, I know the emperor is eager to reform, but the north is not yet stable. If we rush into it, I'm afraid it will not only be ineffective, but will cause chaos. I have already considered this, so this reform will not be implemented in all places in the Great Yu Kingdom. I also know that you, my dear ministers, are skeptical about the reform. As the saying goes, a cat that catches mice is a good cat. For you, seeing is believing, so I have decided to implement the reform first in Qingzhou Prefecture. The success or failure depends on the rise and fall of Qingzhou Prefecture. No matter what, because Dayu Kingdom has not been defeated by advanced civilizations, officials now lack enthusiasm for reform. The lack of external factors makes it difficult for a country to reform independently. In Europe, if the invasion of the Scourge of God had not opened a door for Europe, Europe would not have sought change to move out of the Middle Ages. Similarly, if the invasion from the West had not brought advanced civilization, the feudal dynasty would have continued in a cycle. The Dayu kingdom needs enemies. Sometimes Zhao Ming suddenly thought so. He gradually understood why contemporary countries constantly create international conflicts and choose imaginary enemies, because all of this is precisely the reason why the country continues to be strong. However, the Dayu kingdom had an enemy, and everyone recognized this enemy, which was the Golden Horde. However, the Golden Horde was a country with a lower level of civilization than the Dayu kingdom. If the Golden Horde were replaced by a country with a higher level of civilization than the Dayu kingdom, the current Dayu kingdom would certainly make every effort to reform and emulate it. Of course, invaders with a higher level of civilization than Dayu have already arrived, and this is what Zhao Ming is prepared to seize. He plans to invite the Dutch army stationed in Ryukyu to visit Qingzhou. He believed that this would give officials who opposed the reform a clear understanding. While he was thinking, Pang Yukun said loudly, "Your Majesty is wise. I think it is most appropriate to implement the reform in the 6 states." Fiji and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. They were afraid that Zhao Ming would make drastic changes. They all said in unison, "Your Majesty is wise." Looking at the officials, Zhao Ming nodded with satisfaction. This time his plan was implemented smoothly. In fact, his purpose this time was to set up a pilot area, which is similar to the steps of contemporary reform and opening up, where a part of the area is first designated for pilot projects. If successful, it will be easy to implement the reform in other places. At the same time, the prosperity of the areas where the reform is first implemented can also drive the development of other places. Moreover, because the area of reform is small, it is conducive to focused supervision, and at the same time the place must have a basis for reform. After much thought, he felt that his former fiefdom was the most appropriate place. If the reform was successful, he would then implement it in coastal areas such as Yuzhou Prefecture and Jinling Prefecture. The reform involves many government orders, so we won't discuss it in the court anymore. Zhao Ming gestured to Qian Dafu. Taking a step forward, Qian Dafu shouted, "If you have something to say, please report it early. If not, please withdraw the curtain and leave the court." Upon hearing this, the officials shouted, "Long live the emperor." They did not dare to say anything more. The emperor had thrown out too many incredible things at the court meeting today, and they needed to go back and discuss it carefully. After the court was dismissed, Zhao Ming and Qian Dafu left through the side door of the council hall. Instead of returning to the palace, they prepared to check the production of the rails. The rolling heat waves roared in the steel workshop. Although the weather was getting colder, the craftsmen were still working with their bare arms. Sweat mixed with rust made them look dirty, but each of them seemed full of energy. Ever since the steam locomotive was invented, Zhao Ming ordered the production of rails to be accelerated. The reasons were simple. One was to speed up the transportation of mineral resources, and the other was to improve the efficiency of the mining industry. Because in addition to steam locomotives needing rails, mines also need minecart rails to provide tracks for minecarts to run. Now that King Zhao has been destroyed, it is only a matter of time to conquer the state of Zhao. In a month at the shortest and several months at the longest, the kingdom of Dayu will be basically unified. Although the king of Chu in the south was actually secretly disobeying his orders, he had no reason to use military force at this time. After all, the king of Chu had imprisoned his sons in Qingzhou, and they also paid homage to him and acted obediently. The most helpless thing is that he is now powerless. The war in the north has almost wiped out all the capital he has accumulated in the past 5 years. Now he has to face the threat of barbarians. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to maintain the status quo and plunder the wealth of the king of Chu through commercial trade. Therefore, the most important thing for him now is to establish an industrial system. Only when the industrial system is complete and the industrial capacity is strong can he create more powerful war machines to help him capture cities and seize resources from the Western powers. This time, he proposed to implement the reform based on the 6 states, with the aim of quickly establishing a commercial and industrial system. After all, in the past 5 years, the people of the 6 states have been ideologically advanced by the constant propaganda in newspapers and are incomparable to the people in other places. Moreover, these 6 states are right under his nose. Once the 6 states develop, it will not be too late for him to promote it to other places. your humble servant pays respect to His Majesty." Seeing Xiao Ming coming, a middle-aged man in a blue robe came over. His blue robe was embroidered with the words, "Equipment Department." This was the craftsman who came from the equipment department to guide the production of rails. Xiao Ming was also very familiar with this craftsman. He was a veteran in the machinery department. After entering Bowen College, he and Lin Wentao specialized in mechanical production. No need to be polite. Xiao Ming waved his hand. Now, every time he traveled, he would be accompanied and protected by a large number of guards. It was impossible for him not to be noticed. Glancing at the busy craftsman, Xiao Ming asked, "Lan Li, how is the construction of the rail production line going?" Renli said, "Your Majesty, the rail production line for the mines has already been established. The rail production line for the steam locomotive has been put on hold at your command." Xiao Ming nodded, although he really wanted to build a railway to Dayu Kingdom, ore was still a big problem. So in order to enable the mass production of steam locomotive rails, the problem he now has to solve is the mining and metallurgical industry. Only when the output of these two industries increases will he no longer have to worry about raw materials. Let me go over and take a look. Xiao Ming said that now that the reform has been proposed, he has to participate in it. Otherwise, if these guys are left to do it on their own, they will probably take a lot of detours. The 5 years of independence have enabled Lin Wentao and others to acquire certain knowledge and practical abilities. Under his guidance, he believes that it is not a problem to build an industrial system step by step. Following Lanli into the workshop, Lanli took Xiao Ming directly to the next door to the original production workshop. After expanding production, the steel workshop added a converter. The steel produced by this converter was specifically used for the production of rails. When Xiao Ming arrived at the rail production workshop, he saw the converter that was producing steel. Under the converter were grooves for transporting molten steel, which passed through these grooves directly into the shaped iron mold. In fact, the essence of rails is I-shaped steel, assisted by the iron mold forging technology used to produce artillery, which constitutes the current rail production line. "Your Majesty, we have now produced 6 kilometers of rails and 1 minecart," Renli reported to Xiao Ming truthfully. Qian Dafu used to be responsible for finding and building mines. Now even the eunuchs around Xiao Ming have not completely abandoned the mining business. He said excitedly, "Your Majesty, this batch of rails and ore carts can be sent to Lewu County. This prospecting team has discovered a large open-pit iron ore mine 130 miles southwest of Qingzhou. If we build a mine here, Qingzhou will no longer be short of iron ore." Xiao Ming nodded. The prospecting team had never stopped exploring the mineral resources in Liuzhou, and the iron ore that he had been waiting for a long time was finally discovered in Lewu County. Lewu is known as the Steel City in modern times and is definitely a treasure land. According to the records of science and technology crystals, Lewu area has 55 kinds of minerals, mainly iron, coal, copper, gold, granite, limestone, dolomite, rare earth, diabase, basalt, building stone, natural quartz sand, mineral water, and other minerals. Among them, the proven coal reserves are 431,136 million tons, making it an important coal base in contemporary Shandong province, and the proven iron ore reserves are 463,9319 million tons, ranking first among iron mines in East China. Lewu County is a very inconspicuous place in Dayu Kingdom, with a sparse population. Qian Dafu has been to this place many times but found nothing. Now this treasure land has finally been unearthed. For Xiao Ming, this area has both coal mines and iron mines, and the reserves are large, which can fully support him to build a modern mine. The mine will be built with railroad tracks, using mine carts to transport ore and steam engines to pump groundwater and pull the carts. "I think so too. Your nephew Qian Gui is even better than my father." Xiao Ming smiled. Qian Dafu laughed and said, "Your Majesty, Qian Gui is brave and able to endure hardships. He is never afraid of going to places that this old servant dares not go to. In this respect, I am also inferior to him." For Qian Dafu, Qian Gui is now his only hope. After all, Qian Gui is his only relative. Xiao Ming said, "This is a good reward. He is a promising talent. Let him continue to work hard. I will give him your position in a few years." Qian Dafu was grinning from ear to ear. What Xiao Ming was talking about was naturally not the position of eunuch, but letting Qian Gui be in charge of mines and prospecting for minerals. Renly smiled apologetically. If Leu County really has so much coal and iron, why not build a railway there? Well, it's not just Leu. This railway will run from Qingzhou to Dengzhou and Yuzhou, connecting the mines and commerce of the 6 states. Xiao Ming already has a blueprint in his eyes. As the saying goes, if you want to get rich, build roads first. As long as this is done, the overall surpassing of Western countries will be greatly accelerated. After inspecting the rail production process, Xiao Ming felt a little relieved. The appearance of the French on the land of Deu Kingdom made him vaguely uneasy, because it meant that the West began to interfere in the affairs of Deu Kingdom. This was not good news, and was also the reason for his increasing sense of crisis. There were many external enemies, and his industry and commerce were just starting out. In the thick fog, a third-class sailing warship belonging to the Deu Navy was cruising on the sea. Since reaching an agreement with the Dutch and regaining the coastal shipping routes of Deu Kingdom, the Navy's warships have been responsible for ensuring the safety of sea routes and cracking down on pirates, plundering of merchant ships. However, the ocean is vast, and even so, sometimes merchant ships cannot be prevented from being plundered. However, this is a rare occurrence for merchants. This sudden fog is really rare. The third-class battleship named Dreadnought was commanded by Captain Zai Yuan. 2 days ago, after replenishing supplies in Fort Zealandia, he commanded the battleship to the Three Mountain Kingdom, which was exactly their cruising route. Upon hearing this, First Mate Ding Chang said, "Yes, you can hardly see anything beyond 50 meters." Zai Yuan frowned and said, "Tell the soldiers to be alert and stay vigilant. If we are attacked by pirates at this time, it will be very disadvantageous to us." "Yes, Captain," Ding Chang said, then shouted to the soldiers on board, "Stay alert, all gunners, take up positions in the cabin and be ready for action at any time." After receiving the order, the soldiers took up their respective positions in an orderly manner. After cruising on the sea for a year, they know very well that the sea is like a child, whose face can change at any time. It may be sunny just now, but a storm may come in the blink of an eye. The same was true of the fog this time. The sea was originally calm, but the fog suddenly covered the warships like a wall of cloud. After arranging defenses, Zai Yuan looked at the sea chart on the ship. They were still 100 miles away from the dock of the Three Mountains Kingdom. After confirming his position, Zai Yuan turned the hourglass over again. They all used this thing to record time at sea. Just as he was carrying out his daily tasks as required, suddenly a burst of musical bell sounds came from the sea. Hearing this sound, Zai Yuan immediately came out of the cabin and onto the deck. He asked Ding Chang, "Did you hear it?" "I heard it. It was the sound of a rapid bell." Ding Chang's face was solemn. All kinds of horrible legends suddenly flooded into his mind, making him feel uneasy. He had never seen such a strange situation during his 1-year cruise on the sea. Who would ring a bell in the vast ocean? Like Ding Chang, the soldiers on the ship were also uneasy. The belief in ghosts and gods was not so easy to eradicate, and this strange fog made them more and more afraid. Just when everyone was concentrating, suddenly a soldier on the mast lookout shouted, "Is there something unusual ahead?" Upon hearing this, Zai Yuan immediately picked up the telescope and looked at the fog ahead. The sea water at this time was not blue, but looked turbid and dark under the thick fog. Just when Zai Yuan looked at the fog, suddenly a huge black shadow appeared in the fog. Before Zai Yuan could react, the shadow suddenly noticed a burst of yellow light. Zai Yuan was shocked and shouted, "Enemy attack, enemy attack." As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of artillery roared from the shadows, and black shells flew towards the dreadnought like lightning. Boom, boom. The sound of shells piercing the hull was heard, and the battleship was suddenly in ruins. Zai Yuan was a little undecided at this time. Their navy was the only one in this sea area equipped with artillery, and judging from the shadows, the enemy's warships looked very similar to theirs. He strongly suspected that other naval warships had mistaken them for enemies, but he couldn't see the other party clearly and couldn't confirm it. "Captain, what should we do?" Ding Chang asked. This round of firing had left the battleship in a state of disarray, with wood chips flying everywhere. He shouted, "Fire first," to signal the enemy. Ding Chang responded and immediately gave the order to fire. At this moment, a round of cannon fire was heard from the bottom of the cabin. After the gunfire, the black shadow that was getting closer and closer seemed to fall into silence. A glimmer of hope arose in Zai Yuan's heart. When he was about to curse the blind captain who mistakenly hit them, suddenly the black shadow lit up with a burst of fire again. "Get down!" Zai Yuan pressed Ding Chang directly onto the deck. His face was gloomy at this moment. This time he would fight back no matter who it was. Bang, bang. The shells hit the warship again. Zai Yuan endured the pain of the wood chips hitting him and said, "Fight back immediately. Fight back, fight back." After this round of salvos, he was a little furious. If he didn't fight back, the dreadnought would be sunk. The place in the cabin that was hit by the shell began to seep water, and the carpenter immediately took planks and nails to repair the hull that was penetrated by the shell. The artillerymen who received the order reloaded their ammunition and began to fire back at the dark shadow in the sea. Boom, boom, boom. The artillery roared and the shells flew towards the black shadow. On the deck, Zai Yuan watched nervously. As the two sides got closer, he finally saw the other side's warship clearly when they were 50 meters apart. This is a battleship that is somewhat similar to the HMS Dreadnought, except that the flag hanging on the battleship has a Union Jack pattern. On the battleship stood a group of soldiers wearing red tailcoats, black leather shoes, white leggings on their calves, and black hats. This scene made Zai Yuan dumbfounded. He had read some information about countries around the world at Bowen College. If the information was correct, what they were encountering was a British warship. Zai Yuan's heart sank. He knew very well how powerful this country's navy was, and Yue Yun would sometimes talk about his experience of going south when they drank. Although he was talking and laughing, they could hear the seriousness in his words. Just when he was stunned, the red shirt army on the opposite side suddenly raised their flintlock rifles and pointed them at this side. After confirming that the other party was coming with hostility, Zai Yuan immediately calmed down and ordered the soldiers to lie down and take shelter again. After they lay down, a burst of fire came out from the opposite warship, and flintlock bullets hit the warship with crackling sounds. "Damn it, you're bullying your father," Zai Yuan was furious. He said to Ding Chang, "Beat him up." Ding Chang was almost hit by a bullet and was also enraged. He cursed, "What are you all standing there for? Why don't you fight back? These are not Japanese pirates, they are red-haired devils." The soldiers lying on the deck immediately stood up, picked up their flintlock rifles, and fired at the opposite side. At this moment, another round of artillery fire came from the opposite side, and the dreadnought also retaliated. The warships of both sides passed each other during the mutual bombardment. At this time, the British warships once again entered the thick fog and disappeared. Zai Yuan stared intently at the surrounding sea and waited for a while, but there was still no sign of the British warships. "Captain, what should we do now?" Ding Chang asked. Zai Yuan frowned. The British presence in this area was very strange. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "Return to Dengzhou immediately. We need to report this to General Yue Yun." Ding Chang nodded upon hearing this and immediately ordered to return. At this moment, the British third-class battleship HMS Duke was heading towards Japan. On the deck, Captain Wilson was gazing at the thick fog behind him, deep in thought. "Captain Wilson, the information we received from the Dutch merchants seems to be correct." In the thick fog, the Duke sailed towards Japan. On the deck, a middle-aged man wearing a black tuxedo and a white wig stood next to Wilson. Wilson spoke humbly to the middle-aged man. "That's true, Lord Carey," he said. "A few years ago, our warships in India pursued 3 unidentified warships that were said to be very similar to ours. Now it appears they also came from the Great Yu Kingdom." Lord Carey frowned. "This Great Yu Kingdom is truly bizarre. From what we know, they should be as ignorant as the natives of other continents. How is it that in just a few years, they've developed warships capable of rivaling the British? It seems we didn't gain the upper hand in the previous exchange of fire." This was also what Wilson was worried about. He said, "My lord, the Dutch merchant said that the Great Yu Kingdom has a fleet that is quite large. Attacking their warships at sea this time will only put us in a disadvantageous position. After all, this place is too far from the British mainland and too close to the Great Yu Kingdom. Meeting in the thick fog, it's normal for accidental injuries to occur when it's hard to distinguish friend from foe. We just need to explain this to the Emperor of Dayu. Then we can send him a gift and the vain emperor won't pursue the matter any further. Your Excellency is right. These natives are extremely arrogant and prideful and completely indifferent to their own generals." Wilson said with a smile, "At least the monarchs of India, Annan, and Burma are all like this." Carey nodded. "Anyway, don't worry. The most important thing right now is to establish diplomatic relations with Japan. The Dutch and French have already taken the lead. East Asia is a huge market, and we can't fall behind." This time, Carey went to Japan on the orders of British Prime Minister Robert. Now the news that the Dutch had lost the East Asian route and established foreign trade relations with the Dayu Kingdom had spread throughout Europe. The goods brought by Dutch merchants from Dayu Kingdom made European countries very jealous. This was because Dayu Kingdom's porcelain, tea, and silk had always been favored by European nobles. No matter how much goods the caravan brought from Dayu Kingdom, they would soon be sold out in Europe. The hot sales of goods have made the Dutch earn huge profits in the past 2 years, and the Netherlands' gradually declining maritime trade has also shown signs of revival. However, the jealous British Empire will not allow its former maritime enemy to become strong again. So the Dutch chose the King of Qi in the north of Dayu Kingdom, and they chose Wa Kingdom. For them, a strong Dayu Kingdom was not in their interests, because once Dayu Kingdom became strong, their interests in East Asia would be damaged, which was unacceptable to any European country. Even though the Dutch severed diplomatic ties with Japan under pressure from the King of Qi, they still hoped that there would be a country in East Asia that could balance the power of the Dayu Kingdom. A peaceful region can bring them more benefits, which is a common value of European countries. As for this encounter at sea, Carey was intentional. His purpose was to let Dayu Kingdom understand their strength as the overlord of the sea. In diplomacy, they will only implement a carrot-and-stick strategy, and then they will give Dayu some sweet treats to resolve the crisis. After all, in his opinion, a mature monarch would not become hostile to a country because of an accidental friction. Thinking of this, Carey smiled. He believed that the next market in Europe would be here. After sailing on the sea for 2 days, Zhai Yuan docked at Dengzhou Naval Port with the damaged battleship HMS Dreadnought. Not long after they engaged in battle with the British warships, they encountered the HMS Yuzhou, which was also patrolling in the same sea area. This time, being so sensitive, he almost ordered an artillery fire. Fortunately, the fog had almost dissipated by then, and the lookout tower was able to see clearly in time that it was their own warship. The miserable appearance of the dreadnought quickly attracted the attention of the naval soldiers on the dock, and some generals came over to inquire about the situation. Go, go, go. Zhai Yuan had a dejected look on his face. This time he was caught off guard by the opponent, which would definitely make Yue Yun, who always refused to suffer any loss, furious. He was a little scared when he thought of Yue Yun's stern face. He knew that if he stuck his head out, he would be cut by a knife. If he hid his head, he would still be cut by a knife. He could only take his first mate and go straight to the naval office in the naval port. British. Zhai Yuan's story nearly made Yue Yun's hair stand on end with rage. He slammed his fist on the table and cursed, Zhai Yuan, you've truly brought shame upon me. If the emperor knew about this, where would I put my face? Zhai Yuan shrugged his head and said, General, I thought it was the Yuzhou, so I didn't dare to open fire. Otherwise, it would be like one of our own people fighting one of our own. But fortunately, no one was injured this time. Yue Yun still remembers vividly the time when he was chased by British warships in his early years, so he is instinctively hostile to the British. On the one hand, this hostility came from hatred towards the British, and on the other hand, the British warships were indeed difficult to deal with. If it is a one-and-on fight at sea, no warship in the Navy would probably be a match for the British warship. After all, the British Navy has rich combat experience. In naval battles, weapons and equipment are one thing, and experience and command are also important. However, he is not afraid of British warships because this sea area is right in front of the gate of Dayu country. He can try again after failing several times. If Britain is defeated in this place, it means withdrawing from this area. HMPH, that can't cover up your mistakes in this naval battle. Go find this British warship, or I'll make you mop the deck. Zhai Yuan's head shrank. He said, Yes, General. When I find him, I will beat him up and throw these red-haired devils into the mines as coolies. Yue Yun glared at Zhai Yuan again, then hurry up and go. I will report this matter to the emperor immediately. The British are not in this sea area for fishing. Zhai Yuan nodded and turned to leave. At this time, Yue Yun picked up a pen and wrote a memorial, and asked his personal guards to send it to the post station in Qingzhou. 3 days later, this memorial arrived at the imperial study in Qingzhou. After reading Yue Yun's memorial, Zhao Ming frowned and a fire broke out in his heart. Coming from the modern era, he naturally knew that Britain had always played the role of a troublemaker in history. Wherever there was war, there would be the British. Moreover, the British are not only good at destroying a country from within, but also good at cultivating agents who think they are their own thugs. Modern Britain once strongly supported Japan in its fight against Russia, and there were many British people in the subsequent Russo-Japanese War. At the same time, the British have always called themselves Anglo-Saxons and were extreme white supremacists during this period. Lying sideways in the seat, the sunlight outside the window made Xiao Ming squint his eyes slightly. Out of intuition, he instinctively believed that the British would inevitably play an ignominious role this time, and the country that would most likely benefit would be Japan. After all, a troublemaker is a troublemaker. Creating national conflicts has always been what Britain is good at. In modern times, as the former British Empire, before the collapse of its colonies around the world, Britain deliberately left a lot of hidden dangers of regional conflicts around the world. For example, in contemporary India, the original plan for India and Pakistan to govern separately was good, but they chose to leave behind the Kashmir region, which led to several conflicts between India and Pakistan. In the Middle East, Britain turned Kuwait from a province of Iraq into a British protectorate. Later, the two countries became independent, but it still gave Iraq an excuse to launch the Gulf War. The most important thing is that as an island country outside the European continent, Britain has long pursued a policy of splendid isolation. In order to prevent the rise of a powerful country on the European continent and compete with it for hegemony, it makes things difficult for France today and hits Germany tomorrow, making Europe restless. Although the conflicts between countries on the European continent are the main factor, the UK's fanning the flames is also closely related. Xiao Ming naturally hated this country that had the aura of being a troublemaker. Of course, other countries on the European continent were not good friends either, and they always looked at other races with discrimination. Putting down the memorial, Xiao Ming fell into deep thought. The British battleship's bombardment of the HMS Dreadnought was no less than an act of war. He was not Empress Dowager Cixi, who preferred foreign allies to domestic slaves, nor did he know how to measure China's resources and win the favor of other countries. Since he came into this world, he was destined to put an end to the West's hegemony in the world. However, the border threat of Dayu Kingdom has not been resolved yet, and Goryeo and Japan are eyeing it covetously. He has no energy to deal with these foreign visitors. But it was impossible for him to keep silent, so he picked up his pen and wrote on the memorial, "Once the British warship is found, it will be sunk immediately." After writing, Xiao Ming handed the memorial to Qian Dafu and asked him to send it to the post station and send it back to Qingzhou. Just as Qian Dafu left, Pang Yukun hurried over. When he arrived at the imperial study, he said to Xiao Ming, "Your Majesty, General Niu Ben is back." Xiao Ming was overjoyed when he heard this. Most of the troops had been withdrawn for this war, and Qingzhou was basically no different from an empty city. Xiao Ming was a little uneasy about this. Now that the army is back, he feels relieved. After a pause, Pang Yukun continued, "Your Majesty, this time General Niu Ben brought Prince Zhao and his son, Queen Zhao, and the 13th prince back to Qingzhou." When saying this, Pang Yukun stared at Xiao Ming. After all, this matter was a bit sensitive. Empress Zhao and the 13th prince, Xiao Ming suddenly sighed, "You really know how to give me difficult problems." After saying that, Xiao Ming walked out of the imperial study and headed towards the council hall. Since Niu Ben had brought the person back, he naturally had to deal with it. When we arrived at the council hall, Niu Ben and others were already waiting. Xiao Ming sat down on the dragon throne and said, "General Niu Ben, thank you for your hard work. Holding Jiang Pass and conquering Chang and are both great achievements. I will definitely reward you handsomely this time." Lu Fei, Qi Guangyi, Bai Mu and other generals smiled upon hearing this, while Niu Ben remained calm. He said, "Your Majesty, this time I have both merits and demerits. I feel ashamed and dare not accept the credit." Xiao Ming was stunned for a moment. He had once accused Niu Ben of delaying the war and failing to capture Qingzhou. Niu Ben must have said this because of this matter. However, for Xiao Ming, there was another meaning in Niu Ben's words, which was that he was worried that his achievements would become too great and would threaten his master. The current Niu Ben is no longer the Niu Ben of the past. After working in the mines, Niu Ben has lost his edge. What he wants most now is probably to be able to live the rest of his life in peace. So in Xiao Ming's opinion, Niu Ben deliberately made some small mistakes this time and left them to Xiao Ming in order to achieve the purpose of not continuing to confer official titles. After all, it is almost impossible to give Niu Ben a higher rank now. At this time, Xiao Ming glanced at Pang Yukun, and Pang Yukun nodded to Xiao Ming. Obviously, he meant to let Xiao Ming's merits and demerits offset each other this time, and not to enthrone Niu Ben. He nodded and said, "Even so, General Niu Ben's merits outweigh his faults. However, to silence the officials, I will not confer another title on him. This time I will award him 3 taels of silver." Niu Ben breathed a sigh of relief and said quickly, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace." After a pause, Xiao Ming asked, "Where are Prince Zhao and his son now? Where are Queen Zhao and the 13th Prince? Your Majesty, the Prince of Zhao and his son have been sent to Qingzhou prison. Queen Zhao and the 13th Prince were also sent to Qingzhou prison for their treason." Fiji was also in the palace. He immediately became angry and said, "This is ridiculous. How can Queen Zhao and the 13th Prince be imprisoned? Queen Zhao is nominally the emperor's mother. Aren't you asking the whole world to point fingers at the emperor's spine?" Pang Yukun frowned. Filial piety and integrity were the foundation of success for ministers and rulers throughout the dynasties. Niu Ben had indeed handled the situation inappropriately. He said, "Your Majesty, Queen Zhao cannot be convicted of the same crime as Prince Zhao." When he came here, he was thinking about the problem of Queen Zhao. He has been in this world for 5 years, so he naturally knows the importance of filial piety and integrity. That is why he said that Niu Ben left him a big problem. After a pause, he said, "Lord Fei, you must immediately go to the Qingzhou prison and bring Queen Zhao and the third prince out. Find a house for them to stay in temporarily." "Yes, Your Majesty." Fiji nodded and turned to leave. Seeing Fiji leave, Pang Yukun said bluntly, "The emperor is preparing to deal with Queen Zhao and the 13th prince. Even though Queen Zhao didn't allow the 13th prince to ascend the throne, she indirectly caused the death of the late emperor. I can only demote her and the 13th prince to commoners." "What do you think?" "I think so too. But Your Majesty, even so, you cannot let Queen Zhao and the 13th prince leave Qingzhou, so that no one can take advantage of them in the future," said Pang Yukun. Xiao Ming understood what Pang Yukun meant. In the future, someone might use the names of Queen Zhao and the 13th prince to rebel. After all, only the northern part of the Dayu kingdom was in his hands. "I understand your intentions, so I intend to execute the king of Zhao and his son in the East Market as a warning to others, so that those with ulterior motives can see the consequences of treason." Pang Yukun smiled and said casually, "Your Majesty actually wants to show it to the Prince of Chu, right? Besides, is Your Majesty really not going to take back the military power from Prince Yang?" The only people left in the council hall were old ministers of the feudal states. As soon as Pang Yukun finished speaking, everyone looked at Xiao Ming. The victory this time was possible thanks to the contributions of King Yang and King Huainan. At this time, Pang Yukun's proposal to take back the military power of the vassal kings surprised the generals. Most of them were upright in character, and for them, King Yang had done nothing wrong this time. However, as generals, they cannot participate in government affairs. After all, this is the iron rule set by Xiao Ming for the army. "Prime Minister Pang, I know you are devoted to the country, but sometimes haste makes waste. Prince Yang's affairs are the royal family's affairs, and I will resolve them in the royal way," Xiao Ming said tactfully. Pang Yukun nodded when he heard this. He was indeed a little anxious. After Prince Zhao was captured, he had been thinking about how to reduce the power of the vassal states. For him, as long as the vassal states of Dayu were not eliminated, the country would never have peace. After brushing the matter off, Xiao Ming stood up and said, "I have seen the contributions of everyone in this western expedition. I have drawn up a list of commendations, and I will personally read it out at the morning court in a few days." Generals such as Lu Fei were delighted. They were a little worried about Niu Ben's matter just now, and they felt relieved when Xiao Ming said this. After saying this, Xiao Ming was about to leave when Niu Ben suddenly said, "Your Majesty, I have something else to report." "Explain." "I just returned to Qingzhou when I received a report from Lei Ming. According to Lei Ming, the frequency of barbarian scouts appearing in the past 2 days has increased a lot more than before, and the barbarian scouts even shot a letter into Shanhaiguan at night." Niu Ben's expression became a little angry. "The barbarians are withdrawing their troops from Korea to focus on dealing with the Great Yu Kingdom. After all, we captured the king of Leang and the king of Zhao in quick succession, which completely disrupted their plans and prevented them from taking advantage of the situation." Thinking of the letter Niu Ben mentioned, he asked again, "What letter?" Niu Ben seemed to be having difficulty speaking, and said with difficulty, "Your Majesty, I dare not say it. What's there to be afraid of?" Xiao Ming frowned. "When did you become so fussy?" Not only Niu Ben, but also Lu Fei and others had very strange expressions. After hesitating for a moment, Niu Ben took out a piece of cloth with words written on it from his arms. The barbarian scouts said that this was requested by their Khan to be passed on to the emperor. Niu Ben presented the cloth strip to Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming took a look at the cloth, and his chest was about to burst with anger. He threw the cloth away fiercely and cursed. The barbarians are lowly creatures, comparable to livestock. I will make them disappear into ashes. Pang Yukun was puzzled. He picked up the cloth and took a look. It read, Dayu is a lowly country. From the emperor to the common people, you are nothing but rats. Relying on the strategic location of the city gate to stay in the city is not a heroic act. How dare you call yourself a superior country? It is better to call yourself a child emperor to this Khan to avoid a war and a death. You are truly arrogant. Your Majesty, I am willing to join General Niu Ben in launching an expedition to defeat the barbaric tribes. Pang Yukun was so angry that his whole body was shaking. In his heart, Xiao Ming held a special position. He would fight to the death with anyone who dared to humiliate Xiao Ming in front of him. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ming said, This is a treacherous plot by the barbarians. They are trying to provoke me and make me rashly attack the grasslands. My late emperor has also encountered this kind of trick before. After decades, these barbarians have not made any progress. Pang Yukun sighed and said, We are incompetent and have allowed the emperor to suffer such humiliation. Although Xiao Ming was angry, he knew that impulse was the devil. The more unscrupulous the barbarians were, the more it proved that they were anxious. Only an unconfident enemy would resort to such despicable tactics. As he gradually gained the upper hand, he only needed to wait for an opportunity and then deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. My dear ministers, there is no need to blame yourselves. If it is for the benefit of the country, life and death are of paramount importance. Why should we avoid it because of misfortune or fortune? What a small injustice I have endured. I only hope that you, my dear ministers, can join me in revitalizing the great Yu kingdom and repay the humiliation we have suffered today one day. When saying this, Xiao Ming looked very majestic. Pang Yukun was filled with shame when he saw this. He suddenly knelt down and said to Xiao Ming, Your Majesty, I am guilty. What does Prime Minister Pang mean? Xiao Ming looked puzzled. Pang Yukun fell to the ground and wept bitterly. Ever since the emperor ascended the throne, my selfishness has grown stronger day by day. For my own selfish gain, I have constantly excluded the old officials of Chang and appointed more of my own people. I even selfishly opposed the emperor's decree to abolish the system of scholars, farmers, merchants, and artisans, disregarding its benefits to the great Yu kingdom. For all these things, I deserve death. If it is beneficial to the country, life and death are of no consequence. Why should we avoid it because of good fortune or misfortune? Pang Yukun recited this. When Xiao Ming said this with a serious face, a feeling that he had long forgotten surged in his heart. Wasn't this sentence exactly what he had once pursued? But now his eyes were blinded by interests, and he completely ignored his original ambition. Not only Pang Yukun, but all the generals in the council hall lowered their heads in shame. Lu Fei said, Your Majesty, I am also guilty. I used to fight for the country and the people, but now I fight for military merit. I am truly ashamed. The general is also guilty. The last general is also guilty. The generals knelt down one by one behind Pang Yukun. Xiao Ming was stunned for a moment. What bothered him most these days was the change in these people's mentality. Sometimes when he saw Pang Yukun in the court, he seemed to have become a replica of Fiji. His original purpose in employing Fiji was not to check and balance Pang Yukun, but to stabilize the powerful families and old ministers. However, Pang Yukun's performance made him increasingly disappointed, so he made two preparations. After all, what he least wanted to see was that the officials he trained would eventually be assimilated. No one is perfect, but being able to correct one's mistakes is the greatest virtue. Xiao Ming smiled. He still remembered what Pang Yukun had said to him 5 years ago. He was willing to go through fire and water for the country. As long as Prime Minister Pang can occasionally assist me in the future, that will be enough. What he didn't expect was that his words today made Pang Yukun wake up. However, he has always only looked at the efficacy, not the advertisements. If Pang Yukun and other officials and generals could tie their hearts to him again, it would naturally be a great thing. Because he did not need reformers or conservatives, because no matter which general won, the court would be controlled by one party. For example, in the late Ming Dynasty, after the eunuch party was overthrown, the Donglin party that came to power was equally deadly. His ultimate goal was to allow ministers to perform their duties and to eliminate factional strife in the court. Pang Yukun stood up and bowed, saying, Your Majesty, I hereby sign a military order. If I disrupt your majesty's reforms for my own selfish interests again, I will take off my official uniform and return home to farm. Ha ha ha. A hearty laugh came out of Xiao Ming's mouth, and he said to Pang Yukun, "Okay, I feel relieved with your words." He looked at Niu Ben and the other generals and said, "It is my fault that I did not reward you for your merits, but you must not forget your original intention and do not betray my trust in you." "Yes, your majesty," Niu Ben and others said in unison. This time I came to the council hall to discuss the affairs of Prince Zhao and his son, and Queen Zhao and her son, but I never expected to gain something else. He was very pleased with Pang Yukun's attitude. In this way, the reform of the 6 states would at least be smooth sailing. However, he was also at an age where he would trust a person after just a few words. In the end, how Pang Yukun would lead this team of officials to follow him depended on their actual actions. After saying a few more words, Xiao Ming asked Pang Yukun to leave. At this time, he looked at the humiliating letter on the ground, hesitated for a moment, and then picked it up. Today's humiliation made him feel desolate and angry. The kind and hardworking Han people have been as docile as sheep for thousands of years, but have been repeatedly bullied by foreign races. Now he is the king of a country. In this era where the country is the king, the humiliation of him by the barbarians is a humiliation to the Dayu kingdom. After coming to this world, does he still want the Dayu kingdom to live like a lamb? No, he wanted to raise this lamb into a lion that would eat wolves, and to achieve this goal, he had to let Dayu develop a martial spirit and even lead to war. After all, the Western countries of the Age of Exploration were practically no different from the Western powers, which advocated the use of force and military expansion, and regarded militarism and aggression as the foundation of their countries. Isn't this the essence of the Western powers today? Of course, there is another truly powerful country ahead of the Dayu Kingdom, and that is the Golden Horde. Compared with the Western powers, the Golden Horde is no less powerful. Therefore, in such an environment full of bandits, he had to adopt more radical policies in terms of military convenience, so as to preserve the wealth of Dayu Kingdom and maintain the stability of the country. He was thinking when Fiji returned and said, "Your Majesty, Queen Zhao and the 13th Prince have all been settled. I have ordered the guards to strictly guard the courtyard and not allow anyone to approach." Xiao Ming nodded and said, "Let Queen Zhao and the 13th Prince live in this courtyard from now on. All their food and drink expenses will be paid for by the government office." Fiji had a premonition that this would mean life imprisonment for Queen Zhao and the 13th Prince, but this was undoubtedly the best outcome for the two of them. If the two of them lived outside, they might suffer all kinds of bullying, which would not be good for the reputation of the royal family. After deciding on the matter of Queen Zhao and the 13th Prince, Xiao Ming continued, "Prince Zhao and his son have committed heinous crimes. This time, you will be responsible for supervising their execution." Fiji's eyes flickered and he said, "Yes, Your Majesty." After saying this, Xiao Ming waved his hand and asked Fiji to go back. It was not without purpose that he asked Fiji to supervise the execution of King Zhao. In order to unify the Great Yu Kingdom as quickly as possible, he did adopt the method of boiling a frog in warm water on the issue of the powerful families. But since then, Fiji has become the representative of the voice of the powerful families, and sometimes Fiji's words in the court represent the interests of the powerful families. Although Fiji spoke for the powerful families in order to avoid exacerbating conflicts among the people, he had to remind Fiji to prevent him from becoming completely corrupted by the powerful families. The execution of King Zhao was a reminder to Fiji, because King Zhao was a member of a powerful family, and a powerful family could also become King Zhao. He wanted to make Fiji understand his attitude. After Fiji left, Xiao Ming threw the barbarian's humiliating letter into the brazier and let it turn into ashes, but he kept the words in his heart. Today's shame is precisely the driving force behind his efforts. The next day, the news that King Zhao and his son were beheaded in Dongxi was published in Qingzhou newspapers and became a hot topic among the people for a while. In guest room number 1 on the 4th floor of Wei's restaurant, Li Chaiyuan was eating the food provided by the restaurant with gusto. Compared to when he first came to Qingzhou, he had gained a lot of weight. Serving by his side was his steward Wang Cheng, who came from the state of Chu, and lying in his arms was the most popular courtesan in the QQ Honglu in Qingzhou. Your Highness, the newspaper says that Prince Zhao and his son, Zhao Yuanliang, will be beheaded in 3 days. Elder Fei has sent a message, asking you to go and observe the event that day. Li Chaiyuan was drinking and playing with the person in his arms. When he heard this, his face changed. Humph, why did they call me in when King Zhao and Zhao Yuanliang were beheaded? Isn't it just to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys? Wang Cheng chuckled and said, Your Highness, you're joking. Prince Zhao is not a chicken and Your Highness is not a monkey. Since Lord Fei has sent someone personally, Your Highness should go so as not to displease the Emperor. After all, it is the Emperor who really wants Your Highness to see this. Li Chaiyuan's knuckles turned white from the way he was holding the wine glass. He asked the woman in his arms to leave, and then he said to Wang Cheng, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, it's so easy for you to call me Your Majesty all the time. This Wang Cheng was nominally his steward, but in fact he was sent by the King of Chu to supervise him, for fear that he would act willfully and cause trouble. At the same time, Wang Cheng was also responsible for collecting intelligence on King Zhu. Wang Cheng smiled and said, When you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. If our Chu state had the ability to sweep across the world, we wouldn't have to look at Xiao Ming's face now. Li Chaiyuan slammed the table dejectedly. Hey, I've been in Qingzhou for at least 2 or 3 months now, and I still don't understand why Qingzhou can manufacture so many types of firearms. So this is Xiao Ming's real fear. But Your Highness, don't worry. According to Xiao Ming, this artillery knowledge only comes from Western missionaries. Now that the French have sent a large number of missionaries to Lin, and I believe we will also have these things in a few years. Li Chaiyuan nodded and suddenly remembered something and said, I heard that the Emperor now has great trust in that French missionary Richard. Is this true? This Richard is well-versed in astronomy and geography. His Highness the King of Chu truly trusts him. After all, the only people we can count on now are the French. Look at what happened to the King of Zhao and his son. If we can't protect the land of Chu, we will suffer the same fate. Li Chaiyuan sighed slightly and said, The longer I live in Qingzhou, the more I feel the uniqueness of Qingzhou. Look at the things in the guest rooms, each one is exquisitely crafted. How can our Chu state compare to them? And the food is so delicious, it's simply the best in the world. No wonder the Wei family restaurant can make a fortune every day. Wang Cheng's expression turned serious. Your Highness, this is not the time to indulge in idle talk. Although Your Highness is a hostage, you should also shoulder the heavy responsibility of revitalizing the state of Chu. This Chu state will be mine in the future. I know this clearly. Li Chaiyuan glanced at Wang Cheng, his words carrying deep meaning. Wang Cheng immediately bowed when he heard this. Li Chaiyuan was obviously reminding him to be careful. Even if he was a hostage, he was not a subject who could criticize him. Li Chaiyuan picked up his chopsticks and picked up a piece of braised pork. Since Elder Fei invited me, I'll go take a look. After all, the knife didn't cut me. In the princess's residence, Princess Pingyang was reading the Qingzhou Daily. When she saw the news that King Zhao was about to be beheaded in public, she frowned, and then she suddenly sighed. Alas, back in the day, I was the first to know about any disturbance in Chang'an City. Now I can only read about it in the newspaper. The guest at the princess's residence today was Lady Liu, the wife of Duke Song. She said, Who says it's not true? The emperor keeps a close eye on us royal relatives. No one dares to step out of line. Princess Pingyang smiled with her lips pursed. After the royal relatives in Chang and fled to Qingzhou, Xiao Ming neither distributed the land nor paid the monthly salary to the royal relatives. This made many royal relatives dissatisfied, and they criticized Xiao Ming in private. Of course, we can't cross this forbidden area, otherwise we might fall down and be smashed to pieces. It's safer for us to walk safely on the shore. After all, this emperor is different from the previous one. He dares to kill the princes, so who else does he dare not kill? Princess Pingyang said with a smile, intentionally or unintentionally. Liu's face turned red and white, and she understood the hidden message. Among all the royal relatives in Qingzhou, Princess Pingyang had the highest prestige, so when they felt aggrieved, they would come to Princess Pingyang to complain. The Liu family was no exception. Although Xiao Ming did not give these royal relatives regular silver, he once gave them a large sum of silver in one lump sum according to their titles, so that they could do business. He also instructed Li Chaiyuan to establish a special team of royal merchants for these royal relatives. As long as these royal relatives were willing to do business, the Chamber of Commerce would open the door to convenience. However, some royal relatives thought it was shameful and refused to do business, such as the Duke of Song. He took the 8,000 taels given by Xiao Ming to gamble, but lost everything. If it weren't for Princess Pingyang's help, Duke Song would have had no food to eat. Princess Pingyang secretly criticized Liu, and she could only bear it. She said, "What the princess said makes sense, but not everyone has your highness's business talent. I heard that the princess now earns tens of thousands of taels of silver a month. I hope your highness can give her some advice." "Duke Song sent you here again, right?" Princess Pingyang snorted softly. "No wonder the emperor is angry. Each of you is more useless than the other. How can the emperor trust you?" Liu stopped talking and could only complain and complain. Sighing slightly, she said to Liu, "Even so, the emperor is now too negligent towards the royal family. This cannot go on. If these people make trouble one day, it will give officials like Pang Yukun an excuse to blame us." After saying that, she asked Aoyang Mu to take out 50 taels of silver for Liu. Now that Xiao Ming didn't care about her, she had to take care of her. These people really gave her a headache. Liu left with many thanks. Yang Mu then said, "Your Highness, this is not a solution. Although the Princess Mansion's business is quite profitable, with the Duke of Song today and the Duke of Tang tomorrow, it will eventually drain the money out. Moreover, they are all generous and have so many families. No amount of money will be enough. I know this very well. It's for this reason that the Emperor gave us royal relatives a sum of money to send away." When the late Emperor was alive, this sum of money alone accounted for the bulk of the treasury's expenditures. The Emperor is very shrewd, but he is a little wishful in this matter. If he leaves it alone, there will be chaos. Today, Liu's words were full of dissatisfaction with the Emperor, and she was quite resentful. This is by no means accidental. I guess they often discuss this. After a pause, she said, "It seems I need to go to the palace to see the Emperor and ask him about the reform. Maybe I can get the upper hand." Liang Mu smiled bitterly. Although Princess Pingyang took good care of the royal relatives, she would not go to the palace specifically to see the Emperor. Her real intention was to reform the political system. Princess Pingyang was extremely intelligent, and she had already made preparations after the signs of reform began to emerge. After letting Aoyang Mu prepare for a while, she went directly to the headquarters. After some information, she met Xiao Ming, who was reviewing memorials in the imperial study. "Your Majesty, it's right to be diligent in government affairs, but you can't overwork yourself," Princess Pingyang said with a little intimacy. Xiao Ming smiled. He had to say that Princess Pingyang was a very good person. No wonder Xiao Wengshuan loved his sister so much. After she settled in Qingzhou, Princess Pingyang would come to the camp from time to time to chat with the Empress Dowager and Fei Yue, and would also bring him some strange and unusual things. It can be said that he could see Princess Pingyang every few days. However, it was rare for Princess Pingyang to come to him directly, so he said, "The eldest princess must not be here to care about my health." When Xiao Ming was still the Prince of Qi, he could call Princess Pingyang aunt, but after he ascended the throne, he could only call her eldest princess. Pingyang had long been accustomed to Xiao Ming's straightforward way of speaking. In her opinion, her nephew, the prince, did not like complicated things and only liked simplicity. So she said, "To be honest with you, Your Majesty, I came here this time for matters concerning the royal family. I'm sure Your Majesty knows about the Duke of Song's affairs. I know this. Not only Duke Song, but many princes and sons of the emperor are dissatisfied with me now," Xiao Ming said lightly. Princess Pingyang said sternly, "Your Majesty, why bother with them? As long as it benefits the great Yu kingdom, why bother with them? If the royal family is gone, they will all starve to death. The princess is righteous." Xiao Ming laughed, "But it's not right to ask the princess for money all the time. If this gets out, won't it mean I'm unkind?" Princess Pingyang remained calm and said, "Your Majesty, you are worrying too much. My silver was also given by Your Majesty. No matter what, they should thank Your Majesty." In fact, he was also planning to deal with these royal relatives, even without Princess Pingyang saying this, because these royal children, who were used to being domineering in Chang, and had already caused him a lot of trouble in Qingzhou. If this continues for a long time, it will inevitably cause dissatisfaction among the people, because these people represent the royal family. So he said, "I can give them another chance. This time I've decided to encourage private business and workshops. If they actively participate, they will have enough food and drink. If they still follow the old ways and complain to me when they run out of money, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Opening workshops for private business." Princess Pingyang looked happy. She came here for this matter. Xiao Ming obviously understood her thoughts. However, she had always been skeptical about Xiao Ming's passion for business, so she asked, "Why does the emperor have a special liking for business?" Xiao Ming smiled and said, "The princess is wrong. Industry is the pillar of commerce. Therefore, for me, I value industry more than commerce." After a pause, he said, The strength of a country depends on the wealth of its people, and the wealth of its people depends on the abundance of its products, and the abundance of its products depends on its industry. Princess Pingyang frowned slightly. Although her vision was not as broad as Xiao Ming's, she understood the meaning of Xiao Ming's words. So he said, "Is the emperor planning to allow merchants to build a large number of workshops this time?" Xiao Ming nodded. The fundamental purpose of this reform was to revitalize industry. The shortage of war materials in the north made him deeply realize that Qingzhu's industrial capacity was insufficient. If he wants to build an industrial system similar to that of Western countries, he must encourage the people and businessmen to participate in industrial construction. With more workshops, the products of Dayu Kingdom will become more abundant, and when the products are abundant, they can be sold to other places. In this way, the people will have money and the country will become prosperous. Yes, this time I will not only encourage the construction of workshops, but also prepare to sell steam engines to merchants, allowing them to build workshops within the 6 states. This was something Xiao Ming had hesitated about for a long time. The steam engine could no longer be hidden. As a power source, it had to be popularized among the people in order to maximize its value. As the steam engine sells more, he will open up industries such as textiles to merchants, ensuring that the people have food to eat and then clothes to wear. Steam engine, Princess Pingyang was shocked. This steam engine has always been a very mysterious thing. She has only heard of it but never seen its true appearance. Now Xiao Ming bluntly said that he wanted to sell the steam engine, which made her unable to react at all for a while. Xiao Ming thought that was all he had to say to Princess Pingyang. He instructed, "Princess, tell them this is a rare opportunity. Whether they can seize it or not is up to them." Princess Pingyang nodded and said, "Your Majesty, when I return, I will summon them to discuss this matter and also give them a warning on your Majesty's behalf." Xiao Ming was naturally happy about this. Throughout the dynasties, the royal family members were strictly guarded against, so they were not allowed to do business or engage in politics. They were raised like pigs. He talked to Princess Pingyang about business and industry, and then Princess Pingyang said goodbye and left. At this time, Xiao Ming continued to write the imperial edict, which marked the beginning of the rise of industry in the 6 states. At the court session the next morning, Xiao Ming asked Qian Dafu to read the imperial edict, formally establishing the support and protection for the establishment of private workshops. At the same time, he proposed 3 new terms in the imperial edict. The first was capital, the second was industry, and the third was company. The main purpose of this imperial edict was to use the power of the court to support the development of private capital. To this end, 4 policies were proposed in the edict. The first policy was to abolish the checkpoints in various parts of the north, allowing the northern cities to be connected and goods to be sold freely in the north. At the same time, the minds of the rebellious princes and rebellious nobles were fully taken over, and they were transformed and expanded to form mining enterprises controlled by the court, and modern mines and smelting workshops were built. The second is to open up advanced technologies and machinery, such as steam engines and textile machines, to the public, while transforming previously backward processes and equipment. The third article opened up the textile, white sugar, soap, and other industries to the private sector. The fourth article required the Qingzhou Bank